Chapter 1. The Third War of the Lich has come to a close, and the epical contest between the two dominant Liches has left every participant a loser. Among the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, 10 have perished. The ancestor Gong has been eternally confined beneath the eye of the sea, and the remaining ancestor Hoodoo has also transcended into the cycle of reincarnation, leading the Witch clan to retreat from the world. Both Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai have met their demise, resulting in the disintegration of the Supreme Demon Court, with great demons scattering to the four corners, each establishing their own dominion. Thus, the world is devoid of a united demon sovereign. The era of witches and demons has passed, giving way to the age of the sages. By the command of the Dao ancestor Hong Jun, Hao Qian has ascended as the new heavenly emperor, beginning the establishment of the celestial court of the Xianmen. However, the Dao ancestor Hong Jun seldom intervenes in the affairs of the primordial world at present. The most formidable forces in the primordial realm belong to the teachings of Chan and Jie, as well as the Western teachings, each boasting numerous disciples. These disciples of the sages, whose pursuits are longevity and the quest for the Tao, exhibit little regard for Emperor Hao Qian, let alone respond to the summons of the celestial court to assume celestial positions. Among the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, only the Taching saint remains, stationed in the Dishuation as an avatar of the old lord. The newly established celestial court is not yet powerful, merely holding a title. At this time, the mighty beings choosing to ally with the celestial court are few, including only the likes of the Tai Bai Star and the Barefoot Immortal. It is at this juncture that Yuan Yang traverses into this vibrant primordial world. After experiencing a series of tribulations, he becomes a celestial soldier in the war department of the celestial court, diligently cultivating to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Earth Immortal, merely a step away from the realm of Heavenly Immortal, where one can attain longevity. There exists a profound chasm between Earth Immortals and Heavenly Immortals. Earth Immortals are mortal, bound by a finite lifespan, while Heavenly Immortals are celestial beings, enjoying the freedom of eternal life. Within the celestial court, a single heavenly immortal is sufficient to command a battalion of celestial soldiers, significantly elevating one's status and treatment. Before his traversal, Yuan Yang was but an ordinary individual. It is only after his arrival that he realizes he has become an immaculate chaos body. Yuan Yang is certainly aware of what a chaos body entails, renowned in the Zhetian world as the Supreme Constitution, capable of resonating with myriad paths, manifesting and obliterating all things transcendent physique. Just as Yuan Yang revels in his newfound potential, believing he can become a figure of unparalleled supremacy, he discovers that the world he inhabits is not the Zhetian world, but rather a primordial realm somewhat reminiscent of the mythologies of his previous life. In truth, the primordial world is quite admirable, Yuan Yang reassures himself. Furthermore, possessing a chaos body, where could he not shine brilliantly? Alas, reality often proves to be poignant. The chaos body not only fails to aid Yuan Yang, but nearly obstructs his path to cultivation. Perhaps the laws of heaven and earth differ here, as the term chaos appears to be a taboo in the primordial world. The chaos body, which Yuan Yang relies upon, is entirely shackled by the laws of heaven and earth, rendering it incapable of exhibiting any extraordinary traits, causing him considerable distress. Over the years, Yuan Yang has tirelessly sought methods to break free from the constraints imposed by the laws of the primordial realm. Otherwise, he would struggle to even break through to the heavenly immortal stage. Cultivation in the primordial world can generally be divided into refining chi, refining spirit, refining void, and earth immortal stages, with the heavenly immortal stage beyond that representing a state of eternal life. Each realm encompasses its own heavens, with 9 layers within each realm, resulting in vast differences between levels. Without extraordinary spiritual treasures or secret techniques, it is nearly impossible to transcend from a lower to a higher realm. Ordinary celestial soldiers typically possess cultivation in the refining void or earth immortal stages. Once their cultivation reaches the 7th layer of earth immortal, they have a chance to be promoted to a minor general. At the 7th layer of earth immortal, Yuan Yang was promoted by the leader of the Gue water camp, the fairy Xianyu, to become the 5th minor general of the Gue water camp, tasked with commanding the Gue 5 Squadron and a war vessel known as the Celestial Patrol Ship. With the establishment of the Celestial Court, it naturally must assume the responsibility of stabilizing the 3 realms and safeguarding all beings on behalf of heaven. Otherwise, it would be a laughingstock. Over the years, as both a celestial soldier and a minor general, Yuan Yang has participated in numerous campaigns against notorious practitioners of the demonic path, fallen evil witches, and blood demons, engaging in many fierce battles. At this moment, merely 3,000 years have passed since the conclusion of the Third War of the Lich. Some unwilling to accept defeat, remnants of the witch and demon clans have each established their own factions, ravaging the primordial land, frequently consuming myriad beings as sustenance for their nefarious practices, thus becoming the primary targets of the Celestial Court's campaigns. In the human realm, west of the Unyielding Mountain, lies the territory of the 10,000 Serpents mountain range. Every mountain here resembles a colossal serpent, exuding an extraordinary aura. At this moment, a massive celestial patrol ship, measuring 1,000 zhang, is slowly soaring above the 10,000 Serpents mountain range. On the bow deck of the ship, 5 celestial soldiers clad in standard silver battle armor are gathered, engaged in earnest discussion. The leader, a young man appearing to be in his 20s, possesses a fair complexion and resolute gaze. With long, lustrous black hair cascading down, he dons a vibrant red cape, signifying his status as a minor general. This individual is none other than Yuan Yang, who inquires of the only female celestial soldier among the 5, Tao San Yang. How much do you know about the 10,000 Serpents mountain range? Tao San Yang, of mysterious origins, possesses long peach-colored hair and skin as smooth as cream. Her figure voluptuous despite wearing the Celestial Court's standard silver armor. Her alluring curves remain evident. General Yuan, what specific matters do you refer to? Tao Xingyang appears somewhat perplexed by Yuan Yang's sudden inquiry. This marks her first execution of a punitive task alongside the team. The Gue 5 Squadron, under Yuan Yang's command, comprises around 200 personnel, with Tao Xingyang being the highest in cultivation aside from Yuan Yang, possessing the 7th layer of Earth Immortal. Yuan Yang, maintaining an expression of calm, utters somewhat mild words. Tao Xingyang, did your elders ever mention any entities within the 10,000 Serpents mountain range that should not be provoked? You know, perhaps those who have achieved the heavenly immortal stage. A look of astonishment involuntarily crosses Tao Xingyang's face as she responds, "We are, after all, part of the elite squad of the Celestial Court patrol team. Even if we encounter a heavenly immortal great demon, we should be able to suppress them, right? Is such caution truly necessary?" The other 3 squad leaders, Shi Pan, Ao Donghai, and Jin Yu, exchange glances. They understand Tao Xingyang's surprise, yet do not dare to agree with her. Having spent several centuries under Yuan Yang's command, they have witnessed countless unruly individuals, none of whom exhibited any reverence for the current Celestial Court. Seeing Yuan Yang still fixated on her, Tao Xingyang can only furrow her beautiful brows in recollection, and after a moment, she speaks. My mother previously mentioned that within the central region of the 10,000 Serpents mountain range, there lies an ancient celestial serpent in eternal slumber, which is absolutely not to be provoked. In addition, there are 2 huish snakes in the eastern region, a Ming snake and a feathered snake in the west, 3 black water Xian snakes in the north, and only 1 unicorn fire pattern python in the south, all of which have reached the heavenly immortal stage. Based on Tao Xingyang's account, Yuan Yang meticulously cross-references the projection of the map distributed by the War Department, which delineates the territories of the heavenly immortal great demons. Though Yuan Yang maintains a facade of tranquility, internally he is cursing, for the map from the War Department has entirely omitted the black water Xian snakes in the north and the fire pattern python in the south. The Gue 5 Squadron, which Yuan Yang commands, is an elite team specifically established by the Celestial Court to test the combat capabilities of the Celestial Patrol Ship. The entire Gue water camp comprises only 5 such squads. The Celestial Patrol Ship, a war apparatus, amalgamates various techniques including talismans, formations, and crafting, representing a culmination of the craftsmanship of the Hall of heavenly artisans. Within the vast celestial court, there are only 50 celestial patrol ships, deliberately constructed at great expense to compensate for the lack of combat prowess among heavenly immortals. With the assistance of a celestial patrol ship, Yuan Yang is not particularly fearful of encountering a heavenly immortal great demon, however. If ensnared by one, it could prove exceedingly troublesome, and naturally, Yuan Yang seeks to avoid such entanglements. Yuan Yang recalibrates the route, steering clear of the territories of those heavenly, immortal great demons. Then his gaze narrows with a hint of murderous intent, fixating on a small red dot on the map. Our destination this time is the Golden Snake Valley in the southern region of the 10,000 Serpents mountain range, targeting the 4 newly arisen Golden Snake Lords of the Golden Snake clan. These 4 demons devour myriad beings as sustenance for their nefarious practices, having thoroughly devolved into blood demons. The Celestial Court has decreed kill. Above the Golden Snake Valley, white clouds drift lazily. 1,000 Zhang Celestial Patrol ship, adorned with countless flowing symbols, conceals itself within layers of clouds. Report to General Yuan. The Golden Snake Valley is enveloped by formations of heavenly immortal caliber, rendering it impossible to ascertain the specific conditions within the valley. A celestial soldier, tasked with reconnaissance, reports to Yuan Yang regarding the findings. Heavenly immortal grade formations? How could such a dilapidated Golden Snake clan possess such formations? Yuan Yang furrows his brow, employing the 3 purities to scrutinize the Golden Snake Valley below him. The 3 purities' eye is a minor divine technique of ocular magic. Yuan Yang spent several centuries acquiring the sunlight pure water, moonlight pure water, and starlight pure water, which he subsequently infused into his eyes, thus cultivating this minor divine technique. Through the 3 purities' eye, Yuan Yang perceives boundless malevolent energy rising from the Golden Snake Valley, akin to billowing smoke piercing the heavens. This is the result of numerous beings perishing within, leaving behind a lingering resentment that refuses to dissipate. Apart from the pervasive resentment, there existed a faint golden veil, resembling an inverted great bowl, which enveloped the Golden Serpent Valley with an unwavering grip, rendering everything within its confines obscured and indistinct. Is this truly the celestial grade grand formation? After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Yang commanded, "Let us proceed with a direct assault strategy." Activating the primary cannon of the celestial arts requires a quarter of an hour to gather energy. Initiate the main cannon immediately, and after this duration, obliterate the protective formation of the Golden Serpent Valley. Once the formation is breached, Tao Sanyang will take charge of battlefield command and apprehend the target, regardless of life or death. Sherpan will lead a contingent of celestial soldiers to remain vigilant for any disturbances around the battlefield. As for me, I shall adhere to the usual protocol, stationed aboard the celestial patrol vessel to provide support. Is that understood? Understood. In the vast expanse of the Wanshi mountain range, the Golden Serpent Valley appeared unremarkable, inhabited by a clan of golden serpents, the eldest among whom, the Grand Elder, possessed merely the cultivation of the 6th level of the Void Refinement Realm. Historically, the Golden Serpent clan had been a target of oppression by nearby serpent groups. However, over 6 centuries ago, 4 exceptionally gifted brothers emerged from the Golden Serpent clan, known as the 4 Young Lords. These 4 young lords, prodigies of unparalleled talent, ascended to the earth immortal realm within a mere few centuries, exacting revenge upon the other serpent clans that had previously tormented the Golden Serpents. Now, the region surrounding the Golden Serpent Valley, extending 1,000 miles, revered the Golden Serpent clan. Yet the Grand Elder felt no joy, but rather an increasing sense of foreboding. While the 4 young lords were indeed remarkable, their hearts were steeped in a fervent thirst for bloodshed. Any nearby clans that dared to defy them were ruthlessly exterminated, leaving no corpses behind. Each time the 4 brothers returned, the overwhelming aura of bloodlust intensified. The Grand Elder's concern. Such rapid advancements in cultivation, coupled with a potent killing intent, bore a striking resemblance to the fabled blood-eating sorcery. The blood-eating sorcery is a taboo art that no race may approach. Notorious among the dark paths, it is a secret technique that has been passed down through the ages. By devouring the blood and souls of myriad beings as sustenance, one can swiftly augment their cultivation, yet this easily leads to a loss of self-awareness, resulting in a descent into brutality and depravity. In ancient times, the myriad tribes of the wilderness reached a consensus and established an ironclad decree. Any who practiced the blood-eating sorcery by consuming living beings would be universally condemned. Burdened with worry and finding no success in counsel, the Grand Elder appeared to age several centuries within a short span. The piercing alarm of the formation echoed sharply, rousing the contemplative Grand Elder from his thoughts. Above the Golden Serpent Valley, an azure waterfall had inexplicably manifested, enshrouded in wisps of celestial energy, descending with an unstoppable force upon the valley, causing the surrounding space to emit mournful cries. Perceiving the dreadful power of this waterfall, the Grand Elder's face turned pale as he swiftly shouted, "All clan members above the Void Refinement Realm, join me in stabilizing the formation. The rest of the clan, retreat to the rear mountain." The roaring waterfall was composed of Yuan heavy water, a rare celestial liquid. With each drop weighing thousands of pounds, even a small quantity could transform into a vast lake. The grand technique of Yuan heavy water employs the evolution of this extraordinary water to unleash terrifying destructive force. Constituting one of the three celestial arts, main cannons assembled upon the celestial patrol vessel. Countless torrents of Yuan heavy water cascaded from the heights, and its formidable might was evident, shattering the celestial-grade formation veil of the Golden Serpent Valley, which then transformed into a deluge, wreaking havoc throughout the valley. The power of the celestial arts and supreme abilities is truly terrifying, so much so that even ordinary celestial immortals dare not confront it head-on. As the defensive formation of Golden Snake Valley was breached. The elder of the Golden Snake clan, who had been overseeing the array, felt darkness envelop him, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The remaining members of the Golden Snake tribe, who had sustained the formation, were directly backfired upon by the array, with numerous casualties occurring on the spot. Before the elder could discern the identity of the enemy, hundreds of golden lightning pillars, as thick as water barrels, descended from the heavens, subsequently branching out like tree limbs into countless smaller bolts of lightning, instantly saturating the entire Golden Snake Valley with electric fury. The remaining golden snakes within the valley were struck down, their skins torn asunder, reduced to heaps of charred remains. Witnessing this scene, the elder's expression turned to one of utter desolation, and after a mournful sigh, he closed his eyes forever amidst the rampaging lightning. The last vision that the elder beheld was a legion of silver-armored celestial soldiers descending from the sky, slicing through the air to leave behind trails of white clouds, exuding an imposing aura. Sherpan surveyed the devastation within Golden Snake Valley, clicking his tongue and remarking, "General Yuan's firepower cleansing tactic is truly remarkable. Each time we encounter an enemy, we first unleash a couple of celestial arts supreme artillery strikes. There's no need to worry about traps or formations." Ao Donghai chuckled. "Indeed, it's quite effective, though after each mission, General Yuan must spend a considerable amount of time explaining to Fairy Xianyu the whereabouts of the celestial talismans. Each strike of the celestial arts supreme artillery consumes a celestial talisman, which is rather costly. Jinyu, however, remained composed. It has its pros and cons. Our squad's casualty rate during missions is among the lowest across the camps. However, our spoils are also the fewest, as many have been destroyed by the celestial arts supreme artillery strikes. The three of them were all mid-stage Earth Immortals, with Sherpan and Ao Donghai at the 4th level, while Jinyu held a slightly higher cultivation at the 6th level. Among them, Sherpan hailed from the Stone Clan of the Boundless Human Realm. Ao Donghai was a hybrid of dragon and serpent, a water gal, and Jinyu was a cloud carp, a native of the celestial realm. Everyone, be cautious. There's an underground palace at the center of the valley, and the defensive formation at its entrance remains intact," warned Tao Sanyang, who was the first to detect the anomaly. Golden Snake Valley was fortified with two major formations. The first, responsible for the valley's defense, was shattered instantly by the Yuan heavy water celestial arts supreme artillery strike. Following this, the valley endured a widespread bombardment from a Tai divine thunder celestial arts supreme artillery strike, which thoroughly dismantled the Golden Snake's desperate resistance. Little did they expect that there was still an underground palace within Golden Snake Valley. And although the entrance's defensive formation was swaying, it remained intact. After exchanging glances, Ao Donghai took the lead, unleashing a finely serrated water column from his mouth. The slender and sharp water column, resembling a serpent, struck the protective barrier of the underground palace, causing ripples of spiritual light to erupt. Like the last straw that breaks the camel's back, the wavering protective barrier of the underground palace burst like a water bubble, and the water column surged through, leaving behind cleaving marks upon the hard rock walls. The water serpent's assault was Ao Dong Hai's signature bloodline ability, a sight the others had grown accustomed to. Before any further actions could be taken, for beams of golden light suddenly burst forth from within the underground palace. Upon closer inspection, they revealed 4 tall, golden-haired men, exuding an aura of sinister charm, who were none other than the 4 lords of the Golden Snake clan. Observing the devastation in the valley, the 4 lords' pupils dilated with rage and brutality. Tao Sanyang remained unfazed, speaking coolly. The 4 lords of the Golden Snake clan practice blood and flesh sorcery, devouring the life forms within a 1,000-mile radius for sustenance. They have succumbed to the path of blood demons and have come to purge you at the behest of the Celestial Court. What blood demons? It is merely the law of the jungle. What my Golden Snake clan does is of no concern to your false Celestial Court. Among the 4 golden-haired men who charged forth from the underground palace, the eldest lord of the Golden Snake clan was evidently far more powerful than the others. His aura suggested he had reached the 8th level of Earth Immortal, surpassing even Tao Sanyang, who was at the 7th level. The other 3 lords were all mid-stage Earth Immortals, with the 2nd lord slightly stronger at the 6th level, while the 3rd and 4th lords were at the 5th level. The eldest Golden Snake Lord exhaled sharply, and a slender, serpent-shaped golden sword emerged from his mouth, flashing gold as it lunged towards the group. Sensing the fierce intent emanating from the golden sword, Tao Sanyang's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly summoned a copper shield, urgently warning, "Everyone, be cautious. This is a top-grade Dao weapon. Do not confront it head-on." The copper shield, a mid-grade treasured artifact, barely halted the golden sword's light before it was cleaved in 2. Among the various treasures of the primordial world, the hierarchy ranges from spiritual artifacts, treasured artifacts, Dao artifacts, to immortal artifacts. Spiritual artifacts are the most common, inscribed with simple runes, capable of providing basic defense against dust and fire. Treasured artifacts are slightly more precious, able to draw upon the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Dao artifacts are considered quite valuable. Each must be inscribed with complete prohibitions and can typically only be wielded by cultivators of the void refinement realm. The crafting of artifacts requires rare heavenly and earthly treasures, which are limited in number, thus ensuring that artifacts are perpetually in high demand. Even some celestial immortals possess primarily top-grade Dao artifacts or the rarer supreme Dao artifacts. The standard weapons distributed for free by the Celestial Court to each celestial soldier, such as celestial spears, copper shields, and silver armors, only fall within the category of treasured artifacts, once an artifact reaches the Dao level. The Celestial Court cannot provide it for free. Cultivators must either refine their own or accumulate divine merit to exchange for them from the Celestial Court's treasury. Above Dao artifacts are immortal artifacts, which possess some immortal characteristics and cannot be compared to ordinary artifacts. Even a semi-finished immortal artifact wields power far exceeding that of a typical supreme Dao artifact. The fierce light of the eldest Golden Snake Lord's sword seemed to serve as a signal. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lords each unleashed a serpent-shaped golden sword from their mouths, exuding an aura that indicated they were predatory in nature. Remarkably, all 3 golden swords had attained the level of supreme Dao artifacts, and their energies appeared subtly interconnected. Tao Sanyang's gaze flickered, and she suddenly spoke. "This is the Golden Snake sword that in ancient times, under the command of the ancient demon court, there was a renowned Golden Snake demon general who wielded a set of Golden Snake swords. It is said he perished over 30,000 years ago during the Second War of Sorcerers and Demons. The Golden Snake Sword is a set of artifacts, comprising 4 swords, each a supreme Dao artifact. When combined, their power rivals that of an ordinary immortal artifact, making them a considerable treasured. It seems you have acquired the legacy of that Golden Snake demon general. No wonder the valley has a defense formation of celestial, immortal caliber." Tao Sanyang's beautiful eyes glanced towards the underground palace as she inquired, "Is the secret treasure left behind by that Golden Snake demon general hidden within that underground palace?" Upon hearing this, the eldest Golden Snake Lord paused momentarily, a surge of even fiercer killing intent erupting from his blood-red eyes. "Hiss, ha 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 ha. It seems you shall not be allowed to leave," the eldest Golden Snake Lord bellowed. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother formed the Golden Snake Sword formation. Tao Sanyang snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone. Aodonghai, Jinyu. Join me in forming the 3 Yuan Gui water formation. Aodonghai and Jinyu exchanged glances, quickly gathering several dozen celestial soldiers to form a triangular battle formation alongside Tao Xin Yang. The 3 Yuan Gui water formation is the signature battle array of the Gui water camp within the celestial court, allowing the shared mana of all soldiers within the formation, with the strongest 3 standing at each vertex to focus their output. Tao Xin Yang continued issuing orders. Shurpan, lead the remaining celestial soldiers to eliminate nearby bandits and keep watch over the surroundings. In the past, it was the trio of Aodonghai, Jinyu, and Shurpan, all of whom were captains at the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, who formed the formation to execute battlefield missions after Tao Xin joined the Guiwu Legion. It indeed liberated Shurpan, allowing him to undertake other tasks. As for Yuan Yang, who hovered in the sky aboard the celestial patrol vessel, he rarely descended into the fray. His presence aboard the vessel served as the greatest deterrent against enemies, and he could utilize it for targeted strikes, combat assistance, and focused rescues. The 4 golden serpent swords cleaved through the air, transforming into 4 entwined golden pythons, each 1,000 feet long, their gaping maws lunging towards the formation of Dao soldiers. Within the San Yuan Gui Shui formation, the gathered individuals began to counterattack as their magical energy surged. Jinyu summoned a high-grade Dao artifact, a scroll of auspicious clouds, which, under the flow of magical energy, revealed rolling white clouds. Fluffy, pristine clouds billowed forth from the scroll, providing robust protection to those within the battle formation. Following suit, Aodonghai unleashed a high-grade Dao artifact, a water spirit pearl, from his mouth, using it to execute a powerful bloodline divine ability. The water dragon breaking the heavens, once invoked, summoned a towering vortex of water that surged forth from the pearl, sweeping the encroaching golden serpents aside. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a branch of a peach blossom tree had appeared in Tao Sanyang's hand. Freshly plucked, the peach leaves glistened with vitality, and the blossoms bloomed vibrantly, dancing like pink flames, exuding a faint aura of celestial energy. This was in fact a semi-celestial artifact, a presence even closer to a celestial weapon than a top-grade Dao artifact, possessing a trace of celestial essence. With a casual wave, Tao Sanyang sent forth a flurry of pink peach blossoms that floated gracefully in the air, a sight of exquisite beauty. Yet, upon contact with the golden pythons, these blossoms detonated with a thunderous explosion, causing the serpents to quiver. The 4 gentlemen of the Golden Serpent clan, though endowed with the advantage of 4 top-grade Dao artifacts in the form of golden serpent swords, struggled to fully unleash their power as their cultivation levels fell short of the heavenly immortal realm. In contrast, the heavenly soldiers on the opposing side boasted a minimum cultivation of the void refinement realm, with Tao Xin herself reaching the 7th level of the earth immortal realm. Now, with the San Yuan Gui Shui formation established, over 100 heavenly soldiers faced off against the 4 gentlemen, their combined might clashing against the golden serpent sword formation in a fierce exchange. After observing for a while, Shurpan concluded that this exchange of blows would likely continue for some time, allowing him to confidently lead the remaining heavenly soldiers to clear and secure the surrounding battlefield, ensuring no other enemies intruded. From his lofty perch aboard the celestial patrol vessel, Yuan Yang surveyed the battlefield with unparalleled clarity, the 3 purities divine gaze employed to its fullest extent. The San Yuan Gui Shui formation, led by Tao Sanyang, harnessed the magical energies of over 100 heavenly soldiers to confront the adversaries. Despite holding its ground against the Golden Serpent Sword formation, prolonged engagement posed potential risks, as the Golden Serpent Sword formation was renowned for its lethal prowess. Having claimed the lives of numerous immortals, Yuan Yang was well aware of the exploits of the Golden Serpent Demon General, a figure who had reached the threshold of the half-step golden immortal realm, and thus could not be underestimated. Report to General Yuan, the cooldown for the great divine artillery of celestial arts has elapsed. Shall we proceed with the main cannon attack? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yang reluctantly retrieved a violet jade talisman, its surface inscribed with profound runes, faintly radiating celestial light. This was a celestial talisman, containing a sealed great divine ability of celestial arts, attainable only by those of the heavenly immortal, or even the golden immortal tier, below the celestial arts. Regardless of whether it was a treasure technique or a Dao technique, the pinnacle could only reach the minor divine ability level. However, mastering a celestial art to perfection elevates it to the status of a great divine ability. Only the most formidable beings, adept in great divine abilities, could wield such power, and even some who had attained the heavenly immortal realm had yet to grasp it. The celestial talismans served as the core of the great divine artillery. With each shot from the celestial patrol vessel consuming one talisman, each discharge wielding the might of a great divine ability. Under Yuan Yang's command, this massive vessel was equipped with 3 main cannons, each firing a great divine ability activated by the consumption of celestial talismans, namely Xin Yuan Heavy Water, Tai Divine Thunder, and Riding Clouds and Mist. The Xin Yuan Heavy Water Great Divine ability was responsible for breaking formations, the Tai Divine Thunder for offensive strikes, and Riding Clouds and Mist for rapid retreats. Each time a mission was undertaken, all 3 main cannons had one opportunity for use. However, celestial talismans were costly, and any excessive use would necessitate personal payment for the talisman expenses. Yuan Yang pondered whether the spoils from the Golden Serpent Valley would suffice to cover the costs of the talismans. Yet, adhering to the principle that firepower leads to victory, he closely monitored the situation below, opting to first deploy the Gue Shuiyin Thunder Minor Divine ability to assist the brethren within the formation, saving the great divine artillery for a decisive strike when the moment was right. Within the celestial patrol vessel, the stationed heavenly soldiers operated the attack cannons, locking onto the 4,000-foot golden pythons. With the consumption of numerous spirit crystals, spherical bolts of lightning, each about a foot in diameter, were continuously unleashed from the cannon mouths. The Gue Shuiyin Thunder, though merely a minor divine ability and not particularly formidable among the 5 elemental thunder techniques, was a staple firepower of this celestial patrol vessel, making it quite formidable, akin to having a cultivator capable of incessantly casting this minor divine ability. This was something no earth immortal could achieve, as individual magical energy was ultimately limited. Only the celestial patrol vessel, powered by the expenditure of spirit crystals, could unleash the Gue Shuiyin Thunder with reckless abandon. Before long, a torrential downpour of Gue Shuiyin Thunder descended from the heavens like raindrops. The 4 golden pythons, formed from the golden serpent swords, shrieked and roared in response. Though the Gue Water-yin Thunder could be extinguished, the speed of its eradication was far outstripped by the swiftness of the Sun Tianzhou's deployment. Before long, the thunder, shaped like spheres, densely populated the surrounding space, resembling an ocean of Gue Water-yin Thunder, completely encircling the 4 towering golden pythons. The incessant lightning eroded the magical powers and consciousness of the 4 gentlemen, while Tao Sanyang and her companions felt a sudden alleviation of pressure. The 4 gentlemen of the Golden Snake clan, wielding swords forged in the shape of golden serpents, formed an extraordinary formation. It was indeed peculiar to assert that the others felt no strain. With the artillery support of the Sun Tianzhou, victory was merely a matter of time. The 4 gentlemen of the Golden Snake clan were now at a loss for words. Having realized the bombardment from above, initially, they had believed they could swiftly eliminate the celestial soldiers in the valley and, having vented their anger, seek an opportunity to depart. However, they were taken aback by the tenacity of these celestial soldiers, particularly the female soldier at the forefront, whose peach blossom branch artifact wielded formidable power. As the flames of fury subsided and the 4 gentlemen regained their composure, they were beset by a desire to retreat. Yet, entangled by Tao Sanyang and her allies, they found no opportunity to flee. Before long, the 4 gentlemen began to falter, their magical strength waning as they were forced into retreat. The 4 towering golden pythons also dimmed in brilliance, appearing somewhat listless. At a certain moment, the weakest among the gentlemen, Sanlang and Silang, suddenly stumbled, their magical energies momentarily disrupted, causing the harmonious formation of golden snake swords to falter. Tao Sanyang's eyes sparkled with opportunity. A colossal pink ribbon, composed of thousands upon thousands of peach blossoms, ensnared the unprepared Sanlang and Silang amidst the furious shout of the golden snake's eldest gentleman. In the next instant, countless peach blossoms burst forth, each bloom heralding a violent explosion. The 2 towering golden pythons at the epicenter of the blast could only emit a mournful cry before being reduced to golden dust, along with the obliteration of Sanlang and Silang. The explosion unleashed a tumultuous gust of wind, sweeping through the Golden Snake Valley, with shockwaves powerful enough to lift boulders and debris into neighboring valleys. Tao Sanyang's fair visage turned somewhat pale. That last strike was her utmost effort upon seizing the opportunity. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, with Sanlang and Silang among the 4 gentlemen being directly vanquished. Furthermore, the formation of golden snake swords that had consistently pressured them was also considered broken. Observing the 2 golden snake swords that Ao Donghai had drawn back with water currents, Tao Sanyang noted their golden serpentine forms, forged from an unknown material that was neither metal nor wood. Even amidst the fiercest of explosions, these two golden snake swords remained unscathed, far sturdier than ordinary exquisite magical artifacts. As Tao Sanyang infused her magical energy into the swords, suppressing their restless movements. She keenly observed the agitated expressions of the golden snake's eldest and second gentleman. Unlike the second gentleman, whose face betrayed panic, the eldest gentleman wore a countenance as dark as water, betraying no hint of fear. Fire-patterned Demon King, will you not make your move? I am willing to part with half of the golden snake's secret treasure, the eldest gentleman suddenly roared. Silence. How dare you, a mere waste, presume to command my father? A deep voice resonated from beneath the ground. With a thunderous rumble, it was as if a colossal being traversed the earth, the sound of the ground splitting incessantly. Shortly thereafter, a great chasm opened, and a colossal crimson serpent surged forth, its exposed half measuring dozens of yards in length. This serpent bore a single horn, adorned with unique fiery runes, its eyes large as lanterns, emanating an intimidating aura. This was the unicorn fire-patterned python, a primordial beast dwelling in magma. Inherently capable of wielding fire, my father has decreed that you surrender the entire golden snake secret treasure. We shall guarantee the lives of your two brothers. Fire Pattern declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon the eldest gentleman. The eldest gentleman's face twisted with madness. It is impossible to yield the entirety of the golden snake treasure without the bloodline and swords of my clan. Even if the fire-patterned Demon King himself intervenes, the secret treasure shall remain sealed. At this moment, Tao Sanyang seemed to recognize the identity of the colossal serpent, her expression growing solemn. That is the unicorn fire-patterned python, the son of the fire-patterned Demon King, possessing cultivation that rivals that of the peak earth immortal. It is said he can contend with ordinary celestial immortals. Everyone, be cautious. Fire Pattern glanced at Tao Sanyang. Unfazed by her recognition, he continued to fixate on the eldest gentleman, stating, the bloodline of the golden snake is not yours alone. Hand over the golden snake swords, and you two brothers may yet live. Fire Pattern, do not overstep your bounds. The second gentleman stepped forward to argue, only to be met by a hand that pierced through his chest, extracting his heart. The onlookers were astounded, the second gentleman's face reflecting shock. Yet the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly as he plummeted into the valley. Swallowing the second gentleman's heart, the eldest gentleman's eyes glimmered with bloodlust. In a voice that was both mocking and mournful, he proclaimed, now I am the sole direct descendant of the golden snake demon general. If you kill me, the secret treasure shall remain forever inaccessible. Fire Pattern's enormous serpent face stiffened, his heart silently cursing. As he inwardly condemned those who practiced the evil arts of blood consumption, he quietly seized the golden snake sword left behind by the second gentleman's demise. The eldest gentleman paid no mind to Fire Pattern's actions. After surveying the others, he brazenly turned and transformed into a streak of golden light, departing. His parting gaze was icy, making Tao Sanyang, Ao Donghai, and Jin Yu feel an abrupt chill enveloping them. Yet, due to Fire Pattern's deliberate positioning before them, they found themselves unable to act. On the rear mountains of Golden Snake Valley, a squad of celestial soldiers led by Shirpan effortlessly captured the remaining ordinary golden snakes, just as they were about to regroup with Tao Sanyang. Dozens of wind blades suddenly assailed them from behind. Shirpan pivoted, his massive axe whistling through the air as it cleaved through the wind blades. A gray-white, vicious giant snake, measuring dozens of yards and possessing reverse-growing scales, coiled mockingly on a mountainside, its gaze fixed on Shirpan and his group. This was the sharp-winged snake. Like the unicorn fire-patterned python, it was one of the primordial serpents, naturally endowed with the ability to manipulate the wind. However, the sharp-winged snake clan was even more extreme than that of the unicorn fire-patterned python, choosing to cultivate their beastly forms rather than human shapes. These primordial beings represented the pinnacle of combat power among their ranks, capable of engaging foes of higher tiers, particularly given the cultivation level of this sharp-winged snake. Shirpan's gaze sharpened as he subtly glanced at the Sun Tian Zhou hovering above. A low, raspy voice emanated from the sharp-winged snake's gaping maw. Do not hold any hopes for the behemoth above. It is better to obediently become my meal. With that, the sharp-winged snake expelled a verdant spirit pearl. In the next moment, hundreds of massive, sharp-winged blades erupted from the spirit pearl, hurtling towards Shirpan. The razor-sharp air blades sliced through the trees and rocks in their path. Shirpan inhaled deeply, his stone axe expanding to 10 yards in size as he deflected the wind blades, fiercely protecting the celestial soldiers behind him. However, the sheer force of the wind blades caused his hands to bleed. The sharp-winged snake chuckled derisively. A top-grade magical artifact. The heavenly court truly is affluent to equip even weak celestial soldiers of the fourth earth immortal tier with such treasures. Nevertheless, my wind spirit pearl is no slouch either. It is also a top-grade magical artifact. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. The sharp wind snake appeared unperturbed as it continued to manipulate the wind spirit pearl. Countless wind blades materialized, clashing incessantly against Shurpan's axe. Gritting his teeth, Shurpan swung his axe, being pushed back step by step by the impacts of the wind blades, his heart filled with trepidation. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed to the other celestial soldiers. This snake has already reached the late stage of Earth Immortal. Everyone, form ranks to confront it. The well-trained celestial soldiers swiftly soared to Shurpan's side, each summoning a water-blue talisman. Dozens of talismans surged forth, unleashing torrents of water to form a protective barrier that securely enveloped them. This was the Water Curtain Celestial Array, capable of both trapping foes and serving as a defense. A formation of Earth Immortal level. However, the opposing Sharp-Wind Serpent had already reached the late stage of Earth Immortal cultivation, placing immense pressure on Shurpan. Unexpected events were bound to arise. Long before Huasu emerged from the depths of the earth, Yuan Yang had ordered the main cannon of the Tai Divine Thunder Celestial Technique, which had been prepared to target the four gentlemen on the battlefield. Just as Yuan Yang was about to issue the command to fire, an astonishing aura of malevolence interrupted his actions. Yuan Yang's expression shifted, and the poised Tai Divine Thunder Cannon had to be held back as he gazed at the rapidly approaching crimson fire clouds on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the distant crimson fire clouds floated in the void, merely hundreds of zhang away from the celestial patrol vessel. Within the swirling crimson clouds, a colossal figure seemed to be coiled. Occasionally, the sight of red scales and half-armor could be seen extending beyond the fire clouds, mysterious and formidable. With a breath akin to that of a giant whale, the massive creature appeared to be inhaling clouds and exhaling mist, causing the crimson clouds to churn restlessly. In a brief moment, the fire clouds that filled half the sky were consumed by the colossal being that revealed its true form. It was a single-horned giant serpent. Its girth measuring dozens of zhang and its length stretching 1,000 zhang, resplendent in crimson. Its singular horn stood proud, its body coiled and entwined, its scales adorned with countless intricate fire patterns. Radiating an intense heat akin to a river of lava, this was the fire-patterned horned python, a celestial-level creature, known as the Fire-Patterned Demon King in the words of the Golden Serpent Lord. The 1,000-zhang celestial patrol vessel appeared diminutive before the imposing figure of the Fire-Patterned Demon King. The Demon King did not conceal its celestial cultivation, exuding a tremendous aura that left the celestial soldiers on the vessel weak at the knees, nearly causing them to kneel. Yuan Yang's expression grew grave, sensing an ominous premonition. This fire-patterned Demon King was unreasonably powerful. He promptly activated the highest-level defensive array aboard the celestial patrol vessel to shield against the celestial pressure. But a pained frown soon creased his brow. From what he learned from Tao Sin Yang, the fire-patterned Demon King had established a faction in the Wan Snake Mountain range, having gained renown over the millennia. Not the solitary wandering Demon King type. Soon, Yuan Yang's foreboding became reality as another, slightly smaller fire-patterned horned python, boasting peak Earth Immortal level cultivation, emerged from the Golden Serpent Valley. Yet its imposing presence far exceeded that of an ordinary peak Earth Immortal. And it now faced off against the trio of Yuan Gui water array formed by Tao San Yang and her companions. In the rear mountains, a 7th-level Earth Immortal Sharp Wind Serpent launched an attack on Shurpan and the other celestial soldiers. Originally tasked with support and assistance, the celestial patrol vessel found itself ensnared by the overwhelming aura of the fire-patterned Demon King. Should they attempt to intervene, it was likely the fire-patterned Demon King would not remain idle. Yuan Yang furrowed his brow, astonished that this routine extermination mission had unfolded into such an array of unforeseen circumstances. Hey, nameless little celestial general, I only desire the golden serpent sword. I have no interest in you. Have your subordinates hand over the golden serpent sword and be on your way, declared the fire-patterned Demon King, its voice deep and resonant, causing the air to ripple and tremble, its golden serpent eyes glaring fiercely at Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang's 3 pure methods flowed as he realized. With the deaths of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lords in the Snake Valley, Tao Sen Yang had seized the opportunity to acquire 2 golden serpent swords, one of which had fallen into the grasp of the smaller fire-patterned horned python. The situation in the valley had become clear. Now, Tao San Yang and her companions were in a standoff against the smaller fire-patterned horned python. While the Golden Serpent Lord had taken the chance to depart, revealing the secrets of the Golden Serpent's hidden treasures, Yuan Yang understood the Fire Pattern Demon King's intentions, the previous generation's Golden Serpent Demon General. As far as Yuan Yang was aware, was a formidable serpent demon on the cusp of the Golden Immortal Realm, having left behind a treasure trove. For serpent cultivators, such a prospect was irresistibly alluring. It was unexpected that this ordinary Golden Serpent clan in the Golden Serpent Valley would be descendants of that erstwhile Golden Serpent Demon General. However, since the two Golden Serpent swords in the valley had fallen into their hands, there was no reason to relinquish them. Otherwise, losing the Golden Serpent Sword would be trivial compared to the disgrace of losing face for the Celestial Court. In response to the threat posed by the Fire Pattern Demon King, Yuan Yang shook his head. Esteemed Demon King, I am Yuan Yang, a Deputy General of the Celestial Court's Water Division. The Golden Serpent Sword is negotiable, but may I first summon my subordinates back? The Fire Pattern Demon King scoffed. There's nothing to discuss that if you do not surrender the Golden Serpent Sword, then watch your subordinates perish before your very eyes. Yuan Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. While he was not particularly worried about Tao Sin Yang's side, where the Daoist soldier array was present, the battle occurring in the rear mountains was dire. The 7th-level Earth Immortal Ancient Serpent was not something a mere 4th-level Earth Immortal like Sherpan, leading a group of refining Void Celestial soldiers in a formation, could easily dismiss. Esteemed Demon King, is it not rather despicable to threaten with these mere foot soldiers? The Fire Pattern Demon King retorted with pride. Kid, this is called strategy. That if you have the ability, step out of your shell and confront me. Yuan Yang, are you not concerned about me reporting this to the Celestial Court, esteemed Demon King? The Fire Pattern Demon King interrupted Yuan Yang. Humph, kid, do not try to intimidate me with the Celestial Court. I am not afraid. Wait, did you just say your name is Yuan Yang? Are you the infamous heaven-overturning hand Yuan Yang of the Celestial Court? Yuan Yang paused, forcing a bitter smile. If there is not a second person known as heaven-overturning hand, then it must indeed be me. I am surprised that esteemed Demon King is aware of such trivial matters. The Fire Pattern Demon King's expression shifted slightly, adopting a more serious demeanor. I have acquaintances in the Celestial Realm. Over a decade ago, a young general named Yuan Yang from the Celestial Court publicly knocked the Celestial Pink Princess, newly ascended to the Heaven Immortal Realm, into the Eastern Sea. This incident turned the once arrogant Celestial Pink Princess into a laughingstock, while that young general earned the title Heaven Overturning Hand. So it was you. Huh. TSK, Heaven Overturning Hand. What a grandiose title. Tell me, how does it feel to be lauded to the point of being killed by your own reputation? The Fire Pattern Demon King gazed at Yuan Yang with its enormous fiery eyes, a hint of malicious delight in its tone. Faced with the Fire Pattern Demon King's mockery, Yuan Yang refrained from elaborating. There are extenuating circumstances behind that matter. I merely struck when my opponent was unprepared. The origin and spread of the title Heaven Overturning Hand were merely tactics employed by the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, who were adversaries of the Celestial Pink clan, and Yuan Yang had simply been caught in the crossfire. Now, what troubled Yuan Yang was how to deal with this evidently extraordinary Celestial Demon King. Although the Fire Pattern Demon King showed no immediate intention to attack, its overwhelming presence had already locked down the Celestial Patrol vessel. Any movement from the vessel would prompt an immediate response from the Fire Pattern Demon King. With the assistance of the Celestial Patrol vessel, Yuan Yang was not particularly afraid of the Fire Pattern Demon King. Yet it would be exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand against it, let alone safely retrieve his subordinates under its watchful gaze. Yuan Yang once more surveyed the battlefield, letting out a sigh. Compared to the standoff between Huasu and Tao Sin Yang, where neither party had taken action, Sherpan, leading a group of celestial soldiers in a formation, was being relentlessly battered by the Sharp Wind Serpent. If he did not intervene soon, casualties were inevitable, and if that Sharp Wind Serpent were to eliminate Sherpan and his group, then team up with Huasu against Tao San Yang and the others, the situation would become even more precarious. It seemed intervention was imperative, Yuan Yang mused. With the decision made, Yuan Yang no longer hesitated. He altered the hand seal he held, causing the massive black cannon to shimmer with spiritual light at its mouth. The poised Tai Divine Thunder Celestial Technique, the Grand Cannon, was aimed squarely at Huasu within the Golden Serpent Valley, crashing down with a thunderous roar. I've been waiting for you. The Fire Pattern Demon King laughed heartily, expanding a massive crimson celestial cauldron, interwoven with fire clouds, to shield beneath the celestial patrol vessel, its dark mouth facing upward and emanating an infinite absorbing force. This was a test to see if it could withstand the renowned main cannon of the celestial patrol vessel. Crafted from the divine gold of earthly fire, the fire-patterned Demon King exuded an air of confidence, treating the celestial artillery of the starship as merely a testing stone for the quality of the fire cloud immortal cauldron. Yuan Yang remained unperturbed. Instead, a smile graced his face, for the Tai Divine Thunder was no trifling matter when it came to its lethality. Cultivating the Tai Divine Thunder required the gathering of the Qiantian Gasha. Ignited by the three flames true fire, transforming into a golden light of thunder and fire reaching hundreds of feet, with astonishing power, the more the fire-patterned Demon King underestimated the Tai Divine Thunder, the more likely he was to meet his downfall. After years of battle, Yuan Yang had witnessed such overconfidence time and again. Yuan Yang flashed a grin, revealing his intentions. My goal has always been you. Esteemed senior. Suddenly, the Tai Divine Thunder, which had been aimed downward, pivoted its cannon and unleashed a torrential assault upon the fire-patterned Demon King. Hundreds of golden thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, spread like tree branches, forming a tempestuous sea of storms within a vast radius of thousands of feet, engulfing the towering fire-patterned Demon King. Within this tempestuous ocean, anguished cries echoed as the colossal crimson-scaled serpent writhed and thrashed amidst the thunder. In the next moment, the fire cloud immortal cauldron was summoned by the fire-patterned Demon King, its mouth transforming into an abyss that devoured the flickering sea of thunder, alleviating some of the pressure upon him. The gargantuan serpent body of the fire-patterned Demon King abruptly shrank, morphing into the form of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Standing atop the fire cloud immortal cauldron, the child bore remnants of charred blackness from the thunder strikes. A snug red armor, now cracked and shattered, fell away in pieces. The child's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at the broken armor, his cherubic face furrowed in frustration. The adorable child, with brows furrowed and eyes wide, exclaimed in exasperation, "Is that you, Yuan Yang of the turning heaven hand?" "Nonsense, it should be Great Black Hand Yuan Yang." Fuming, the child waved his hand, and the fire cloud immortal cauldron transformed into a massive vessel. Crashing down upon the starship, witnessing the incongruous scene before him, Yuan Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The immense cauldron, in contrast to the equally large starship, was akin to an iceberg colliding with a mountain. With a resounding crash, the starship plummeted thousands of feet. The fire-patterned Demon King must be in a fit of rage, for the starship's thick defensive barrier, akin to a turtle's shell, had thinned considerably under the weight of the cauldron's impact. The ship creaked ominously, resembling the sound of wood splintering. Apart from Yuan Yang, the celestial soldiers aboard were also jolted by the strike, staggering in disarray. Fortunately, the starship, crafted with great expense by the celestial court, remained intact, allowing the soldiers to suppress their fear. Since Yuan Yang assumed command of the starship over a millennium ago, encounters with celestial beings had been rare. Previously, he had only engaged in battles alongside other starships under the command of lesser generals, forming a formidable array to confront celestial-level entities. The outcome of this confrontation left Yuan Yang in disbelief. The fire-patterned Demon King's humanoid form, that of a young child, was certainly jarring. Yet what astonished Yuan Yang more was that the fire-patterned Demon King had completely withstood the Tai Divine Thunder, a formidable celestial technique. This was an attack amplified through the starship's specialized cannon, consuming a celestial talisman in the process. Theoretically, its power had reached the pinnacle of celestial might, far beyond what an ordinary celestial could withstand. Not only had the fire-patterned Demon King endured it, but he had also only suffered superficial burns, showing no significant wounds. Given his immense life force as a primordial serpent, he would likely heal swiftly. Amidst his astonishment, Yuan Yang took note of the shattered red armor and the crimson-golden lava cascading from above. Deep in thought, the red armor was evidently crafted from the fire-patterned Demon King's own shed scales. Yet it was clear it had not attained the status of a celestial artifact. It appeared to be a Tao artifact instead. The Demon King's pained expression suggested a deep attachment to this armor. The peculiar crimson-golden lava, however, exhibited an even stranger property. With each drop that flowed down, it eradicated traces of the Tai Divine Thunder clinging to the fire-patterned Demon King. Soon, the residual thunderlight was completely dispelled by the lava. Observing the fire-patterned Demon King, whose murderous intent surged, Yuan Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. This formidable demon lord had likely progressed far beyond the initial stages of celestial mastery. A far cry from the young princess of the Tianping clan. Preparing for the worst, Yuan Yang neglected the distress signal he had secretly sent through the starship's command, intending to unleash the third celestial technique hidden within the starship. The cloud riding technique. He aimed to use its deceptive nature to maneuver the starship into the Golden Snake Valley for reinforcements. However, the window for action would be fleeting. He could not afford to be discovered by the fire-patterned Demon King. And his expression grew serious. At that moment, the Golden Command Medallion at Yuan Yang's waist trembled violently, and a message from the Celestial Court transcended realms. After quickly reading the message, Yuan Yang's expression turned complex, forcing him to alter his course of action. He regarded the fire-patterned Demon King with astonishment. Esteemed senior, you are an artifact master? The fire-patterned Demon King was incensed by Yuan Yang's ambush. His youthful face flushed with anger. As one of the primordial serpents. Unlike the Ruefeng clan that solely cultivated their beast forms, the Unicorn fire-patterned Python clan could assume human form upon reaching the Earth immortal realm. However, the fire-patterned Demon King was unique. Despite being a great demon at the celestial level, his humanoid form resembled that of a mere child barely 4 feet tall, lacking the imposing stature of his own son. To convey the dignity of his lineage, he had predominantly revealed his true form for millennia, deliberately adopting a voice that sounded ancient and deep. Now, forced to reveal his humanoid form to mitigate the damage from the Tai, divine thunder, and having destroyed his cherished armor, he was consumed by rage. Upon hearing Yuan Yang's inquiry, the fire-patterned Demon King's eyes bulged with fury, and a singular thought consumed him. Why had he not fled? How dare he remain? In a fit of wrath, the strange crimson golden lava coiled around the fire-patterned Demon King like a living serpent, flowing languidly. Even through the starship's robust defensive shield, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Yuan Yang. The starship, crafted with considerable resources by the Celestial Court, consisted of foundational components made from precious and Dao artifacts, with core components reaching half-celestial levels, coupled with the intricate formations and talismans adorning the vessel. Its cost far surpassed that of ordinary celestial artifacts. Under the command of a late-stage Earth Immortal, it could contend with celestial beings, and the attack power of its celestial technique was sufficient to make average celestials retreat. This was the first time Yuan Yang felt such a threat in the presence of a celestial being since taking command of the starship, prompting him to speak hastily. Esteemed Demon King, please temper your wrath. I have urgent matters to discuss. Yuan Yang conveyed the message he had received from the Celestial Court through the Golden Command Medallion directly to the fire-patterned Demon King. Upon hearing this, the Demon King hesitated, his youthful face taut as he struggled to maintain an air of authority, incredulously questioning, "How can I trust that you speak the truth?" Yuan Yang replied, "Such matters concern the prestige of the Celestial Court. They would never resort to deception." That he then produced a golden jade tome, his face briefly reflecting reluctance as he summoned his power to hurl it towards the fire-patterned Demon King. Half convinced, the Demon King, driven by curiosity for the tome's contents, couldn't resist taking it into his hands for examination. Instantly, his expression transformed with wonder. The golden tome contained the refining section of the Heavenly Craftsman canon, detailing knowledge of rare materials, refining techniques, and methods for crafting artifacts, including the process for creating a celestial artifact. The complete Heavenly Craftsman canon was an expansive tome encompassing numerous sections, including the invaluable Dao cultivation section, secret techniques, restrictions, and celestial artifacts, among others, representing the legacy of the heavenly ancestor, a titan of the Celestial Court. Previously, Yuan Yang had exchanged for the refining section of the Heavenly Craftsman canon using his celestial merit. And what he presented to the fire-patterned Demon King was indeed genuine, including his own notes on the subject. Though it was merely a fragment of the complete text, it held immense value. However, the vast wealth of knowledge, theories, and techniques contained within it is more than sufficient for the fire-patterned Demon King, who hails from humble beginnings, to treasure it greatly. The art of refining weapons is a system of postnatal treasures pioneered by the sages, modeled after innate spiritual treasures, and those who delve into this craft are referred to as weapon refiners. In the primordial realm, weapon refiners are considered elite talents, without a master to guide them. It is exceedingly difficult to make progress. The expression on the fire-patterned Demon King's delicate face fluctuated between joy and sorrow. After a brief moment, he resolutely tucked the golden jade tome into his bosom. He then conveyed a few instructions telepathically to the fire general, who was confronting Tao Sanyang and others, nodded, and disappeared into the underground cave in the back mountain. The sharp wind serpent, preparing to defeat the stone pans and a group of heavenly soldiers. Expressed its dissatisfaction by smashing a nearby boulder with its massive tail, yet obediently took to the winds and departed. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. After waiting a moment and seeing no further information coming from the void, Yuan Yang exchanged glances with the fire-patterned Demon King. This time, Yuan Yang took the initiative to fly out of the thick protective shield of the celestial patrol boat and respectfully bowed to the fire-patterned Demon King. The fire-patterned Demon King snorted coldly, not offering Yuan Yang a favorable expression. Let's put this matter aside for now. Tell me, what does the Celestial Court mean by this? Yuan Yang waved the golden Celestial Patrol token in his hand and presented it to the fire-patterned Demon King. What I just received via the Celestial Patrol token was from the Grand Master of the Artificer Hall. It is indeed a great fortune for you, esteemed Demon King, to become his disciple. This golden Celestial Patrol token is my token of allegiance, and the Grand Master has instructed that you may proceed to the Celestial Court with it. As Yuan Yang reflected on the twists and turns of this task, he inwardly lamented the fortunate fate of the one-horned fire-patterned python. Now he recognized that the peculiar golden-red magma enveloping the fire-patterned Demon King was not true magma, but rather a special form of celestial fire. Celestial fire can be categorized into mysterious, earthly, and heavenly grades. Beyond heavenly grade, there exists the exceedingly rare 9 heavens divine fire. The extraordinary golden-red magma is one of the 9 heavens divine fires known as the Earth Core Melting Flame. Renowned as one of the supreme flames most suitable for refining weapons. It is no wonder that the fire-patterned Demon King, with his humble origins, could forge a celestial weapon. The 9 heavens divine fire inherently embodies the principles of the Great Tao and typically requires the cultivation of a golden immortal to fully control. Yet, the fire-patterned Demon King, merely at the celestial immortal realm, wields the Earth Core Melting Flame with remarkable ease, showcasing an innate talent for weapon refinement. Moreover, he has already crafted the Fire Cloud Celestial Cauldron, qualifying him to be called a master of weapon refinement. Throughout the Celestial Court, the number of weapon refiner masters is fewer than 20. It is no surprise that the Grand Master of the Artificer Hall wishes to take him as a disciple and instructed Yuan Yang to present the Artificer Scriptures on weapon refinement as a gift. He even had Yuan Yang retain his token of allegiance, the Golden Celestial Patrol token, as a means to gain the trust of the fire-patterned Demon King. Once upon a time, Yuan Yang had relied on the connection with the immortal princess Xianyu, spending considerable celestial merit to procure the Artificer Scriptures from the Artificer Hall. Now, at the behest of the Grand Master, he had to give it away. Yuan Yang inwardly grumbled. He was also a weapon refiner and, having frequented the Artificer Hall, was aware that the Grand Master was in the midst of crafting an important treasure. Otherwise, it is likely that the Grand Master would have descended to accept disciples directly. Yuan Yang felt a twinge of envy for the fire-patterned Demon King's fortune, but that was the extent of it. Everyone has their own fate. Originally, after completing this mission, Yuan Yang had planned to use his remaining celestial merit to exchange for a high-level technique. However, given the significant setbacks in this assignment, he was uncertain whether his celestial merit would suffice. Perhaps he would need to make other plans. Yuan Yang sighed inwardly. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yang, their every action was being observed by 2 prominent figures of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Realm consists of 9 heavens, with the Artificer Hall located in the 2nd heaven, the Zhongyin Heaven. Within the largest weapon refining chamber of the Artificer Hall, 2 influential figures were collaborating to forge a treasure. One figure was the War King, the master of the Celestial Court's War Department, and the other was the Grand Master of the Artificer Hall. The 2 were diligently refining a water bottle-shaped treasure, continuously adding high-grade materials into the refining furnace, including Rin Water Essence Gold, Gui Water Essence Gold, Bai Water Essence Gold, 3,000 Weak Waters, Xian Yuan Heavy Water, and Tian Yi True Water, all exuding an exceptionally rich aquatic essence from the water bottle-shaped artifact. For this treasure, they had been working together for several centuries. Now that the artifact was nearing completion, the War King summoned the future user of this treasure to imprint their primordial spirit at the final moment of its formation. The user was none other than Xianyu, the commander of the Gui Water Camp in the War Department, and Yuan Yang's superior. Suddenly, the jade-colored celestial patrol token hanging from Xianyu's waist began to tremble autonomously. Observing the final refining process of the treasure, Xianyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The celestial patrol token possesses cross-border communication capabilities, typically employed when a patrol team encounters peril and seeks assistance. In the Gui Water Camp, apart from her, Only 5 core subcommanders of the patrol boats were equipped with celestial patrol tokens. The token in the hands of a subcommander is golden and can only transmit written messages. The higher-grade celestial patrol token, like the one Xianyu possesses, is jade-colored and can transmit voice messages as well as provide real-time observations of the surroundings of the golden patrol token. Recording information about incoming enemies to prevent future vendettas from being lost, is this a plea for help from Yuan Yang's team? Xianyu's beautiful brows knitted slightly. She was well aware of Yuan Yang, her old subordinate. Not only does he possess peak celestial immortal cultivation, but he also has a variety of means at his disposal. With the assistance of the celestial patrol boat, he should be capable of standing his ground even against celestial immortal experts. How could he possibly send a distress signal? This fellow is exceedingly slippery. After all, the celestial princess Tianpeng had pursued him for months, yet he had not only evaded her but had also managed to turn the tables. Just at this critical juncture, with this crucial artifact on the verge of completion, Xianyu felt somewhat helpless. After pondering for a moment, disregarding the inappropriateness of the situation, she grasped the jade-colored celestial patrol token at her waist and lightly tapped it with her jade hand. Instantly, the surface of the celestial patrol token transformed into a mirror. Through this mirror, Xianyu beheld Yuan Yang, who appeared to be facing a grave threat, along with a 7- or 8-year-old boy radiating a menacing aura. Entwined with the peculiar golden-red magma, merely by observing the image transmitted through the celestial patrol token, the seasoned warrior Xianyu immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of that peculiar golden-red magma. The imposing aura emanating from the 7- to 8-year-old boy instantly sobered her demeanor. This kind of presence is not that of an ordinary celestial immortal. Before she could decide how to address the situation, an escaped from the lips of the figure at the top. Xianyu looked up to see that the jade-colored celestial patrol token had detached from her grasp, floating before the Grand Master. The Grand Master, with eyes burning like golden suns, scrutinized the image presented by the jade-colored celestial patrol token for a moment, and a faint smile crept across his lips. Utilizing the communication function of the jade-colored celestial patrol token, the Grand Master murmured a few words. Just as Xianyu was about to speak, she was halted by the War King's gesture. Old friend of the artificer, this is a critical moment in the refinement of the celestial water purifying bottle. What matter could possibly warrant your distraction? The Grand Master smiled without replying, pointed with his finger, and directly displayed the image from the jade-colored celestial patrol token. The War King, possessing immense insight, immediately recognized the origins of the peculiar golden-red magma with a single glance. Thus, he exclaimed, "Ah, so it is one of the 9 heavens' divine fires. The earth core melting flame that wield such divine fire with celestial immortal cultivation is indeed the mark of a born master of weapon refinement. No wonder you, old fellow, are so moved. However, Grand Master, you must not take advantage of your new disciple to bully the younger generation of my war department. This mission was personally entrusted to them by me and was aimed at the Golden Snake Secret Vault. The Golden Snake Secret Vault may not be of great significance to us, but it is a rare opportunity for these youngsters." Upon hearing this, the Grand Master was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that there was this underlying implication. On the other hand, Xianyu was secretly astonished. Yuan Yang had reported this mission to her. She had thought it was merely a routine extermination task, but it turned out there were numerous entanglements behind it. Even involving the War King, the members of Yuan Yang's team mostly came from ordinary backgrounds. Could it be that this was a special opportunity for Tao Sanyang? Yuan Yang was about to leave the team, and Tao Sanyang had parachuted in to take over Yuan Yang's position as a subcommander of the Celestial Patrol Boat, since the Celestial Voyager has gradually revealed its formidable potential for warfare. Numerous Celestial generals have set their sights on the position of Deputy Commander of the Celestial Voyager. The Fairy of Mysterious Rain silently refreshed her understanding of the influence held by Tao Sanyang's mother. Before the Grand Artisan Ancestor could speak, the War King continued. The Golden Serpent's secret repository is not particularly significant. It is merely an opportunity reserved for the younger generation. It is estimated that the Golden Serpent's secret repository will not officially open for another 100 years. There is no urgent need to scheme for the younger generation. Take a step back. Even if we were to give the Golden Serpent's secret repository to an old friend's disciple, it would not be a matter of great consequence. Alas, let us stay on topic. Speak plainly without digressing. The Grand Artisan Ancestor rolled his eyes. The single Golden Serpent sword is merely a supreme Dao weapon. Even when 4 Golden Serpent swords are combined, their power surpasses that of ordinary celestial artifacts. Yet at the level of the War King, they are hardly worth his notice. The War King laughed heartily. Undeterred by the Grand Artisan Ancestor's disdain, currently, the Heavenly War Department is equipped with 50 celestial voyagers, which have already demonstrated their strength through years of Eastern and Western campaigns. I believe it is time to upgrade the celestial voyager to a celestial vessel. The Grand Artisan Ancestor, shaking his hand, could not help but exclaim, War King, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how many resources are required to upgrade a celestial voyager to a celestial vessel? It would be sufficient to forge a top-grade celestial artifact akin to the pure water bottle. The War King fell silent for a moment before responding. Top-grade celestial artifacts are not easily crafted. Each requires hundreds of years. Even if we manage to create one, how many in the Heavenly Court are qualified to wield such artifacts? It would be far more prudent to upgrade the celestial voyager. Emperor Haoyan plans to spend a millennium expanding the number of heavenly soldiers tenfold, preparing for a full-scale mobilization to unify the celestial realm. However, the War Department currently lacks sufficient high-level combat power, and thus must strategize with the celestial voyager as a substitute for high-level forces. I need you, my old friend, to join me in petitioning for the launch of the celestial voyager upgrade plan. The Grand Artisan Ancestor shook his head. Upgrading the celestial voyager requires an immense amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Even if His Majesty acquires some remnants of the ancient demon court, it would still be utterly insufficient. Moreover, the 9 great celestial lords will not permit you to dominate the War Department unchallenged. Whether it succeeds is another matter. My old friend simply needs to join me in the petition. The Grand Artisan Ancestor furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before sighing, I shall consider your proposal. The intricate schemes and transactions among the great figures of the Heavenly Court were, of course, unknown to Yuan Yang. After relaying the information to the fire-patterned Demon King regarding the opening of the Golden Serpent's secret repository in 100 years, he observed the latter's sudden change in expression. Realizing that he could somewhat empathize, it appears that the Golden Serpent's secret repository is not a secret at all in the eyes of those prominent figures in the Heavenly Court, and they do not even regard it with much interest. Nevertheless, using the Golden Serpent's secret repository as a gift would certainly convey ample sincerity. The fire-patterned Demon King's expression softened somewhat, and he became less resistant to joining the Heavenly Court. Yuan Yang called back his subordinates and turned to bid farewell to the fire-patterned Demon King. Senior Demon King, please use the Celestial Voyager's command token as a token of trust and promptly report to the Celestial Artisan Hall in the Heavenly Court. Additionally, please instruct the Demon King to keep a close watch on the Golden Serpent Lord during this 100 years. We shall decide how to proceed after the expedition to the Golden Serpent's secret repository concludes. Until we meet again in the Celestial Realm, we take our leave. Yuan Yang bowed in farewell, and the Celestial Voyager, along with the assembled heavenly soldiers, slowly ascended, swiftly disappearing into the azure void. Apart from the numerous spatial secret realms and blessed lands existing within the vast primordial world, the current primordial world can be divided into 3 major domains. The first is the supreme 9 heavens, the second is the deep abyss of the underworld, and the third is the boundless primordial human realm. Following the collapse of the heavenly pillar mountain, the connection between the heavenly realm and the human realm was severed, and those below the celestial immortal realm cannot traverse the thick 9 heavens gale that separates the 2 realms to reach the heavenly realm. The Celestial Voyager, a warship crafted with great expense by the Heavenly Court, possesses the capability to forcibly cross the 9 heavens gale. However, rather than relying on brute strength, the Heavenly Court has an even more expedient method: teleportation. Upon arriving at a heavenly soldier base located in the human realm, Yuan Yang utilized the teleportation array at the base, expending spirit crystals to teleport the entire warship. As the formation activated, a massive spatial passage opened above the teleportation array, filled with strange, multicolored lights. The Celestial Voyager voluntarily entered the spatial passage and, in a brief moment, emerged in the first layer of the Supreme 9 Heavens. Known as the Gochen Heaven, Yuan Yang shook his head to dispel the dizziness from the teleportation process, taking a deep breath of the heavenly realm's pure and refreshing air, instantly feeling invigorated. The 9 heavens resemble a grand pyramid, with the first layer, Gochen Heaven, being the most expansive. Countless celestial mountains, rivers, and lakes abound, vast and boundless. Gazing upwards, one can even see layer upon layer of celestial illusions, exuding an air of majesty, vastness, and mystery. This is the illustrious Supreme 9 Heavens. Each layer of the 9 heavens is a complete and vast world, However, it is somewhat awkward that the newly established Xianmin Heavenly Court has not yet fully occupied the 9 heavens. The War Department occupies the first layer, Gochin Heaven. The Celestial Artisan Hall is located in the second layer, Songyin Heaven. The Celestial Lord's Hall resides in the third layer, Qinghua Heaven. And the Emperor Haoyin is situated in the fifth layer, Ziwei Heaven. These are the 4 layers currently under the control of the Heavenly Court. As for the fourth layer, Deqi Heaven, the sixth layer, Yuhuang Heaven, and the seventh layer, Bai Luo Heaven, they remain unoccupied by the Heavenly Court, with various celestial races holding their ground, coupled with the residual forces of the ancient demon court. The situation is quite chaotic. The Dandao ancestor, the incarnation of the sage Tai Ching, resides in the Doshui Palace located in the 8th layer, Doshui Heaven, where the Heavenly Court's Alchemy Hall is also established. The Doshui Palace represents the will of the sage, and thus, no foolhardy individuals dare to disrupt this place, making it a part of the Heavenly Court's domain. However, out of respect for the sage, the Heavenly Court has never issued commands here. As for the highest layer, the Luo Heaven, it nears the dark chaotic sea beyond the world, where thin chaotic energy occasionally seeps in, eroding and assimilating everything. Therefore, since ancient times, the Luo Heaven has been the most desolate and lifeless of all the heavenly realms. Gochin Heaven is vast, surrounded by seas of clouds, with celestial mountains and rivers everywhere. Apart from the central area occupied by the Heavenly Court's War Department, there are also many scattered celestial beings residing in other regions. The heavenly realm is rich in resources, yielding celestial herbs, medicines, and various wondrous crystals, precious materials, and spirit beasts. In addition to the official organization of the Heavenly Court, there are various factions, celestial cities, and trading markets. The teleportation destination of the Celestial Voyager is naturally located within the territory controlled by the Heavenly Court. Upon arriving here, Yuan Yang had no choice but to obediently pilot the Celestial Voyager at a regulated speed. Otherwise, the patrolling heavenly soldiers would surely approach to inquire, possibly even taking note. Tianguxian City is one of the most significant celestial cities established by the Heavenly Court's War Department in Gochin Heaven. The city is immensely vast, filled with celestial mountains and countless palatial clusters built atop mountain peaks, arranged in an orderly fashion, adorned with intricate carvings and grandiose architecture. The task hall is one of the many palaces. Situated before a massive plaza formed by leveling a mountain peak, the colossal Celestial Voyager, measuring 1,000 zhang in size, rests in one corner of the plaza, resembling a leaf in a pond. Utterly inconspicuous, leading the already inspected heavenly soldiers, Yuan Yang leaped down from the Celestial Voyager. The heavenly soldiers stationed in the plaza approached to receive the captives, and the Celestial Voyager was set to be sent to Songyin Heaven for repairs and maintenance. Yuan Yang carefully examined each of his subordinates and remarked, "This will be my last mission leading all of you." Although this task was somewhat chaotic, thankfully there were no casualties. From now on, I shall leave the team to enter seclusion and focus on breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. That I wish all of you safe returns on your future missions. The heavenly soldiers exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "May General Yuan attain the celestial immortal fruit position and enjoy eternal life and freedom." Sherpan chuckled. "General Yuan, don't let this just be a simple farewell. Consider it a proper goodbye." Jin Yu chimed in, "At the very least, we should have a farewell gathering. After all, General Yuan has led us for hundreds of years." Ao Donghai also grinned. "Indeed, it's too hasty to leave it at that." Yuan Yang playfully scolded them in return, but as he caught sight of a rapidly approaching fiery figure, he spoke up, 3 days from now, at the Immortal Ascension Tower, I will treat you all." The crowd erupted in cheers, ascending on clouds, each individual deliberately avoiding the fiery red figure that stood before them. The newcomer donned a crimson ceremonial robe, a polished golden crown atop his head. Wielding a blue measuring stick, with a hooked nose and golden eyes, he was none other than the exceedingly disciplined supervisor of the Solar Day. This supervisor is part of a specialized unit within the Celestial Court responsible for overseeing the conduct of celestial soldiers, meticulously recording and reporting any actions that contravene heavenly regulations. There existed a long-standing grudge between Yuan Yang and the Solar Day, which meant that every time Solar Day encountered Yuan Yang, he would come to nitpick and provoke. Over time, the celestial soldiers under Yuan Yang's command had naturally ceased to treat him with any semblance of courtesy. The Solar Day was no ordinary being. His true form was the resplendent rainbow celestial rooster, a genuine member of the divine beast lineage, possessing an extraordinary bloodline ability known as Morning Call of Dawn. not inferior to celestial arts and remarkably mystical. The Solar Day had long pursued the princess of the celestial Ping. However, since Yuan Yang had stepped on the princess's face and earned the title of Heavenly Turnover Hand, the Solar Day harbored an even deeper animosity towards him, constantly seeking faults. Consequently, Yuan Yang and his celestial soldiers had to avoid him at all costs. Why is General Yuan walking so hastily? I heard you descended to the mortal realm on a mission and frequently visited the sacred land of Qingqiu for indulgent revelry. Care to elaborate? Yuan Yang paid him no heed, leading Tao Sanyang onwards towards the Hall of Missions with a furrowed brow. I heard that General Yuan previously conspired to withhold the merits of his subordinates. Do you acknowledge this? It is said that General Yuan once spoke ill of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's 7 princesses, even ranking their appearances, claiming they were merely average and far inferior to the Lady of the Moon. Is there any truth to this? Yuan Yang's face turned a shade of green, his fists clenched, yet he restrained himself. Tao Sanyang cast a curious glance at him. The Solar Day, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "So it is true? You, Yuan Yang, dare to slander the princess's beauty. This is a blatant disrespect to His Majesty and the law. I shall report you." Yuan Yang halted, his expression impassive. Upon seeing this, the Solar Day mistook Yuan Yang's demeanor for intimidation. His face flushed with excitement. The golden crown atop his head seemed to rise as he smugly declared, "Let me teach you a lesson. Disrespecting the emperor and the law shall result in punishment by the fierce winds of retribution. If you confess to indulging in revelry, withholding merits, and disparaging the princesses, we can treat you leniently. If you resist, we shall be unyielding." Yuan Yang, maintaining his stoic expression, replied, "May I presume that you possess no evidence?" "Evidence. Such things I shall surely procure. How dare you assault a colleague?" Yuan Yang's expression contorted, and he could no longer contain himself. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack, employing the Heavenly Turnover Hand, his hand crackling with lightning, to grasp the Solar Day firmly. The Solar Day struggled wildly. Yuan Yang let out a cold snort. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Earth Immortals and a member of the Divine Beast lineage, he had no intention of going easy. With one hand, he executed the Heavenly Turnover Hand, suppressing the Solar Day's powers and divine sense, while the other hand, clenched into a fist the size of a sandpot, rained blows upon the Solar Day's head. Simultaneously, he shouted, "What? Solar Day, you wish to spar with me? If so, allow me to demonstrate my iron fist." Tao Sanyang's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide in astonishment as she witnessed the two engage in a sudden clash. Leaving her at a loss. To be precise, it was Yuan Yang unilaterally pummeling the Solar Day. The Hall of Missions served as the venue for undertaking and settling tasks. Apart from the large-scale coordinated campaigns by the Celestial Court, various Celestial soldier teams could independently accept tasks. As onlookers gathered, it did not take long for those passing by to notice the brawl unfolding. "Look, it's a fight. That scoundrel Yuan Yang is at it again. He cheated me out of a piece of Millennium Thunderwood last time." "How did he cheat you?" "I entrusted him to forge a magical artifact, which was supposed to be identical to the one used by the Water Cloud Fairy. Yet he charged me an extra piece of Millennium Thunderwood. Turns out he is a man of little integrity. It's Yuan Yang and the Solar Day. I've heard they've been at odds for ages." "Heh, the Solar Day is ranked 13th on the Celestial Soldier list. He usually carries himself with such arrogance. How come he's getting beaten so badly?" As the crowd murmured, the Solar Day's heart burned with resentment. He struggled to transform into his true form, a 3-foot-tall rainbow celestial rooster. Seizing the moment, as Yuan Yang's hand loosened, the Solar Day let out a triumphant cry. Caw-caw. The morning call of dawn was a divine ability designed to assault the soul and consciousness, a signature move of the Rainbow Celestial Rooster clan. However, Yuan Yang had anticipated this and immediately countered with the Heavenly Turnover Hand, his electrifying hand clamping down on the Solar Day, interrupting his divine technique, followed by a flurry of punches. Yet the Solar Day was not without his defenses. Although his powers were suppressed, he retaliated with sharp claws and beak, managing to inflict a few bloody scratches on Yuan Yang's arm. This display of tenacity earned Yuan Yang a newfound respect for him. Simultaneously, the Solar Day felt an increasing warmth emanating from within his embrace, as if a blazing red sun was awakening. Exuding an intensely scorching aura, Yuan Yang raised an eyebrow, fixated on the great sun nestled within the Solar Day's grasp, recognizing it as the aura of the red sun golden disk, a treasured artifact of the Rainbow Celestial Rooster clan. Clearly, they valued him highly. However, Earth Immortals could not fully refine celestial artifacts, even at the pinnacle of their realm. Damn it, This second-generation brat, Yuan Yang grumbled inwardly, his fists continuing to rain down with fervor. Despite Yuan Yang's relentless assault, leaving the solar day bruised and battered, he was careful not to inflict any life-threatening injuries. The red sun golden disk would not fully awaken under such conditions. Enough! What is this chaos? A commanding voice rang out from above, accompanied by a blinding white beam of divine light descending from the heavens, directly striking the two combatants, an astonishing chill freezing them to the core. Encasing them in ice, Chan and Jie, closest to the confrontation, paled and retreated several dozen paces, noticing a thin layer of frost forming beneath her feet. It's the ice goddess. Onlookers recognized the ethereal figure standing amidst the clouds. Resembling a pillar of ice, the ice goddess, the commander of the celestial court's water division. Fear washed over the crowd, and they hastily dispersed. In the next moment, the ice goddess appeared before the two frozen figures. Her exquisite face marred by irritation as she coldly regarded the encased Yuan Yang and Solar Day. Chan and Jie silently mourned for the two. Yuan Yang's direct superior was the ice rain goddess, and the ice goddess was her sister. The water division and the rain division were known for their close ties. The ice goddess, renowned for her strictness in rewarding and punishing her subordinates, was feared for her severity. To fall into her hands meant at least a significant reprimand. With a series of cracking sounds, the ice began to shatter, and a disheveled rainbow celestial rooster, glowing as if basking in a scorching sun, emerged first, shaking off the frost. Upon seeing the ice goddess, the Solar Day hung his head in defeat, remaining silent. Only a moment later, the ice encasing Yuan Yang was dispelled as he absorbed the remaining chill. Effortlessly breaking free from his icy prison, upon seeing the ice goddess, he too hung his head, speechless. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere until, after a prolonged pause, the ice goddess finally spoke. Very well. I shall spare you both today, but should you dare to engage in frivolous brawls again, you will find yourselves confined to the wind punishment platform for half a year. At this, both Yuan Yang and the Solar Day turned pale. The Solar Day, whose neck was nearly bursting with indignation, hastily bowed and scurried away. Yuan Yang, wishing to bid farewell, was interrupted by the ice goddess calling him, inwardly groaning in dismay. There is no need to visit the Hall of Missions. I am already aware of the details surrounding this task. Consider it half completed. The merits you earn shall be verified upon your return. Chan and Jie, from this day forth, I appoint you as the 5th commander of the Celestial River Water Army. Overseeing 1 battalion of troops, here is your command token. The ice goddess tossed a jade-colored celestial token to Chan and Jie. This token was exclusive to commanders of a battalion, traditionally reserved for those of celestial status. Chan and Jie appeared puzzled but nonetheless responded, understood. The ice goddess, aware of their confusion, continued. The War King has decided to restructure the war division. The water and rain divisions will merge into the Celestial River Water Army. Operating independently of the war division, General Tianpeng has been appointed by His Majesty the Celestial Emperor as the Grand Marshal of the Celestial River Water Army. I serve as the Left Commander of the Tianhe Water Army, while Xian Yu holds the title of Right Commander. Currently, Xian Yu is preoccupied with pressing matters and has entrusted me with the responsibility of personnel arrangements in her stead. After a brief pause, Xian Bing Xianzi allowed the two individuals to absorb the magnitude of this astonishing, even earth-shattering news. After a moment, observing that they had composed themselves, Xian Bing Xianzi continued. Following the reorganization of the War Department, the paramount task for the commanders of each battalion over the next millennium will be to expand and train their units based on the original regiments, swiftly cultivating combat effectiveness. Chan and Jie's expression turned grave as she nodded in agreement. Yuan Yang, after a moment of silence, pointed skyward and quietly inquired, May I ask, Xian Bing Xianzi, are we preparing to mobilize against the Qi Tian, Yuhuang Tian, and Bai Luo Tian? A flicker of intrigue sparked in Xian Bing Xianzi's eyes as she gazed deeply at Yuan Yang. You perceive quite clearly. However, she refrained from mentioning any matters of mobilization. Yuan Yang inhaled sharply. Such large-scale warfare was reminiscent of the tumultuous period shortly after the establishment of the Celestial Court several centuries ago. The Emperor Haotian, the Queen Mother of Yuqi, the war god, and the ancestor of heavenly crafts, alongside 9 heavenly lords, had forged a foundation for the Celestial Court by conquering the 4 layers of the 9 heavens. With 2 millennia of stability behind them, it was likely that the Emperor Haotian could no longer tolerate the slumber of others alongside his own domain and would inevitably seek to reignite the flames of war to unify the heavenly realm. This foretold an era of unrelenting conflict spanning several hundred to 1,000 years, along with monumental military achievements, in the celestial court. Military exploits could be exchanged for celestial merits with relative ease. And an abundance of celestial merits allowed one to procure anything from the celestial treasury, including various cultivation techniques, secret arts, elixirs, and even celestial artifacts. Yuan Yang sighed. His lifespan was drawing to a close. And he could only refuse. Mortals live for 3,000 years, and I have already surpassed 2,700. The time I have left must be devoted to the pursuit of becoming an immortal. Upon hearing this, Xian Bing Xianzi fell into a momentary silence. Being sisters with Xian Yu, she was somewhat aware of Yuan Yang's struggles to attain the source of immortality, which had yet to bear fruit. At the end of the Wu Yao era, the goddess Nuwa, one of the 6 saints, had created a new race endowed with the true form of the Tao from birth, using the essence of the 9 heavens as flesh, the divine waters of the 3 lights as blood, and the supreme Tao of creation as bone. This new race, self-identified as the human race, was comparable to the innate divine beings, possessing astonishing innate talents. Yuan Yang belonged to this human race, yet he was a mortal who had traversed through time, clearly not part of the original human lineage. The descendants of the original human race were known as the postnatal humans. With limited lifespans, postnatal humans could only live for 3,000 years at most without attaining celestial status, faring worse than most demon races. The distinction between celestial immortals and earthly immortals was vast, representing the chasm between immortal and mortal. Even those primordial beings, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, faced limitations on their lifespans if they did not ascend to celestial status. Failing to become a celestial immortal meant forever being bound by the 1,000-year lifespan limit. Seemingly a rule of the primordial universe, the notion of eternal life was a privilege reserved solely for celestial immortals. Becoming immortal, in essence, was an ongoing evolution, with the critical focus being the sublimation of one's life source. Cultivation involved absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe to transform the mortal body into an immortal form, the consciousness into a primordial spirit, and the spiritual power into magical energy, thereby elevating one's life essence to achieve a higher state of existence. Yuan Yang was a flawless chaotic entity, his chaotic essence being remarkably unique, inherently comparable to those innate divine beings. Regrettably, his chaotic essence was shackled by the laws of the primordial universe, akin to a stagnant pool of water. Not only was he unable to elevate his essence, he could not even stir a single strand of its power, though he had resided at the pinnacle of the earthly immortals for over 1,000 years. Honing his body, primordial spirit, and magical energy to profound depths, he remained unable to break free from the constraints of the universe's laws, struggling to harmonize his body, spirit, and magical energy, despite Yuan Yang's strength allowing him to dominate among earthly immortals. Without ascending to celestial status, he would be reduced to nothing but bones within a mere 200 years. Naturally, Yuan Yang was unwilling to accept this fate. Come what may, he resolved to fight for his chance. Celestial immortals enjoyed extraordinarily long lifespans, with some living for hundreds of thousands of years, an unimaginable contrast to the mere few thousand years afforded to earthly immortals, having devoted his life to arduous cultivation. Yuan Yang could not bear the thought of not striving for the chance at eternal life and freedom. Xian Bing Xianzi let out a barely perceptible sigh. She had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Once known as the Ice Fairy, she traversed the vast primordial lands, witnessing countless births, deaths, and the separation of immortals from mortals. It was precisely because the familiar faces and events had faded from existence that she resolved to ally with her sister, Xian Yu, and embrace the new generation of the celestial court, determined to pursue the Tao. Reflecting on Yuan Yang's earlier display of prowess in overcoming the icy barriers, Xian Bing Xianzi's gaze glimmered with intrigue as she spoke. Tao San Yang, you may return for now. I have matters to discuss with Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang felt a stirring within, grasping the unspoken implications of Xian Bing Xianzi's words. This had been the outcome he had deliberately guided towards. Thus he nodded to Tao San Yang. We shall reconvene at the Immortal Ascension Pavilion in 3 days. With a farewell, Tao San Yang took flight, her delicate form disappearing into the sea of clouds. After bidding her farewell, Yuan Yang produced a finely crafted wooden vessel. With a surge of magical energy, the vessel expanded to several zhang in size, its sails billowing as intricate symbols danced across its surface. Yuan Yang performed a slight bow. I invite you, Xian Bing Xianzi, to board the Windrider ship. Within the vessel, as they sensed its stability and speed, Xian Bing Xianzi's luminous eyes flickered. I have heard from my sister Xianyu that you are also a master of artifact refinement. Yuan Yang replied, Indeed, I had previously asked Xianyu to procure the Heavenly Crafting Canon's artifact refinement section for me. Artifact refinement is a beloved pastime of mine during my leisure. I am capable of crafting spiritual and treasured artifacts, thus I may be considered a formal artifact refiner. However, to attain the title of artifact master, one must successfully refine 5 distinct Dao artifacts. Yet, producing even a single inferior-grade celestial artifact would render one a rare artifact master within the celestial court. I have refined numerous Dao artifacts, including some exquisite ones. So claiming the title of artifact master is not unfounded. The Tiangu Immortal City is home to countless immortal mountains, and the Thunderstrike Peak is merely one among them, though not particularly tall compared to the towering peaks that pierce the clouds. Thunderstrike Peak possesses its own unique charm. The most extraordinary aspect of Thunderstrike Peak is the silver-hued lightning grass that blankets its slopes, which irresistibly attracts lightning. Consequently, the peak is shrouded in dark clouds daily, with countless bolts of lightning striking down, illuminating the mountainside with dazzling silver serpents of electricity that resonate with a deep, thunderous roar. At the summit of Thunderstrike Peak lies a modest courtyard, which is not extensive, comprising a front and back courtyard, enveloped in a vibrant protective barrier that shields it from the onslaught of lightning. This courtyard serves as the Winda Courtyard, the abode where Yuan Yang has resided for over 1,000 years. The front courtyard boasts an array of spiritual flowers and herbs, vibrant and lush, competing for beauty, a space for Yuan Yang to rest and receive guests. The most remarkable feature of the front courtyard is a 7-orifice stone fetus standing roughly a zhang tall at its center. This stone fetus possesses 7 orifices, akin to true 7 orifices, autonomously drawing in and expelling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. An extraordinary sight, indeed. At the base of the 7-orifice stone fetus lies a half-foot-deep pool of water, within which blooms a colorful fire lotus, as for the back courtyard. It serves as Yuan Yang's artifact refinement and seclusion area, containing a refinement chamber, seclusion chamber, and various protective formations. The Windrider ship descended through the clouds. Yuan Yang activated the protective formation of the peak, enveloping Thunderstrike Peak in a vibrant barrier. Instantly, a gap opened at the top, allowing the Windrider ship to pass through and land in the front courtyard. Upon entering the Winda Courtyard, a rich and refreshing aura of spiritual energy greeted them. Xianbing Xianzi raised her elegantly arched brows, somewhat astonished by the spiritual essence present here, rivaling that of an ordinary celestial immortal's dwelling. Yuan Yang took pride in his choice of location. Though Thunderstrike Peak may not compare to other majestic and beautiful immortal mountains, most cultivators overlook it. However, beneath Thunderstrike Peak lies a 5-element spiritual vein, creating a self-sustaining cycle of the 5 elements. Thus, the spiritual essence here is concentrated, ultimately benefiting cultivation. Xianbing Xianzi nodded, her gaze drawn to the 7-orifice stone fetus at the center of the front courtyard and the colorful fire lotus. Her eyes shimmered with intrigue. The mature upper-grade earth-level fire lotus continues to thrive on the essence of the 5 elements. You certainly possess great ambition. Moreover, this inferior-grade heavenly stone fetus is rarely seen nowadays. Yuan Yang scratched his head, speaking with a hint of exasperation. I already possess a middle-grade earth-level stone fire. Even if I were to pluck the 5-element fire lotus, it wouldn't greatly aid me. As for this 7-orifice stone embryo, if it could be cultivated into an 8-orifice stone embryo, it would possess great significance. The Xianbing fairy shook her head, declaring, Too difficult, far too difficult. The stone embryo, being a rare and miraculous creation of heaven and earth, is already a stroke of extraordinary fortune to possess one. That the stone embryo is a unique spiritual entity, born of nature's essence, while the 7-orifice stone embryo begins to nurture a portion of flesh and blood. The 8-orifice stone embryo nurtures a complete corporeal form, serving as an unparalleled treasure for crafting an external incarnation. However, without immense fortune, successful metamorphosis is exceedingly challenging. Yuan Yang felt a twinge of frustration. When he first achieved the status of an Earth Immortal, he had explored the myriad unclaimed celestial mountains of Tiangu Immortal City. Ultimately, he settled at the Thunderfall Peak, primarily due to the presence of a 5-element spiritual vein that nurtured a 5-elements immortal pool. This 5-elements immortal pool, abundant in quintessence and rich in spiritual energy, is a wondrous place that aids in cultivation. After Yuan Yang's chaotic body essence was sealed, his innate talents were not particularly high, And the greatest boon that allowed him to swiftly reach the pinnacle of the ninth layer of Earth Immortal was indeed due to the 5 elements immortal pool. At that time, the 7 orifice stone embryo was nourished within the 5 elements immortal pool. To prevent the pool from being exposed and attracting covetous eyes, Yuan Yang had deployed numerous formations to obscure it, and had also relocated the 7 orifice stone embryo to a small pond in the front courtyard to divert attention. Given his strength and status as a master craftsman, he could certainly safeguard a low-grade heavenly 7 orifice stone embryo. However, the 5 elements immortal pool, a treasure that accelerates cultivation, could indeed draw the envy of others. Regrettably, since then, the 7 orifice stone embryo has shown no signs of growth. Nevertheless, whenever guests visited, they would politely retract their gaze after catching sight of the 5 elements fire lotus and the 7 orifice stone embryo in the center of the front courtyard. Thus, over the years, the secret of the 5 elements immortal pool remained undiscovered. Yuan Yang felt a sense of reassurance regarding the Xianbing fairy. On one hand, he was a subordinate of her sister, and on the other, a person of her stature, having already attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of celestial immortal, would likely not covet such a minor 5 elements immortal pool. However, Yuan Yang did not wish to complicate matters further. After expressing his apologies, he retrieved a jade crystal box from the artifact refinement chamber in the back courtyard. The Xianbing fairy's eyes immediately lit up as she eagerly accepted the jade crystal box from Yuan Yang and opened it with anticipation. Inside the box was a continuously flowing stream of white, extraordinarily cold, divine light. The divine light was exceptionally clear, emanating an aura of profound chill that could even freeze a primordial spirit, even through the seal. Indeed, it was the ice soul divine light. The Xianbing fairy's eyes gleamed with joy. She had sensed the presence of the ice soul divine light when Yuan Yang had unraveled her ice sealing technique earlier. "Is that all there is?" she inquired. "I have only acquired 2, and I have already refined one," Yuan Yang replied, explaining that this was the reason he could swiftly absorb the cold energy and counter the Xianbing fairy's chilling attack. The ice soul divine light, ranking as a low-grade heavenly treasure, not only allows for the absorption of cold energy but can also release it, freezing primordial spirits, making it one of the most exceptional spiritual entities of the ice attribute. Even celestial immortals would be tempted by it. The ice soul divine light could also be crafted into a magical treasure, but possessing only one is far from sufficient. I know of something far more precious than the ice soul divine light. Yuan Yang paused for a moment before stating solemnly, "The ice soul divine light was obtained from the greatest fortune of my life. In that place of fortune, I acquired an unimaginable quantity of ice attribute heavenly and earthly treasures. Heavenly and earthly treasures are among the most coveted cultivation resources for practitioners in the primordial realm. They can be used to forge magical treasures and cultivate divine abilities, significantly reducing the time needed to cultivate them while greatly enhancing their power. These treasures contain a trace of the source of the Great Tao, and one can even extract this source to elevate their cultivation, although such actions are somewhat reckless nonetheless. There is no doubt that heavenly and earthly treasures are scarce resources that everyone strives to obtain. The ice soul divine light has immense utility, greatly enhancing the power of cold attribute divine abilities, making it a coveted treasure for those of the ice attribute. There is even a divine technique that utilizes the properties of the ice soul divine light to vanquish foes. And what could be more valuable than the low-grade ice soul divine light? Perhaps it is the mid-grade ice soul cold heart essence that I possess clues regarding the high-grade innate spirit treasure. The ice soul divine pearl, Yuan Yang declared emphatically. The Xianbing fairy's breath quickened, her beautiful eyes widening. However, she soon regained her composure, remaining non-committal regarding Yuan Yang's statement. Yuan Yang admired the Xianbing fairy's calm demeanor in the face of events while hurriedly explaining. 141 years ago, I inadvertently discovered an ancient ice cave in the extreme northern ice fields. This ice soul divine light originated from that cave, and deep within it lies a blue-white ice coffin from which I sense the aura of an innate spirit treasure. According to records, the only renowned innate spirit treasure of the ice attribute is the ice soul divine pearl. The Xianbing fairy took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. "What is your reasoning?" "What reasoning?" Yuan Yang couldn't help but shrink his neck, pausing before responding. "There is but one reason. I require a substantial amount of heavenly to cultivate the chaotic suppression of the World Sutra. Additionally, I seek a cold ice cultivation technique. The higher the tier, the better." The Xianbing fairy regarded him with deep scrutiny. "You wish to cultivate the chaotic Great Tao. Few tread that path." Yuan Yang's expression remained composed. Chaos encompasses both destruction and rebirth. I wish to try and see if I can transcend death to be reborn. The Xianbing fairy fell silent for a moment. Is the news of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl genuine? Could it merely be the aura of an ice celestial artifact? Yuan Yang replied with unwavering certainty. I am a craftsman. I can distinguish between the aura of an innate spirit treasure and that of a celestial artifact. However, I only sense the aura of an innate spirit treasure. I have not truly seen an innate spirit treasure, and you remain unmoved? The Xianbing fairy fixed her gaze upon Yuan Yang. He maintained his composure. The blue-white ice coffin deep within the ancient ice cave is heavily sealed. With my cultivation as an earth immortal, I cannot even approach the coffin, let alone scheme for the potential existence of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Furthermore, if one cannot become an immortal, everything else is merely a fleeting dream. After speaking, Yuan Yang drew forth a point of light from his brow and handed it to the Xianbing fairy. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand to receive it, touching her brow and closing her eyes. Soon, the myriad experiences Yuan Yang had undergone began to unfold before her. The endless ice fields, towering ice peaks, the ice blue chasm, and the hidden space where the ancient ice cave resided, all appeared vividly. She even witnessed the vast array of ice attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Yuan Yang had acquired from the ancient ice cave, including those 2 strands of ice soul divine light. The final memory image revealed a blue-white ice coffin lying deep within the cave, exuding an unparalleled chill that could freeze the very heavens and earth. The Xianbing fairy opened her eyes, her gaze slightly dazed, but this confusion quickly dissipated, replaced by an unyielding and resolute determination that I will take the ice soul divine light, and I shall claim the ancient ice cave as well. The chaotic suppression of the World Sutra is merely a fragment, thus valued at 150,000 heavenly, enough for you to cultivate to the pinnacle of celestial immortal. I shall exchange it directly for you. But remember this, the chaotic great Tao is exceedingly perilous. Do not cultivate recklessly. Moreover, any cultivation techniques exchanged from the heavenly court's treasury must not be shared with another. You should cultivate alone. As for the cold ice technique, I possess a technique known as the ice cold divine art, which can be cultivated to the pinnacle of celestial immortal. This is a personal opportunity one have obtained, requiring no heavenly, and I can provide it to you immediately. The chaotic suppression of the World Sutra is the only scripture in the heavenly court that discusses the cultivation of the chaotic great Tao. However, its exorbitant price in heavenly has prevented Yuan Yang from ever witnessing its true form. Few cultivate the chaotic great Tao in the primordial realm. Yuan Yang is unsure if any saintly lineage possesses it. Yet, within the vast heavenly court, this is the only fragment he has sought for many years. However, a high-tier cold ice technique cannot be taken lightly, as it pertains to Yuan Yang's plan to abandon his corporeal form and cultivate anew through incarnation if he were to fail in his ascension to celestial immortal. Should he choose to exchange for the cold ice technique from the heavenly court treasury, his heavenly would be entirely depleted, necessitating the Xianbing fairy's assistance to make up the deficit. Conversely, if he selected the ice cold divine art, his remaining heavenly could still be utilized to exchange for other cultivation resources in the heavenly court treasury. This left Yuan Yang feeling somewhat hesitant. The Xianbing fairy seemed to understand his hesitation and smiled. You possess the Xuanbing embryo technique for crafting incarnations, do you not? Yuan Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, how do you know about the secret technique Xuanbing Tai? It was obtained from me by Xianyu. This secret art is originally recorded in the Ice Ming Divine Codex, which contains some of my insights on cultivation, the Ice Fairy explained. Yuan Yang nodded in realization. In order to enhance his chances of ascension, Yuan Yang had made numerous preparations, even ready to undergo a reincarnation process. He had once exchanged the technique of artifact refining with Xianyu for the Xuanbing Tai secret art as a precautionary measure in case he failed in his attempt to ascend to the celestial realm. If Xuanbing Tai originated from the Ice Fairy, her understanding of this technique would naturally surpass Yuan Yang's. Yuan Yang readily agreed. The Ice Fairy nodded, put away the jade crystal box, and handed Yuan Yang a silver jade volume. This is the Ice Ming Divine Codex. Tomorrow, I will present you with the Chaos Suppression Sutra. The Ice Fairy was efficient in her actions. After delivering the Ice Ming Divine Codex to Yuan Yang, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Yuan Yang leafed through the silver jade volume in his hands, which was filled with dense annotations detailing various precautions in the cultivation process. This technique was likely one that the Ice Fairy had once practiced. The Ice Ming Divine Codex was exceptionally comprehensive, documenting the realms of Qi refinement, spirit refinement, void refinement, earth immortal, and celestial immortal, with each major realm described in detail, even including corresponding offensive secret techniques that it could almost be considered a complete inheritance. Sufficient to establish a sect based on it, Yuan Yang continued to browse, and soon found a secret technique called Xuanbing Tai within the last volume. Cultivating Xuanbing Tai required a heavenly grade ice attribute spiritual material as a foundation. Then, one must merge a second primordial spirit into it, nurturing an incarnation primordial spirit that resonates with the path of cold ice. Such an external incarnation would exhibit excellent growth potential. Yuan Yang had prepared himself for the possibility of failure in his attempt to ascend to the celestial realm. At worst, he could completely abandon his original physical body and henceforth take the Xuanbing Tai incarnation as his true self, with a plethora of ice attribute spiritual materials obtained from the ancient ice caverns. Yuan Yang could easily transition to cultivating an ice-based technique. He could also extract the essence of cold ice from those materials, rapidly accumulating his cultivation level and attempting to break through to the celestial realm once more. However, abandoning his original physical body would equate to discarding his chaotic form, essentially negating all the aspirations Yuan Yang had harbored over the past 2,000 years regarding the chaotic body. This was the most difficult acceptance for Yuan Yang, and it was also the reason he had not given up on his original path to ascension after 2,700 years of cultivation. Yet now, as his lifespan approached its end, he had no choice but to devise a contingency plan. A day later, in the Winter Courtyard, the Golden Jade volume lay quietly in Yuan Yang's hands. It was indeed the Chaos Suppression Sutra exchanged from the Ice Fairy. Yuan Yang treasured it, as if it were a priceless gem, reading it with an insatiable thirst, meticulously comparing it to his own cultivation and correcting the various deficiencies in his practice. The author of the Chaos Suppression Sutra was an unknown innate divine being from the ancient era. Within, he detailed his understanding of the chaotic path. In his view, chaos represented the unity of time and space, possessing the formidable power to suppress all. This perspective starkly contrasted with Yuan Yang's understanding that chaos was both the path of destruction, leading to the end of all things, and the path of creation, heralding the beginning of all things. It can only be said that while the same path exists, each individual places different emphases on their comprehension. In a wonder, the Ice Fairy had solemnly advised Yuan Yang to exercise caution in his cultivation. It wasn't until 2 days later that Yuan Yang finally emerged from the depths of the Chaos Suppression Sutra. One could only say that it was truly the most compatible scripture for his constitution. Merely reading it once had yielded significant gains. In comparison to the Chaos Suppression Sutra, both in terms of intention and effect, the Water Thunder True technique that Yuan Yang was currently practicing was utterly insignificant. After memorizing the scripture, the Golden Jade volume in his hand crumbled to ashes, a measure taken by the Celestial Court to prevent the transmission of teachings. As for the possibility of being soul-searched and having the knowledge leaked, that was nearly impossible. Ever since the ancestor Hutu established reincarnation, divine souls had been protected by reincarnation power. The cultivator subjected to soul-searching would most likely find their consciousness shattered, and upon their death, their divine soul would be drawn to the realm of reincarnation. Those who conducted soul searches could only glean a fragment of information from the shards of the shattered consciousness, unless an ancient formidable being intervened, fixing the cultivator's soul consciousness and sealing every thought. Such an event was unlikely. Yet, beings of that caliber possess their own unparalleled legacies. How could they risk incurring the wrath of the Celestial Court for the sake of a mere technique belonging to another? In the central region of Tinga Immortal City, atop the majestic peak known as Xianlai Peak, stood a 5-story establishment called Chengxian Tower. Chengxian Tower was one of the largest taverns in Tinga Immortal City. The grand palace sprawled atop the peak, with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, bustling with guests, and numerous celestial maidens flitting about, creating a lively atmosphere. Though only 5 stories tall, Chengxian Tower employed the spatial techniques of the Shumi, making each floor exceptionally spacious. Inside, different areas were delineated, featuring unique attractions like verdant mountains, wondrous stones, cascading waterfalls, and serene gardens. In one particular area of Chengxian Tower, within the Xianin Pavilion, celestial maidens gracefully played the guqin by the lakeside, the tranquil and calming melodies flowing gently, adding an air of elegance to the small pavilion. Unfortunately, the original members of the Yuguai team were entirely oblivious to such refined pleasures, gathering together to indulge in a hearty feast. Exchanging cups and toasts. Tonight's expenses were to be covered by General Yuan, with unlimited servings of drunken immortal brew available for all to enjoy. Pan, with his thick brows and large eyes, usually the most honest member of the team, paid no heed to the pained expression on Yuan Yang's face as he indulged. The drunken immortal brew, reputed to intoxicate even the Celestials, was one of Yin Tower's signature offerings. Besides its potential to cause intoxication, the brew also had significant effects on refining spiritual power, crafted from various rare spiritual herbs. Ordinary celestial soldiers could hardly afford such a luxury. In fact, the drunken immortal brew was originally concocted by the alchemists of the Pill Hall. However, due to its exquisite taste, it had inadvertently become a signature delicacy of Yin Tower. Even the shyest among them, Jinyu, couldn't resist downing several cups, her eyes becoming a bit dazed as she nearly leaned against the jade table. Ao Donghai, thoroughly inebriated, had revealed his half-demon form. With his robust dragon tail now visible, he chuckled foolishly, lavishing attention on Tao Sanyang, only to be sent crashing beneath the table with a slap. Tao Sanyang had changed out of her standard battle armor today, donning a peach-pink palace outfit. Her slender neck was snow white, her face reminiscent of blossoming peach blossoms, and her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, sparkling with brilliance. Accompanying her was a fairy in green, petite and exquisitely beautiful, with grass sprouting from her head. Yuan Yang was certain he had not misread. Tao Sanyang pulled the green-clad fairy over, introducing her to Yuan Yang. "Allow me to introduce the newest member of the Peach Blossom Camp, Fairy Qingye." Peach Blossom Camp? What an unpleasant name, Yuan Yang remarked with disdain. The celestial soldiers collectively retorted, "It's actually a lovely name." To Yuan Yang's surprise, his former subordinates had swiftly defected, and he huffed, choosing not to engage them further. Instead, focusing on the new team member, Fairy Qingye's cultivation was quite commendable, at the 4th level of Earth Immortal, on par with Pan and Ao Donghai. Yuan Yang nodded and presented her with a green jade hairpin. "This is a clear heart jade hairpin I crafted from clear heart jade essence, a low-grade artifact with protective properties against spiritual attacks. Consider it a token of welcome, Fairy Qingye." Fairy Qingye gasped, her fair cheeks flushing as she appeared somewhat flustered. It seemed she was of the same shy disposition as Jinyu. Yuan Yang mused inwardly. "Feel free to accept it. Whenever someone in the team advances to Earth Immortal, I gift them a low-grade artifact as a welcoming gift from a former leader to a new member," he assured her. Tao Sanyang chimed in, "Little Qingye, it's perfectly fine to accept. General Yuan is a master craftsman and well-off, not lacking in treasures." "Thank you, General Yuan," Fairy Qingye said bashfully as she accepted the clear heart jade hairpin, her voice barely above a whisper. "From now on, you can call me Senior Yuan Yang. I no longer hold the title of Deputy General. Moreover, don't mind what Sanyang said. I'm merely fortunate enough to craft a few artifacts for a living, hardly deserving of the title of master." General Yuan is indeed one of the few master craftsmen among celestial soldiers. Little Qingye should foster a good relationship with General Yuan, striving to have him personally craft a fine formation plate for you in the future. Tao Sanyang retorted, "Formation plate? Is Fairy Qingye a formation master?" Upon hearing the mention of a formation master, Yuan Yang's interest was piqued. It is said that formations, tools, pills, and talismans represent the 4 arts of cultivation. Those who delve into these 4 arts are known as formation masters, weapon refiners, alchemists, and talisman masters. These skills are heavily reliant on innate talent, making them relatively rare among the practitioners. Among these, the strength of formation masters is the most unpredictable, as they can deploy formations that far exceed their own cultivation level, allowing them to easily achieve victory over stronger opponents. When the topic of formations arose, the green grass atop Qingye's head trembled, becoming animated. After a hearty meal and drink, the celestial soldiers of the Void Refinement Realm were sprawled across the floor, deep in slumber. Among the Earth Immortal Realm, Pan and Ao Donghai had indulged the most in drink, joining the ranks of the sleeping celestial soldiers with their loud snores. Jinyu and Qingye maintained a more measured pace, savoring their drinks and preserving a state of tipsiness. Tao Sanyang had not consumed much, her complexion appearing normal, albeit with a slight rosy hue, as she leaned against a corner of the Immortal Sound Pavilion, engaging in conversation with Yuan Yang. By the way, congratulations on your promotion, Sanyang. TSK. I thought you were here to take over my position as a vice commander, but it seems you've jumped straight to the rank of a regiment leader, far surpassing me. Yuan Yang remarked half-jokingly. Previously, Yuan Yang had been a vice commander, managing around 200 celestial soldiers of the Great Luo squad. Now, Chan Yang held the position of regiment leader, tasked with overseeing an entire regiment. A significant increase in both rank and authority. This change was, of course, also due to the Heavenly Court's grand military expansion, according to the requirements for the number of celestial soldiers in a regiment. The Taowa regiment under Chan Yang's command needed at least 1,000 soldiers to be fully staffed, which was at least 5 times the size of the Great Luo squad. Chan Yang seemed somewhat dazed by her new appointment, not responding to Yuan Yang's teasing that I never anticipated receiving such an appointment. I had originally planned to consider becoming a regiment leader only after advancing to the celestial immortal realm. I didn't expect to assume my duties so soon. It feels overwhelming, and I don't know where to begin. Yuan Yang raised an eyebrow, noting Chan Yang's confidence in becoming a celestial immortal. However, he understood her concerns, as the hurried transition left many things unclear. The current Heavenly Court was indeed in dire need of personnel. Despite the presence of a few powerful figures above, the mid and lower levels were still quite empty. It was impractical to rely on the higher-ups for everything. When Yuan Yang had reached the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, he had become a vice commander, taking charge of one of the 5 celestial patrol boats of the Great Luo Regiment. In the era of the ancient demon court, a late-stage Earth Immortal would not have been qualified to serve as a vice commander. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yang spoke softly, though I have not served as a regiment leader. Given the current situation of military expansion, the immediate priority is to quickly fill the celestial soldier quota that I suggest you visit the major celestial soldier bases in the coming days to recruit new soldiers. Otherwise, there will only be leftovers left to choose from. Once the celestial soldier quota is fulfilled, tactical training can refer to the methods employed by Xianyu, focusing on the patrol boats and Dao soldiers. The goal is to overpower with strength. If a group attack is possible, then do so, and if artillery can solve the problem, there is no need for a direct confrontation. Chan Yang was taken aback, murmuring, "But I've heard that every time Senior Yuan Yang excessively uses the main canon of the celestial arts, he gets scolded by Commander Xianyu afterward." Yuan Yang scoffed. "A few scoldings cause no real harm. And besides, do you think I learned this style from anyone else? Always remember to keep a card up your sleeve for emergencies. Preserving the strength of the living is of utmost importance." The recent restructuring of the War Department, with the mere expansion and training of new soldiers, would require a millennium. The number of celestial soldiers needed to be increased tenfold that it was easy to envision how brutal the formal battles would be once the expansion was completed. Yuan Yang's expression grew solemn, and the two fell into a moment of silence. After a while, Yuan Yang suddenly smiled. "Never mind a millennium. If I cannot ascend within 200 years, I might very well turn to dust myself. So there is no need to fret about such matters. By the way, what is the background of that fire-patterned demon king? What makes him deserving of such favor from the Grand Craftsman?" Remembering the task from 3 days prior, Chan Yang inquired, somewhat frustrated. Yuan Yang smacked his lips, recalling the humanoid form of the fire-patterned demon king, which bore a strikingly youthful appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Creating a strong contrast, the most memorable aspect was the peculiar flame that seemed capable of melting everything, akin to golden red magma, which was one of the 9 heavens' divine fires, the earth core melting flame. The fire-patterned demon king wields one of the 9 heavens' divine fires, the earth core melting flame. This rogue weapon refiner actually crafted a low-grade immortal weapon, becoming a genuine master of weapon refinement. Can you imagine the Grand Craftsman overlooking such a talent? Yuan Yang inwardly grappled with his jealousy, which was transforming his demeanor as night deepened. The immortal sound pavilion was now empty of celestial maidens. Observing the celestial soldiers sprawled on the floor, Yuan Yang shrugged. This troublesome situation would be left to Chan Yang, the newly appointed leader of the Taowa Regiment of the Heavenly River Water Army. According to regulations, celestial soldiers of the Void Refinement Realm were not permitted to establish independent caves and were required to return to the barracks for the night. Chan Yang understood that Yuan Yang's lack of intervention was meant to encourage her to engage more with her future subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, Chan Yang waved her delicate hand, transforming her flowing cloud sleeves into a long satin ribbon, effectively binding all the celestial soldiers, including Ao Donghai and Shurpan. As if they were Zongzi, the half-conscious Qing Yi and Jin Yu, witnessing this embarrassing scene, shivered and suddenly became much more alert. They certainly did not wish to be dragged back like this. It was far too undignified as they made their way. Numerous onlookers gawked at the line of celestial soldier Zongzi with incredulous eyes. Thus, a stunning celestial maiden clad in peach blossom attire, dragging a long satin ribbon filled with celestial soldiers, strolled gracefully out of the Ascension Tower. Once outside, free from the restrictions of the void ceiling array, Tao San Yang retrieved a finely crafted wooden boat. Activating it with her magical powers, the boat expanded to several dozen feet in size. Its sails adorned with flowing talismanic patterns. This was the Wind Chariot, a welcome gift from Yuan Yang. When Tao San Yang had first joined the ranks a year ago, Yuan Yang had crafted more than one of these low-grade Taoist tools, which had only a single treasure prohibition. After stuffing the inebriated celestial soldiers into the Wind Chariot, Tao San Yang finally relaxed her taut face. Heaven knows how embarrassing it was to be watched by so many just moments ago. She glared at Yuan Yang, who was reveling in her misfortune, feeling a mix of annoyance towards the celestial soldiers for their lack of discretion. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm broke through. Is this how the elite celestial soldiers of the Taohua Regiment of the Heavenly River Water Army present themselves? Truly lacking in dignity. I say, it would be better to hand over the patrol boats to us of the Beidou Star Army to manage. Tao San Yang halted, her gaze narrowing as she regarded the figures clad in star-silver battle armor not far away. Her expression turned cold, having been in the Gue Shui Regiment for a while and under Yuan Yang's deliberate guidance. She had gained a greater understanding of the various factions within the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was indeed complex, with various factions interwoven, mutually restraining and collaborating, aside from the few early followers of the Emperor Haoyan. The most formidable force was undoubtedly the 9 heavenly monarchs, who had joined later to stabilize the current 4 heavens domain. Emperor Haoyan had roped in a number of powerful beings, bestowing them the title of the 9 heavenly monarchs. The headquarters of the 9 heavenly monarchs was located in the 3rd heaven, where the heavenly monarch hall now stood. The 9 heavenly monarchs held a unique status within the heavenly court. Capable of standing toe-to-toe with the court's elders, this faction began to scheme for their position and power within the heavenly court, leading to conflicts of interest with the court's elders. The War Department, which governed the military, was the most powerful department within the heavenly court, overseeing all 50 celestial patrol boats, and thus had long been a source of envy for the 9 heavenly monarchs. The War King, as the head of the War Department, was also one of the elders of the heavenly court. For an extended period, there has been considerable dissatisfaction regarding the intentions of Zhou Tianjun to intervene in the War Department, leading to multiple refusals of his attempts to assign personnel to that division. Recently, the most fervent gossip circulating in the heavenly court is that the War King has consented to reorganize the War Department, merging its various battalions into 6 distinct armies. Among these 6 armies, the Qinglong Eastern Army, the Zhuke Southern Army, the Baihu Western Army, and the Xuanwu Northern Army are formed from the amalgamation of the original War Department battalions, each boasting 10 celestial patrol boats. Additionally, 2 new forces, established by Zhou Tianjun's lineage, are named the Beidou Star Army and the Nanda Star Army. However, neither of these new armies is equipped with celestial patrol boats. It remains unclear what considerations led the War King to designate the Run Water Battalion and the Gue Water Battalion as an independent 7th Army, the Tianhe Water Army, which operates outside the War Department. The Tianhe Water Army is directly subordinate to the Haoyan Emperor, commanded by the Emperor's trusted general, Tianpeng, and is armed with 10 celestial patrol boats. The formation of the Beidou Star Army and the Nanda Star Army, positioning them among the 7 armies of the Heavenly Court, represents a substantial concession from the War King to Zhou Tianjun's faction. The only grievance felt by the Beidou Star Army and the Nanda Star Army is that the Tianhe Water Army has appropriated the last 10 celestial patrol boats, resulting in both new armies lacking such essential vessels. It is worth noting that each celestial patrol boat, under the guidance of a terrestrial immortal, possesses the combat prowess equivalent to at least 1 celestial immortal. Such vessels are truly artifacts crafted for warfare, and the absence of celestial patrol boats in the Beidou Star Army and the Nanda Star Army naturally breeds discontent. However, given that the Tianhe Water Army is directly under the Haotian Emperor, Zhou Tianjun finds it inappropriate to contest the emperor's decisions as the leader of the Peach Blossom Battalion within the Tianhe Water Army. Tao Sanyang would not tolerate the sarcastic remarks of the Beidou Star Army. With her brows arched in displeasure, she was prepared to reprimand. Yuan Yang subtly shook his head, conveying through thought, "Trust your comrades." Tao Sanyang's expression reflected confusion. But she soon witnessed Ao Donghai abruptly rise from his slumber among the celestial soldiers. Letting out a loud belch, "I in a drunken stupor," Ao Donghai bellowed. "I was wondering whose breath stank so foul. It turns out to be that crow from the Beidou Star Army's Fierce Fire Battalion. Do hush, your noise is keeping me awake." Staggering to his feet, he rubbed his thigh, which had been bruised by Jin Yu's kick, and glared menacingly at the members of the Beidou Star Army's Fierce Fire Battalion. Such exchanges of insults hardly required the leader's direct involvement. Ao Donghai remained steadfast in his role as an offensive force, whether in battle or in verbal skirmishes, showing no signs of fear. After hurling his insults, he did not forget to flick his tail, striking it against Sherpan's head, causing Sherpan to awaken with a start, quickly assessing the situation and reciprocating with a fierce glare at the Beidou Star Army's members. Yinya, seemingly infuriated, erupted with fiery patterns enveloping his form, declaring, "Ao Donghai, how many times must I tell you? I am Yinya, not a crow. You wretched water dragon, cease your nonsensical prattle. Do you have any idea how many hybrid dragon breeds exist in the Heavenly Court? Are you seeking to provoke all of them?" Ao Donghai, indignant, retaliated with fervent curses. Yinya, momentarily silenced by his own words, felt his face flush crimson, knowing he had overstepped yet daring not to retort. The world is filled with hybrid dragon breeds, many of whom hold positions as celestial generals within the Heavenly Court. The most despised insult among these hybrids is to be called a bastard. Should Yinya incur their wrath, he would be left to bear the consequences. Observing her subordinate stand up for himself in response to provocation brought a subtle smile to Tao Sanyang's lips. Yinya's jest was harmless. After all, they were colleagues, and there was no need for anger. Among the Fierce Fire Battalion, the leader, Qian, with an undeniable authority, stepped in to defend Yinya, with his crimson eyes. Fiery hair, an aura reminiscent of a blazing star, Qian, only just under 600 years of age, had already attained the 8th level of terrestrial immortality. There is a strong likelihood he will break through to celestial immortality before reaching 1,000 years, making him a renowned prodigy within the Heavenly Court. Seemingly displeased with Ao Donghai's provocation, Qian's eyes flickered with flames. Suddenly, Ao Donghai's entire being ignited with a faint blue flame that roared to life. Even as Jin Yu swiftly acted to extinguish the flame, it still caused Ao Donghai to gasp in pain. Tao Sanyang's expression turned cold as she could no longer suppress her voice. "Qian, is it not excessive to attack my subordinate simply because of your superior cultivation?" Qian appeared unfazed by Tao Sanyang's reprimand. He cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Yang, taunting, Tianhe Water Army's Peach Blossom Battalion leader. "Tao Sanyang, as a new leader, you ought to choose your subordinates more judiciously. If they cannot withstand even my Fire Eye technique, then such uselessness is better left unchosen. You should be grateful I am doing your selection for you." Laughter erupted from the members of the Fierce Fire Battalion. Tao Sanyang's phoenix-like eyes glinted with fury, her sleeves fluttering like flowing clouds as she poised to retaliate. Yuan Yang sighed, interjecting, "Engaging in private duels violates heavenly regulations. I shall handle this matter, as it likely has something to do with me." Tao Sanyang blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion but ultimately relented from striking. Yuan Yang stepped forward, releasing the formidable aura of a pinnacle 8th level terrestrial immortal. Causing unease among Yinya and the others, Jin Yu exchanged glances with Ao Donghai and the others, silently acknowledging that the Great Black Hand, Yuan Yang, was re-entering the fray among the Fierce Fire Battalion. Aside from Qian, who had attained the 8th level of terrestrial immortality, the others were merely at the mid-level, ranging from the 4th to 6th levels. Yinya and his companions were of a similar caliber to Ao Donghai. They were acquainted, though not particularly friendly. Faced with Yuan Yang's imposing presence, Qian showed no sign of fear. Instead, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yuan Yang, smirking. The revolutionary hand Yuan Yang, humph, merely an old soldier and a deserter. Did you think that after your withdrawal from the Celestial Army, you could remain silent forever? Deserter? That term is quite inappropriate. Even the great Rooster of the Sun did not label me so. Yuan Yang retorted without reservation, correcting Qian's misstep. I have fought valiantly for 2 millennia. While I cannot claim to have won countless accolades, I have certainly earned my share of merit. You, a freshly appointed leader of a newly formed battalion, who has yet to set foot on a battlefield, what qualifications do you have to call me a deserter? You, what do you mean by you? Your subordinate speaks disrespectfully, and so does their commander. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What do you mean by you dare to act on your own and harm others? You truly do not know the heavenly regulations. Have you not been taught by your sister, the enchanting red charm fairy? Silence! Do not speak of my sister. Qian shouted angrily. If you have the courage, meet me on the arena for a duel. Oh, so it is revenge for your sister you seek. How intriguing that this is the true motive behind your provocation. Yuan Yang mused, recalling the red charm fairy from over 500 years ago. Her hair as red as flame, yet with quite a fiery temperament. However, she possessed an admirable figure and bold attire, akin to a ripe peach, plump and fair. Curse you, Yuan Yang. What are you thinking? Qian glared at Yuan Yang, feeling inexplicably enraged. Returning to the moment, Yuan Yang replied earnestly, nothing of consequence. Merely reminiscing about some joyful past events. TSK, how time has flown since I trailed behind the red charm fairy. You have grown, learning to stand up for your sister. Commendable indeed. Qian's brows twitched in irritation, but after regaining his composure, he mocked. So what if you once bested my sister? She has attained celestial immortality, while you remain merely a terrestrial immortal. Before her, you are but an insignificant insect. Tao Sanyang chuckled lightly. Qian, you are also a terrestrial immortal. Thus, before your sister, you too are an insect. Your sibling relationship is rather peculiar. Ao Donghai, Sherpan, Jinyu, and others erupted into laughter. Qian snorted dismissively, ignoring the humor directed at him. My sister is now a celestial immortal and does not wish to lower herself to seek trouble with you. You have aged and still have not attained immortality. Perhaps your days are numbered. Before you perish, let us duel, and I will defeat you as a gift for my sister's ascension. The expressions of Ao Donghai, Jinyu, and Sherpan were somewhat grim, their faces reflecting an unkind demeanor as they confronted Qian. Having served under Yuan Yang for several centuries, they were part of the second cohort of celestial soldiers led by him since his rise as a subordinate general. The topic of Yuan Yang's impending lifespan was one they had always avoided discussing. Yuan Yang, however, appeared unperturbed, wearing a cheerful smile. If you wish to challenge me, there must be some stakes involved. I am old and frail and do not wish to be haphazardly called out for a duel, as it would surely exhaust me. Qian frowned, reluctant to miss the chance to avenge his sister by defeating Yuan Yang. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, what stakes do you desire? I find your air fire quite appealing. Yuan Yang replied nonchalantly, air fire, a mid-grade earthly spiritual flame, is formed when lightning transforms air into fire, floating erratically and sustained by the spiritual energy in the atmosphere. After several millennia, it manifests as a pale blue flame. Air fire can incinerate the primordial spirit and is difficult to defend against, as Ao Donghai had just unwittingly discovered. So, you covet my air fire? Qian responded. I accept, but should you lose, you must offer an equivalent earthly spiritual flame. That is only fair, Yuan Yang chuckled, as a plume of pale yellow flame suddenly erupted from his palm, exuding a heavy aura. This was stone fire, also a mid-grade earthly spiritual flame, formed by the fiery transformation of stone. Sustained by the spiritual essence of the earth, after millennia, it materializes as a pale yellow flame that can burn vital essence and be used for body refinement, enhancing physical constitution, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Qian declared, I shall await you at the Tiange arena. Without waiting for his subordinates Yenya and the others, he transformed into a streak of fire and sped towards the Tiange arena. The Tiange arena, located in the central region of Tiange Immortal City, was an expansive platform built atop the Xiantai Peak, entirely composed of sturdy Xian iron, due to the prohibition against private duels among celestial soldiers. The higher-ups permitted conflicts to be resolved at the Tiange arena. To prevent any celestial soldier from resorting to lethal measures during these bouts, a celestial-level golden armored general was stationed there permanently. Over time, the Tiange arena evolved into a venue for showcasing magical techniques among celestial soldiers, in addition to settling personal grievances. Approximately 5 centuries ago, under the orchestration of certain meddlesome individuals, Yuan Yang, the celestial soldier ranking emerged. This ranking documented the top 20 celestial soldiers in the heavenly court, With the adversarial Shangri-La currently occupying the 13th position, the ranking was exclusive to Earth immortal cultivators. And with only 20 spots available in the vast heavenly court, each listed individual held extraordinary power. Although unofficial and belonging to the realm of popular acclaim, it held significant allure for celestial soldiers. Yuan Yang winked at Tao Sanyang and whispered, "There is a clandestine betting house operating at the Tiange Arena, wagering on the outcomes of the bouts. Jin Yu knows who the bookmaker is. Remember to place your bets on my victory." After tossing a storage talisman containing over 23,000 spirit crystals, Yuan Yang transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from sight. Tao Sanyang, wide-eyed, stared at the storage talisman, which was filled with spirit crystals ranging from 1,000 to 3,000, as she recalled hearing Yuan Yang mention the celestial soldier ranking but had never encountered gambling before. The celestial soldiers were under strict regulations, with private dueling being one prohibition, and gambling was also explicitly forbidden. Was it possible to run a betting house under the watchful gaze of a golden-armored general? As she piloted her windship towards the Tiange Arena, she inquired of Jin Yu. Jin Yu, rummaging through his storage bag, was joined in his actions by Ao Donghai and Shi Pan, both of whom were equally occupied. Without lifting his gaze, Jin Yu replied, "The bookmaker goes by the name Li Changshu, son of the Tai by Golden Star." The giant spirit general turns a blind eye upon hearing the name Li Changshu. An image of a chubby little man adorned with golden bracelets, exuding an air of cunning and lewdness, immediately surfaced in Tao Sanyang's mind, prompting her to silently grind her teeth. Li Xiaobang, coming back to her senses. She noticed that Jin Yu and the others were each holding a storage talisman containing varying amounts of spirit crystals, their eyes eagerly fixed on her. Ao Donghai and Shi Pan appeared resolutely unwilling to speak. With a sigh, Jin Yu hesitated before saying, "Well, I heard it through the grapevine. When the celestial soldier ranking was released, General Yuan Yang was once at the top. Afterward, for reasons unknown, he was removed from the ranking. And Li Changshu ceased doing business with us. However, since you, General Tao, have never visited the Tiange Arena, Li Changshu likely does not recognize your appearance. If we are to place bets, we will need your assistance." Tao Sanyang, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the storage talisman filled with spirit crystals ranging from 1,000 to 3,000. For a mid-level Earth immortal celestial soldier, this was a considerable sum. She recalled that each of the three before her possessed a top-grade Dao artifact for protection. Under normal circumstances, the price of such artifacts was staggering. For instance, a low-grade Dao artifact inscribed with a treasure prohibition would cost at least 20,000 spirit crystals, and the equivalent in celestial merit would also amount to 20,000. A mid-level Earth immortal celestial soldier, after a century of warfare, might not amass enough celestial merit to exchange for even a low-grade Dao artifact, let alone a top-grade one. The wealth of these individuals hardly seemed sufficient to afford a 6th-grade Dao artifact. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Jin Yu and the others, Tao Sanyang remarked with a hint of amusement, "Did General Yuan also have you place bets alongside him before?" Jin Yu and his companions chuckled, but remained tight-lipped. At the Tiange Arena, surrounding peaks were adorned with pavilions, and from one such pavilion, a deep drumbeat suddenly resonated, reverberating through the sea of clouds. 9 drumbeats signify the ultimate battle of the celestial soldier ranking. Is someone challenging the ranking, or is it a clash of titans within the list? A promising business opportunity was on the horizon, seated in an ornate purple robe on a chair crafted from clouds. A rotund figure snapped his paper fan shut and sprang to his feet. "Hurry, hurry. We are about to commence. Everyone, get moving. Yunda, find out who is contesting at the arena. Yun Air and Yun San. Notify the nearby celestial soldiers to come witness the battle, especially those on the celestial soldier ranking. They wouldn't want to miss this rare peak confrontation that occurs once in decades. Yun Si and Yun Wu. Come with me to collect bets." At the sound of the rotund figure's orders, the previously drowsy cloud larks sprang to life, flapping their wings and moving swiftly. Their prospects of a feast depended entirely on how much profit Li Laoi could rake in this time. One should never underestimate the enthusiasm with which celestial soldiers indulge in gossip. Moreover, Qi Yin, a young prodigy who had broken into the 14th position on the celestial soldier ranking at the 8th level of Earth immortal cultivation, was a well-known figure in the heavenly court, naturally boasting a considerable following. When Yuan Yang arrived at the Tiange Arena, he found hundreds of celestial soldiers gathered, discussing animatedly around the platform. Yuan Yang first inclined his body in greeting to the towering celestial general seated in the clouds, who nodded in acknowledgement. Scanning the crowd, Yuan Yang noted that most of the celestial soldiers present were new faces, with only a few veterans recognizing him, their expressions betraying a mix of surprise and discomfort. Not far away, Li Changshu, while collecting bets, was also keeping an eye on the arena. Noticing Yuan Yang, he began to curse under his breath, seeking out Yuan Yang's subordinates to chase them away. However, before he could act, he found himself seized by Tao Sanyang, who dragged him into a pavilion without a word. After unceremoniously tossing the chattering cloud larks outside, she shut the windows and doors, grabbing Li Changshu by the ear. Tao Sanyang gritted her teeth. Li Xiaobang, how dare you secretly run a betting house? How much have you profited over the years? Speak the truth. Staring at the familiar, striking face before him, Li Changshu's eyes widened in shock. And he dared not resist, his face contorting in a grimace as he said, Please, call me General Tao Sanyang. I assure you, I have merely been playing around, not making any real profit. Please let go. My ear hurts. Previously, when I asked you for a gift, you always claimed to be impoverished. It seems you have been deceiving me all along. General Tao Sanyang, the celestial soldier ranking battle is quite a spectacle. Shall we not go watch it first? Li Changshu thought to divert the topic. Do not attempt to change the subject. What is the story behind the celestial soldier ranking? Why was Senior Yuan Yang removed from the list? Furthermore, why have you ceased conducting business with Senior Yuan Yang and his subordinates? Tao Sanyang persistently inquired, prompting Li Changshu to momentarily pause, lost in the reverie of bygone days, his expression twisting in discomfort. Observing Tao Sanyang's unwavering determination for answers, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn you, the devious Yuan Yang. With a forced grimace, he responded, the heavenly soldier rankings likely emerged over 500 years ago, chronicling the 20 most formidable celestial soldiers of that era. Although the identity of the individual who compiled the list remains unknown, those who managed to secure a position are generally acknowledged as powerful Earth immortals. And the list itself is widely respected. At the time, the top rank was held by Yuan Yang. Despite the rankings not being officially sanctioned, being number one on the list held considerable allure for celestial soldiers. Naturally, those ranked beneath Yuan Yang expressed dissatisfaction and challenged him, only to be defeated one after another. Such epic confrontations, emblematic of peak Earth immortal prowess, inevitably drew attention. After a brief pause, under Tao Sanyang's subtly mocking gaze, Li Changshu continued with some trepidation, thus, at the suggestion of a masked passerby celestial soldier, I turned the outcome of the arena battles into a wager, attracting numerous celestial soldiers to participate. Consequently, the number of contenders for the heavenly soldier rankings surged. Even offspring of various heavenly officials aspired to ascend the list to validate their strength. But what does this have to do with Yuan Yang being removed from the heavenly soldier rankings? Tao Sanyang pressed on. Of course, it is relevant. He was the one most frequently challenged due to his top position. Initially, he was invincible, but as time passed, his victories dwindled. Eventually, it took quite a while for everyone to discover that the scoundrel was engaging in match-fixing. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he profited from the wagers. If the odds were in his favor for a win, he would bet on himself to succeed. If the odds favored a loss, he would bet against himself and deliberately lose to his opponents. To avoid detection, he even had his subordinates place bets on his behalf, utterly despicable. Following this revelation, it was collectively decided to remove him from the heavenly soldier rankings, and I ceased all business dealings with him and his subordinates. Tao Sanyang narrowed her eyes and suddenly inquired, who compiled the heavenly soldier rankings? Li Changshu, somewhat perplexed, replied, I have no idea. That it surfaced over 500 years ago, documenting the names of the 20 strongest celestial soldiers of that time. The rule was that whoever triumphed in a challenge would replace the defeated S rank, a convention that has become widely accepted. He then hesitated slightly before whispering, I suspect that this heavenly soldier rankings was concocted by that treacherous Yuan Yang to facilitate his match-fixing schemes. Although I lack concrete evidence, my investigations revealed that he, a mere minor general, somehow possessed the funds to study artifact crafting at the Heavenly Artisans Hall. The investment required for such training is astronomical. Even many renowned artifact craftsmen with family backing find it burdensome, which raises considerable suspicion. Noticing Tao Sanyang deep in thought, Li Changshu cautiously asked, by the way, General San Tao, how do you know Yuan Yang? He was my former superior. I took over his battalion. Tao Sanyang replied curtly. not wishing for further inquiries. She then produced storage talismans belonging to Yuan Yang and several others. By some strange twist of fate, she also retrieved tens of thousands of spirit crystals from her storage pouch. These are all for betting on senior Yuan Yang's victory. What are the odds? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Changshu blurted out. Betting on Yuan Yang to win has odds of 2 to 1, while betting on Qi Yin has odds of 1 to 1. Tao Sanyang, intrigued, asked, why are Qi Yin's odds so low? Does everyone hold him in such high regard? Li Changshu suddenly realized that since Yuan Yang had been removed from the heavenly soldier rankings, he had not appeared at the Tiangu arena for quite some time. Many of the new soldiers likely regarded him as an unknown. His eyes brightened as he casually replied, if Yuan Yang bets on himself to win, he is guaranteed to triumph. General Tao, shall we step outside? Once the battle commences, it will be difficult to continue accepting bets. Seeing no objection from Tao Sanyang, Li Changshu swiftly opened the attic door and walked out, relaying messages to the celestial soldiers. They've arrived, place your bets. Tao Sanyang followed him out, only to find that over 1,000 celestial soldiers had already gathered for the arena match. They stood upon clouds encircling the arena, eagerly watching the proceedings. Several larks flitted about among the celestial soldiers, exchanging hushed words, while the soldiers hesitantly produced their storage talismans to hand over to Li Changshu. Tao Sanyang shook her head, feeling exasperated by this individual solely focused on commerce. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed a Windrider ship docked at the edge of the arena, with Qingye Xunzi waving at her from the deck, accompanied by Jinyu, Ao Donghai, and Shirpan. Tao Sanyang soared onto the Windrider ship, nodding to Jinyu and the others to indicate that she had placed her bets. Her gaze then turned to the 2 combatants in the arena, who were poised for battle, and she casually inquired, did Senior Yuan Yang frequently visit the arena in the past? Ao Donghai, oblivious to her intent, grumbled. He used to come often when the heavenly soldier rankings were first established. But after he was removed from the list, he never returned. Tao Sanyang was about to ask more when an overwhelming celestial pressure descended from above the towering figure clad in golden armor. The massive giant spirit heavenly general slowly rose from the largest cloud platform, his voice booming. Today's battle at Tiangu Arena features combatants Yuan Yang and Qi Yan. No deliberate lethal force is permitted, and any grievances must remain confined to the battlefield. Understood? Yuan Yang and Qi Yan exchanged glances and clasped their hands in acknowledgement, replying, understood. Then let the battle commence. As the giant spirit heavenly general's words fell, the 2 combatants instantly exuded an overwhelming aura. The surging spiritual light radiated outward, causing the spectators to feel their garments flutter in the gust, initially silenced by the sheer intensity of the atmosphere. The celestial soldiers soon erupted into fervent discussions. What an impressive aura! Is this the battle of the heavenly soldier rankings? Even the giant spirit heavenly general has come down to preside over it. Indeed, those on the heavenly soldier rankings are absolute powerhouses among Earth immortals. Over the past 500 years, those who made the list possess a minimum cultivation level of Earth immortal 7th tier. Without a celestial immortal overseeing, it would be impossible to restrain them. Qi Yan, with an Earth immortal 8th tier cultivation, ranks 14th on the heavenly soldier rankings. Quite remarkable that I heard he is the commander of the fire camp in the Northern Dipper Army. With various armies currently recruiting, I think it would be prudent to discuss this opportunity with our sect. It could serve as a viable path for our junior disciples. By the way, who is the individual facing Qi Yan named Yuan Yang? That name sounds rather familiar. A relatively young celestial soldier inquired of an older one nearby. The elder soldier pondered for a moment before replying softly, you probably haven't heard of the nickname the Black Hand. But do you know the world-turning hand? Ah, it's him, the young celestial soldier who knocked the little princess of Tianpeng into the Eastern Sea. He exclaimed, fool, be quiet. Orders have been issued prohibiting any mention of that incident. The elder soldier quickly clamped a hand over the young celestial soldier's mouth, anxiously scanning the surroundings until he felt assured no one was paying attention. Qi Yan's hair seemed to ignite, turning a vivid scarlet. Crimson fire patterns emerged upon his skin like tattoos. With a heavy step forward, he transformed into a blazing streak of light, surging across the arena to confront Yuan Yang, immediately launching a fierce punch aimed at Yuan Yang's face. Yuan Yang raised his left hand to block, the impact producing a deep, thunderous sound. Qi Yan initiated an intense melee, his left fist ablaze, rapidly enveloping his hand in fire before striking again. Yuan Yang chose not to absorb the blow, instead retreating several dozen paces. astonished as he remarked, "Since when did the Qi Tianjun lineage also engage in close combat?" Qi Yin let out a heavy snort. "Our lineage has no weaknesses." With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward once more, this time enveloping both fists in blazing crimson flames. Each punch whistled through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming heat, forcing Yuan Yang to retreat step by step. Undeterred, Yuan Yang held great respect for physical cultivation as well. Possessing the stone fire, which could also be used to temper his body, he felt no fear against those of similar rank within the Witch clan. However, the crimson flames wrapping around his opponent's fists imparted a sense of danger, suggesting they could inflict harm upon his physical form in mere moments. The two exchanged over 100 blows. The next instant, the fiery figure leapt upward, flames coalescing around his right fist, dripping with scarlet, as he descended with a powerful strike aimed at Yuan Yang. This time, Yuan Yang did not evade. Meeting the attack head-on with his own fist, a surge of blue lightning coalesced around his knuckles, crackling with the sound of thunder as he launched upward to intercept the blow. When their fists collided, the crimson flames and blue lightning erupted, creating a swirling tempest of red and blue energy that rippled outward. Yuan Yang exerted his strength, unleashing the might of his formidable physique, sending the fiery opponent sprawling backward. Yet, the force of the fiery figure was no trivial matter. The obsidian iron arena beneath Yuan Yang's feet sank slightly, leaving two clear half-inch impressions. Raising his right fist, he noted with a frown that the brief clash had singed his knuckles, leaving them slightly charred. The crimson flames had breached his physical defenses, inflicting a burn upon his hand. The power of the earth-grade Zhuhuan fire had reached a level comparable to that of celestial flames. No wonder the wielder was recognized as a master of the fire elemental body. Within the windship, at some point, Li Changshu had taken his place beside Tao Sanyang and the others, observing the fiery figure in the arena with a series of exclamations. Fire elemental body? This was the first time the group had heard such a term. And even Tao Sanyang cast a puzzled glance. Li Changshu rolled his eyes internally, adopting a serious tone as he remarked, "All of this is recorded in the Celestial Court's chronicles of the Primordial era. You should take the time to peruse it." The others wore sheepish expressions, aware that the chronicles contained the Celestial Court's understanding of the Primordial era and served as a comprehensive encyclopedic resource. Its contents were exceedingly rich, encompassing history, culture, races, geography, and more. Given that it required nearly 10,000 heavenly merits to fully exchange, it was akin to obtaining a low-grade Dao artifact. As such, many heavenly soldiers had refrained from redeeming it, contenting themselves with a general understanding of its contents. Li Changshu continued, "The fire elemental body is a unique constitution among postnatal beings, belonging to the category of immortal bodies, and is profoundly attuned to the fire path, rivaling even the holy spirits of fire. Under normal circumstances, achieving immortality is merely a matter of course. Among the current ranks of heavenly soldiers, only two possessed immortal bodies, besides the fiery figure. There was also the illustrious Chen Xing, who currently held the top spot on the heavenly soldiers leaderboard on the arena. The fiery figure was propelled back over 100 feet by Yuan Yang's sudden surge of power. Steadying himself, he felt as though the bones in his right fist might shatter, secretly astonished by the strength of Yuan Yang's physique. However, he was not arrogant enough to continue attacking Yuan Yang's strengths with his own weaknesses. He decisively summoned his magical treasure. A blazing red fire orb soared forth, flames roaring within. An upper-grade Dao artifact known as the Crimson Fire purled. Go. With a commanding shout, the fire orb expanded to dozens of feet in size, resembling a star of crimson flames as it hurtled toward Yuan Yang. Unfazed, Yuan Yang altered his hand seals, summoning a torrent of lightning, as a series of foot-wide pale blue spherical bolts of electricity manifested before him, ready to confront the fiery star. The Gue Water-Yin Thunder was one of Yuan Yang's most proficient spells, recorded in the Water Thunder True Art he had previously cultivated. Many heavenly soldiers practiced the Gue Water-Yin Thunder, but few had refined it to the level of a minor divine ability as Yuan Yang had. "With just this, you cannot defeat me," Yuan Yang stated nonchalantly. "It's not over yet," the fiery figure retorted. Witnessing Yuan Yang effortlessly intercept the Crimson Fire Pearl's assault, he unleashed another cry, summoning a red gourd into his palm. Measuring only about a foot, the gourd radiated strands of celestial energy, concealing terrifying power within, causing all watching heavenly soldiers to feel a sudden warmth upon their skin. The Tiangu arena permitted battles only at the Earth immortal level, forbidding celestials from participating, and naturally, the use of immortal artifacts was also prohibited. Yet, the immense aura emanating from the red gourd approached that of an immortal artifact, possessing some of its characteristics, thereby classifying it as a semi-immortal artifact, with a hearty laugh. The fiery figure was surrounded by flickering crimson fire patterns. Rich fire elemental energy pouring into the red gourd. The gourd swelled as if it had consumed a powerful elixir, then spewed 4,000s of firebirds, obscuring the sky above the arena. Each of these firebirds, measuring 3 feet in size, appeared to possess a semblance of sentience, their wings flapping and producing melodious calls that it seemed the red fire conflagration immortal technique had been cultivated to the point of manifesting spiritual essence. Yuan Yang's 3 clear eyes widened, fixating on the red gourd. The 12 precious seals etched within had begun to merge, exuding a faint celestial aura, fitting for a semi-immortal artifact, something Yuan Yang could not yet forge himself. Merely the power invoked by spiritual energy could unleash a spell that approached the might of a major divine ability, far more convenient and rapid than conventional cultivation. Typically, mastering the red fire conflagration immortal technique to a divine ability required arduous practice and familiarization, alongside the constant absorption of various fire elemental essences to enhance its power. Without corresponding spiritual materials to assist in cultivation, one might toil for centuries and still not reach the level of a minor divine ability, let alone achieve mastery of the immortal technique at the level of a major divine ability. Yet, a powerful magical treasure could save countless years of effort, merely requiring the manipulation of one's spiritual energy to harness the treasure's power, yielding effects comparable to a major divine ability. This was akin to an ascent to the heavens, explaining why cultivators of the primordial era pursued powerful magical treasures with such fervor, surrounded by swirling crimson flames. The fiery figure stood with the blazing crimson fire pearl above his head, thousands of firebirds dancing around him, resembling an ancient fire deity. He pointed forward, sending the crimson fire pearl hurtling forward, followed by the swarm of firebirds, their extreme heat distorting the air and generating waves of scorching wind. The observing heavenly soldiers could not help but step back in trepidation. Some astute soldiers gasped, pointing at the arena floor, exclaiming, "Look! The surface of the obsidian iron arena has turned red hot." Was this the power of someone on the heavenly soldiers' leaderboard? Who exactly was Yuan Yang, to be able to contend with the fiery figure to such a degree? It was utterly astonishing. They felt they could not withstand even a single strike. As they watched the two combatants, it was evident that their strength surpassed that of ordinary earth immortal peaks. Tao Sanyang, intrigued, inquired, "What are the criteria for entering the heavenly soldiers' leaderboard?" Li Changshu remained fixated on the battle. For someone on the verge of ascending to the celestial realm, this clash held significant reference value. He replied casually, "There are no strict criteria. If you can defeat someone on the leaderboard, you can take their place. Generally, the minimum requirement is to be at the Earth Immortal late stage and proficient in a minor divine ability." With the fiery figure mastering the nearly complete red fire conflagration immortal technique, his strength was sufficient to challenge the top 10. It was indeed impressive that he had remained so concealed. Whether he could force Yuan Yang to reveal his formidable Thunder Hand divine ability remained to be seen. By the end of his statement, his voice had dwindled to a whisper, facing the dual assault from the fiery figure. Yuan Yang ceased to hold back. In addition to the pale blue spherical lightning of the Gue Water Yin Thunder, deep blue Ren Water Yang Thunder manifested around him, resembling a barrage of lightning javelins hurtling towards the swarm of firebirds. One hand conjured the Gue Water Yin Thunder, while the other summoned the Ren Water Yang Thunder. Both minor divine abilities had been perfected to an extraordinary degree by Yuan Yang on the arena. One side was engulfed in crimson flames, painting half the sky red, while the other was illuminated by blue lightning, dazzling against the heavens. Fire and lightning clashed, creating a tempest of elemental fury. Upon the cloud platform where the giant spirit celestial general stood, two figures radiating celestial energy emerged, accompanied by a young man surrounded by starlight. The giant spirit celestial general cast a sidelong glance, remarking coolly, "Congratulations, Immortal Chi Mei, on achieving the celestial realm. You have become one of our fellow Taoists." Immortal Chi Mei, clad in a striking red short skirt that revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin, exuded an enchanting beauty, her blood-red hair cascading over her shoulders with a melodic laugh. She bowed to the giant spirit celestial general, sighing, "After 2,000 years of cultivation, I have finally stepped onto the path of immortality, but I cannot compare to those prodigies who achieve it in less than a millennium. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. The giant spirit celestial general nodded slightly, yet he chose to disregard the two other figures entirely. The celestial general of the morning star sighed and spoke. Giant spirit. My friend, we are now subjects of the same court. Let bygones be bygones, and allow past grievances to dissipate like the wind. The giant spirit celestial general huffed in silence, casting a glance at the young man enveloped in starlight behind the celestial general of the morning star. He remarked, I sense a familiar aura emanating from him. Is that not the starfire, one of the 9 heavens' divine flames, dwelling within him? The celestial general of the morning star replied with a hint of satisfaction. Chengxing is the most distinguished descendant of my lineage, naturally attuned to the starfire. I have beseeched our ancestor, the celestial sovereign, to seal the starfire within Chengxing's body, hoping he can refine it in due time. The giant spirit celestial general was moved, unable to restrain his gaze from lingering on young Master Chengxing. Young Master Chengxing was exceptionally handsome, his celestial physique surrounded by shimmering starlight, reminiscent of the Lord of the Stars. With eyes that seemed to hold countless twinkling stars within a team merely over 500 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank of Earth Celestial, claiming the top spot on the Heavenly Soldier ranking at such a youthful age. A true prodigy, young Master Chengxing observed the renowned and enchanting Red Charm Fairy and humbly stated, Third uncle, you overpraise me. Without having ascended to the celestial path, I remain but an ant. There is still much for Chengxing to accomplish. Is one truly an ant if they have yet to ascend the celestial path? The Red Charm Fairy, somewhat unconvinced, fixed her gaze on the two figures battling in the thunderous arena, particularly on Yuan Yang, who had once defeated her. Noticing the inexplicable tone in the Red Charm Fairy's voice, young Master Chengxing, concerned he had misspoken, inquired, Pray tell, Red Charm Fairy, have I erred in my words? The Red Charm Fairy remained focused on the arena, reminiscing about her past defeat at Yuan Yang's hands and the formidable heavenly reversal technique. Even now, as a celestial fairy, she felt no assurance of overcoming Yuan Yang in response to young Master Chengxing's inquiry. She merely replied with a faint smile, You have spoken no falsehood, young Master Chengxing. I was merely reminded of past events that stirred my emotions. With that, she sighed, her gaze still fixated on the arena. My brother is destined to lose. The giant spirit celestial general, with an air of inevitability, remarked, Yuan Yang has long possessed the battle prowess of a celestial fairy. His victory is assured. Young Master Chengxing, feeling a surge of eagerness, clenched his fists, only to be restrained by the celestial general of the morning star, who shook his head disapprovingly. In the arena, the red flame unleashed an array of fiery techniques. The vermilion fire, aerial fire, red fire pearl, and red fire gourd, among others, employing flames, secret arts, and magical treasures without restraint. Meanwhile, Yuan Yang maintained his position with ease, utilizing merely 2 minor divine techniques to counter the relentless onslaught of the red flame. The Yin thunder of the Gui water fell like rain, eroding her divine consciousness and mana, while the Yang thunder of the Ren water struck with the precision of a spear, obliterating everything in its path. This mastery of wielding both Yin and Yang thunder showcased an exquisite harmony, seamless in its transitions. The red flame found herself at a disadvantage, compelled to amplify her spiritual energy output, gritting her teeth to withstand Yuan Yang's unyielding counterattacks. Yet, just as the two engaged in their thunderous duel, a surge of lightning erupted behind Yuan Yang. A 9-tiered thunder tower gradually emerged from the crackling lightning, instantly intensifying the tempestuous storm of thunder that enveloped the arena. Crafted from high-grade heavenly thunderstone, the purple-white tower shimmered with radiant lightning, a superb Tao artifact forged by Yuan Yang himself. Upon its appearance, the surrounding lightning seemed to gain sentience. The previously incompatible Gui water Yin thunder and Ren water Yang thunder began to intertwine and merge under the tower's influence, transforming into a brilliant blue-white lightning. This blue-white lightning, entwined with strands of celestial energy, surged forth, shattering the red fire pearl and breaking through the myriad of fiery avian defenses, hurtling towards the red flame. Water elemental divine thunder celestial technique. The red flame was taken aback, instinctively raising her crimson gourd to shield herself. Yet the blue-white lightning obliterated her defenses, leaving only a fraction of its original strength. Even so, it left a crack upon the surface of the gourd. Heart aching, the red flame, momentarily numb and scorched, prepared to flee, only to feel a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. cursing her misfortune internally. She had no time to react before a resounding thud echoed, her head buzzing as golden stars danced before her eyes. Summoning her strength, she managed to open her eyes just in time to see a black stone seal growing larger in her vision. With another deafening thud, she could no longer withstand the impact, her vision going dark as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The inferior grade Dao artifact, the mountain sealing seal, although designed specifically for striking heads, ultimately proved insufficient for her. Yuan Yang observed the seal that had only knocked her unconscious after 2 strikes, muttering to himself. Amidst the complex and astonished gazes of the surrounding heavenly soldiers, Yuan Yang approached the red flame. Speaking to himself, a wager is a wager. I shall accept your aerial fire. On the cloud platform, the red charm fairy hesitated before stepping forward, but ultimately restrained herself, watching as Yuan Yang seized the aerial fire. Ranked among the mid-grade earth artifacts from the red flame, with a displeased expression, she waved her hand, enveloping the red flame, who bore 2 sizable lumps on her head, in a red cloud, departing alongside her. Yuan Yang, unfazed by the red flame's capture, had long since discerned the 3 hidden figures beside the giant spirit celestial general. Notably, one of them bore a familiar fiery aura. Shrugging, Yuan Yang collected the 9-tiered thunder tower and, after bowing respectfully towards the giant spirit celestial general, leapt into the wind-riding vessel. On the cloud platform, the celestial general of the Morning Star remarked enigmatically, "To cultivate the water elemental divine thunder celestial technique to the level of a grand technique is a feat that many celestial fairies take thousands of years to achieve." Yuan Yang's accomplishments within the earth celestial realm are indeed exceptional. The giant spirit celestial general nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us not forget that he also possesses a self-created technique, the heavenly reversal, which rivals grand celestial arts." Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changshu, visibly displeased, glared at Yuan Yang and exclaimed, "Big hand Yuan Yang, must you always seize my opportunities?" Having known this rotund fellow for centuries, Yuan Yang remained unfazed by his grumpy demeanor. Chuckling amiably, "I assure you, I am adhering to the rules this time. I am merely collecting what I have rightfully won. I recall that this is permissible, is it not? Furthermore, I have chosen not to hold a grudge over your actions in having me removed from the heavenly soldier ranking. So be generous. After all, I was the one who informed you of the profitable method of establishing a betting arena." Ignoring Li Changshu's furious glare, Yuan Yang playfully patted his ample shoulder and continued, "Also, I am no longer a general. I occupy a leisurely position now, so just refer to me as friend Yuan. I am Li Changshu's abode." He, Yuan Yang, and Tao Sanyang sat upon stone chairs, 2 little larks named Yun San and Yun Si hopping about. Serving the 3 with celestial tea, Yuan Yang took a sip, the fragrant aroma lingering on his palate, and remarked with surprise, "Is this made from the leaves of the innate tea tree?" Li Changshu, somewhat pained, replied, "I pilfered this from my father. There is only a little left, so please savor it slowly and do not waste such a heavenly treasure." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yang's eyes sparkled, and he poured himself another cup. Downing it in one gulp. "It's merely tea leaves of inferior grade innate spiritual roots. The heavenly court has several of them. This is not the one-of-a-kind superior grade innate enlightenment tea tree." Li Changshu rolled his eyes. "How many of those superior grade spiritual roots, like the innate enlightenment tea tree, exist in the vast wilderness? My father has never even tasted it." Tao Sanyang, gracefully sipping her celestial tea, set down her cup and lamented. "It is said that the innate enlightenment tea tree was destroyed in a great battle. It is unlikely that we will have the chance to taste it again. Rumor has it that all tea trees and spiritual roots in this world are but branches of the innate enlightenment tea tree. Yet the original leaves of the innate enlightenment tea are likely lost forever, which saddened Li Changshu as well. Speaking of which, the peaches cultivated by the Queen Mother are also a marvel of the wilderness." Yuan Yang reminisced with a hint of nostalgia, saying, "The Queen Mother, consort of the Celestial Emperor, also known as the Yaoqi Queen Mother or the Golden Mother of Yaoqi, resides eternally in the celestial realm of Yaoqi. Governing the female immortals of the heavenly court, the Queen Mother possesses the legendary peach ancestor tree, hailed as one of the top 10 spiritual roots of the primordial era, which wields the extraordinary ability to seize the essence of heaven and earth." Yuan Yang has always been curious about this Yaoqi Queen Mother and her connection to the fabled Western Queen Mother. However, he refrains from prying into the private affairs of such exalted beings, for fear that doing so might incur dire consequences. From his understanding of the primordial world in his past life, The legendary Western Queen Mother is an ancient deity of even higher lineage than the Celestial Emperor. Once the foremost female immortal before the era of the witch and demon, she held dominion over the gathering of immortals banner, standing alongside the Eastern King as the leader of male immortals. Chan and Jie, with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, casually inquired, "The Queen Mother's peach tree has always been cultivated in the peach garden of Yachi, tended to by the 7 fairies. Surely, ordinary people cannot approach it?" Yuan Yang chuckled. "The 7 fairies have only recently come to the heavenly court. Before their arrival, I was assigned to guard the peach garden for several centuries." Lich King, sitting nearby, suddenly coughed loudly, interrupting Yuan Yang, and took over the conversation, saying, "The Queen Mother possesses inscrutable abilities. From the branches of the peach ancestor tree, she successfully cultivated a batch of peach spiritual roots. A feat unparalleled in the primordial realm. It is said that there are purple-patterned peach trees of superior spiritual root quality, golden-patterned peach trees of medium quality, and silver-patterned peach trees of inferior quality." Yuan Yang reminisced. "I once indulged in a silver-patterned peach. It was extraordinarily sweet. Alas, I dared not touch the golden-patterned peaches." Chan Yang glanced at Yuan Yang, who wore a wistful expression, and with a teasing smile said, "Senior Yuan Yang, isn't that akin to stealing from your own post? Are you not afraid of the Queen Mother's wrath?" Yuan Yang shrugged nonchalantly. What man does not harbor a desire to indulge in the peaches? Besides, those silver-patterned peaches are of no concern to the Queen Mother. She hardly bothers with them. I've heard that now the 7 fairies oversee the peach garden with utmost strictness. Not only is theft impossible, but even entering the garden is a challenge. What a pity for the few jars of peach blossom elixir I buried beneath the tree. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to unearth them." Having shared in the past indulgence of the silver-patterned peach, Lich King quickly shifted the topic. "Yuan Yang, are you planning to withdraw from the Gui Shui camp to fully pursue the path to becoming a celestial immortal?" Upon hearing this, Chan Yang narrowed her eyes, ceasing her inquiries, and began to listen intently. Yuan Yang sighed. "In no more than 200 years, my lifespan will reach its end. I will have but one last opportunity to strive for the origin immortal path, and I must give it my all." Lich King expressed his regret. "If you were among the first generation of humanity, you would have no such worries. The first generation of humanity was born under the doctrine of the 3 talents, destined to become immortals. I have heard that the highest-ranked Swearing King has now reached the golden immortal realm. It is simply astonishing. Your race's history spans merely over 10,000 years. At this point, Lich King could not help but marvel. His father, the illustrious Taibai Jinxing, Lich King, was a primordial being shaped from the innate essence of metal, achieving full mastery of the celestial immortal realm upon birth. Following that, he spent thousands of years in cultivation to attain the golden immortal status. Before joining the heavenly court, Taibai Jinxing had already made a name for himself throughout the primordial world. Now, he stands as the foremost civil official of the heavenly court, his cultivation unfathomable, a figure of great significance within the celestial realm. Lich King, somewhat bewildered, asked, "If you cannot achieve the origin immortal status, have you considered alternative paths to immortality? Perhaps you could visit the ancestral grounds of humanity to see if there are any solutions. Surely, they would not reject someone of your stature." Yuan Yang remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. "No, I do not wish to engage too deeply with the ancestral grounds of humanity at this moment. Please refrain from mentioning it. The waters within humanity run deep." Chan Yang, too, spoke with caution. "My mother advised me to avoid involvement in matters concerning humanity, except for those who have joined the heavenly court." Then, with a hint of confusion, Chan Yang inquired, "What is the origin immortal?" Yuan Yang and Lich King exchanged glances, and it was Lich King who elaborated. "General Tao, your cultivation has not yet reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, so your elders may not have elaborated on this matter. In this world, there are many paths to immortality, and the origin immortal is one of them. Among the various methods, the most prevalent today is the divine soul immortal method, represented by the majority of practitioners within the Xian men, who cultivate by absorbing pure energy and spiritual essence, focusing on refining their divine souls. As long as the divine soul endures, one achieves immortality. There exists the physical body immortal method, which has become rare. It is represented by the witch clan, who absorb turbid energy and earthly essence for cultivation, neglecting the divine soul. Instead, they fuse the divine soul within the physical body, attaining immortality through the immortality of the body. Then there is the origin immortal method, an ancient path passed down from primordial times. Today, There are only a few practitioners of this method. The origin immortal method harmonizes the essence of both divine soul and physical body. It was established by ancient sages who emulated the primordial deities. The three paths, divine soul immortal, physical body immortal, and origin immortal, represent the highest limits of cultivation. In addition to these three, some practitioners take unconventional routes, creating unique paths to immortality. For instance, the ghost immortal lineage, a subset of divine soul immortals, entirely forsakes the influence of the physical body, focusing solely on the soul, traversing the realms of the ethereal. Similarly, the spirit immortal lineage, a branch of physical body immortals, may achieve immortality through consuming a 9,000-year-old purple-patterned peach. Though they may enjoy longevity and freedom, they remain the weakest among celestial immortals, with no further opportunities for advancement in this life. There are also the divine immortal lineage, aligned with the divine path, who pursue the path of incense and divinity, merging with the divine to wield authority. Some take even more extreme routes, like the artifact immortal lineage, aiming to transform their physical bodies into immortal artifacts, with their divine souls becoming the spirits of these artifacts. Yuan Yang added, any method that allows one to transcend mortality and attain longevity can be regarded as a path to immortality. The choice of method signifies the path one will tread in the future, hence one must contemplate carefully before embarking on the road to immortality. Chan Yang pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, so, is it true that your prolonged stagnation at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm has been for the sake of achieving the origin immortal status? Yuan Yang sighed. The origin of postnatal beings is also known as innate essence. It encompasses both yin and yang, with yin manifesting as the divine soul and yang as the physical body. To achieve immortality through the origin method offers the chance to reverse the innate order, augmenting the essence of life and bringing one's life form closer to that of the ancient deities, thereby enhancing one's innate qualifications. This is a rare opportunity for postnatal beings to defy fate. However, the success rate of the origin immortal method has been dismally low throughout history. Perhaps it would be wiser to pursue my path along the divine path. Lich King offered a word of advice. If not for the lingering hope in the chaotic body, Yuan Yang would likely have abandoned this path long ago. However, he wishes to try one last time. Yuan Yang chuckled. If this attempt fails, I shall relinquish it. Lich King spoke earnestly. As long as you are aware of your own intentions, that is sufficient. I have been refining my own cultivation at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm for many years, and will soon embark on my own ascension. I would not wish for you to pass away shortly after achieving immortality, leaving us with one less companion. Yuan Yang laughed heartily, noticing that Chan Yang showed no signs of departing. He stood and clasped his fists, addressing both of them. Very well, I must prepare for my seclusion. Farewell. In a flash of light, Yuan Yang vanished from sight. Lich King gazed at the receding lightning and sighed deeply. Chan Yang remained lost in thought for a moment before expressing her confusion. Li Xiaoping, my mother has stripped my cultivation and sent me back to start anew. Do you think it is to guide me towards the origin immortal status? Li Qingshu, treading cautiously, replied, General San Yang, I cannot say for certain. San Yang shot him a glare. From now on, just call me San Yang. She added, you never mentioned Senior Yuan Yang before. Why do you seem to hold him in such high regard? I have recently noticed that both the Xianbing and Xuanyu leaders regard him with considerable esteem. Lich King scratched his head, his tone a mix of complexity as he said, San Yang, you have been in the secret realm for quite some time. You may not be aware that the name Yuan Yang carries immense weight among the earth immortal celestial soldiers, akin to a towering mountain. He embodies the pinnacle of combat prowess among earth immortal cultivators. Since Yuan Yang reached the peak of the earth immortal realm, for over a millennium, 2 generations of celestial soldiers have struggled to keep up with him, whether it was the former Taiyin immortal body, the Dragon Battle body, or the current Hua De Dao body and Xingqian immortal body. None have been his match. More than a decade ago, he earned the title of Hand of Heaven for defeating Princess Tianpa, derived from his self-created divine ability, which is no less formidable than celestial techniques. Do not be misled by his humble demeanor. In truth, he possesses celestial combat prowess that could defy the heavens. Utilizing the teleportation array of Tiangexianqing, Yuan Yang arrived at the second tier of the heavenly realm, known as Zhangyantian. Zhangyantian is markedly distinct from the other tiers of the heavenly realm. Here, the seas of clouds are sparse, replaced instead by an expanse of boundless continents interconnected. These continents are adorned with lakes of magma, and rivers of molten rock flow abundantly, rendering the land a deep reddish-brown. Occasionally, geysers of fire erupt, sending pillars of flame soaring thousands of feet into the sky, casting a crimson hue across the firmament. This is the origin of the name Songyan. The greatest stronghold of the heavenly court in Songyan is the Tiangong Xianqing, which stands majestically amidst a sea of magma and spans tens of thousands of miles. At the heart of Tiangong Xianqing lies the Tiangong Hall, alongside a significant location of the heavenly court. The heavenly court treasury. Yuan Yang's purpose for this journey is to exchange all of his heavenly merits for corresponding cultivation resources at the heavenly court treasury, after which he intends to enter seclusion to strive for ascension to the celestial realm. The heavenly court treasury is a grand hall ensconced with formidable arrays, guarded by celestial soldiers. A multitude of heavenly warriors bustle about, creating a lively atmosphere. The interior of the treasury is exceedingly vast, enhanced by powerful spatial techniques, with the reception hall soaring to unimaginable heights. Upon stepping inside, it feels as though one has entered the cosmos itself, where 9 pavilions hover in the air, surrounded by glimmering stars that flow like a real river of stars. In truth, those are not real stars, but the spiritual lights of myriad treasures, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Although the treasures appear within easy reach, they are separated by layers of prohibitions and seals, accessible only by the authorized attendants. Yuan Yang has visited this place numerous times and is well acquainted with the heavenly court treasury, promptly making his way toward one of the pavilions. Senior Gong Jiahong. It has been quite a while. Yuan Yang greeted a burly man with a beard at a counter in the corner of the pavilion. Gong Jiahong set down an unknown ore and, upon seeing Yuan Yang, rose with delight. "What brings you here, young lad? Are you selling that 7-aperture stone embryo of yours?" Yuan Yang rolled his eyes. "Senior, please stop fixating on my 7-aperture stone embryo. I'm on the verge of cultivating it into an 8-aperture stone embryo." Gong Jiahong snorted, his face a mask of disbelief. An 8-aperture stone embryo is classified as a mid-grade heavenly treasure, fully formed with a corporeal body. The 7-aperture stone embryo is merely a low-grade spiritual object, possessing only a portion of its corporeal form. Without several tens of thousands of years, how could you possibly succeed? Yuan Yang merely smiled and remained silent, prompting Gong Jiahong to lose interest. All right. Did you come to exchange heavenly merits for artifacts? Or are you using heavenly merits to acquire other items, as a craftsman? Yuan Yang naturally refines some artifacts regularly and comes to the heavenly court treasury to exchange heavenly merits. This time, I am using heavenly merits to exchange for items. Yuan Yang produced an identity token, which recorded his heavenly merit information that I currently possess over 65,000 heavenly merits that I wish to exchange for a resurrection elixir. A piece of low-grade heavenly soul-nourishing wood, 2 spirit-fixing elixirs, 5 cold flame soul-melting fruits, and 10 spirit fusion elixirs. That should suffice for my needs. Goodness, exchanging for so many soul-nourishing spiritual items. Are you planning to refine an external incarnation? Gong Jiahong exclaimed. Just be cautious not to act against that 7-aperture stone embryo. Such reckless behavior with heavenly treasures invites divine retribution. Gong Jiahong remains fixated on the 7-aperture stone embryo. Yuan Yang, feeling exasperated, reassured him. Rest assured, Senior, I will cultivate the 7-aperture stone embryo into an 8-aperture stone embryo. When the time comes, if you're interested, we can discuss the price. Gong Jiahong nodded in satisfaction. First activating the simplified array embedded in the counter. Soon, radiant light flickered, revealing the items Yuan Yang required. A resurrection elixir, crafted by a master alchemist from the Pill Hall, using various 1,000-year-old celestial herbs. Can swiftly mend a damaged soul, an exceedingly precious elixir. A piece of low-grade, heavenly soul-nourishing wood, sourced from the depths of the 9 hells, feels weightless in hand, entwined with a peculiar and purine energy that nourishes the soul. If one were to divide a fragment of their soul within the soul-nourishing wood, that fragment could grow into a second primordial spirit, possessing strength equivalent to 30% of the original. This holds significance even for celestial beings. Soul-nourishing wood is one of the best auxiliary spiritual items for cultivating a second primordial spirit and refining an external incarnation. As for the spirit-fixing elixirs, cold flame soul-melting fruits, and spirit fusion elixirs, these are all intended to assist in the integration of soul and body after failing to ascend to the heavenly realm and having to undergo reincarnation. You have 15,872 heavenly merits remaining, Gong Jiahong stated, updating Yuan Yang's data with his identity token, grinning widely. Yuan Yang was momentarily taken aback. How could there be so much left? With a tone of someone who has profited, Gong Jiaheng explained, by decree of the Heavenly Emperor, to encourage heavenly soldiers in their cultivation, the treasury exchanges are now discounted. Yuan Yang gasped in astonishment. Such a grand gesture? Is the stock of artifacts in the treasury sufficient? Artifacts are perpetually the most sought-after items in the Heavenly Court treasury, without exception, especially since the introduction of Dao artifacts. The treasury no longer provides them for free. One can only exchange them for heavenly merits or painstakingly cultivate them over time. Artifacts are always in short supply. Gong Jiaheng chuckled softly, lowering his voice. After a millennium of preparation, the number of heavenly soldiers must increase tenfold. The stock of artifacts will certainly be insufficient. While treasure tools can be mass-produced, Dao artifacts cannot, presently. Simply the crafting of Dao artifacts has accrued considerable heavenly merits. Younger lad, a golden age for craftspeople is approaching. How about we collaborate? Your crafting skills are commendable. Together, we can surely refine that celestial automaton. When that occurs, I shall be the master craftsman of the Heavenly Court. And you will not be left wanting. Yuan Yang, maintaining a stoic expression, interrupted Gong Jiaheng's daydreams. Senior, you are already a being of the celestial path. Have you not noticed that my lifespan is nearing its end? Gong Jiaheng glanced at Yuan Yang, suddenly displaying a look of disdain. Mortals are such a hassle. I've been a celestial for nearly 10,000 years, often spending hundreds of years in seclusion just to craft. Young lad, hurry up and ascend. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to forge celestial artifacts. Yuan Yang replied, somewhat dejected. Celestial artifacts are best approached slowly. Has the Deputy Hall Master mentioned anything about your celestial automaton? Gong Jiaheng also appeared disheartened. My master said that if it isn't completed within a century, I should abandon all else and focus solely on crafting artifacts for the Heavenly Court. Yuan Yang couldn't help but glance sideways. Master Gong Jiaheng has been a celestial for nearly 10,000 years, and he has long desired to create an unprecedented celestial automaton to elevate himself to the rank of master craftsman. The concept of the celestial automaton is indeed commendable. Yuan Yang has seen Gong Jiaheng's design sketches, which intricately incorporate various elements of talismanic arts. Unfortunately, the difficulties in crafting and the cost of materials are exceedingly high, which has hindered Gong Jiaheng's success. Thus, he remains a master craftsman rather than attaining the title of master. With 15,872 heavenly merits remaining, I shall use them all. Please, senior, show me the treasury catalog. Gong Jiaheng extended his hand and retrieved a scroll made of jade. Yuan Yang took it, and as his consciousness brushed against it, an overwhelming tide of information surged forth. The jade scroll contained detailed records of the treasures within the Heavenly Court's vaults, categorized into three major repositories: the Celestial Grade, the Earth Grade, and the Mysterious Grade. Each repository was further subdivided into specific sections, including Taoist scriptures, offensive secret techniques, magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, formations, spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, spirit beasts, sects, and geographical information. Each section could be further divided into numerous detailed items. For instance, the spiritual materials section, which Yuan Yang frequently browsed and exchanged, encompassed a rich variety of spiritual woods, spiritual gold, spiritual jade, gemstones, and more. Naturally, Yuan Yang's first glance was drawn to the magical artifacts section of the Celestial Grade repository, particularly the top 10 celestial implements. Purchasing them was out of the question, but he could certainly indulge in a visual feast. The foremost item was the superior grade celestial artifact, the Sunmoon Celestial Wheel, valued at 50 million heavenly merit. In second place was the mid-grade celestial artifact, the Nine-Dragon Celestial Seal, worth 15 million heavenly merit. The third was the mid-grade celestial artifact, the Four Seas Treasure Vase, priced at 14 million heavenly merit. The 10th was the inferior grade celestial artifact, the Colorful Cloud Garment, valued at 3 million heavenly merit. Yuan Yang salivated as he gazed at these celestial implements. Possessing one was the ultimate dream of every heavenly soldier. Not everyone was fortunate enough to acquire innate spiritual treasures, thus celestial artifacts remained the most likely option. The ancient sages emulated the innate spiritual treasures to create celestial artifacts, whose powers were not necessarily inferior to those of the same great innate treasures. And thus celestial artifacts were referred to as acquired spiritual treasures. As of now, the highest grade celestial artifacts that had appeared in the vast world were merely superior grade, according to Yuan Yang's knowledge. Over the years, the Grand Artisan had been researching the refinement of top-tier celestial artifacts. Should he succeed, It would mark the dawn of a new era, creating the first acquired creation in the wilderness that could rival top-grade innate treasures. Yuan Yang regarded the grand artisan's prowess with deep admiration, feeling a sense of awe that was beyond his reach. Yuan Yang then shifted his focus to the section on spiritual fire. As a master artificer, he naturally paid keen attention to the spiritual fires of heaven and earth. Such fires were indispensable for artificers, significantly enhancing the success rate of their craft. The spiritual fires of heaven and earth typically manifested as flames condensed to their utmost essence, which could include not only fiery flames but also cold flames and other types. Among all spiritual entities, the spiritual fire of heaven and earth held the highest value. Some of these spiritual fires even inscribed aspects of the Great Tao, allowing them to be utilized as magical artifacts. Such fires, imbued with elements of the Great Tao, were referred to as the Nine Heavens Divine Fire. Their worth often surpassed that of ordinary inferior-grade celestial artifacts. For instance, the Doshui Divine Fire, the Starry Divine Fire, the Earth Core Molten Flame, and the Nether Ghost Fire were valued around 4 million heavenly merit. Meanwhile, the True Solar Fire, the Red Lotus Inferno, the True Lunar Fire, and the White Lotus Purifying Fire were valued at approximately 5 million heavenly merit. The possession of a Nine Heavens Divine Fire was no longer a matter of strength. Countless formidable beings in the wilderness yearned for such a fire yet found themselves unable to acquire it, relying more on fortune and opportunity. With the Nine Heavens Divine Fire unattainable, the celestial-grade spiritual fires became the objects of fierce competition among artificers. Examples include the superior-grade Jinwu True Fire, the mid-grade Samei True Fire, and the inferior-grade Ziki Donglai Flame, all of which were in high demand. Yuan Yang possessed the mid-grade Earth-grade Shizhong Fire and the mid-grade Aerial Fire he had won from Qian, both valued around 20,000 heavenly merit. He also discovered a flickering wood fire in the Heavenly Quartz Vault catalog. This mid-grade Earth-grade wood fire had the property of sustaining itself by continuously burning spiritual power, making it one of Yuan Yang's targeted spiritual fires. The combination of the Aerial Fire, Shizhong Fire, and wood fire, once successfully fused, would undergo a qualitative transformation, elevating to the renowned mid-grade celestial-grade Samei True Fire. The Samei True Fire was regarded as the versatile oil among celestial-grade spiritual fires, suitable for crafting artifacts, refining elixirs, and serving as a means of offense and defense. Upon seeing the exchange price of the wood fire, Yuan Yang furrowed his brow. The exchange price for the wood fire was set at 20,000 heavenly merit, while Yuan Yang currently had only 15,872 heavenly merit, a sum insufficient for the acquisition. However, if he missed this opportunity, he knew not when he might encounter such a chance again. The number of artificers and alchemists in the heavenly court coveting the Sanmei True Fire far exceeded Yuan Yang alone. After pondering for a moment, he realized he must produce some of the ice attribute materials he had obtained from the ancient ice cave. As he contemplated, an intense shudder coursed through Yuan Yang's body. A profound yearning surged from the depths of his being, an indescribable thrill that left him momentarily paralyzed. For countless years, this sensation, which only arose during his traversals, had remained etched in his memory. Yuan Yang exerted effort to stabilize his mind, his gaze flitting about. Soon, his eyes landed on the black gourd in Gong Jiaheng's hand. It appeared that Gong Jiaheng, noticing Yuan Yang still perusing the Heavenly Quartz Vault information, had taken out a small black gourd, no larger than half a palm, and was examining it thoughtfully. Yuan Yang fixated intently on the black gourd, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions, rendering his voice somewhat hoarse. "Senior, what is this black gourd?" Gong Jiaheng, without lifting his head, replied. "This is a gift from my master, an incomplete innate spiritual treasure. What a pity it is." Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Gong Jiaheng looked up to find Yuan Yang's eyes bloodshot, staring fixatedly at the black gourd he held. Instinctively, Gong Jiaheng clutched the gourd to his chest. "What are you planning to do?" After speaking, he felt he might have overreacted, so he retrieved it again. Continuing to ponder the incomplete innate restrictions within the gourd, Yuan Yang took a deep breath and said, "Senior, may I take a look at this gourd?" Gong Jiaheng seemed to sense Yuan Yang's unusual demeanor, casually tossing the black gourd to him while observing intently. Yuan Yang barely paid attention to anything else as he caught the black gourd, an overwhelming sense of joy flooding his heart. Deep within his being, the dormant chaos essence, which had lain silent for over 2,000 years, began to stir and roar, as if striving to break free from the constraints of the laws governing the vast world. Aiming to re-emerge with the unparalleled might of the chaos body, Yuan Yang closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. When he opened them again, he addressed Gong Jiaheng. I want it. Gong Jiaheng's face broke into a wide grin. I want 100,000 heavenly merit, or equivalent value in heavenly materials. Yuan Yang, unyielding, countered. Senior, this black gourd is still incomplete. It cannot be sold as a celestial artifact. 10,000 heavenly merit is more than reasonable. Gong Jiaheng retorted angrily. Are you trying to insult me? 10,000 heavenly merit is merely the price of a mid-grade Dao artifact. I have no shortage of Dao artifacts, which I can easily refine. Yuan Yang shot back. It is merely the embryonic form of an innate spiritual treasure. You know well that prematurely manifested innate treasures cannot continue to advance. How could it possibly be worth 100,000 heavenly merit? Gong Jiaheng shook his head with self-satisfaction. Let us not forget how important this gourd is to you. It's written all over your face. Moreover, comprehending the incomplete innate restrictions within this gourd would greatly benefit my artificing practice. Don't think I'll be swayed by a mere 10,000 heavenly merit. Besides, this gourd has significant origins. It comes from the innate gourd vine, one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the wilderness, with the potential to become a superior innate spiritual treasure. One of the 10 primal roots. The innate gourd vine is a legend that Yuan Yang is somewhat familiar with. The innate gourd vine originates from Mount Buzhou and bears 7 gourds, of which the first 6 are exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The first, the purple gold gourd, belongs to the Ta Ching saint, serving as a vessel for alchemical elixirs, capable of containing all things. The second, the Yuanshan gourd, is under the possession of the Yu Qing saint, possessing numerous marvelous functions such as nourishing the primordial spirit. The third, the water and fire gourd, is owned by the Shangqing saint, containing the essence of the universe, nurturing the primal energies of water and fire, which manifest as water and fire chilants, playfully spiraling within, a sight of extraordinary wonder. The fourth, the golden gourd, belongs to the goddess Nuwa, which later transformed into a talisman to summon demons from across the realm. The fifth, the yellow gourd, is owned by the Eastern Emperor Tai, refined through Supreme Demon Clan secret techniques into a perilous gourd capable of slaying immortals. The sixth, the red gourd, is in the possession of the venerable Hongyun, filled with countless grains of red sand, known as the soul's sinking sand, capable of tainting the primordial spirit and destroying one's path. The seventh, the black chaotic gourd, is capable of manifesting chaos itself. But unfortunately, it was immature when the gourds were distributed and was prematurely picked, falling short of even being a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Lost amidst the realms. At the root of the innate gourd vine lies a divine artifact from the 9 heavens, the Jiutian Shirong, acquired by Nuwa. Together with the vine's body and roots, Nuwa utilized them to create humanity, transforming it into a treasure of merit, thereby eradicating the existence of the innate gourd vine in the primordial world. However, Yuan Yang remains utterly unconvinced by Gong Jiaheng's claims of its potential to become a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. If this small gourd could indeed grow to such a level, it would have long been fought over by various powerful beings, rather than being left in the hands of a mere celestial being in the heavenly court. Yuan Yang rolled his eyes dismissively, scoffing. Fine, even if what the elder says is true, it doesn't change the fact that it is merely a defective product. Surely, the elder does not believe that anyone could possibly restore the chaotic gourd's essence. In response to Yuan Yang's ridicule, Gong Jiaheng, for once, appeared slightly embarrassed. Even if it's not worth 1,000,000 celestial merits, it was a gift from my master. Besides, you felt the chance of ascension from the gourd, didn't you? 100,000 celestial merits is certainly insufficient. You'll need to add more. Yuan Yang sighed in resignation. All right then, what do you desire from my possessions? Just name your price. Without hesitation, Gong Jiaheng replied, I want that 7-orifice stone fetus, along with a celestial-grade spiritual artifact at O, and that top-grade earthly 5 elements fire lotus. Yuan Yang gritted his teeth. 2 celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, plus that immensely promising top-grade earthly 5 elements fire lotus? Elder, are you planning to rob me of my entire fortune? Gong Jiaheng, with a face full of righteous entitlement, responded, as a master craftsman, who doesn't he have a few celestial-grade spiritual artifacts in their collection? You know how much debt I owe for crafting the immortal puppet, right? This is a rare opportunity to profit. Just comply. Yuan Yang clenched his teeth in frustration, but he knew he could not miss out on that chaotic black gourd. He sensed within it a glimmer of hope to break free from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yang said, I agree, but I wish to keep the 7-orifice stone fetus. Just as Gong Jiaheng was about to speak, Yuan Yang interrupted. If I retain the 7-orifice stone fetus, I will provide you with the sky fire and earth fire. You only need to gather the wood fire to cultivate the 3 mystical fires of celestial grade low quality. Upon finishing, Yuan Yang manifested a pale blue sky fire and a pale yellow earth fire in his hands, also pointing towards the catalog of the heavenly treasury, indicating the swaying wood fire. Gong Jiaheng's eyes lit up. As a craftsman, he could never resist the allure of the heavenly spiritual fires. Without further hesitation, he promptly exchanged for the wood fire from the heavenly treasury and then said, "Hand over the other items, and this small gourd will be yours. Elder, please accompany me in the celestial city of Tiange, atop the falling thunder peak, within the inquiry courtyard. Only the 7-orifice stone fetus remained in the pond." While the 5 elements fire lotus had vanished without a trace, Gong Jiaheng, with a beaming smile, took possession of Yuan Yang's treasures and scrutinized the 7-orifice stone fetus closely. Patting Yuan Yang's expressionless shoulder, Gong Jiaheng said with a smile, "I shall take my leave first. When you achieve immortality, I will celebrate on your behalf. The path of immortality is carefree. These are merely external possessions, do not take them to heart." With that, Gong Jiaheng transformed into a streak of fire, soaring into the clouds, presumably to tinker with his immortal puppet. The inquiry courtyard fell into a tranquil silence as Yuan Yang stored the 7-orifice stone fetus and entered his secluded chamber. Activating the isolation formation, gradually the entire inquiry courtyard faded from the peak of the mountain, leaving only the continuous rumbles of falling thunder illuminating the surroundings. A month later, within the secluded chamber, Yuan Yang, adjusted to his optimal state, sat cross-legged in the 5 elements celestial pool. The pool was shallow, reaching only to his chest as he Saturday born from the earthly 5 elements spiritual veins. The 5 elements celestial pool was suffused with intertwining essences of the 5 elements. Its spiritual energy dense and radiant, with glimmers of light scattering throughout. Yuan Yang, feeling the abundant spiritual power, allowed his emotions to surge. Gradually, he ceased to suppress himself and began to laugh heartily, to the point of tears almost spilling from his eyes. After so many years, he finally witnessed the opportunity for a breakthrough. There was no need to abandon the essence of his chaotic body, nor to forsake the cursed physique of the primordial world. He no longer felt the oppressive weight of the approaching limits of his lifespan, that a flawless chaotic body ought to shine brilliantly, destined to become a supreme existence of an era. Yet in this primordial realm, he had been living in fear, compromising himself. As Yuan Yang exuberantly released the pent-up indignation within him, he no longer restrained the equally elated chaotic black gourd in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The long silent chaotic black gourd sensed the overwhelming resonance of Yuan Yang's chaotic essence. The gourd trembled violently, beginning to expel chaotic energy. Complex patterns of Tao emerged around the chaotic black gourd, which expanded and contracted as if sensing something. In that instant, Yuan Yang, struck by inspiration, sent his primordial spirit into the chaotic black gourd. The next moment, the chaotic black gourd shattered the space, taking the primordial spirit along into an unfathomable realm. The primordial spirit opened its eyes in a pitch-black space. There was no light, no wind, no temperature, no distinction between up and down, nor any sense of time. Only swirling chaotic energy rolled in endless waves. Suddenly, Yuan Yang realized this was the very essence of the chaotic body's space. The essence of the chaotic body resonates with all pathways, capable of manifesting and annihilating all things, serving as both the beginning and the end of everything, within the primordial space of Yuan Yang's essence. The chaotic black gourd appeared to thrive, as if returning to the womb that birthed it. The surrounding chaotic energy was slowly absorbed by it, repairing the deficiency in its innate essence caused by being prematurely plucked. Yuan Yang smiled brightly. The primordial spirit flew out of the chaotic black gourd, allowing the tumultuous chaotic energy to wash over him. Remarkably, this chaotic energy, capable of dissolving and assimilating everything, caused no harm whatsoever to Yuan Yang's primordial spirit. Instead, they surged forth eagerly, akin to lost children reuniting with their parents. Yuan Yang comprehended that as a flawless entity of chaos, his essence was inherently intertwined with chaos, naturally drawing close to its energies. He allowed the chaotic aura to repeatedly cleanse his miniature primordial spirit, striving to forge a primordial spirit suffused with chaos. The chaos entity possessed no weaknesses. Its corporeal form was often unparalleled. With vital energy soaring to the heavens, and its body, shrouded in chaotic energy, surpassed even celestial gold and resilience. Its magical powers were equally vast and profound, instinctively harmonizing with myriad pathways, drawing upon the cosmic forces of the universe and its expansive might. In terms of the primordial spirit, the chaos entity exhibited a similarly formidable presence, endowed with the fortification of chaos from birth. Rendering it indestructible and impervious to obliteration. One could assert that from its corporeal form to its magical prowess and primordial spirit, this constitution bore no flaws, marking it as a favored child of the heavens, a true progeny of the cosmos. In that moment, Yuan Yang was beset by visions of the present world. Recalling the trepidation of traversing an unfamiliar realm and the joy of discovering his chaos entity lineage. Then came the oppressive confinement imposed by the primal laws of the universe on his chaotic essence, the arduous journey across mountains and rivers in pursuit of enlightenment, and the anguish of repeated failures in breaking through the primordial celestial realm. The chaotic aura unfolded everything, showcasing countless past experiences, various great paths, and myriad wondrous techniques before his eyes. He vividly recalled the earnest practice of the tiger crane body forging fist from his initial foray into cultivation. The delight of entering the heavenly soldier cultivation sequence with the water thunder true formula, and the recent months spent plunging into the depths of the chaos suppression sutra. He remembered the myriad secret techniques he had practiced, such as the flying thunder finger, palm thunder, Gui water in thunder, Ren water yang thunder, and the water elemental divine thunder. Along with his self-created heaven-turning hand. He also reflected on his experiences in artifact crafting, having forged various treasures and Dao artifacts, including his first low-grade treasure, the lightning sword, and his first low-grade Dao artifact, the mountain-holding seal. All these past experiences surged forth, stirring Yuan Yang's emotions profoundly. The chaotic aura within the entire primordial space resonated with his feelings, swirling like relentless tides. Within Yuan Yang's primordial space, the chaotic energy pervaded, devoid of time and space. Since he began his seclusion, nearly a century had elapsed in the outside world. During this near century, the unassuming Thunderfall Peak had gained notoriety. Nearly 100 years prior, a vortex of multicolored tribulation clouds, stretching for thousands of feet, had manifested above Thunderfall Peak, expanding over hundreds of miles. Passing heavenly soldiers and generals were awestruck, and many golden-armored celestial warriors came to observe. Upon learning that someone was challenging the celestial realm, orders were issued to maintain a safe distance. Through it all, Yuan Yang remained oblivious, deeply immersed in his cultivation, under the resonance of the myriad paths of chaotic essence. He comprehended the profound truths of all the techniques he had practiced in the past, even extrapolating further along the path, particularly with the cultivation of the Chaos Suppression Sutra. The ceaseless surge of chaotic energy within the primordial space accelerated his progress. Yuan Yang's understanding of the chaotic path unfolded before him as if he were observing the veins of a leaf, advancing by leaps and bounds. His palm-sized primordial spirit, under the cleansing of chaotic energy, had matured into a full-sized chaotic primordial spirit, appearing almost as a second Yuan Yang. To break free from the constraints imposed by the primal laws. Yuan Yang's chaotic primordial spirit had been engaged in battle within the primordial space for decades, employing every means at his disposal, including the grand water elemental divine thunder and the unique celestial technique recorded in the Chaos Suppression Sutra, the Chaos Suppression Fist. He unleashed them all. A myriad of techniques were employed in rapid succession, repeatedly striking from within the primordial space to breach the entrapment woven by the primal laws. With the ceaseless assistance of the chaotic energy from the primordial space, Yuan Yang gained profound insights during the battle, his strength continuously escalating. Various thunder techniques coalesced into a colossal handprint of thunder, finally creating a fissure in the entrapment net. Though it quickly began to mend itself, Yuan Yang fought with fervor, his chaotic primordial spirit disheveled, howling to the heavens, driven by a singular desire to shatter these constraints and obliterate all that sought to bind him. In this frenzy, his self-created heaven-turning hand inadvertently fused with the essence of chaos that annihilates all things. Emanating an aura of terror that defied the heavens and threatened destruction, his left hand erupted with boundless celestial thunder, piercing through all, while his right hand unleashed an outpouring of chaotic celestial light, obliterating everything in its path. Ultimately, the entrapment net woven by the primal laws was shattered under the onslaught of Yuan Yang's might. In the final moments, the chaotic blackboard joined the fray, releasing a stream of chaotic sword energy, serving as the last straw that broke the net of confinement. With a resounding crack, the entrapment net, woven from the primal laws, seemed to emit a cacophony of breaking sounds. In the next instant, the entire web of laws abruptly shattered, turning to dust. With the net of confinement breached from within, Yuan Yang's spirit felt an overwhelming clarity and lightness, as if the weighty dust had finally been wiped away, rendering everything crystal clear. In the following moment, a gentle tremor coursed through his chaotic essence primordial space, and the long-suppressed chaotic energy surged forth in a tidal wave. The chaotic primordial spirit, imbued with divine intuition, returned to the purple mansion's celestial platform, drawing forth the chaotic energy from the primordial space to cleanse his limbs and bones, undergoing the most thorough metamorphosis. This transformation was excruciatingly intense and utterly comprehensive. A level of metamorphosis Yuan Yang had never before encountered on the path to ascension. His eyes, which had previously cultivated a minor divine technique known as the three pure eyes, had melded the clear water of solar radiance, lunar radiance, and stellar radiance. However, under the onslaught of chaotic energy, these clear waters were dissolved and assimilated. The three pure eyes were rendered obsolete, transforming instead into the chaos divine eyes, capable of discerning all illusions. His body commenced a profound transformation, expelling the remnants of his blood and replacing it with the radiant blood of the chaotic essence. Even his bones were reshaped, with glistening fragments forcibly expelled from his body. The entire five-element celestial pool had transformed into a blood pool. Radia, even the vibrant clouds of calamity were pierced through, leaving behind a colossal void. The colorful calamity clouds roiled and roared, seemingly incensed, as they continuously gathered and solidified. The layers of clouds descended ever lower, brewing a cataclysmic intent to annihilate all. In a brief moment, the clouds, which had once spanned hundreds of miles, shrank to less than 10. Amidst the dense layers, the divine lightning of 5 colors astonishingly fused together, forming an immensely thick and terrifying rainbow lightning far surpassing any singular elemental divine thunder. This rainbow lightning, as massive as a mountain range, entwined with glistening fragments of laws, slowly descended like a manifestation of a true grand cosmos, intent on obliterating all tangible forms. The grand elemental divine thunder. This was akin to a divine ability only attainable by a golden immortal. Yuan Yang's expression hardened as his vital essence, magical power, and primordial spirit surged, intertwining above his head to form a gray chaotic celebratory cloud. This celebratory cloud, a symbol of celestial immortals, was woven from the essence of this immortal, embodying the path and laws of the celestial being. As a chaotic entity, Yuan Yang naturally manifested a gray chaotic celebratory cloud. Within this chaotic celebratory cloud, chaotic energies churned, while thunder flickered, embodying an essence that could obliterate all. Yuan Yang slowly extended his right hand, and from within the chaotic celebratory cloud emerged a colossal hand of chaotic energy, poised to grasp the heavens. The hand, infused with the chaotic essence of annihilation, transcended mere suppression of consciousness and magical power, exuding an aura of unbridled destruction as it directly confronted the grand elemental divine thunder. Without a sound or ripple, it was akin to an eraser quietly wiping away a drawing. Above the thunderfall peak, there emerged a realm devoid of all paths. The massive grand elemental divine thunder, upon entering this realm of formlessness, began to disintegrate layer by layer, vanishing from sight. All paths were rendered null. Based on the prowess of the overturning hand, Yuan Yang fused the chaotic essence of obliteration, evolving a new divine ability capable of forming a realm devoid of all paths. Within this realm, any divine ability composed of great paths would disintegrate and vanish. The state of all paths being null had become Yuan Yang's most formidable divine ability, a unique technique exclusive to chaotic entities. This retreat into seclusion had yielded tremendous gains for Yuan Yang. Not only had he broken free from the constraints of the primordial laws, becoming an immortal through his chaotic essence, but he had also comprehended the embryonic forms of 2 supreme divine abilities. The first was the unparalleled divine ability of nullifying all paths, necessitating the use of chaotic essence to wield. This ability already contained a fragment of chaotic obliteration, its might comparable to that of path laws, with the potential to evolve into an unparalleled technique in the future. The second was a fusion of various thunder path divine abilities into a grand imprint of thunderlight. The more thunder path abilities fused, the greater the power. Currently, it already surpassed ordinary immortal techniques, second only to the nullification of all paths, which Yuan Yang named the thunder of 10,000 lightning, in the outside world. After the vibrant calamity clouds unleashed this grand elemental divine thunder, the energy seemed to reach its zenith, rapidly dissipating thereafter. As the calamity clouds cleared, the long overcast Thunderfall Peak revealed a blue, clear sky, deep and expansive, where golden sunlight poured in, bringing warmth beyond measure. Ascending from earth immortal to celestial immortal, one must traverse the tribulation of immortality. Upon crossing it, life knows no bounds, allowing for endless longevity and freedom. In this moment, heavenly rain fell, and golden springs erupted from the earth, accompanied by celestial melodies and radiant feathers flying. This was the universe celebrating the immortal's ascension, marking the emergence of another eternal being in the world. Yuan Yang had finally etched a small mark of his own within this primordial realm. The surroundings lay in disarray. Once Yuan Yang regained his focus, he began to rebuild Thunderfall Peak, now basked in sunlight, with a clear sky for miles around. It had transformed into an ordinary immortal mountain. However, Yuan Yang had no intention of changing its name. Thunderfall Peak would remain as his abode. The heavenly rain and golden springs were treasures rich in vitality, immensely beneficial to immortals. Gifts from the heavens for those who had successfully traversed the tribulation. Yuan Yang inhaled deeply, and the majority of the heavenly rain and golden springs instantaneously transformed into a radiant essence, absorbed into his being to replenish the depletions incurred during the tribulation process. Particularly, the recently manifested divine ability of nullifying all paths had consumed an extraordinary amount of magical power. With a small remainder of the heavenly rain and golden springs, Yuan Yang opted to utilize it to enhance Thunderfall Peak. He scattered seeds of various spiritual flowers, grasses, and trees throughout the mountain. Soon, under the influence of the remaining heavenly rain and golden springs, the seeds sprouted at a visible pace, within a mere quarter of an hour. Thunderfall Peak was lush and vibrant, exuding a refreshing aura. After making simple repairs to the formation, a procession of heavenly officials appeared at the horizon, beating drums and playing music, with auspicious clouds laying the path. Leading the group was an official clad in a crimson robe, his demeanor amiable, adorned with two long, pink whiskers. This was a member of the heavenly court, a civil official of celestial rank, responsible for personnel affairs, and a subordinate of the chief civil official, the illustrious Taibai Jinxing. Congratulations, Taoist Yuan Yang, on embarking upon the path of immortality. From henceforth, you shall enjoy eternal life and freedom. Even before his arrival, his voice had already reached Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang approached respectfully, offering a bow, all thanks to the careful nurturing of the heavenly court. Jin Li Jinren smiled with satisfaction, nodding to a junior civil official behind him. Consequently, this junior civil official stepped forward and joyfully proclaimed, "Today, Taoist Yuan Yang ascends to celestial rank, with the heavens and earth rejoicing. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has graciously bestowed upon you a palace from the heavenly realm, a set of low-grade Tao artifacts, a celestial elixir, and a heavenly treasure." Following the official celebration from the heavenly court, Jin Li Jinren instructed the other heavenly soldiers to depart first, pulling Yuan Yang aside to speak softly. "Within a year, you must register at the headquarters of the Jiwei Heavenly Court to receive your palace and fulfill your duties." Yuan Yang discreetly offered a handful of spiritual crystals, questioning with some confusion, "Does His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor also take notice of newcomers like myself?" Jin Li Jinren accepted the spiritual crystals, clearly pleased with Yuan Yang's understanding. Without regard for the quantity, he quietly advised, "This is a time of preparation for war. His Majesty personally monitors the whereabouts of every newly ascended celestial being. Prolonged absence from your duties will leave a mark in His Majesty's records. If you desire stability, consider joining the Heavenly River Navy, which primarily handles defensive duties and is relatively safer." Upon finishing, Jin Li Jinren bid farewell and soared into the clouds. After the official heavenly celebration concluded, the inhabitants of nearby immortal mountains and several passing celestial generals offered their congratulations to Yuan Yang, to which he reciprocated graciously. 3 months later, within the secluded chamber of Thunderfall Peak, the elemental immortal pool had long since run dry, along with the spiritual energy from the elemental veins beneath, leaving its restoration uncertain. The once bloodied and bony elemental immortal pool had become crystal clear. Lying at the bottom were remnants of over 100 ice attribute spiritual objects, including several remnants of heavenly-grade ice attribute artifacts, all devoid of spiritual light, having had their ice essence extracted by Yuan Yang, now reduced to mere waste. In the center of the elemental immortal pool stood a 7-orifice stone fetus, around 10 feet tall. Yuan Yang employed secret methods to allow the 7-orifice stone fetus to absorb his essence blood, along with nearly all the ice essence from the ancient ice cave. after an extravagant cultivation process. The originally low-grade heavenly stone fetus finally advanced to a mid-grade heavenly 8-orifice stone fetus. This seemed an egregious loss. As Yuan Yang's resources had nearly been exhausted, to extract sufficient ice essence and cultivate the 7-orifice stone fetus into an 8-orifice stone fetus. Yuan Yang had sacrificed nearly all his collection of ice attribute earth and heavenly spiritual objects. The 8-orifice stone fetus bore a striking resemblance to the sacred spirit of the stone world. Overshadowing the heavens. It is said that if one can attain the 9-aperture stone embryo, one will be endowed with intelligence and possess the combat prowess of celestial beings upon birth, thus revealing the wonders of creation. The 8-aperture stone embryo, on the other hand, has already fully coalesced into a flesh and blood form within, due to the absorption of the essence blood from the Yuan Central. The flesh within the 8-aperture stone embryo bears a striking resemblance to Yuan Central himself. Yuan Central intends to allow his second primordial spirit to reside within and refine the 8-aperture stone embryo into an external avatar, a venture that pertains to his aspirations for mastering a secret technique in the future and is crucial to his path toward becoming a golden immortal. This is also the reason why, after achieving immortality, Yuan Central still expends great resources to refine an avatar. Yuan Central has now gained a clear understanding of the cultivation in the realm of celestial immortals, unlike other methods of attaining immortality. The path of the primordial source emphasizes a more ancient sanctity, placing great importance on the body, primordial spirit, and magical power, requiring simultaneous advancement. The pinnacle of the 9 levels of celestial immortals of the primordial source is marked by the blossoming of the 3 flowers atop the head, one representing the flower of the body, one for the flower of the primordial spirit, and one for the flower of magical power, with no precedence among them. After enduring decades of cleansing by chaotic energy, Yuan Central has indeed completed the cultivation of the primordial spirit flower. Having also transformed his physical body under the purifying effects of chaotic energy, rendering it robust and resilient, presently, Yuan Central has reached the 5th level of celestial immortality, with the flower of his physical body already beginning to bloom. In all aspects except magical power, he has caught up with, and even surpassed, several of his most talented contemporaries, such as the lunar immortal body from a millennium ago, the dragon wrath battle body, and the thunder god. Regrettably, after attaining immortality, he once sought to communicate with the chaotic black gourd, which was hidden within the primordial space, to inquire whether it would be willing to serve him as its master. The chaotic black gourd, having supplemented part of the primordial essence, has grown into a low-grade innate spiritual treasure with significantly enhanced spirituality. While it does not oppose aiding Yuan Central, it has firmly rejected the proposal of serving him. It has intermittently conveyed warnings. The heavenly Tao despises chaos, urging caution against revealing oneself too easily. Yet, no matter how Yuan Central pressed for answers, the chaotic black gourd remained unmoved, quietly residing within the primordial space, inhaling and exhaling an endless stream of chaotic energy. The fate of Yuan Central is inextricably linked to that of the chaotic black gourd, and its warnings are not to be taken lightly. Yuan Central holds them in high regard. In the Thunderfall Peak, within the secluded chamber, Yuan Central retrieved the soul-nourishing wood, a low-grade spiritual item of earth rank, exchanged from the heavenly court a century ago. This dark wood, originating from the 9 nether regions, had its special pure energy nearly exhausted. A diminutive figure resembling Yuan Central sat within, embodying his second primordial spirit, entirely white in hue. Initially, Yuan Central severed part of his primordial spirit and utilized the ice soul divine light, an item of low-grade earth rank, as the seed for the Schwambing embryo, thereby creating a second primordial spirit closely aligned with the path of cold ice. The snowy white figure of the second primordial spirit opened its eyes, nodded at Yuan Central, and swiftly surged into the 8-aperture stone embryo, settling within the purple mansion at the center of the flesh form. The flesh birthed by the 8-aperture stone embryo is immensely powerful. In terms of physical prowess alone, it is entirely comparable to a true celestial immortal body, possessing astonishing vitality. The strength of the second primordial spirit nurtured by the soul-nourishing wood is equivalent to 30% of a peak earth immortal, standing merely a finger's height, yet it pales in comparison to the current size of Yuan Central's chaotic primordial spirit, which is less than 1% of its stature. Yuan Central mused about the potential cultivation level of the avatar once successfully refined. Apart from the soul-returning elixir, Yuan Central also prepared various elixirs and treasures exchanged from the heavenly court that could expedite the integration of the second primordial spirit with the physical body. Among these were the spirit binding elixir, the cold flame soul merging fruit, and the spirit fusion elixir, all of which he shattered in one go, releasing a fragrant aura that filled the chamber. Yuan Central had originally planned to create an avatar as a vessel for recultivation, thus investing considerable resources. Now that his true self has already attained immortality, there was no longer a need to seize control of the avatar for recultivation. Nevertheless, he remains meticulous, aiming to forge a perfect avatar capable of independent growth. Unfortunately, his encounters related to thunderous techniques have been rather sparse. The greatest fortune he had was acquiring a piece of upper-grade earth-rank thunderstone, roughly the size of a head, which he later forged into the supreme Dao artifact, the 9-tier Thunder Pagoda. Otherwise, with his mastery in thunder techniques and the invaluable 8-aperture stone embryo, he could have easily refined an avatar possessing the initial cultivation level of a celestial immortal. The 8 apertures of the 8-aperture stone embryo inhaled and exhaled, drawing in the medicinal energy that permeated the chamber, under the influence of the medicinal properties. The white figure of the second primordial spirit gradually merged deeply with the flesh form nurtured by the 8-aperture stone embryo, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Nearly half a year later, this fusion reached its conclusion. Yuan Central gazed at the 8-aperture stone embryo with anticipation. The 8 apertures had ceased their rhythmic breathing, giving a sense of completeness. The surface of the smooth stone embryo began to sprout numerous cracks, as though something within was struggling to break free from its stony confines and reveal itself to the world. After half an hour, an explosion seemed to erupt from within the stone, shattering the entire stone form. A youth, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, emerged from the debris, with a strikingly handsome visage. Rosy lips and white teeth, he bore a snowflake mark on his forehead. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Central, and with a smile playing on his lips, he nodded to Yuan Central, saying, "I am Yuan Bing, and I pay my respects to the true self." Yuan Yang erupted into hearty laughter. As his avatar and true self merged into one, this dialogue with oneself was indeed amusing. However, it was somewhat regrettable that his avatar, Yuan Bing, was not cultivating the thunderous path he once knew so well, nor was he currently pursuing the chaotic path, despite his true self having attained the 5th tier of celestial immortal. The avatar he had crafted only possessed the pinnacle of the 9th tier of earth immortal. Yuan Yang needed a deeper comprehension of the ice path to enable his avatar to ascend to the realm of immortality. He produced a flame of deep azure, exuding a chilling aura. This was the low-grade heavenly fire, Qianlan Bing Yin. This Qianlan Bing Yin was the only ice attribute treasure at his disposal, capable of enhancing the potency of the ice secret art. Coupled with the avatar's physique, which was akin to that of a celestial immortal, it might just withstand a few exchanges against an ordinary celestial immortal. Yuan Bing accepted the flame, a trace of relief lingering on his face. Having exhausted nearly all ice attribute spiritual materials, he managed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of earth immortal in a short span. Had he chosen to abandon his true physical form to cultivate anew as an avatar, he would have undoubtedly forfeited his qualification to challenge the celestial immortal realm, rendering eternal life a distant dream. With this Qianlan Bing Yin, he could barely contend with the celestial immortal. It seemed imperative to forge a protective Dao artifact swiftly. Yuan Yang sighed, "Let us take our time. I currently lack suitable materials. The ice path is one of the myriad paths, and as you continue to practice the ice mystical art, the more you understand the various paths, the stronger our ultimate technique, all paths are void, will become." In Yuan Yang's eyes, the intent of chaotic destruction surged forth. He envisioned the path to further refine this self-created technique. Given time, as Yuan Yang deepens his understanding of all paths, the technique all paths are void might truly be able to annihilate the myriad paths, reducing all to nothingness. The celestial realm comprises 9 heavens. Each heaven is a complete world of great magnitude. The 5th heaven, Jiwei Tian, where the Emperor of Heaven resides, serves as the current stronghold of the celestial court. This vast palace complex, situated amidst boundless seas of clouds, exudes supreme majesty. Here, celestial mists swirl during the day, and ethereal cranes and phoenixes dance gracefully, while fragrant herbs and grasses permeate the at night. The stars spiral around, their myriad lights resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, illuminating each palace in a crystalline glow, creating an array of breathtaking sights. The Celestial Court's two most significant structures are the Hall of the Celestial Emperor, where the Emperor resides, and the Heavenly Pool Palace, presided over by the Queen Mother. The Celestial Emperor governs both civil and martial officials, while the Queen Mother oversees all female immortals, jointly managing the newly established Celestial Court. In addition to the Hall of the Celestial Emperor and the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Celestial Court includes 36 palaces and 72 halls, symbolizing the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends. However, among these 108 palatial structures, most remain unoccupied, as only those of golden immortal rank are deemed worthy to reside within these core halls and partake in the Celestial Court's fortunes. This was not Yuan Yang's first visit to Jie Tian, yet it was the first time he beheld this majestic realm through the eyes of a celestial immortal. Jie Tian, the fifth heaven of the nine, holds the connotation of being the sovereign of the stars. As both the supreme ruler and the master of the celestial bodies. It is immensely prestigious. It is no wonder that the Celestial Court's headquarters stands at the heart of Jie Tian. Encapsulating extraordinary significance, the Celestial Court has 4 entrances, with the southern heavenly gate being the most imposing of them all, serving as the main entrance, towering high above the endless sea of clouds. The southern heavenly gate evokes a sense of awe and solemnity. Do not be misled into thinking it is merely an ornate door. In truth, the southern heavenly gate functions as a large-scale teleportation portal, capable of transporting celestial soldiers to every celestial city under the Celestial Court's command, serving as a divine instrument for mobilizing troops. Previously, when Yuan Yang was merely an earth immortal, he could only vaguely sense the spatial fluctuations emanating from it. Now, as a celestial immortal, he could clearly perceive the surging spatial power within the southern heavenly gate. Such a portal, capable of harnessing such overwhelming spatial energy, was certainly not something an ordinary celestial artifact could achieve. The golden-armored celestial guard, noticing Yuan Yang's momentary daze, enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder and inquired, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to register for celestial status?" Yuan Yang snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he replied, "I am Yuan Yang, a newly ascended celestial immortal, here to register my celestial status." I was momentarily taken aback by the majesty of the southern heavenly gate. "I hope you will not hold it against me." The golden-armored celestial guard waved his hand dismissively, growing even more amiable. "I am Yuan Yang, the left commander of the Zhuge Southern Army. I have recently been assigned to guard the southern heavenly gate. You may address me as Brother Luan. Our Zhuge Southern Army is actively recruiting, offering generous rewards. The Grand Marshal Zhuge has mentioned privately that if a celestial immortal joins, she will bestow a semi-immortal artifact as a welcome gift. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yang, would you care to consider this?" Yuan Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was the celestial guard at the gate also responsible for recruitment? "Yuan Yang, do not overstep. Yuan Yang is under my command." A crisp voice suddenly rang out, startling Yuan Yang. That a graceful figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and without further ado, she unleashed a punch that left a large bump on Yuan Yang's head. Yuan Yang's pupils constricted as he observed Yuan Yang attempting to evade with all his might. Yet that petite, delicate fist seemed to have anticipated all of Yuan Yang's evasive maneuvers, landing a blow that had him clutching his head and crouching down in pain. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, Yuan Yang's tense body relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips as he cupped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to Lady Xianyu." The newcomer was none other than Xianyu, formerly the commander of the Gue Shui camp and Yuan Yang's direct superior, now serving as the right commander of the Tianhe Water Army. Prior to Yuan Yang's seclusion, Xianyu appeared to have been preoccupied with pressing matters. Delegating various tasks to her sister, Xian Bing. It seemed that she had been on the cusp of ascending to the golden immortal realm at that time. Soon, Yuan Yang's muttering confirmed Yuan Yang's suspicion. "It's not that I became a golden immortal a bit earlier. What is so remarkable about it? Once I advance, I will reclaim the scene." Xianyu shot a glare at the obstinate Yuan Yang, and with a swift step, a golden pathway extended into the depths of the Celestial Court. In a flash of golden light, she whisked Yuan Yang away from view. If the distinction between Earth immortals and celestial immortals is one of mortal and immortal, then the gap between celestial immortals and golden immortals is indeed monumental. That a powerful Earth immortal, like the former Yuan Yang, could wield one or even two grand techniques to contend with early-stage celestial immortals. However, no matter how formidable a celestial immortal may be, Challenging the authority of a golden immortal is a formidable task. By the late stages of celestial immortal, practitioners can forcibly distort a region of space, creating a spatial secret realm. Nevertheless, such secret realms are merely the most rudimentary form, reliant on the resources of the primordial world for sustenance. In contrast, golden immortals have cultivated a wisp of eternal golden essence, harnessed the quintessence of life, and begun to comprehend the laws of the Great Tao. They possess a deeper understanding of spatial laws and the ability to open small thousand worlds, which are complete worlds with self-sustaining cycles, allowing beings to reside within them indefinitely. Such an act of creation is far beyond what Yuan Yang is currently capable of. After ascending, Yuan Yang had sent a message to Xian Yu and several old acquaintances via a sound-transmitting talisman. However, to expedite the crafting of his ice avatar, he declined the invitation to reunite. Xian Yu seemed to have matters to discuss with Yuan Yang, following closely behind him, with a golden immortal leading the way. All necessary registrations and benefits were promptly arranged. Yet when Xian Yu frowned at Yuan Yang's request to serve in the Heavenly Artisan Hall, a sense of foreboding loomed. However, no one said anything. Seeing that Xian Yu Xinzi did not object, Yuan Yang let out a sigh of relief. This was akin to changing jobs in front of an old superior, had it been in the past. Xian Yu Xinzi would have likely dealt a heavy blow. The celestial official in charge of registration was a civil celestial being who swiftly completed the registration process before leading Yuan Yang to a tranquil palace garden. This palace garden was, of course, not one of the 108 core treasure halls, but rather a separate residence designated for celestial beings. Yuan Yang chose this particular celestial garden due to its seclusion, primarily because it housed a dried and damaged Taiyin well that if it could be restored, it could be utilized to cultivate the chilling spiritual fire of heaven and earth, which would greatly benefit Yuan Bing's cultivation. The celestial garden was indeed quite expansive, featuring celestial pools, jade trees, gardens, pavilions, peculiar stones, and flowing waters. The main hall boasted 3 levels, each resplendent and grand, with intricately carved beams and painted columns depicting the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The plaque of the main hall remained blank. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Yang waved his hand, and the characters Hun Dun Tian Gong appeared on the plaque, with a trace of chaotic energy flowing through. The registering celestial official did not comment, having seen even more extravagant names. This was merely a celestial palace, and the heavenly court would not take issue with it. After inscribing the name, he presented Yuan Yang with a token bearing the words Hun Dun Tian Gong. This would henceforth serve as the entry token to the palace. With the array's core residing in the main hall, the heavenly court had its rules, and it was hoped that the celestial lord would adhere to them. Yuan Yang accepted the token with a nod, and the celestial official, having nothing more to say, transformed into a wisp of cloud and departed. Once one became a celestial being, as long as they did not encounter calamities, they were granted an extended lifespan. Forming the backbone of the heavenly court, naturally, the heavenly court would not allow such power to roam freely. There were no idlers in the heavenly court. Each celestial being held a duty, whether leading troops into battle, guarding a territory, or serving in the logistics department, cultivating spiritual herbs, training celestial soldiers, or refining pills and artifacts. There was no concept of enjoying the benefits of the heavenly court's training only to frolic carefreely after attaining immortality. Although each celestial being had their private cave abode in the outside world, the vast majority of these abodes paled in comparison to the celestial gardens assigned by the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court was a confluence of the myriad essences of the heavenly realm, making it the ideal place for celestial cultivation. On ordinary days, many celestial beings resided within the heavenly court. Has Commander Xian Yu sought me out for some urgent matter? Yuan Yang inquired, genuinely perplexed by Xian Yu Xinzi's intentions. Exercising caution, Xian Yu Xinzi waved her hand to cast a layer of restrictions before speaking. Since you are no longer in the military, you may simply call me Xian Yu. I sought you out to inquire about my sister. She has been absent from the heavenly court for nearly a century. Yuan Yang, somewhat bewildered, asked, Did Xian Bing Xinzi not elaborate to you? Xian Yu Xinzi responded with a tone of regret. At the time, I was refining a piece of celestial equipment and only recently emerged from seclusion. My sister merely mentioned that she was going to the extreme North Ice Plains. I learned that before leaving the heavenly court, my sister met with you. This matter should be connected to you, correct? Yuan Yang hesitated for a moment before affirming, If it concerns the extreme North Ice Plains, then it indeed pertains to me. Xian Yu Xinzi's eyes brightened instantly. Unable to restrain her curiosity, what did my sister go to the extreme North Ice Plains for? Where exactly did she go? After some contemplation, Yuan Yang replied, Xian Bing Xianzi went in search of a congenital spiritual treasure. Xian Yu Xianzi expressed her surprise, then added another layer of restrictions within the palace to prevent eavesdropping. She quickly inquired, what congenital spiritual treasure? How is it related to you? Is my sister in any danger? Noticing Xian Yu Xianzi's anxious demeanor, Yuan Yang, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was his inherently dark nature. A high-grade congenital spiritual treasure resembling the Ice Soul Divine Pearl was undoubtedly a coveted item that various formidable beings from the Primordial era would fiercely compete for, capable of turning most individuals ruthless. Yuan Yang organized his thoughts and meticulously explained the ancient ice cavern, the mysterious ice coffin, and the information regarding the suspected congenital treasure, the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Xian Yu Xianzi listened in astonishment, gazing at Yuan Yang with a hint of envy. Tsk, you, a millennia-old Earth immortal, possess such fortune. However, upon closer inspection, Xian Yu Xianzi was again taken aback. Fifth layer of celestial immortality? What a joke. Yuan Yang internally scoffed, thinking to himself that she was a golden immortal who had accompanied him all this way. How could she only now realize it? Yuan Yang refrained from revealing that he had already reached the fifth layer of celestial immortality, humbly stating, perhaps it is due to prior accumulation. This time, my retreat went exceptionally smoothly, and after another century of seclusion, I emerged, hence my rapid progress. Xian Yu Xianzi wore an expression of disbelief. Even with deep accumulation, such a feat seems implausible. To ascend one level in the ninth layer of celestial immortality typically requires 2 to 3 centuries. Even those with exceptional talent may spend millennia without any progress. You must possess some unique celestial body, or perhaps you are the illegitimate child of some powerful figure. Yuan Yang, unwilling to expose his chaotic body, deftly shifted the topic. Are you planning to venture to the extreme North Ice Plains? Xian Yu Xianzi? Tsk. Xian Yu Xianzi replied, no longer probing further, but earnestly stated, I must find my sister. Why don't you accompany me? You are more familiar with the area if any unforeseen circumstances arise. With your current cultivation, you should be able to handle them. Yuan Yang considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. For it was he who had provided the information that compelled Xian Bing Xianzi to head to the extreme North Ice Plains without hesitation. Although it was merely a transaction, Yuan Yang nonetheless felt a deep sense of gratitude. While the high-grade congenital spiritual treasure was desirable, Yuan Yang had no hope of obtaining it. Furthermore, not everyone, like Xian Bing Xianzi, would be willing to engage in such a fair exchange with a mere earth immortal. The chaotic suppression of the world scripture, pertaining to the cultivation of the path of chaos, was exceedingly rare throughout the primordial realm and not easily acquired. Yuan Yang's greatest asset now was that he had already broken free from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth with his chaotic body, and he would undoubtedly continue to pursue the path of chaos in the future. Although the chaotic suppression of the world was a fragment, its cultivation principles would still provide countless references and guidance for his path ahead. Xian Yu Xianzi, brimming with determination, stepped forward, and a golden road of lights swiftly extended, the surrounding scenery shifting as she transported Yuan Yang to another palace. This palace felt markedly different from the chaotic heavenly palace. Within the grand hall, a rhythm of the Tao flowed visibly. It was as if the veil obscuring the laws of the great Tao had been lifted. The laws of rain surged with vitality, imparting an impression of greater ease in comprehending the Tao. Drawing one closer to the great Tao, noticing Yuan Yang's astonishment, Xian Yu Xianzi explained, this is one of the 72 earthly fiend treasure halls, capable of sharing a portion of the heavenly court's fortune. With the assistance of this fortune, cultivation becomes not only a means to shield oneself from inner demons but also facilitates a deeper understanding of the Dao. My sister and I joined the heavenly court precisely for the fortune that aids one's cultivation. Once you become a golden immortal, you will witness this fortune as golden light. My treasure hall has a direct teleportation array leading to Tiangexianqing, eliminating the need to exit through the southern heavenly gate, thereby preventing those with ulterior motives from discovering it. With a flash of light, the two found themselves in the familiar Tiangexianqing. After another teleportation, they arrived at the heavenly court's northernmost outpost in the human realm. Declining the invitation of the station minor general, the two transformed into beams of light and soared northward. It took nearly a month to traverse the vast, dark expanse of the North Sea before finally reaching the extreme North Ice Plains. Even having ascended to celestial immortality and flying rapidly for a month, Yuan Yang felt a hint of fatigue. The previously utilized low-grade artifact, the wind-controlling ship, could no longer withstand the output of Yuan Yang's post-immortal powers. Yuan Yang silently resolved that he would surely forge a high-grade flying vessel in the future for his transportation. Gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, a magnificent expanse of pale land loomed ahead. Yuan Yang proposed, "Xin Yu Xianzi, let us utilize the wind-controlling ship for transportation from here on. The extreme north ice plains are riddled with spatial fissures, requiring cautious navigation." Xin Yu Xianzi readily agreed. "From here on, you shall take charge of the arrangements, and we may also take the opportunity to rest." The two individuals took a moment to sit quietly at the bow of the ship, which glided slowly through the air. Guided by a wisp of magical energy emanating from Yuan Yang, the extreme north ice field marked the northernmost edge of the boundless human realm, a place of unimaginable cold where winds howled and snow fell incessantly, leaving scarcely any living beings in its wake. One might say it was a realm of ice and snow, devoid of anything else. Not only ordinary creatures, but even celestial soldiers at the void refinement level would find it exceedingly difficult to survive here. Even Earth immortal practitioners had to continuously channel their magical powers to ward off the chill. It was rumored that even immortals could succumb to the frost in the deepest recesses of the extreme north ice field. The landscape of this icy expanse was monotonous. Apart from the vast white plains, there were countless towering pale icebergs. Here, crystalline peaks reaching thousands of zhang were visible at every turn. The space within the extreme north ice field was notoriously unstable, occasionally revealing fleeting streaks of light. However, these were not ordinary lights. They were shards of silver space. Occasionally, an iceberg would be struck by these silver streaks, either vanishing entirely or being sliced to reveal a smooth cross-section. Some icebergs were even cleaved in half, crashing down upon the ice surface with a thunderous roar. Despite having visited once before, Yuan Yang still felt an overwhelming awe of the tremendous forces of nature at play here. For Xianyu, the celestial maiden, this was her first visit to the extreme north ice field. Exhaling a puff of white mist, she rubbed her delicate hands together and curiously inquired of Yuan Yang, "How did you come to this desolate place?" Yuan Yang, while keeping an eye on the spatial shards, responded, "That was over 200 years ago that I accepted a bounty to capture a six-tailed ice fox. That cunning creature fled all the way to the extreme north ice field, and it was no small feat to finally catch her. The fox was exceptionally sly and led me into the territories of several formidable demon kings more than once. If not for the concern of killing her without a reward, I would have shown her no mercy. However, it was during that grand pursuit that I unexpectedly discovered an ancient ice cave, from which I obtained a plethora of ice attribute spiritual materials, igniting my desire to cultivate the ice path with my avatar. As they continued their slow flight, nearly 7 days had passed, and Yuan Yang finally beheld a vast blue ice fissure, 10 li wide and stretching for tens of thousands of li, deep and unfathomable. The ethereal blue fissure resembled a blue scar upon the pristine white plains, a sight to behold. Numerous shards of silver space drifted back and forth within this azure chasm, exquisitely beautiful yet perilously dangerous. Observing this familiar scene, Yuan Yang let out a gentle breath, stating with a light-hearted expression, "This is the fissure, about 1,000 li from here, on an ice cliff. Many shards of spatial light are swirling. The entrance to the ancient ice cave is hidden amidst those spatial shards." Quite discreetly, in contrast to Yuan Yang's buoyant demeanor, Xianyu wore a serious expression, fixated on the direction indicated by Yuan Yang for quite some time. The entrance to the ancient ice cave. "The ice cliff you mentioned must have been discovered by others. There are many practitioners from the Ice Fox clan, and they have formed a formation to seal off that area." Instinctively, Xianyu reached for her celestial patrol token, intending to summon reinforcements from the heavenly court to gain the upper hand. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she set the token aside. She proposed to Yuan Yang, "I can sense my sister's location. She is within the formation. We need to break the formation to free her, and I require your assistance." Yuan Yang did not refuse but suggested, "Unless the situation is truly dire, perhaps we should still seek aid from the heavenly court? Bringing a few celestial patrol ships would make dealing with those ice foxes much easier." Xianyu shook her head. "Your earlier conjecture was not mistaken. I can also sense the aura of a congenital spiritual treasure. My sister has been relying on that treasure to hold on until now. That if we call for reinforcements from the heavenly court, my sister may not be able to retain ownership of the treasure." "Humph, The Lord of the Nine Heavens has always claimed to favor my sister and me, but he will undoubtedly interfere. The Ice Fox clan has 2 golden immortals, 5 celestial immortals, and the rest are earth immortals. Hardly worth mentioning that I will hold off those 2 golden immortals while you deal with the celestial immortals and break the sealing formation. Yuan Yang's expression turned pained. 5 celestial immortals? Surely you overestimate my abilities. Xin Yu comforted him. Fear not. There are no late-stage celestial immortals among them. Although I have just entered the golden immortal stage, I am confident in holding off those 2 golden immortals. As for the celestial immortals, that will be your responsibility. Kill as you see fit. By the end of her statement, a murderous intent had already manifested on Xin Yu's face. Despite her usually carefree demeanor, Yuan Yang understood this former superior well. Once on the battlefield, she transformed into a calm and rational figure, decisive in her actions. With the celestial ice maiden trapped and sealed, Xin Yu must surely be filled with a desire for vengeance now. Yuan Yang nodded, choosing not to say more. After all, the celestial ice maiden was her beloved sister. It would be strange if Xin Yu bore no ill will, coincidentally. He also wished to test the combat prowess of the chaos body after ascending to immortality. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his entire being, awaiting the impending battle. Suddenly, the space before them rippled, as 2 golden immortal ancestors of the Ice Fox clan sensed the presence of Xin Yu and Yuan Yang. Tearing through the fabric of space to arrive in an instant. One was a middle-aged man, while the other was an elder. The middle-aged man, seemingly uninterested in interruption, spoke directly. The Ice Fox clan has matters to attend to. Unrelated individuals are requested to keep their distance. However, the elder scrutinized more closely. Clan leader, judging by their aura and appearance, this one resembles the Heavenly Court's female immortal we have sealed, so they are not unrelated individuals. The 2 golden immortal ancestors of the Ice Fox clan examined Xin Yu, who was also a golden immortal. They appeared to pay no heed to Yuan Yang, or perhaps they simply did not care. Xin Yu, disinterested in idle chatter, took the initiative to strike that a bagua water cloud scarf descended from the heavens, its essence burning fiercely, enveloping the 2 golden immortal ancestors of the Ice Fox clan. Yet, the very next moment, the bagua water cloud scarf exploded. The Ice Fox clan leader and the Supreme Elder joined forces to tear apart the spiritual net of the scarf. They remained completely unscathed by the attack of this exquisite Tao artifact. The Ice Fox Supreme Elder regarded the fierce Xin Yu before him, then cast a glance at Yuan Yang, who had taken the opportunity to fly toward the sealing site. His expression as calm as an ancient well. A mere golden immortal at the first level dares to act so arrogantly, thinking they can take on 2 opponents without fear of falling. Xin Yu replied expressionlessly, "You are but a golden immortal at the 3rd level and another at the 2nd level. Do you think that is enough to easily eliminate me?" The Ice Fox clan leader seemed to recall something and suggested, "You must be the Xin Yu celestial maiden of the Heavenly Court. I did not expect you to have ascended to the golden immortal realm. My clan has no desire to oppose the Heavenly Court. Leave our clan's treasure, and you and the celestial ice maiden may depart unharmed." Xin Yu's face twisted in derision. "Your clan's treasure? Humph. When did what my sister obtained become your clan's possession? It is nothing but a brute force acquisition, masked by your foolish talk of righteousness." Stubborn and ignorant, the Ice Fox Supreme Elder retorted. "The Heavenly Court is merely a lapdog. What can they achieve by suppressing us? My clan once followed the Demon Emperor. How can the present Heavenly Court compare to the unparalleled Demon Court?" The derisive words of the Ice Fox Supreme Elder seemed to solidify the clan leader's resolve. He muttered to himself, "The ancient ice cave and the opportunity of the congenital spiritual treasure rightfully belong to my Ice Fox clan. With that treasure, my Ice Fox clan can independently control destiny, no longer needing to heed the 2 Shan clan. No one can stop the rise of my Ice Fox clan. First, we shall capture her." With a resolute decision made, the 3 individuals instantly engaged in fierce combat. Ethereal glimmers of light tore through the icy peaks, causing a cataclysmic upheaval that shook the 100-mile expanse of the frozen tundra. Meanwhile, Yuan Yang transformed into a streak of fleeing light, heading directly towards the entrance of the ancient ice cavern. The entrance. 9 ominous flags of dark energy hung in the sky, surrounded by howling winds. These 9 flags, positioned in a formation reminiscent of an inverted bowl, confined a celestial maiden within its luminous barrier. 5 celestial beings and 18 earthly immortals collaborated to sustain the operation of this formation. In Yuan Yang's eyes, chaotic energy surged, and his chaotic divine gaze could pierce through illusions. He could see the Xianbing fairy at the center of the formation, her visage pale and weary, her form on the verge of collapse. Above her head hovered a pale divine orb, radiating countless beams of white light. Struggling to fend off the refining force emanating from the formation, Yuan Yang dashed towards the formation. He unabashedly exuded his first level of heavenly immortal aura, which naturally alerted the practitioners of the Ice Fox clan. Point 2 Early stage celestial practitioners of the Ice Fox clan emerged from the formation to confront him. Point 1 wielded a snow-white, crystalline ice fan, and with a mere flick of the fan, he hurled several massive icebergs towards Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang deftly dodged left and right, evading each colossal block of ice that came hurtling toward him. Just as he evaded the icy onslaught, a robust ice fox, with a fierce glint in its eyes, unleashed its protective armor, which suddenly blazed with radiant energy. Grasping an ice-blue spear, the formidable ice fox bellowed and charged at Yuan Yang. Thrusting the spear towards his chest. At that moment, a voice Yuan Yang found somewhat familiar, tinged with alarm, rang out. Third Elder, retreat quickly. It is too late, Yuan Yang replied with a hint of a smile. He no longer concealed his cultivation at the 5th level of heavenly immortality, disregarding the ice-blue spear that reached the caliber of a demigod artifact, allowing it to pierce his chest. However, the ice-blue spear merely left a bloody mark on his resilient form. The sturdy Ice Fox practitioner was utterly astounded by Yuan Yang's formidable physique, and before it could retreat, Yuan Yang swiftly closed the distance. With a clenched right fist, charged with the power he had gathered moments before, he unleashed a thunderous punch that shattered the Ice Fox's protective armor. Subsequently, he condensed a spear of blazing white lightning in his left hand, piercing through the gap in the armor and driving it into the heart of the early-stage celestial Ice Fox. The spear of blazing white lightning, composed of thunderous power, coursed through it, dissipating the Ice Fox's magical energy and rendering its body limp. The ice-blue spear fell from its grasp, and its divine essence was bound within the confines of its purple mansion. Unable to escape, the robust Ice Fox's eyes reflected despair, mingled with a sense of righteous fury. Despicable, you are not of the 1st level of heavenly immortality. You are at the 5th level. Surprised, are we? Yuan Yang's mocking tone lingered in the air. While a golden immortal could easily discern Yuan Yang's level of cultivation, it was not so simple for those of the same heavenly immortal tier. Yuan Yang let out a cold laugh, intensifying the lightning spear in his grasp, causing the formidable Ice Fox to succumb to its overwhelming force. Fainting in agony, Xian Ming'er, barefoot upon the frozen expanse, appeared unfazed by the biting cold of the northern tundra. Her expression was devoid of warmth, laced with hatred. She glared at Yuan Yang and commanded, Yuan Yang, release our 3rd Elder at once. So it is you. No wonder your voice sounded so familiar. As Yuan Yang regarded the resentful familiar face before him, he began to understand why the Ice Fox clan had appeared here. Regret washed over him as he confessed, I should have killed you outright back then. I never anticipated that even in your unconscious state, you could sense the aura of the ancient ice cavern, leading you to seek me out. Xian Ming'er regarded Yuan Yang with trepidation. She had witnessed his prowess in battle during her theft of the Ice Fox clan's ancestral fox fire, fearing exposure to the higher echelons of her clan. She had no choice but to flee. Consequently, the Ice Fox clan issued a bounty for her capture. At that time, Yuan Yang had been vacationing in the Qingqiu sacred land. Upon learning of the generous bounty from the Ice Fox higher-ups, he leveraged the celestial realm's teleportation system to pursue her relentlessly, cornering her until she had nowhere left to run. Just as Xian Ming'er found herself in the extreme northern tundra, having barely caught her breath, she was captured and rendered unconscious by Yuan Yang. Perhaps due to her innate sensitivity inherited from the Ice Fox clan, even in her unconscious state, she sensed an overwhelming essence of cold ice, as if it had existed since time immemorial. This revelation prompted the higher-ups to deduce that Xian Ming'er might have passed through an ancient ice cavern. Such places, imbued with the essence of primordial ice, could yield a vast array of ice-attributed spiritual treasures, making them invaluable to the Ice Fox lineage. Subsequently, the Ice Fox higher-ups dispatched clan members to secretly search the extreme northern tundra for over a century. Yet they found nothing. Even when the clan's ancestors personally sought the cavern, they could only vaguely sense its existence. It was not until a celestial maiden from the heavenly court arrived a century ago, venturing into a massive ice crevice and disappearing after traversing through a maze of spatial fragments, that the Ice Fox clan's interest was rekindled. Decades later, a convergence of primordial energy gathered around this ice crevice, accompanied by terrifying torrents of relentless thunder that persisted for days. Following this, a gentle rain descended, and golden springs erupted from the earth. As radiant feathers floated from above, ethereal images of a celestial maiden appeared. Ice peaks erupted from the ground. Ice dragons and ice phoenixes soared through the skies, and ice trees flourished across the land, showcasing an array of extraordinary phenomena. The moment Xian Menger, responsible for the search, realized that someone had obtained the treasures of the ancient ice cavern, she promptly relayed the information to the higher-ups. Consequently, the Ice Fox clan mobilized their forces, laying ambush near the ice crevice to severely wound the celestial maiden emerging from the cavern. They subsequently sealed her within the heart of a grand formation, intending to gradually refine her essence. During this period, under the tutelage of the clan's higher-ups, Xian Menger successfully ascended to the realm of heavenly immortals. Now at the first level of that tier, she had never anticipated that Yuan Yang had reached the 5th level of heavenly immortality, utterly shattering her perception of cultivation speed. Once a defector from the Ice Fox clan, Xian Menger had now emerged as a rising star within their ranks. "You Ice Fox clan are truly intriguing," Yuan Yang remarked derisively, eyeing the remaining 4 heavenly immortals of the Ice Fox clan. Among them was one he recognized, the elder who had issued the bounty on Xian Menger. The elder, Xian Yuan, replied coolly, "Had it not been for the need to leverage the heavenly court's teleportation system, you would have had no opportunity to meddle in our clan's affairs. As for the method of crafting the extreme cold ice spear, I find the bounty quite satisfactory," Xian Yuan asserted firmly. "The ancient ice cavern is a prize we must secure. Becoming an immortal is no easy feat. Yuan Yang, my friend, perhaps you should release our elder and retreat. I assure you, I will pay a visit another day with ample compensation." Yuan Yang scratched his head, shaking the blazing white lightning spear in his hand, causing the 3rd elder, Chan and Jie, to awaken momentarily before losing consciousness again. With a frustrated tone, Yuan Yang remarked, "You make this quite difficult for me. The Xianbing fairy you are currently sealing and refining is my superior's sister. I cannot remain uninvolved. Furthermore, Xian Yuan, after all the lengthy discussions, I trust you are prepared now." The expression of Elder Xian Yuan darkened. Separating from the formation required time. Forcing a departure could disrupt the formation's integrity, alerting the maiden within, which would pose a significant problem. "Xian Menger, you must remain at all costs to sustain the formation's operation. We are nearing the final stages of refinement, and it is imperative that the fairy does not escape. Elder 2, Elder 4, come with me to eliminate Yuan Yang." With Elder Xian Yuan's command, the 4th elder, Xian Chanshan, momentarily froze, casting a glance at the 3rd elder, Xian Jishan, now in Yuan Yang's grasp, his eyes reflecting sorrow. The previously silent middle-aged woman, Elder Xian Yoshio, initiated the attack first. Above her head, a crystal-clear ice-blue vial materialized. The vial overturned, and a stream of fine yet chilling blue water shot towards Yuan Yang with alarming speed. Yuan Yang raised an eyebrow. True extreme cold water. The next to strike was the 4th elder, Xian Chanshan, wielding an ice fan, who forcefully swept it towards Yuan Yang. Instantly, dozens of ice mountains surged forth, chasing the blue stream, and upon merging, the pristine white ice transformed into a chilling azure hue, saturating the space with an overwhelming frigid energy. Beneath the looming presence of the azure ice mountains, Yuan Yang felt his spirit, body, and magical power subtly oppressed and frozen. This combined divine technique had surpassed the realm of ordinary celestial arts. Yuan Yang, unwilling to be complacent, summoned a swirling gray chaotic cloud above his head, where flashes of lightning illuminated the emergence of a purple-white tower, the Ninefold Thunder Tower. Cascading bolts of blue-white lightning descended from the tower, enveloping Yuan Yang and isolating him from the suppressive intent of the ice mountains and their frigid aura. Simultaneously, Yuan Yang no longer held back. The blazing white thunder spear in his hand surged with tremendous energy. The body of the celestial, said to be imperishable through time, disintegrated inch by inch amidst the roaring thunder. The spirit avatar of the 3rd elder, Xian Jishan, fled from the destruction of his celestial form, but was swiftly captured by Yuan Yang's prepared thunder net, letting out a shriek before being obliterated piece by piece under the devastating force of the lightning. The 3rd elder, Xian Jishan, had fallen. Each celestial being is blessed by the heavens, and the death of a celestial instantly resonated with the world. Blood-colored light feathers danced, blood-hued twilight clouds appeared, and an inexplicable sorrow surged within the hearts of the onlookers. From the side of Xian Jishan's demise, a tide of pure spiritual energy surged outward in a circular wave. What comes from the heavens shall inevitably return to the heavens. Yuan Yang was struck by a claw mark, sent hurtling hundreds of yards, crashing into a massive protruding ice block. He pushed aside the ice block to rise, feeling the cold, purple bruise of the icy claw mark on his chest. The chilling aura emanating from the mark made Yuan Yang shudder involuntarily. The elder Xian Yuan, concealed and stealthily approaching to rescue, unleashed a chilling claw attack toward Yuan Yang, who had already been struck by the combined divine technique that shattered his protective lightning. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yang endured the blow, determined to eliminate the third elder Xian Jishan, whom he had already seized, understanding the principle that it is better to sacrifice a finger than to lose an entire hand. Yuan Yang wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. He had not felt such life-and-death combat in many years, with the ninefold thunder tower above him. Bolts of lightning cascaded down. Yuan Yang grasped the half-celestial grade extreme cold ice spear left behind by the fallen third elder Xian Jishan. Without concern for its compatibility, he lifted it and transformed into a streak of lightning. Charging forward. Utilizing the advantage of his chaotic body, Yuan Yang, at the 5th level of celestial cultivation, with a sharp chaotic spirit and a resilient physique, stood firm against the combined forces of the 3 ice fox elders, the 6th level celestial elder Xian Yuan, the 6th level celestial 2nd elder Xian Yoshu, and the 2nd level celestial 4th elder Xian Changshan. Elder Xian Yuan, having spent over 10,000 years in the celestial realm, wielded her techniques with remarkable skill. The divine level claw of the ice fox was employed with exceptional proficiency. Countless claw shadows intertwined with Yuan Yang's fist, which was wrapped in a thread of chaotic energy, clashing evenly. 2nd elder Xian Yoshu and 4th elder Xian Changshan excelled in combined techniques. The chilling aura of the blue ice mountains was formidable, and the concealed law intent of freezing energy made Yuan Yang wary. The 4 engaged in a tactical retreat, their figures flashing in and out of sight. They appeared in the air, on the ground, or atop various ice peaks. The fierce battle among the 4 unleashed a plethora of secret techniques, including ice mountains, lightning, extreme cold true water, and claw shadows. The battlefield gradually shifted, moving further away from the ancient ice cave entrance. Meanwhile, on the golden celestial battlefield, the death of the third elder Xian Jishan and the resulting spiritual tide resonated with the heavens, drawing the attention of 3 golden celestial beings. The Xianyu fairy scoffed, "With numbers on your side, yet you still lost a celestial. The gap between your Qingqiu Fox clan's 7 lineages, particularly the Ice Fox Xian lineage, and the Heavenly Fox Tushan lineage, is only growing. No wonder the Qingqiu sacred land has been under Tushan's control all these years." The Ice Fox clan leader's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant celestial they had dismissed earlier possessed such formidable strength. Exchanging glances with the Ice Fox Supreme Elder, the clan leader produced a snow-white ice pearl from his hand. The pearl, swirling with strands of celestial energy, contained a roaring ice dragon within, a treasured heirloom of the Ice Fox lineage, the low-grade celestial artifact. Cold Icely Pearl. The Ice Fox Supreme Elder spoke coldly. The strength among golden celestials hinges on their mastery of the laws of the path they cultivate. You cultivate the path of rain, but your reign is inherently restrained by our clan's path of ice. The 2 golden celestial ancestors of the Ice Fox lineage joined forces to activate the cold, icely pearl. Instantly radiating brilliant light, from within the pearl surged a crystalline, snow-white ice dragon, racing through the void with astonishing speed. It coiled to form a great circle, encircling the Xianyu fairy within. In the next moment, the ice dragon unleashed a terrifying chill, freezing the air, the winds, and everything around it. Yet, at the center of the ice dragon's embrace, the Xianyu fairy showed no signs of fear, calmly stating, "The interplay of the 3,000 paths is not so superficial." As the battlefield of the Celestials drew further apart, Xian Meng'er and the other Earth-level ice foxes breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Xian Meng'er failed to notice was that merely 1,000 yards away, a round, beady eye opened from an inconspicuous ice block, quickly scanning the surroundings before transforming back into an ordinary ice block. Deep beneath the ice layer, hundreds of yards from the surface, lay an underground cavity, forming an ice cave. This was Yuan Yang's ice avatar, Yuan Bing, who had traversed through the depths using the properties of the Qian blue ice flame to melt ice attributes, spiritual materials, and carve a path. However, Yuan Bing, being only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth-level cultivation, did not dare to be careless. He cautiously surveyed the distribution of personnel maintaining the ceiling formation among the 18 late-stage Earth-level ice foxes. Every 2 guarded a towering formation flag. Alongside Xian Meng'er, a celestial, they collectively upheld a dreadfully eerie formation known as the 9 Curves of Yin Wind formation. This formation, renowned in the primordial world, was constructed with 9 flags sealing the souls of 9 hell crows. Anyone caught within would be incessantly eroded by the 9 hellish miasmas, tainting their spirit and rendering their thoughts muddled, leaving their bodies incapable of self-control. Yuan Bing observed that the ice fox cultivators occasionally retrieved materials exuding thick Yin energy from their storage bags. These were treasures from the underworld, carelessly crushed to extract the 9 hellish miasmas, which were then infused into the formation flags to enhance the power of the 9 curves of Yin Wind formation. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Bing couldn't help but click his tongue. Such reckless abandon. No wonder this formation's might is so formidable that it can seal the Xian Bing Fairy. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Bing's eyes suddenly brightened as a plan formed in his mind. He continued to cautiously tunnel through the ice underground, drawing closer to the 9 curves of Yin Wind formation, and gradually began to channel the power of the Ice Soul Divine Light within him. The Ice Soul Divine Light, a low-grade heavenly spiritual object, could absorb and release cold energy, freezing spirits. Within close proximity, they could sense each other. The Ice Soul Divine Light within Yuan Bing had fully integrated into his second spirit. Yet its special abilities remained intact. Within the 9 curves of Yin Wind formation, the Xian Bing Fairy's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her brow dim and devoid of luster, a consequence of exhausting her magical power and consciousness. A hint of bitterness graced her features. The initial joy of ascending to golden celestial status and obtaining a congenital spiritual treasure had vanished. Caught off guard, she had first been ambushed and severely injured by 2 golden celestials. Subsequently, she found herself sealed within the 9 curves of Yin Wind formation, a space of its own. With the space sealed, she could not even send out a distress signal. Fortunately, the protection of the congenital Ice Soul Divine Pearl prevented her from losing her capacity to resist. Yet, she could barely cling to life, finding it nearly impossible to escape. Within the treacherous confines of the 9, which siphoned away both soul and consciousness, the Xian Bing Fairy had long since reached the end of her strength. Retaining only the last vestiges of energy for a final struggle, she contemplated that if A did not arrive in time, she would resort to a desperate gambit before her strength was entirely spent. At that moment, a familiar, subtle fluctuation emanated from beyond the array, causing her eyes to gleam with sudden hope. This was the unique resonance of the Ice Soul Divine Light. With resolute determination, the Xian Bing Fairy expended her final ounce of strength, causing the pale divine orb hovering above her head to radiate with brilliant light. All that the light touched transformed into ice, whether it was the malevolent winds or the spectral crows of the underworld. Everything became solid blocks of ice, altering their very material structure. The 9 trembled violently, and the 18 mid-stage Earth Immortals of the Ice Fox clan turned ashen, trembling in fear, their bodies frozen by the chilling air that penetrated the array. Xi and Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Her worst fears had materialized. The 9 had originally been upheld by 5 celestial immortals, supported by those 18 mid-stage Earth Immortal kin, preventing the ascended Xian Bing Fairy from fleeing. To avert the Xian Bing Fairy from a desperate act, the clan's golden immortal ancestor had remained outside the formation, intending to wear down the Xian Bing Fairy's magical powers and essence gradually. The 9 constituted a realm of its own. Once ensnared within, it was exceedingly difficult to break free. From within the array, one could only witness the myriad of soul-devouring spectral crows swirling about, accompanied by the howling of the winds. It was unclear how the Xian Bing Fairy, trapped within, had sensed the upheaval outside, choosing this moment to break the formation. However, Xi and Ming understood that if the Xian Bing Fairy's resistance was not quelled, the array would collapse, leading to dire consequences. With a fierce expression, Xi and Ming expelled a unique snow-white spark of flame from her mouth. The spark resembled an ice fox, with a snow-white body, ice-blue eyes, and 7 fluffy tails entwined. This was the Ice Fox Fire, a treasured heritage of the Ice Fox clan, classified as a low-grade celestial treasure. The primary function of the Ice Fox Fire was to purify and enhance the bloodline density of the Ice Fox clan, traditionally reserved for the most exceptional descendants. Resentful of her own inferior bloodline that hindered her ascension, Xi and Ming had stolen the Ice Fox Fire, resulting in a bounty placed upon her head by the clan's higher-ups. Later, having disclosed the whereabouts of the Eternal Ice Cave, she managed to evade punishment. Subsequently, with the tacit approval of the higher-ups, Xi and Ming utilized the Ice Fox Fire to successfully achieve her ascension. To prevent the Xian Bing Fairy from shattering the formation, Xi and Ming was compelled to forcibly wield the Ice Fox Fire. With a sudden transformation, the Ice Fox Fire morphed into a colossal ice fox, towering 100 feet in height. The 7 tails of the giant fox swayed, unleashing torrents of icy air from its maw, countering the Xianbing fairy's ice soul divine light. As the frost from the 100-foot ice fox fire surged forth. Its size diminished steadily. Although this forceful manipulation of the ice fox fire wielded immense power, it would also inflict damage upon its essence, potentially lowering its grade, while Xian Meng'er felt a pang of regret. Her hair suddenly stood on end. However, focused on maintaining the formation and commanding the ice fox fire, she had no time to react. A sharp pain pierced her heart, and looking down, she saw a hand engulfed in blue flames piercing through her chest. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Yang had silently appeared behind Xian Meng'er, the corporeal form nurtured by the 8 apertures stone fetus, fueled by a surge of life force, rivaled that of a celestial immortal. His right hand, enveloped in the Qian blue ice flame, pierced through Xian Meng'er's chest. A terrifying chill erupted, freezing her body and essence, transforming her into an ice sculpture. Yuan Bing withdrew his arm, and a surge of blue flame erupted from his right hand, imbued with a chilling intent. As his magical power surged, the Qian blue ice flame expanded violently, splitting into 18.18 blue firebirds soared forth, appearing both slow and swift, descending upon the 18 mid-stage Earth Immortal Ice Fox clan members in an instant. Amidst their horrified and despairing gazes, the blue firebirds collided with them. 18 ice sculptures emerged. Their bodies, magical powers, and souls all encased in frost, vitality extinguished. Although Yuan Bing possessed the peak cultivation of the 9th level of Earth Immortal, to slay 18 mid-stage Earth Immortal practitioners with a single strike and freeze their corporeal forms, magical powers, and souls into ice was an impossibility. Moreover, among these 18 Ice Fox clan members, several had also reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth Immortal. The deaths of these clan members were primarily a result of the backlash of the cold energy retaliated by the Xianbing fairy from within the 9. Yuan Yang's Qian blue ice flame attack disrupted the delicate balance maintaining the formation, making it unbearable for the mid-stage ice foxes to withstand the icy assault from the Xianbing fairy. With the fall of the one presiding over the formation, Yuan Bing waved his hand, collecting the 9 array flags of the 9. The pallid-faced Xianbing fairy was immediately freed from the array. Appearing before Yuan Bing, observing the Xianbing fairy's pale visage and dulled aura, Yuan Bing hurried forward to support her, but halted abruptly. The innate ice soul pearl hovering above the Xianbing fairy's head locked onto his aura, sending a chill down his spine. The Xianbing fairy, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years old, sensed a familiar essence emanating from the youth before her, whose lips were red and teeth white. Instantly, her expression softened, and she managed to reach out, removing the ice soul pearl and cradling it to soothe it. Yuan Bing sighed in relief and hastily moved to support the swaying Xianbing fairy. He retrieved an unused resurrection elixir exchanged from the heavenly court's treasury and placed it into the Xianbing fairy's mouth. The elixir dissolved upon contact, releasing a refreshing energy that reached her mind's center. Mending the wounds inflicted upon her spirit, the Xianbing fairy, having been refined within the 9 for decades, saw her nearly exhausted spiritual consciousness visibly improve at a discernible rate. Yuan Bing exhaled, relieved that the Xianbing fairy's condition had stabilized. If her essence had been harmed, it would have posed grave consequences for her future cultivation. The resurrection elixir truly lived up to its name, well worth the 15,000 days of merit he had expended for it. From the ambush to breaking the formation, only a brief moment had passed, yet Yuan Bing's mind had been taut with tension. However, before he could catch his breath, a pale divine orb floated before Yuan Yang. Exuding a clear desire, Yuan Bing found himself momentarily paralyzed, sensing an insatiable hunger radiating from the orb. Little ice soul, return, the Xianbing fairy commanded, prompting the pale divine orb to dim its light reluctantly and return to her embrace. Yuan Bing, shaken from his earlier terrifying sensation, found himself drenched in cold sweat. Confronted with the pale divine orb, he felt as if he were facing a superior predator, completely powerless to resist. The Xianbing fairy apologized. This is the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the ice soul pearl that IT typically feeds on ice soul divine light. You have integrated with the ice soul divine light, and it perceives you as sustenance. I apologize on its behalf. Yuan Bing clicked his tongue. His snow-white spirit was indeed cultivated from the ice soul divine light, seed nurtured by the soul-nurturing wood, thus possessing the aura of ice soul divine light. The Xianbing fairy regarded Yuan Bing thoughtfully. Your aura seems somewhat familiar. What is your relationship with Yuan Yang? While Yuan Bing attentively monitored the two distant battlegrounds, he quickly explained, Yuan Yang is my true self. I am Yuan Bing, an ice embodiment created from the Xuanbing. Those two locations are where my true self and the Xianyu fairy are engaged in battle. The Xianbing fairy is still injured. We should retreat for now. Upon hearing Yuan Bing's explanation, the Xianbing fairy's expression relaxed. No wonder he seemed so familiar. In that case, I must trouble you. Yuan Bing glanced uneasily at the two distant battlegrounds. With the formation breached, the higher-ups of the Ice Fox clan would undoubtedly be aware. He feared someone might seize the opportunity to return, and with the Xianbing fairy in her current state, and his own peak earth immortal cultivation, they would be utterly unable to withstand any assault. You cannot go anywhere. A chilling voice filled with resentment halted Yuan Bing in his tracks. Xi and Ming'er broke free from her icy confines. Clutching her chest, her expression twisted. The Ice Fox fire, somewhat weakened, crouched upon her shoulder. The Ice Fox fire blazed fiercely, its fiery tails coiling around the gaping wound in Xi and Ming'er's chest, forming a layer of frost that not only staunched the flow of blood, but also gradually facilitated the regeneration of lost flesh. Celestial immortals are indeed not easy to kill. Yuan Bing felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for Xi and Ming'er being entirely focused on maintaining the formation, a surprise attack would have been feasible. Although the ambush had succeeded, resulting in her being encased in icy cold, Yuan Yang harbored no illusions of easily vanquishing a celestial being. Yuan Bing, after all, was not his true self, lacking the annihilating essence of the chaos body. Along with the profound insights gained from the practice of thunder magic, he had not mastered the divine arts at the celestial level. Thus his ability to inflict damage upon a celestial being was inherently limited. His pinnacle of earthly immortality was achieved through the extraction of the cold essence from a vast quantity of ice attribute spiritual materials. Painstakingly accumulated over time, it remained uncertain how long it would take to continuously refine his magical power before he could step into the realm of immortality. Without further ado, Yuan Bing turned and lifted the Xianbing fairy. Amidst her exclamations of surprise, the two were instantly enveloped by the Qianlan ice flame and plunged into the icy surface. Xi and Ming'er was momentarily taken aback, then gritted her silver teeth, disregarding her injuries. She promptly drew an ice dagger and violently shattered the thick ice, pursuing them relentlessly. Immediately, a thunderous rumble resonated beneath the ice surface. As countless fissures spread toward the horizon, as if a monstrous entity were chasing something beneath the icy, in the embrace of a boy of merely 12 or 13 years, the Xianbing fairy's face flushed crimson. Leaving her somewhat flustered, she chose to close her eyes and cultivate her energy. Yuan Bing, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that although the Qianlan ice flame cleared their path, he could not shake off Xi and Ming'er's violent pursuit, which only grew closer. Yuan Bing's stone-like physical form possessed an extraordinarily powerful vitality, rivaling that of a true celestial body. His second primordial spirit, infused with the essence of the ice soul divine light, was fundamentally on par with the celestial primordial spirit. However, his magical power, divine arts, and understanding of the icy path were still far inferior to those of genuine celestials, even though he could withstand a few strikes in the short term. Prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to defeat. Since he could not win, the solution was simple. It was time to flee. Below the ice, a chase and escape battle unfolded. Yuan Bing, holding the Xianbing fairy, had the Qianlan ice flame form a protective shield around them. Upon contact with the ancient ice, which had been frozen for countless years, the ice melted away instantly, creating a passage. Yuan Bing swiftly traversed the icy tunnel, occasionally tossing out talismans to collapse the path behind them. Xi and Ming'er relentlessly pursued, paying no heed to the tunnel Yuan Bing had carved, instead violently smashing through the thick ice, the sound of shattering ice echoing continuously. As Yuan Bing continued to clear their path with the Qianlan ice flame, he gasped for breath and inquired, Xianbing fairy, how long until you can restore your combat power? The Xianbing fairy's complexion remained pale as she opened her beautiful eyes and replied, if it is to confront the celestial being behind us, I will need another quarter of an hour to recover. What she did not say was that she could forcefully engage, but doing so would deplete her foundation, and she was not inclined to take such a risk unless absolutely necessary. Sensing the growing roar behind them, Yuan Bing realized that he would likely not endure for even a quarter of an hour before Xi and Ming'er caught up. He could not help but glance at the pale ice soul divine pearl nestled in the Xianbing fairy's arms. Seemingly aware of Yuan Bing's thoughts, the Xianbing fairy sighed. This ancient ice cavern was crafted as a demon sealing place by the former master of the little ice soul before their demise. That great demon is sealed within a blue-white ice coffin, and the little ice soul has been suppressing it until I arrived to help it utterly extinguish the demon. The little ice soul previously protected me within the wind array for decades. Now it is nearly exhausted, which is why it craves the ice soul divine light so desperately it can no longer assist us. The pale innate ice soul divine pearl in the Xian Bing fairy's embrace flickered with light. As if offering some form of comfort, a faint smile unexpectedly graced the Xian Bing fairy's eternally serene and exquisite visage. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Bing's expression became complex. Had Yuan Yang's true self been present, he might have even produced bitter tears. Currently, Yuan Yang remained nestled within the primordial chaos body as source space, inhaling chaos energy to repair his own chaotic black gourd, yet showed no inclination to acknowledge a master. Conversely, this renowned innate spiritual treasure, the innate ice soul divine pearl, had evidently recognized the Xian Bing fairy as its master. It was Yuan Yang who first ventured into the ancient ice cavern. Yet the outcome was clear. Yuan Yang was entirely disregarded by the innate ice soul divine pearl. Suppressing the complex expression of envy and jealousy, Yuan Bing took a deep breath and began to head directly toward a battlefield. The celestial battlefield where Yuan Yang resided. The Grand Elder Xian Yuan, the Second Elder Xian Yoxiu, and the Fourth Elder Xian Cha Shan had unknowingly engaged in fierce combat with Yuan Yang, surrounded by swirling chaos energy and lightning. For several hundred exchanges, the semi-divine weapon, the extreme cold ice spear, which Yuan Yang had seized, had long since shattered and been carelessly discarded. Now, empty-handed, Yuan Yang was even more perilous. His body, tempered by chaos energy, was nearly indestructible, leaving the Grand Elder Xian Yuan, who engaged him in close combat, in a state of despair. Since attaining immortality, Grand Elder Xian Yuan had refined countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elevate the bloodline's secret technique Ice Fox's Claw to the level of divine arts. Yet, facing Yuan Yang's invulnerable fists, he felt his claws ache, as if his bones might shatter. Only the combined attack divine art, the extreme cold ice mountain, wielded by the Second Elder Xian Yoxiu and the Fourth Elder Xian Cha Shan, commanded a certain level of respect from Yuan Yang due to its ultimate coldness and ice-sealing intent. As the fierce battle raged, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly emerged, causing the faces of all four to shift dramatically. Yuan Yang's expression brightened, while the three from the Ice Fox clan displayed looks of shock and anger. The 9 curves in wind array had been breached. Yuan Yang laughed heartily, taunting. In order to prevent our battle from disrupting the operation of the 9 curves in wind array, you deliberately distanced the battlefield from it. Yet, do I not also wish for you to remain far from the formation, allowing my external incarnation the chance to breach it? As the three's expressions darkened, Yuan Yang ceased to hold back. Unleashing his full magical power, he locked onto the three, preventing them from finding an opportunity to regroup. The Second Elder Xian Yoxiu and Fourth Elder Xian Cha Shan exchanged glances before aiming the ice blue water bottle and ice fan at Yuan Yang simultaneously. The ice blue water bottle inverted, and the ice fan howled, instantly summoning dozens of blue ice peaks that cascaded down upon Yuan Yang. Although the extreme cold ice mountain combined attack divine art harnessed the power of true cold water, its inherent quality was extraordinary. Not only was the attack range vast, but once unleashed, a blanket of cold breath permeated the area, and the ice-sealing intent further confined the surrounding space. Under the pull of the energy, evasion was nearly impossible. One could only brace themselves. Often, when Yuan Yang withstood the attack, Grand Elder Xian Yuan would close in, taking advantage of Yuan Yang's momentary lapse in magical power to strike with Ice Fox's Claw. The numerous blue-violet claw wounds on Yuan Yang's body were predominantly inflicted during such moments by Grand Elder Xian Yuan's Ice Fox's Claw, confronted once more by the extreme cold ice mountain combined attack divine art. Yuan Yang's eyes sparkled with divine light, chaos celestial blood surged, and his celestial-level magical power boiled, with the lightning above his head intensifying. Boundless thunder roared as Yuan Yang unleashed various thunder path secret techniques. Ran water young thunder. Goe water in thunder, water walking divine thunder filling the entire battlefield. Bathed in thunder, Yuan Yang resembled a god of lightning. He extended his left hand, and torrents of lightning surged forth, coalescing various thunder path divine arts into a colossal handprint of heavenly lightning. The 10,000 thunder celestial seal, the enormous hand of heavenly lightning soared directly toward the multitude of blue ice peaks, the explosive thunder plasma shattering them one by one, transforming half the sky into a sea of thunder. The Second Elder Xian Yoxiu, at the 6th level of celestial power, flushed red as the backlash from his broken divine art surged back upon him. Meanwhile, the fourth elder Xian Shan, at only the second level of celestial power, turned an ashen hue, unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. To unleash such formidable divine arts without relying on treasures was simply unfathomable. True strength lies within oneself. Reliance on external objects is ultimately inferior. As long as the divine arts are self-created, they can achieve their utmost power without the aid of magical artifacts. Yuan Yang responded coldly, yet his gaze remained fixed on a streak of light dashing towards the direction of the Ice Fairy. That was the Grand Elder, Xian Jie, and in that instant, Yuan Yang comprehended their scheme. They intended to restrain him with their combined divine abilities while the Grand Elder, Xian Jie, would confront the weakened Ice Fairy to seize the innate spiritual treasure. A chilling smile graced Yuan Yang's lips as thunderclouds gathered. The colossal hand of heavenly lightning reemerged. The second elder, Xian Yoxiu, and the fourth elder, Xian Shan, exchanged alarmed glances, drawing close to one another as their powers intertwined, preparing for a combined assault. However, Yuan Yang paid them no mind, directing the myriad thunders towards the Grand Elder, Xian Jie. As if a meteor had been unleashed, the faces of the second elder, Xian Yoxiu, and the fourth elder, Xian Shan, turned ashen. Their joint efforts barely managed to withstand Yuan Yang's wave of thunderous might, and it was inconceivable that the solitary Grand Elder, Xian Jie, could endure such a strike, one that transcended the capabilities of ordinary celestial arts. After a shared glance, they realized that with the absence of intervention from the Supreme Elder and the clan leader, they were utterly powerless against Yuan Yang. With grim determination, they spat out mouthfuls of essence blood into their magical artifacts, causing the ice blue water bottle and the ice fan to erupt with resplendent light. Cracks appeared on their surfaces, with celestial light swirling within. The two artifacts fused, forming a towering blue ice peak, burning the essence of their artifacts. It was likely that these semi-celestial treasures would be rendered useless, Yuan Yang thought to himself, his heart now on high alert. This was the true manifestation of the supreme ice mountain divine ability. Let us see how it fares against me. The fourth elder, Xian Shan, with blood at the corner of his mouth, shouted with a fierce countenance. The towering blue ice peak emanated an astonishing chill, obscuring the sky and descending from above. Yuan Yang sought to evade its sharp edge, but the surrounding space had been ensnared by the icy intent, becoming thick and viscous. With no alternative, he braced himself for the impact. Raising his head, Yuan Yang let out a long howl, his crystalline hair cascading down as his blood energy, spirit, and magical power surged, intertwining above him to form a swirling cloud of gray chaos. Simultaneously, the primordial space of his chaotic form vibrated, chaos energy spilling forth and enveloping him, transforming him into a chaotic demonic deity. Yuan Yang slowly extended his right hand, and from the chaotic cloud, a colossal hand imbued with chaotic energy emerged, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to obliterate all. This towering chaotic hand advanced directly towards the immense blue ice peak. Without a sound or ripple, the once mighty blue ice peak gradually vanished from the sky. The ice blue water bottle and the ice fan, these semi-celestial artifacts, emitted a mournful cry before shattering into oblivion. All of the extreme cold and the icy intent that had enveloped the space dissipated entirely. In the realm of nothingness, Yuan Yang wielded the primordial power of his chaotic form, merging it with the ultimate essence of chaos that annihilates all, conjuring forth the most formidable divine ability capable of creating a domain where all paths cease to exist. The towering chaotic hand, having eradicated the blue ice peak, continued its relentless advance. The realm of nothingness expanded rapidly, enveloping the astonished second elder, Xian Yoxiu, and the fourth elder, Xian Shan. Within its grasp. In an instant, they sensed the absence of any celestial presence, their hearts feeling hollow, unable even to soar through the air. And they plummeted downward. As they fell, their protective auras extinguished, their magical garments lost their radiance, their powers vanished, and their celestial forms devolved into mortal flesh, their true spirits disintegrating, rendering them incapable of escape. Before they could touch the ground, all traces of their existence were erased from this world, as if an eraser had wiped them from reality, devoid even of the unique surge of spiritual energy that accompanies the death of celestial beings. Yuan Yang involuntarily shivered. This was the first time he had engaged in battle using the all paths cease to exist divine ability, and the outcome was far too horrifying. His legs weakened, he half-kneeled on the ground, quickly retrieving a spiritual pill to swallow. The all paths cease to exist ability was exceedingly taxing on his magical power. During his previous tribulation against celestial beings, he had the 9 heaven sweet rain, and the earthly golden spring to replenish his reserves. But he would need to exercise caution in its future use. The effects of this divine ability left Yuan Yang somewhat unsettled, and he began to grasp the implications of the chaotic Black Gord's assertion that the heavenly path abhors chaos. He resolved that unless faced with a life-or-death situation, he would refrain from employing this ability in front of others. Approximately 20 miles away from Yuan Yang, on the glistening ice surface, a sudden blaze of blue flames ignited. Melting the ice into a passageway, from the passage emerged two figures. It was Yuan Bing and the ice fairy. Yuan Bing landed on the ice nearby, setting down the ice fairy, and then slumped onto the ice, utterly devoid of any intention to resist. The next moment, a thunderous rumble resonated from beneath the ice, causing numerous cracks to appear on the surface. Nearby, a fissure erupted violently, sending ice debris soaring. Chan and Jie, wielding an ice dagger, surged forth from the rupture, pointing her weapon menacingly at Yuan Bing. The ice fairy's expression hardened as she silently gathered her primordial power, determined to act even at the cost of her foundation. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Chan and Jie's expression shifted drastically as she spotted a colossal hand of heavenly lightning, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the fleeing Grand Elder, Chan and Jie. The Grand Elder had initially believed that the two elders could contain the situation on Yuan Yang's side. However, upon turning around, he was met with the sight of the colossal hand arriving behind him, but a sense of dread engulfed the Grand Elder, compelling him to manifest his true form as a tall seven-tailed ice fox. With crystalline claws, he unleashed a flurry of claw shadows, weaving them into an intricate net. The lightning hand, imbued with the power to pierce through all, shattered the net of claw shadows and struck the seven-tailed ice fox. A massive thunder sphere materialized at the center, creating a pit of considerable depth, sending enormous ice blocks flying dozens of miles away. Chan and Jie let out a piercing scream, abandoning all thoughts of Yuan Bing and the ice fairy. She dashed to the bottom of the pit, cradling the severely scorched and near-lifeless Grand Elder, Chan Jie, and without a backward glance, transformed into a streak of light and fled. After a considerable time, a somewhat pale Yuan Yang finally appeared before Yuan Bing and the ice fairy. An unspoken connection existed between Yuan Yang and Yuan Bing. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's experiences. Yuan Yang felt a twinge of frustration at the realization that even a surprise attack could not slay a celestial being. Killing a celestial seemed somewhat daunting. It was evident that forging a powerful artifact was an urgent necessity. Yuan Bing rolled his eyes. Reversing the tide against celestial beings is not something that can be accomplished merely with a powerful artifact. Look at my pale complexion. I am quite weak. Regular exercise is essential. The ice fairy's complexion had improved significantly, her luminous eyes reflecting the starry river as she observed the interplay between Yuan Yang and his avatar, Yuan Bing, with keen interest. Yuan Yang busied himself, deftly retrieving the windship, which expanded to several zhang in size as it caught the wind. Yuan Bing ceased their mutual contest and addressed the ice fairy. Let us depart at once. The ice fairy nodded, and just as she stepped aboard the windship, a flicker of thought crossed her mind as she gazed into the distance. Yuan Yang, too, raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze skyward. Yuan Bing, still puzzled, soon noticed a gentle drizzle descending from above, gradually intensifying into a torrential downpour. The ice fairy's eyes sparkled with brightness and joy. This was the signature divine ability of the rain of the world. And it seemed that with her advancement to the golden immortal realm, this ability had now integrated with the laws of rain, evolving to a higher level, below the celestial arts, regardless of the type of spell. Mastery could only achieve the level of minor divine abilities. However, perfecting a celestial art to its zenith elevates it to the status of a major divine ability if one continues to integrate the principles of the Great Tao. This mystical art may be referred to as the divine art of the Great Tao or the art of the principles. The divine art of the Great Tao forms its own realm. The rain fairy, Xianyu, conjures a world of rain that brings torrential downpours even to the frigid expanse of the extreme north, a land otherwise dominated by wind, snow, and ice. In the battlefield of the Golden Immortals. The Ice Fox clan's leader and the esteemed elder combine their efforts to wield the low-grade immortal artifact, the Ice Pearl. From the depths of the Ice Pearl, a towering ice dragon bursts forth, unleashing an astonishing chill that freezes all in its path. Yet, at the center of this icy maelstrom, Xianyu remains unfazed, her expression unchanged, as a semi-transparent pure water bottle manifests above her, radiating from the auspicious clouds overhead. The pure water bottle is adorned with intricate and profound runes, a presence of the earthly immortal level. Merely gazing upon it can induce dizziness. As Xianyu channels her magical power, the pure water bottle begins to glow brilliantly. Its mouth tilts, releasing wisps of mist that form a luminous barrier against the icy breath of the towering dragon. Under the continuous infusion of Xianyu's magic, the pure water bottle emits an increasing volume of mist. The sound of cascading water resonating through the void, amidst the anxious glances of the Ice Fox clan's leader and the elder, the pure water bottle shines with growing brilliance, and an illimitable phantom of a celestial river appears at the horizon. The waters of the celestial river churn, transforming into rain that cascades down from the heavens, gradually transforming the world into one drenched in rain. The torrential downpour saturates every inch of space, incessantly eroding the vitality, magical power, and spirit of their foes. With the assistance of the pure water bottle, the principles of rain overshadow those of ice, and the towering ice dragon begins to melt away. The leader of the Ice Fox clan, both fearful and envious, gazes at the resplendent pure water bottle, gritting his teeth as he exclaims, "A top-grade immortal artifact." The elder's expression turns bitter. A top-grade immortal artifact is scarcely inferior to a top-grade innate spirit treasure and is recognized as the highest tier of postnatal treasures known in the primordial world. Their clan's former mid-grade innate spirit treasure was lost during the Battle of the Witch and the Lich, and their current clan treasure, the Ice Pearl, is merely a low-grade immortal artifact. Top-grade immortal artifacts contain the power of principles, far surpassing that of low-grade artifacts. Moreover, Xianyu's Tao of Rain harmonizes beautifully with the principles inherent in this top-grade artifact, allowing her to wield the pure water bottle with remarkable ease. Even if the Ice Fox clan's leader and elder join forces, they would likely face defeat. The leader's expression darkens. This venture has resulted in significant losses. The celestial battlefield has seen 3 dead and 2 escape. A total rout. Now, in the golden immortal battlefield, facing a 2-to-1 situation, they are destined to fail. Having deeply offended 2 golden immortals of the heavenly court. As they feel their essence gradually eroded by the rain. The leader and elder exchange a knowing glance and, in unison, utilize the Ice Pearl to shatter a large hole in the barrier of the rain-soaked realm before making their escape. Xianyu does not pursue them. The pure water bottle was forged collaboratively by the War King and the heavenly engineer ancestor, taking hundreds of years to create. Were it not for her and her sister being disciples of the War King, they would have had no right to wield such a precious artifact. Furthermore, the Ice Fox clan's leader and elder possess low-grade immortal artifacts for protection and are not weak themselves, making it challenging to capture them. Sensing the familiar aura of her sister, Xianyu's nose twitches, and with a flash of water light, she vanishes from her location. In the Chaos Celestial Palace, a corner of the Heavenly Court's stronghold. Yuan Yang reclines in a rocking chair, squinting in the sunlight. Almost a month has passed since the battle in the extreme north, and now free from concerns of lifespan, he can finally bask comfortably in the sun within his celestial abode. After receiving the Rain Fairy, Xianyu utilizes the cross-realm communication feature of the Celestial Patrol Order to directly contact the War King. By the time they soar out of the extreme north, the War King is already waiting nearby. It is Yuan Yang's first encounter with the head of the Heavenly Court's War Department, a man of resolute features, clad in metallic battle armor, and towering in stature. Upon the War King's arrival, he exudes an aura akin to a black hole filled with deadly intent, causing the surrounding vital energy and light to converge towards him. Yuan Yang is taken aback to discover that this War King is, in fact, a member of the Witch tribe. The Heavenly Court has a witch? After serving as a celestial soldier for so many years, eradicating countless evil witches, he finds that his superior's superior is a witch. To have become one of the Heavenly Court's titans, he must be a renowned great witch. Yet, within the Heavenly Court, all refer to him as the War King, and none have mentioned his witch name. Leaving Yuan Yang unable to ascertain his prior identity. Feeling a bit dazed, he snaps back to reality when the War King calls his name. Yuan Yang, I have long heard of your name. Renowned for your combat prowess among the celestial soldiers. Now that you have broken free from constraints to become a source immortal, this is splendid news. It increases our odds in the schemes of the Tianping faction. Upon hearing the name Tianping, Yuan Yang jolts awake. The War King chuckles heartily, stepping forward to clap a hand on Yuan Yang's shoulder, nearly causing him to kneel from the force. The physical strength of the Witch tribe is not to be trifled with. Xianyu cannot help but admonish, Master, please be mindful of your strength. Surprised by Yuan Yang's physical resilience, the War King does not delve further due to Xianyu's interjection. He reassures, do not worry. Matters concerning the Tianping tribe are still distant, and this will not harm you. I must thank you for aiding in the rescue of my disciple, Xian Bing. You shall receive due recompense upon returning to the heavenly court. Yuan Yang hastily responds, "It was the least I could do." The War King nods in satisfaction, continuing, "You are at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm. Your foundation solid. Excellent, excellent. You must support my 2 disciples well in the celestial river navy." Yuan Yang stiffens, hesitating to mention that he has already requested a transfer to the heavenly engineer hall, unable to find his voice. Meanwhile, Xianyu regards him with an amused expression, as if finding his discomfort entertaining. Xianbing seems to sense something amiss and discreetly produces the innate ice soul pearl, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The War King's eyes light up as he extends his rough hand to accept the quietly glowing innate ice soul pearl. After examining it closely for a moment, he muses, "The source energy is severely depleted. It must be nurtured carefully. This treasure could very well serve as your path to enlightenment." The innate ice soul pearl suddenly glimmers. Spinning in agreement, Xianyu, witnessing a top-grade innate spirit treasure for the first time, is somewhat astonished by the pearl's sentience, exclaiming, "Oh, quite impressive." As she speaks, the pure water bottle also emerges, shimmering with aquatic radiance. Hovering before Xianyu and buzzing softly, Xianyu chuckles, reassuring, "You are impressive as well." Once she understands the sequence of events, the War King praises her, "You handled this matter well that I have been under close scrutiny from the 9 Heavens Lord, who wishes to meddle in the War Department to seize more fortune. Your ability to resolve this situation independently has solidified the ownership of this innate spirit treasure without dispute. The Heavenly Court is currently in a state of great preparation for war, and we have a significant shortage of artifacts, especially concerning the ownership of several immortal artifacts in the Heavenly Court treasury, to the point where the 9 Heavens Lord has nearly lost all sense of decorum. As for the Ice Fox clan of the Qingxiu Sacred Land daring to attack you, I shall seek an explanation. However, I must inform you in advance that the Tianhu Tushan clan of Qingxiu is likely to intervene to protect the Ice Fox Xian clan. The Tushan clan's strength carries considerable renown in the primordial world. Remember this slight, and we shall repay it in the future." Xianyu appears somewhat reluctant but nods in agreement, replying, "Understood." The return journey was initiated by the War King himself, who, with his bare hands, forcefully created a spatial passageway with a single punch. Fragments of space danced around, and astonishingly, the War King casually waved his hand to disperse them. Yuan Yang's eyelids twitched at the sight, marveling at the terrifying hardness of his own flesh. In a mere moment, the group traversed the boundless North Sea, braving the fierce winds of the 9 heavens, and arrived at the heavenly court. Upon their return, everyone dispersed, while Yuan Yang undoubtedly seized the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, the icy avatar Yuan Bing, who usually resided within Yuan Yang's Purple Palace, emerged to tinker with the Tying Well, seemingly intent on repairing it. Yuan Yang, feeling lethargic, was reluctant to exert himself, knowing he would soon assume his duties at the Hall of Heavenly Crafts and wishing to indulge in a little laziness. Thus, for the past few days, he lounged languidly on the recliner in his courtyard, basking in the sun by day and soaking in moonlight by night, utterly content. Yuan Dao friend, congratulations on attaining immortality and enjoying the bliss of longevity. A dear friend has come to visit. Would you not welcome me in for a moment? A cultured voice resonated from beyond the courtyard gate. Yuan Yang lifted his head and squinted slightly. A dashing young man clad in luxurious garments stood in the sunlight, resembling a beautifully carved jade, radiating charm. Yuan Yang pursed his lips. The esteemed young master of Tushan is free to go wherever he pleases. I, a mere celestial being, would not dare to impede you. Tushan Xiaobai, unfazed by Yuan Yang's tone, stepped into the courtyard, surveying the layout of the celestial garden provided for heavenly beings, taking note of each flower, blade of grass, tree, and pond. Upon seeing the main hall inscribed with the words Chaos Heavenly Palace, he paused momentarily, noticing Yuan Yang's lack of hospitality. Tushan Xiaobai displayed no signs of discomfort. He nonchalantly produced a tea set, poured in spring water, brought it to a boil, and added tea leaves. His movements flowed like clouds and water, perfectly paced and imbued with a unique grace. Once the tea had steeped, Tushan Xiaobai filled 2 cups and offered one to Yuan Yang with both hands, saying, "Yuan Dao friend, this cup is a toast to you that I hope you can let go of the entanglements with the Ice Fox Xian clan in the extreme north." Yuan Yang, half reclining with his eyes closed, chose to ignore him. Tushan Xiaobai patiently held the teacup, showing no intention of retracting it, nor displaying any irritation. After a considerable pause, Yuan Yang reluctantly opened his eyes, accepted the teacup, and downed its contents in one go, remarking, I find it most vexing that you aristocratic families refuse to accept apologies. You may even believe we are ungrateful, leading to resentment and retaliation. Tushan Xiaobai replied earnestly. The Tushan clan never goes back on its word. Since we have implored Brother Yuan to let go of the past grievances, the Ice Fox Xin clan will assuredly not retaliate in the future. After all, the losses they suffered in the extreme north were immense. Can they truly swallow that anger? After a moment of contemplation, Tushan Xiaobai continued, Rest assured, Brother Yuan, maintaining amicable relations with the Heavenly Court is the fundamental strategy of the Qingqiu Fox clan. As advised by the ancestor of the Heavenly Fox, the Ice Fox Xin clan has already pledged to the Heavenly Fox ancestor that they will not seek retribution for this matter in the future. He added, of course, just a couple of days ago. The War King visited the sacred land of Qingqiu and secretly discussed certain matters with our ancestor, which likely pertains to this issue. Yuan Yang mused, very much in line with the style of the Witch clan. However, is your Qingqiu Fox clan deliberately seeking to ally with the Heavenly Court? He inquired softly. Tushan Xiaobai seemed prepared for this question, responding calmly. These are matters for the ancestor of the Heavenly Fox to consider. My visit to the Heavenly Court today is purely to resolve the past grievances concerning the Ice Fox Xin clan in the extreme north. With that, Tushan Xiaobai presented Yuan Yang with a purple storage talisman. This is an apology, containing an entry token for the Qingqiu auction in 300 years. I must also visit Xianbing Ferry and Zaiwanyu Ferry, so I shall not disturb you further, Yuan Dao friend. Do remember to visit Qingqiu for flower wine when you have the time. The purple storage talisman is indeed a rare gem among storage talismans. While many treasures can store items, the most common are storage bags. Typically crafted from the stomachs of wind-bagged beasts, they are spacious and inexpensive, essential for ordinary cultivators, though they cannot store living beings. More advanced storage treasures are made from void spirit stones, such as storage rings, belts, and warehouses. If crafted from the finest void spirit essence, these treasures can even house spiritual veins and plants, allowing living beings to survive for a time, serving as spirit beast bags. However, all aforementioned storage treasures share a common flaw. They cannot accommodate beings of celestial caliber. The existence of celestial beings can collapse dimensional space itself, should they enter these ordinary storage spaces. They would cause immediate collapse that to support the life of immortals. The space must either rely on secret realms opened within the primordial world or be treasures of the cave heavens at the level of small thousand worlds or middle thousand worlds, which are not accessible to ordinary immortals. For instance, the most renowned cave heaven treasure of the primordial world is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, held by the Saint Enwa. It is said to reach the level of a great thousand-world cave treasure, vast and teeming with life, rivaling even the first heaven realm. In comparison to storage treasures, cave heaven treasures are relatively small and exquisite. Storage talismans are crafted using spatial runes. They typically become completely unusable after a few uses, but they can temporarily store living beings. Higher-grade storage talismans, such as the purple storage talisman, can even accommodate celestial beings. Upon seeing the purple storage talisman, Yuan Yang felt a surge of excitement. After Tushan Xiaobai departed, he eagerly probed the talisman with a strand of his primordial spirit, discovering 4 items floating within a space the size of a room. One was an ancient black token, engraved with the image of a fox, and inscribed on the reverse with the word Qingqiu. This was the entry token for the renowned Qingqiu auction. The remaining 3 items were all heavenly-grade spiritual objects, each emanating a faint celestial aura, instantly soothing Yuan Yang's earlier dissatisfaction. The first was a bolt of divine lightning, a phenomenon that occurs only when a cultivator faces the golden immortal tribulation. However, given the perilous nature of tribulations, who would dare to divert their attention to collect spiritual objects? Thus, the heavenly-grade inferior divine lightning became exceedingly rare, rivaling even the heavenly-grade middle-tier spiritual objects. The second item was a heavenly-grade inferior silver essence of heavenly thunder, roughly the size of a head, perfectly suitable for refining into the ninefold thunder tower, significantly enhancing its foundation. The third item was a wisp of fire seed from the heavenly-grade middle-tier South Bright Leaving Fire. Encased in translucent amber crystal, the South Bright Leaving Fire is highly esteemed among artifact craftsmen as a form of earthly spiritual fire, although the flicker of fire within the amber crystal is but a mere spark. With proper cultivation, there exists a considerable opportunity for it to blossom into a complete essence of the southern Mingli fire, which would undoubtedly stir the heart of Yuan Yang. Truly, the ancient race of the Qingqiu Fox clan. having endured through several epochs, is as wealthy as it is ambitious. The three gifts they have sent, all celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, are indeed a testament to their sincerity. However, within these gestures, the Qingxiu Fox clan subtly conveys a hint of intimidation. Yuan Yang, being adept in thunderous magic, receives the Thunder Calamity Divine Light, which can amplify his thunderous prowess. Yuan Yang's most powerful treasure, the supreme artifact, the 9-tier Thunder Tower, is complemented by the Celestial Thunder Silver Essence, which enhances its foundation. As a master craftsman, Yuan Yang is presented with a spark of the Southern Mingli fire, among other gifts. These offerings are precisely what Yuan Yang urgently requires, showcasing the intelligence network of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Yuan Yang now relies not on thunderous magic, but rather on the primordial Tao of chaos. Half a year later, at the Hall of Heavenly Works, Yuan Yang arrives to fulfill his duties. During this interim, he is also reunited with Tao Sanyang and others, upon learning of Yuan Yang's breakthrough just before the end of his lifespan. They all express their heartfelt congratulations. Notably, Yuan Yang sold the 9 curving wind formation, obtained from the extreme north ice plains, to Tao Sanyang for 4 million spirit crystals. In the heavenly realm, 1 spirit crystal can be exchanged for a point of celestial merit. Thus, 4 million spirit crystals equate to 4 million points of merit, a sum that rivals the price of an ordinary low-grade celestial artifact. Yuan Yang became extraordinarily wealthy overnight. However, Tao Sanyang also benefits. As the Qingye Fairy, a true formation master within the Peach Blossom camp she leads, can maximize the formation's potential. The 9 curving wind formation is renowned even in the primordial world, having ensnared injured golden immortals like Shipping Fairy. A terrestrial immortal wielding it should easily ensnare a celestial immortal, making it a formidable asset for the Peach Blossom camp. Yet, operating the 9 curving wind formation requires a substantial amount of 9 netherine qi, which is precisely why Yuan Yang decided to sell it. With Tao Sanyang's considerable wealth, she is likely to have a solution. Most importantly, as a craftsman, it is imperative that he forges his own celestial artifacts. To do otherwise would render him a laughingstock within the industry. Having ascended to celestial status, the next step is naturally to personally forge a celestial artifact, thereby establishing himself as a master craftsman, a dream cherished by every artisan. In the second layer of the heavenly realm, the Zhongyan Heaven, lies the Hall of Heavenly Works amidst a sea of magma. Upon arriving, Yuan Yang navigates with familiarity to a secluded hall. Master Gongjia. It has been quite some time, he greets. The burly man, with a beard adorning his face, looks up with delight at the sight of Yuan Yang. What brings you here, lad? Are you selling that 7 orifice stone embryo? Yuan Yang responds, this conversation feels oddly familiar. I have already utilized it. Gongjia Hung sighs in lament. You transformed the 7 orifice stone embryo into an external incarnation. Your cultivation is insufficient. Such treasures should not be squandered. Yuan Yang rolls his eyes. Am I not a celestial immortal now? Moreover, I only employed the 7 orifice stone embryo after cultivating it into an 8 orifice stone embryo. Gongjia Hung then scrutinizes Yuan Yang closely. His surprise evident. A 5th layer celestial immortal, in just a century? Did you steal the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother? Or perhaps the 9 transformation golden elixir from the Supreme Lord? Yuan Yang furrows his brow. Ascending 5 layers in such a short span is indeed astonishing, and this level of attention is not to his liking. Thus, he subtly shifts the topic. Previously, you acquired so many celestial-grade spiritual artifacts from me. Has your celestial puppet been completed? As expected, Gongjia Hung's expression brightens at the mention of this topic. He grabs Yuan Yang and rushes him to a crafting chamber. Moments later, they arrive at a room filled with intricate seals, revealing a massive furnace towering over 10 feet tall. Gongjia Hung pulls Yuan Yang closer, and within the furnace, the blazing 3 mysteries true fire roars that a black metallic puppet, adorned with intricate patterns and standing 6 feet tall, lies calmly within the furnace, undergoing the flame's refinement. Yuan Yang senses a palpable threat emanating from the black metallic puppet, prompting him to swiftly turn to Gongjia Hung. Gongjia Hung, brimming with excitement, proudly states, "This is my magnum opus, the black gold celestial puppet, meticulously conceived and forged over thousands of years. Its core is crafted from the 9 heavens divine gold, specifically the 9 heavens dark divine gold. Once it emerges, it will be a mid-grade celestial artifact. In the primordial world, even the Grandmaster of Heavenly Works or my master, the Celestial Fire Sovereign, could only forge celestial artifacts step by step. From the embryo to the low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade celestial artifacts, With the advent of my black gold celestial puppet, such incremental processes will be rendered obsolete, as my secret method allows artifacts to directly attain the highest grade, significantly reducing the overall forging time by at least half. Yuan Yang fixates on the black gold celestial puppet. If what Gongjia Heng claims is true, then this secret method possesses strategic significance. Forging celestial artifacts is no trifling matter. The process of creating the artifact embryo is laboriously intricate. Indeed, all spiritual tools, precious artifacts, and Dao artifacts could be considered as embryos for celestial artifacts. They are mere transitional products forged by the sages while imitating the celestial artifact creation process. Ordinary artifacts, if unable to endure additional restrictions, can never ascend to the level of celestial artifacts. Typically, the number of restrictions within an artifact determines its ranking. Only Dao artifacts possess complete restrictions. Artifacts with 1 to 3 restrictions are classified as low-grade Dao artifacts. Those with 4 to 6 restrictions are mid-grade Dao artifacts. Those with 7 to 9 restrictions are high-grade Dao artifacts, and those with 10 to 12 restrictions are classified as supreme Dao artifacts. The difficulty of crafting celestial artifacts surpasses that of Dao artifacts by more than tenfold. To forge a low-grade celestial artifact, one must completely merge the 12 restrictions of a supreme Dao artifact into a single one. Low-grade celestial artifacts possess 1 to 3 celestial restrictions, and with each additional celestial restriction, the difficulty intensifies exponentially, highlighting the formidable challenge of achieving success in the final forging. Mid-grade celestial artifacts possess 4 to 6 celestial restrictions. And Gongjia Heng's black gold celestial puppet boasts 5 robust and luminous celestial restrictions, akin to a true dragon, pulsating ceaselessly across its surface and within. Yuan Yang inhaled sharply. The power emanating from this black gold celestial puppet already surpasses that of an ordinary mid-grade celestial artifact. Yet, fundamentally, it is not even a celestial artifact, as it has yet to endure a single tribulation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yuan Yang inquires, "Have you considered the tribulation for the black gold celestial puppet? Undergoing 2 layers of heavenly tribulation at once is no trivial matter." Gongjia Heng, brimming with confidence, replies, "A mid-grade celestial artifact can accommodate up to 6 celestial restrictions. I have intentionally reserved 1 celestial restriction for engraving one related to thunderous magic, thereby enhancing the likelihood of successfully transcending the tribulation. I recall that you have always practiced thunderous magic, right? For the final celestial restriction, I will need your assistance." Yuan Yang readily agrees. Participating in the forging process of such a mid-grade celestial artifact is a rare opportunity he cannot afford to miss. "By the way, if I join in, will it affect your ranking as a master craftsman? I remember that the requirements for being a master craftsman include independently forging a celestial artifact." Gongjia Heng scoffs. "Impact? Craftsmen's cultivation levels are generally not that high. The celestial artifacts they independently forge are merely the lowest tier, possessing only 1 celestial restriction. They cannot compare to my unprecedented black gold celestial puppet." Gongjia Heng takes great pride in this. The two then engage in a lengthy discussion about the final celestial restriction for the black gold celestial puppet, arguing passionately for nearly 3 days. Gradually coming to their senses, Yuan Yang slaps his thigh and exclaims, "I almost forgot. I'm here to report for duty at the Hall of Heavenly Works. I will need your assistance with the registration, as we shall be colleagues from now on." Gongjia Heng, equally startled, smacks his forehead. Once I get into a discussion, I tend to lose track of time. Let us go. We must first complete the registration. With a master craftsman like you, capable of forging supreme Dao artifacts, joining, the Hall of Heavenly Works will undoubtedly welcome you. As they walk, Yuan Yang inquires, "It has been a century since I last visited the Hall of Heavenly Works. Are there any recent developments?" Gongjia Heng responds, "Well, there is one noteworthy event. The Grandmaster of Heavenly Works has recently accepted a new disciple, Huowen. She was officially recognized as a master craftsman after aiding the Qingke fairy in forging a low-grade celestial artifact, the Fire Feather Fan. She is now the master of the 12th Fire Workshop, the Huowen Workshop, within the Hall of Heavenly Works. The fiery creature you mentioned, is it a celestial unicorn fire pattern python?" "Indeed, it possesses a unique ability to wield the 9 heavens' divine fire. Are you familiar with it?" Yuan Yang disregarded the subtle acidity in Gongjia Heng's tone, for he himself felt a tinge of jealousy. They had previously crossed paths, and he had not anticipated that his counterpart would ascend to the position of a workshop master so swiftly. Within the Hall of Craftsmanship, any master craftsman capable of independently forging celestial artifacts could establish their own forge. signifying their ability to cultivate disciples autonomously. For a craftsman, this is a symbol of identity and status. A master craftsman is esteemed enough to be a guest of honor among the great powers of the primordial realm. The fire-patterned Demon King's early establishment of a forge certainly suggests the favor of the ancestor of craftsmanship. It appears he has also brought along his subordinates from his homeland. Otherwise, the mere establishment of an empty forge would hold no significance. Under Gong Jia Heng's guidance, Yuan Yang swiftly registered his celestial identity and position, and was assigned to an independent courtyard. Should he choose not to reside in the chaotic heavenly palace, he would likely dwell here for an extended period. Due to Gong Jia Heng's influence, Yuan Yang's celestial identity was registered under the auspices of one of the 12 forges, known as the Jinwu Forge. Yuan Yang was also granted an independent crafting chamber, which, while termed a chamber, was essentially an open-air courtyard. It was equipped with a crafting furnace, a geothermal pool capable of harnessing the power of magma, a forging platform, and cooling pools among other standard facilities. The Jinwu Forge was established by the Vice Hall Master, the Venerable Tianhua, who is Gong Jia Heng's master. Gong Jia Heng, still not having advanced to the rank of Master Craftsman, remained affiliated with the Jinwu Forge, and now they could truly be regarded as colleagues. After the relevant information was recorded on Yuan Yang's identity token, Gong Jia Heng returned it to him with a smile. Aside from mandatory tasks for master craftsmen like us, fulfilling the requirement entails submitting 10 artifacts every century, with materials available directly from the heavenly treasury at double the quantity, allowing us to retain the surplus. Given our skills, we are certain to have excess materials, and with the rewards from the heavenly craft, this will be our means of acquiring materials for forging celestial artifacts in the future. It seems the ancestor of craftsmanship has entered seclusion. Let us first pay a visit to my master. In a vast open courtyard, 9 crimson rivers of lava flowed, converging upon a dark stone island. This island was entirely composed of a rare stone known as fire-absorbing stone, capable of absorbing heat. Walking upon this stone island, one must constantly shield their feet with magical energy, lest they be scorched within moments. Even with Yuan Yang's formidable physique, he felt the heat beneath his feet. Any ordinary celestial soldier would likely succumb to the high temperatures and be reduced to ashes in no time. Amidst this extraordinarily high-temperature environment, an imposing elder, with a 3-legged golden divine bird perched upon his shoulder, gazed intently at the crafting furnace, within which lay an unidentified celestial or melted into liquid form. Gong Jia Heng remained silent, exchanging a glance with Yuan Yang before obediently standing behind the elder, awaiting his inquiry. Yuan Yang, too, refrained from speaking, his eyes swirling with chaotic energy as he scrutinized the 3-legged golden bird. This bird, standing upon the elder's shoulder, occasionally surveyed its surroundings and tended to its feathers. From time to time, it obeyed the elder's commands, emitting a thin line of fire from its beak, the intense heat warping the space around them. Yuan Yang's chaotic divine eye penetrated the illusion, revealing that this was no mere spirit bird, but rather a manifestation of heavenly spirit fire. This was the Jinwu True Fire, resembling a 3-legged golden crow, and ranked just below the 9 heavens divine fire among the celestial spirit fires. Could it be that the Jinwu Forge was named after this spirit fire? Yuan Yang pondered internally. After a lengthy silence, the venerable Tianhua returned to his senses, casting a fleeting glance at the obedient Gong Jia Heng, and huffed dismissively. He then scrutinized Yuan Yang for a moment longer, inquiring, "You were the first to transfer from the War King's command to the Hall of Craftsmanship in 3,000 years. It appears you possess a keen interest in forging. What is the highest grade of artifacts you have crafted? How many prohibitions do they possess? What is your success rate?" Yuan Yang candidly replied, "The highest grade of artifacts I have previously crafted is the Supreme Artifact, which possesses 12 prohibitions, and my success rate is approximately 50%. He did not specify that this success rate was achieved prior to his breakthrough to celestial status. Now, with the enhancement of chaotic celestial essence, he estimated the success rate for crafting supreme artifacts to be around 80 to 90%. The venerable Tianhua expressed some satisfaction. "Excellent. The ability to forge supreme artifacts grants you a place within the Hall of Craftsmanship. However, your success rate must continue to improve. I suggest you forge a variety of different artifacts and raise the success rate of supreme artifacts to above 80% before considering the crafting of celestial artifacts. Do not emulate this foolish individual who aims too high." The venerable Tianhua then shot a fierce glare at the seemingly innocent Gong Jia Heng. After a moment's thought, he produced a jade scroll and tossed it to Yuan Yang, stating, In the realm of crafting, the mastery of fire is paramount. This scroll, the 7 Flames Flowing Fire Technique, is a secret transmission of the Jinwu Forge. You must study it diligently. It will be beneficial for your future advancement to Master Craftsman. Although I no longer take disciples, you are welcome to attend the lectures I hold every century alongside Gong Jiahong. If you can become a Master Craftsman sooner, it will also bring honor to the Jinwu Forge. Yuan Yang accepted the 7 Flames Flowing Fire Technique, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you, Venerable Tianhua. The Venerable Tianhua acknowledged with a grunt, then suddenly scrutinized Yuan Yang once more. Celestial Level 5. Your cultivation is quite commendable. There is one more task I would like you to undertake. Yuan Yang had thought the matter of the Golden Serpent's secret vault had been settled. The ancestor of craftsmanship had entrusted the Golden Serpent's secret vault to his closed-door disciple, the Fire Pattern Demon King, who is now the master of the Fire Pattern Forge. Thus, when the Golden Serpent's secret vault was opened, aside from the surviving Golden Serpent Lord from years past, the Fire Pattern Demon King dispatched 3 individuals of Earth Celestial level to the secret realm. One was his son, Husu, at the peak of Earth Celestial level 9. Another was his adopted son, Rui Feng, at Earth Celestial level 8. And the third was an old subordinate, a crafting master named Yin Lingji, also at Earth Celestial level 8, who had accompanied the Fire Pattern Demon King for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, during this seemingly foolproof expedition to the Golden Serpent's secret vault, the Golden Serpent Lord, who was initially only at Earth Celestial level 8, suddenly soared to Celestial level. Without breaking a sweat, the Golden Serpent Lord overturned Husu, Feng, and Yin Lingji, who had come to encircle him, and captured all 3. Upon learning of this, the Fire Pattern Demon King rushed down to the lower realm to handle the situation. The task assigned to Yuan Yang by the Venerable Tianhua was to assist the Fire Pattern Demon King. In the view of the Venerable Tianhua, Yuan Yang, being of War Department origin, should have considerable experience in handling such matters. Furthermore, with his cultivation at Celestial level 5, he was more than capable of dealing with most unexpected situations. At this moment, Yuan Yang felt that his Celestial level 5 cultivation was somewhat conspicuous. After all, just a century prior, he had been at the pinnacle of Earth Celestial level 9. And to have ascended 5 levels in 100 years was indeed rather extraordinary. After specifically consulting with Gong Jiahong, he pondered for a moment before suggesting, to conceal one's true cultivation level, one must either practice a special technique for concealing one's aura or possess an innate spiritual treasure. The latter can suppress one's fortune and naturally quell the fluctuations of a cultivator's essence. Yuan Yang's heart stirred. Within his chaotic origin space, there resided a chaotic black gourd that had been restored to the level of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It seemed he would need to leverage the power of the chaotic black gourd. Yuan Yang communicated with the chaotic black gourd using his consciousness, and the gourd readily emitted a beam of celestial light, shrouding Yuan Yang's essence fluctuations. Instantly, Yuan Yang's cultivation was reduced to Celestial level 3, with the chaotic black gourd concealing him. Unless Yuan Yang took action himself, his true level would remain hidden. Otherwise, even a golden immortal would be unable to perceive the true cultivation level of Yuan Yang. 2 days later, Yuan Yang once again arrived at the region of the Wanxi mountain range. This place is a paradise for serpents. Since the dawn of creation, countless serpent demon cultivators have emerged from here. A century ago, when Yuan Yang was merely at the Earth Immortal realm, he perceived this place as extraordinary. Now, having ascended to the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal realm and possessing a chaotic body that comprehends myriad paths, he immediately discerned even more secrets of the Wanxi mountain range. The name Wanxi mountain range does not imply the presence of 10,000 species of snakes, but rather signifies the existence of 10,000 mountains, each resembling a colossal serpent that devours the heavens. The myriad mountains intertwine and converge, collectively paying homage to the central area, as if worshipping the emperor amongst serpents, creating a natural formation known as the Great Formation of 10,000 Serpents. It is truly perplexing what kind of scenery lies within that mysterious central area, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Yuan Yang recalled that Tao San Yang once mentioned an ancient celestial serpent elder slumbering in the heart of the Wanxi mountain range. Thus he retracted his gaze, refraining from excessive scrutiny. Casting a glance at the compass in his hand, he noticed a spiritual pointer indicating a singular direction. Following the pointer, Yuan Yang soared forth. After another 2 hours, he finally arrived at the familiar Jinxi Valley. From a distance, he felt the surging demonic power of Huowen which was undoubtedly at the level of the 7th tier of the Celestial Immortal realm. Huowen presented a charming youthful visage, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. With crimson auspicious clouds swirling above her head, a red fire cloud celestial cauldron was partially visible within the auspicious clouds, emanating streams of scarlet celestial radiance that shielded Huowen's entire form. Opposing her were 3 black water Xian serpents, each at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm, measuring 100 feet in length, with black backs and white bellies, reigning as the overlords of the northern Wanxi mountain range. In a flash, Yuan Yang appeared beside Huowen, his own 5th level celestial immortal cultivation unmasked. A presence more ferocious than any black water Xian serpent permeated the surroundings. For the demon kings who dominate their territories in the earthly realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Pretending to be weak to deceive the strong is futile, as they typically eliminate the weaker opponents first. Yuan Yang surveyed the Jinshi Valley, which had been reduced to a flat expanse, and at the entrance of the central underground palace lay a heavily armored burly man, a red-robed elder, and a grayish-white, grotesque giant serpent with scales growing in reverse. These were indeed the individuals Huasu, Horfeng, and Yin Lingji he had come to find in this secret realm expedition. Beneath the 3 towering black water Xian serpents lay 3 captives who had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Likely the reason why Huowen dared not act recklessly. The arrival of Yuan Yang and his unabashed oppressive aura caused the 3 black water Xian serpents to momentarily hesitate. Elder Huowen, we meet again. The Deputy Hall Master, the Celestial Fire Venerable, has sent me to assist you. It appears things are not going well here, Yuan Yang remarked. Deputy Hall Master, sent you. Huowen expressed confusion. While she was aware of Yuan Yang, she did not realize he had also joined the Tiangong Hall. I too have joined the Tiangong Hall and am currently serving in the Jinwu workshop. Yuan Yang clarified. What on earth is happening? Where is the Golden Serpent Lord? Huowen inquired, her youthful face darkening. These black water Xian serpents have come in secret to seize a piece of the pie. As for the Golden Serpent Lord, he has likely been possessed by his ancestor, the Golden Serpent Demon General. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly ascended from the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm to the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal Realm in such a short time? As she spoke, Huowen glanced at Yuan Yang, suddenly displaying a wary expression. As true as can be, Yuan Yang rolled his eyes. The chaotic primordial spirit flickered past his brow, but that seamless and harmonious sensation, so intrinsic to his physical form, could not be replicated by forcibly seizing another's body. Releasing her doubts, Huowen suppressed her frustration and conveyed through thought. I fought against the Golden Serpent Demon General, but he retreated into the underground palace's secret realm. Before entering, I don't know what promises he made to these 3 black water Xian serpents. They have been guarding the entrance ever since. With hostages at stake, I cannot make a move. Have you not attempted to negotiate? Yuan Yang inquired. As a master craftsman, Huowen undoubtedly possessed considerable resources. It seemed implausible that she could not offer treasures to sway several celestial immortals. I even offered 2 low-grade celestial artifacts, Huowen replied, a hint of anger in her voice. Yuan Yang remarked, that is indeed a rather exorbitant demand. Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3, do you insist on opposing me? As Huowen's anger flared, it seemed as though molten gold and crimson magma swirled within the fire clouds, exuding an aura capable of melting all. Elder Huowen, do not be upset. Your nephews are all quite well, are they not? The lead black water Xian serpent opened its enormous jaws, and the dark water dripping from its serrated, ivory teeth immediately corroded the rock beneath, creating a large pit. The dark water, a signature ability of the black water Xian serpent clan, was no less formidable than ordinary celestial techniques. The dark water could erode both flesh and soul, taint treasures, and was exceedingly troublesome. Although Huowen possessed the physique of a celestial immortal demon king and the protection of the 9 heavens' divine fire and the earth's fiery melting flame, she was not fearful of the dark water. However, the 3 hostages were merely of earth immortal caliber and could not withstand the corrosion of the dark water. The implicit threat from the black water Xian serpents caused Huowen to momentarily falter. Yuan Yang observed the 3 black water Xian serpents, who appeared emboldened, and pondered for a moment. 2 celestial artifacts, even if they were low-grade, would be enough to incite a frenzy among countless celestial immortals. Yet these 3, lacking even a celestial artifact, remained unmoved, simply astounding. Huowen was about to speak further when Yuan Yang interjected. 3 celestial artifacts. Hand over the 3 hostages, and with an oath by the celestial way, we shall provide you with 3 celestial artifacts, 1 for each of you brothers. The lead black one paused, falling into silence. Meanwhile, the 2 serpents flanking him exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Seeing that Black One had yet to respond, the two serpents began to consider agreeing. Black Two voiced his doubt. 3 celestial artifacts are acceptable, but can you truly provide them? Yuan Yang confidently replied, Elder Huo has been in the Wanxi mountain range for some time. You must be aware of her status as a master craftsman, right? Producing 1 or 2 celestial artifacts is well within her capabilities. She is now the cherished disciple of the Tiangong Hall's esteemed ancestor. So 3 celestial artifacts are certainly attainable. However, celestial artifacts are not cabbages. I will be frank, we cannot provide them at this moment, but to demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to make a celestial vow to deliver 3 suitable low-grade water attribute celestial artifacts within a century. How does that sound? Yuan Yang gestured toward the floating red fire cloud celestial cauldron above Huowen's head, jesting. Surely, you don't wish to engage in battle while burdened by a fire attribute celestial artifact. Do you? Black Two and Black Three's eyes brightened. Yuan Yang's earnest demeanor indicated the sincerity of the transaction. Black Two quickly agreed. All right, I concur. Silence. The lead Black One snapped, breaking through his momentary daze with a low growl. Interrupting Black Two's words, Black Three urged from the side. Elder brother, these are 3 water attribute celestial artifacts. When will we have the opportunity to encounter such fortune again? Silence. Black One reiterated with a stern tone. We have made an agreement with the Golden Serpent Demon General to prevent others from intruding into the underground palace's secret realm. As for anything else, we need not concern ourselves. Yuan Yang's expression darkened completely. This was no longer a matter of the Blackwater Xian serpents making exorbitant demands. They had no intention of negotiating at all. It was unclear what promises the seemingly resurrected Golden Serpent Demon General had made to the 3 Blackwater Xian serpents. But their value evidently surpassed that of 3 celestial artifacts. This unexpected turn of events left Yuan Yang momentarily speechless. After exchanging glances with Huo, she too understood instantly. The so-called negotiation was merely a ruse to buy time. Both were decisive individuals, and they quickly reached a conclusion. Huo, having once been a demon king ruling over a territory for thousands of years, and Yuan Yang, who had served for a millennium as a general, having participated in countless campaigns, would never hesitate due to hostages. Previously, Huo had faced the 3 Blackwater Xian serpents alone, fearing for the safety of the hostages, and thus refrained from launching a sudden attack. Now, with Yuan Yang's assistance, they were determined to strike first. Otherwise, when the Golden Serpent Demon emerges, there will truly be no recourse left. With a firm resolution, Huo ceased to hold back. A chilling killing intent surged upon her delicate visage as she pressed her hand down, causing the fire cloud immortal cauldron to entwine with streams of golden red magma, which she then hurled violently at the 3 Blackwater Xian serpents. The fire cloud immortal cauldron descended like a molten sun, striking towards the entrance of the underground palace. Its area of effect vast. It directly enveloped the 3 Blackwater Xian serpents, including the unconscious hostages, Huosu, Huofeng, and Yan Lingji. Heil, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Huo, have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to sacrifice your own son and subordinates? Huo replied in a tone of cold cruelty, utterly incongruent with her youthful appearance, if any of them perish. I, Huo, swear that regardless of the distance, even at the cost of my own life, I will hunt you 3 brothers down to the ends of the earth. The 3 Blackwater Xian serpent brothers could not afford to speak. Their massive serpentine jaws simultaneously agape.3 thick, foul-smelling black water columns erupted forth, astonishingly countering Huo's vengeful strike launched from the fire cloud immortal cauldron. The Xian Black Water's divine ability was formidable. It appeared that considerable amounts of Xian Black Water had been refined within, granting it such power. Yuan Yang mused silently. As his magical energy surged, thunder roared around him. The 9-tiered thunder tower emerged from behind, and Yuan Yang, standing at the center of the tempest, resembled a deity of thunder. The sky was filled with thunder that the 9-tiered thunder tower consumed, only to be expelled again in countless arcs, forming a colossal hand of thunder reaching 100 zhang. With the thunder seal of 10,000 lightning, the hand of thunder, under Yuan Yang's command, traced an arc and circumvented the meticulously guarded 3 Blackwater Xian serpents. In their astonished gazes, the thunderous hand enveloped the 3 hostages lying on the ground. The violent radiance of thunder enveloped the area, as the giant hand formed a hemispherical dome of lightning, submerging Huosu, Huofeng, and Yan Lingji beneath its glow. The mere scattering of lightning from the colossal hand awakened the 3, their bodies charred as they cried out in agony. Heil, taken aback, could not help but exclaim, "What is happening? Are we attacking the hostages and turning on each other?" Something is amiss. Third brother, quickly break through it. Halda bellowed, continuing to spit forth Xian black water in conjunction with Heil air to withstand Huaner's relentless assault. The vast back of the thunderous hand and its robust fingers completely covered Huasu, Huafeng, and Yan Lingji, obscuring them from the sight of others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Heil San reacted swiftly. His enormous serpentine tail crashing down with a thunderous roar, striking the thunderous hand. The explosive force of the thunder erupted, causing Heil San to cry out in pain, his scales torn as blood flowed profusely. However, the thunderous hand shattered in turn, finally revealing the situation within. Heil San's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he swept his lantern-sized eyes downward, only to find that the previously unconscious hostages had vanished without a trace. In their stead stood a handsome youth of around 12 or 13, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, a snowflake mark adorning his forehead, although the youth's cultivation was merely at the peak of Earth Immortal. His vitality was robust, and his physique seemed not inferior to that of a celestial immortal. The youth grinned at Heil San, and suddenly, a blue fire lotus erupted. Accompanying it was an icy chill that made Heil San shiver involuntarily. Causing his tail to twitch, he felt a surge of irritation. How dare this insignificant Earth Immortal challenge him? Heil San opened his fearsome jaws, intending to teach the little fellow a lesson. However, all he saw was a pitch-black abyss below. The earlier youth had long since leapt into the dark depths to escape, similar to the incident in the extreme North Ice Plain. Long before reaching the Golden Serpent Valley, Yuan Yang had sensed the two opposing forces clashing within the valley. Thus, he had sent his ice avatar, Yuan Bing, to burrow underground in advance, a strategic move. Unexpectedly, this pawn had indeed proven effective. Utilizing the distraction of the Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers focused on their enemies to successfully rescue the hostages, Huasu, Huafeng, and Yan Lingji. Enraged, Heil San was about to pursue when a deluge of thunder descended upon them. Yuan Yang would not allow such a chance to slip away. The successful rescue of the hostages was akin to a stroke of fortune. As the overwhelming lightning cascaded down, Heil San had no choice but to abandon the chase and turn to unleash Xian Blackwater, joining forces with Heilda and Heil Air to fend off the impending attacks. Thunder, the immortal cauldron, and flames relentlessly assaulted the three Blackwater Xian serpents, with Huaner, having pent up a great deal of frustration, attacking with the utmost ferocity. The fire cloud immortal cauldron radiated with celestial light. Exhaling divine brilliance, from time to time, it entwined with the earth core melting flame, thinning the Xian black water significantly. As a primordial anomaly born alongside one of the 9 heavens' divine fires. The earth core melting flame, Huaner was exceptionally powerful. Yuan Yang, being an immaculate chaotic entity, had attained immortality through chaotic origins, renowned for his combat prowess. Both their strengths were formidable among celestial immortals. And together, they were far beyond the capabilities of the Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers. Before long, the 100-jong serpentine bodies of the Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers were pounded into the ground. Earth and stone flew as a massive pit formed. Beneath the pit, the 3 brothers lay, bloodied and groaning in low, painful tones, exchanging glances, Yuan Yang and Huaner, one bearing the fire cloud immortal cauldron and the other the 9-tiered thunder tower. Plunged directly into the pit, their primary objective was, of course, the underground palace below, where the Golden Serpent's treasures lay hidden. Particularly, there was a suspected presence of the Golden Serpent demon. Who knew what he was up to inside? However, eliminating the Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers in the process was also not out of the question. The 300-jong Blackwater Xian Serpents crashed heavily before the palace of the underground, causing the crimson-hued palace to tremble violently. The entrance to the underground palace, a space vortex spanning about a zhong opened, from which 4 serpent-shaped golden swords suddenly flew out, deflecting the descending fire cloud immortal cauldron. Following this, the center of the vortex quivered, and an ominous golden-haired man emerged from within. The 4 golden serpent swords seemed to recognize their master, swiftly returning to the golden-haired man's side, swimming around him like fish. Yuan Yang and Huaner both halted, their expressions tinged with regret. It was unfortunate they could not take the opportunity to eliminate the Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers first. Are you the Golden Serpent Great Lord, or the Golden Serpent Demon? Huaner inquired coldly. The golden-haired man frowned, casting a glance at the disheveled Blackwater Xian Serpent Brothers, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. He replied icily, I am the Golden Serpent Demon. You vile beings disturb my path to enlightenment, a sin worthy of death. Are you not the true vile being? Having usurped your own bloodline descendants, Huo Wun'er retorted mockingly, survival of the fittest, that is the unchanging truth of the demon race. To restore the glory of our ancestors and sacrifice oneself for their resurrection is a responsibility that cannot be forsaken by their bloodline descendants. Yuan Yang couldn't help but scoff. What a truly selfish justification. The golden serpent demon snorted coldly, ceasing further words as his immense aura surged, climbing from the 5th to the 6th, and then the 7th celestial immortal level. It finally halted at the 8th celestial immortal level. The ascending aura revealed his dissatisfaction as he muttered to himself, after all, this body was usurped. Even though it is of my own bloodline, it has yet to achieve perfect compatibility. Otherwise, having devoured a portion of the origin of the Tai Demon Lord, I would have surely stepped into the golden immortal realm. Curse you, Wu Xingyan, for damaging my golden serpent body. The golden serpent demon recalled the end of the second war between the witch and demon races. When the Tai Demon Lord, one of the top 10 demon generals of the demon heavenly court, perished as a formidable demon general under the command of the Iron Demon Lord, he seized the opportunity to gather the remnants of the Iron Demon Lord's corpse. Amidst the chaos of battle, he stealthily fled, retreating to the Golden Serpent Valley, where he established the Golden Serpent Secret Repository, intending to secretly absorb the essence of the Iron Demon contained within the remnants to elevate himself to the status of a Golden Immortal. The great demon known as Iron Demon resembled a water buffalo, with a coat as dark as obsidian, feeding on celestial iron, and possessing an innately powerful physique. The Iron Demon Lord was particularly renowned, having attained the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, famed for his mastery of the golden principles across the vast wilderness. Acquiring a portion of the iron essence was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune for the Golden Serpent General. However, he could never have anticipated that during an outing, he would encounter a Golden Immortal from the Witch Clan, Wu Xingyan. Even after exhausting all his efforts to escape, his physical form was shattered, leaving only his primordial spirit lingering in the Golden Serpent Secret Repository, barely alive. Subsequently, the Golden Serpent clan migrated to the Golden Serpent Valley under his guidance, and after enduring a lengthy passage of over 30,000 years, for descendants wielding the 4 Golden Serpent swords ultimately unlocked the Golden Serpent Secret Repository. The Golden Serpent General immediately fixated on the Golden Serpent Young Master, whose aura resonated most closely with his own. Successfully seizing control of his body, having once reached the threshold of golden immortal strength, the Golden Serpent General swiftly restored his cultivation to the 5th level of Celestial Immortal after consuming both his former body and a portion of the iron essence. He then effortlessly captured the other 3 intruders of the secret realm, a terrestrial immortal uniquely horned fire-patterned python, a terrestrial immortal sharp-winged snake, and a terrestrial immortal fire spirit. Had it not been for his desire to comprehend the current state of the wilderness, he would have annihilated them without hesitation, before he could return to the Golden Serpent Secret Repository to continue absorbing the remaining essence of the Iron Demon Lord, a being identifying himself as fire-patterned air. A 7th-level Celestial Immortal, uniquely horned fire-patterned python, came crashing in. Unexpectedly, fire-patterned air proved to be a formidable opponent, and had it not been for the hostage he held, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. This filled him with great displeasure, and after promising a clandestine benefit to the 3 lurking black water Shen snakes, he ordered them to guard the entrance to the Golden Serpent Secret Repository, leaving behind 3 hostages to deter fire-patterned air. He then entered to continue absorbing the Iron Demon Lord's essence, aiming to swiftly elevate his cultivation to the realm of Golden Immortal. With the aid of the Iron Demon Lord's essence, the Golden Serpent General easily restored his cultivation to the 8th level of Celestial Immortal. However, to his dismay, he found that this newly seized body could not further absorb the remaining bulk of the Iron Demon Lord's essence due to insufficient time for his primordial spirit to harmonize with it, leaving him stuck at the 8th level of Celestial Immortal. Frustrated, he soon sensed violent disturbances from the outside world and promptly resolved to venture out and unleash his wrath to soothe his aggrieved heart. Looking down from a great height, he beheld the Golden Serpent Valley enveloped in a cloud of dust, at the center of which lay a colossal pit. Intermittent roars echoed from the dust-filled chasm. Whether the rumble of thunder, the cries of a colossal serpent, the sonic booms of flying swords, or the roars of water columns. Moments later, a crimson celestial cauldron and a 9-layered thunder tower were sent flying by a beam of golden light. 2 figures surged from the depths of the pit, crashing down upon 2 nearby mountain peaks. As the tempestuous wind blew, the dust dissipated, revealing four colossal golden pythons transforming back into four golden serpent swords. Soaring back to encircle the golden serpent general. He stood aloft, somewhat disheveled, as the three black water Xian snakes trailed closely behind. Yuan Yang pushed aside the massive boulder that had pinned him, regretfully reclaiming the 9-layered thunder tower, which bore cracks from enduring several strikes by the golden serpent sword. The quality of the golden serpent sword far surpassed that of his thunder tower due to its exquisite material. Indeed, the golden serpent general, having once reached the threshold of golden immortal, was an extraordinary force. Meanwhile, from the collapsed mountain peak, a raging inferno erupted. The massive stones atop transformed into crimson magma, which flowed downward like melting ice. The summit appeared to morph into a pool of magma, bubbling ominously, as fire-patterned air emerged, his head crowned with the fire-clouded celestial cauldron, his form entwined with the golden-red hellfire, rising slowly from the molten depths. A trickle of blood graced the corner of fire-patterned air's mouth, and the small red jade horn on his forehead glowed with vibrant red patterns, pulsating with light. The bloodline talent of the unique horned fire-patterned python had fully activated. And combined with the power of the hellfire, a scorching intent capable of dissolving all things permeated every corner of the Golden Serpent Valley. Yuan Yang, I leave those three black water Xian snakes to you. I will personally deal with the Golden Serpent General, declared fire-patterned air, wiping the blood from his lips, his demeanor fierce. The hostages have been rescued. Are we truly to continue this conflict? Yuan Yang frowned. Recognizing that the Golden Serpent General had restored his cultivation to the 8th level of Celestial Immortal and possessed the experience of a half-step Golden Immortal, making him a formidable adversary. Moreover, the 4 Golden Serpent Swords, when unified, possessed strength surpassing even the fire-clouded Celestial Cauldron, which explained the cracks in the 9-layered Thunder Towered At this juncture. It seemed wiser to retreat and regroup before launching a coordinated assault. Within the Golden Serpent secret repository lies a supreme divine fire. We can engage in fair competition. Upon making this promise, fire-patterned air felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Yuan Yang saving his son and subordinates, he might not have been so generous. I have had my eyes on the Golden Serpent secret repository for over 3,000 years. My hellfire has sensed the presence of a supreme divine fire within. Should others from the heavenly court become involved, the ownership of that unknown supreme divine fire would become uncertain. Yuan Yang was taken aback. A fire that even one with the hellfire like fire-patterned air deemed supreme must undoubtedly be another form of 9 Heavens divine fire. The 9 Heavens divine fire, imbued with the essence of certain great laws, posed an irresistible temptation for both fire-patterned air and Yuan Yang, the latter of whom had long yearned for the 9 Heavens divine fire that transcended the heavenly tier. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yang nodded resolutely. If those 3 black water Xian snakes lack any other capabilities, I can hold them off. Fire-patterned air breathed a sigh of relief after their brief collaboration. He had come to recognize Yuan Yang's combat prowess. His physical form alone was comparable to a celestial artifact, and emerging unscathed from the collapse of a mountain spoke volumes. Fire-patterned air laughed heartily. Then, it is settled. After a century of guidance from my master, I have longed to test the ultimate secret technique of the heavenly crafting scripture. With demonic energy surging, fire-patterned air revealed his true form. A massive, crimson-hued uniquely horned serpent, thick as several dozen zhang and stretching 1,000 zhang long, its prominent horn standing tall. Its robust body was adorned with countless intricate fire patterns, radiating intense heat. The colossal uniquely horned serpent opened its gaping maw, and fire-patterned air's voice resonated from within. Golden Serpent General, come forth. Let me gauge the capabilities of the former celestial generals of the Demon Court. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura locked onto the Golden Serpent General, flames swirling in the serpent's mouth, poised to erupt at any moment. The Golden Serpent General remained silent, his expression indifferent, though the 300 zhang black water Xian snakes behind him appeared less than pleased. Although they were all rulers of the Serpent Mountain range, the lineage of the black water Xian snakes was not nearly as formidable as that of the uniquely horned fire-patterned python. In terms of sheer size, the 100 zhang serpent bodies of the black water Xian snakes paled in comparison to the 1,000 zhang form of fire-patterned air, were it not for their fortuitous acquisition of a pool of mysterious black water, which had greatly amplified their bloodline powers. They would not dare to provoke fire-patterned air so brazenly. Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3 exchanged glances, their 3 heads rearing back to roar, unleashing 3 torrents of pungent black water toward fire-patterned air. With a flash of lightning, a river of thunder descended from the heavens, crashing into the black water, sending splashes and sparks flying, transforming thunder into water. Black One's pupils constricted, having immersed himself in the principles of thunder for over 2 millennia. Yuan Yang's comprehension of lightning was already remarkable, and after unlocking the shackles of his chaotic body, his insights into the laws of the universe had progressed by leaps and bounds. He had long mastered the water-thunder celestial technique at the Earth Immortal stage, achieving a level of power akin to a great supernatural ability. Now he had refined it to the point of effortless manipulation, transforming thunder into liquid and condensing it into spears with but a thought. Rising into the air, Yuan Yang pointed at the 3 black water Xian snakes. "You shall face me." In the face of Yuan Yang's provocation, the 3 brothers of the black water serpent naturally could not endure it, and they immediately pursued him. The 2 sides engaged in a battle while retreating, as 3 thick strands of dark, ethereal black water cascaded down like a celestial curtain towards Yuan Yang. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Yang enveloped himself in a haze of chaotic energy, showing no concern for the corrosive waters rushing towards him. Simultaneously, he gathered countless bolts of lightning in his hand, transforming them into a spear that shot forth to strike. The Golden Serpent Demon General was not idle either. With a change of his sword technique, for Golden Serpent swords transformed into 4 massive golden pythons, forming a golden serpent array that lunged at the fiery form of Huo Wan'er, a colossal crimson serpent spanning 1,000 feet. The battle was poised to erupt, and both battlefields erupted into immense clouds of dust, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of mountains collapsing and earth splitting. The 4 colossal golden pythons, under the command of the Golden Serpent Demon General, exhaled golden light, their sharpness unmatched, easily piercing through gold and stone. Huo Wan'er was equally undeterred. Her single-horned fiery python form possessed immense strength, and as it coiled around a mountain and squeezed, the peak shattered and stones crumbled. Although Huo Wan'er was at the 7th level of Celestial Immortal, 1 rank lower than the Golden Serpent Demon General, her possession of the 9 Heavens Divine Fire, a flame capable of injuring even the so-called immortal golden immortals, rendered her formidable. Where the fire passed, earth and stone melted into lava, flowing in all directions. The underground magma was even stirred up, with flames shooting up to the sky, reddening half of the celestial dome, and causing the temperature in the Golden Serpent Valley to rise dramatically. On the other side, a large hole opened in the ground, and 3 disheveled figures emerged from the cavern. Shortly after, a boy of about 12 or 13 years old also burst forth from the hole, from a distance. He gazed at the centers of the 2 storms 100 miles away, their faces reflecting both fear and a hint of longing. The battle of celestial immortals was indeed earth-shattering. Huo, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth Immortal, spoke with an inexplicable tone. His strength was extraordinary. He could contend against ordinary, early-stage celestial immortals. Yet he estimated that even the residual energy from the fierce battle before him would be beyond his ability to withstand. The sharp-winged serpent, Firefang, shrank down to 3 feet and crawled onto Huo's broad shoulder. "Elder brother, do not be anxious. We, the primordial serpents, have always found cultivation arduous. Our adoptive father once mentioned that the lineage of the single-horned fiery python is based on fire. If one cannot tame a sufficiently powerful heavenly spirit fire as their innate flame, it would be exceedingly difficult to advance further, even after achieving immortality. I am aware," Huo replied, his mood somewhat disheartened. The expedition into the Golden Serpent's secret realm was initially intended to procure an unparalleled divine fire within, to forge an unmatched foundation for himself. Regrettably, before encountering the supreme divine fire, he and his companions had all become prisoners. Had it not been for his father and the celestial court sending reinforcements, he did not know how dire their situation would have been. Regaining his composure from his dejection, Huo promptly expressed his gratitude to Yuan Yang's icy manifestation. "Yuan Bing, thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist. May I ask your name?" Yuan Bing, declining to reveal his background, smiled and responded, "I am called Yuan Bing, affiliated with the Golden Crow Workshop, one of the 12 fire workshops of the Heavenly Craft Hall. We are all under the Heavenly Craft Hall, thus, there is no need to mention the life-saving grace." The previously silent flame Lingji suddenly pointed at Yuan Bing and exclaimed, "You are a newly emerged Holy Spirit embryo." Yuan Bing had indeed noticed this long ago. The flame Lingji, possessing only the 8th level of Earth Immortal, had been observing him, yet he had not paid much attention until the flame Lingji suddenly declared him a Holy Spirit embryo, which piqued his interest. Realizing he had caught everyone's attention, the flame Lingji quickly apologized. "Yuan Bing Taoist, I sincerely apologize for unintentionally revealing your origins. Yuan Bing shook his head, indicating that he did not mind, and then inquired with interest, "What is a Holy Spirit embryo? It seems there are no relevant records in the chronicles of the Primordial era." After a moment of silence, the flame Lingji organized his thoughts and replied, "The chronicles of the Primordial era were compiled only after the establishment of the Celestial Court, and some assertions differ from earlier records. I have lived for over 7,000 years, so I am aware of some distinctions. I once had the fortune of entering the cave dwelling left behind by a senior golden immortal. That senior, who perished during the War of the Witches and Demons, left behind records regarding the Holy Spirit embryo. According to the descriptions in the Jade Scrolls, a Holy Spirit embryo is essentially a type of innate divine being that is currently in gestation, possessing immense growth potential. However, that innate divine being also left behind a prophecy, stating that after the Witch and Demon era, the primordial world will no longer give birth to new innate divine beings, and the Holy Spirit embryo will forever be unable to fully manifest. This is why I was so taken aback." After a moment of silence, Yuan Bing continued, "I have also heard that the last batch of innate divine beings to take form were born at the end of the Witch and Demon era. Now that this era has passed for over 3,000 years, I have yet to hear of new innate divine beings emerging." Wasu scratched his head and asked with confusion, "Did not Flame Uncle just say that Yuan Bing Daoist is a Holy Spirit embryo? Does that not prove that this era will also give rise to innate divine beings?" Under the expectant gaze of the Flame Lingji, Yuan Bing shook his head. "I am not an innate divine being. When an innate divine being emerges, they are at least at the celestial immortal realm. I am currently merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth Immortal, and this body is a flesh vessel nurtured from an 8-hole stone embryo." At this point, Yuan Bing did not elaborate further. However, the Flame Lingji understood, realizing that Yuan Bing was not a Holy Spirit embryo that had autonomously attained intelligence. Rather, it was a case of a later entity occupying this body. Akin to an incarnation or possession, the Flame Lingji expressed a hint of bitterness. "My origins are insufficient. I am merely a fire spirit transformed from a Lingji. The day I took form, I could only reach the Earth Immortal realm. And over these 7,000 years, my cultivation has barely progressed. Could it truly be as that innate divine being said, that the heavenly Tao no longer favors innate divine beings? Must one enter the service of a sage to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao?" Yuan Bing raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Flame Lingji's origin was the Lingji fire. No wonder he sensed an exceptionally pure fire spirit energy emanating from him. The Lingji fire is a type of heavenly spirit fire, classified as a middle-grade earthly spirit fire, and its transformation is indeed a rare phenomenon. Heavenly spirit fires are typically born from the essence of heaven and earth condensed to perfection. The transformation of heavenly spirit fire represents one of the closest forms of life to innate divine beings, which explains the Flame Lingji's keen interest in the Holy Spirit embryo. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Bing curiously asked, "Are you well versed in the Holy Spirit embryo, Flame Lingji Daoist?" The Flame Lingji paused briefly before responding. "I learned about it from the remnants of that innate divine being's records. According to the accounts, innate divine beings also have varying origins. The most exceptional innate divine beings are usually born alongside the opening of the primordial world, emerging from the first wisp of innate essence, such as Dong Wang Gong, Jin Yuan Zi, and the current sages, all of whom emerged with complete golden immortal cultivation. The next tier of innate divine beings also takes form from some form of innate essence. Although they are not the very first wisp of innate essence, their origins are still extraordinary, such as the Tai Bai Jin Xing, who emerged from the innate metal essence. The least exceptional innate divine beings are those born and nurtured as Holy Spirit embryos, like the 9-hole stone embryo, which absorbs the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate flesh and soul. They generally emerge with initial celestial immortal cultivation. Hence, it is said that the Holy Spirit embryo is the precursor to innate divine beings." At this point, the Flame Lingji hesitated and, half-jokingly, remarked, "It is said that in ancient times, some innate divine beings were even born from the manifestation of the laws of the Great Tao, emerging with the full cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal." Which is rather hard to believe. Yuan Bing cast a glance at the Flame Lingji but remained silent. If his memory served him correctly, legendary figures such as Qian Kuan Laozu, Yin Yang Laozu, and Yang Mei de Xian, who had vanished from historical records, were likely still observing the world, while keeping a vigilant eye on the battlefield. Huasu, observing the escalating intensity of the battle moving further from the Golden Serpent Valley, suddenly spoke, "Let us infiltrate the secret realm." Fire Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed plausible. The protective array of the Golden Serpent secret realm had already been breached. Now, There was no need for the Golden Serpent bloodline or the 4 Golden Serpent swords to serve as keys to the secret realm. The Flame Lingji contemplated and agreed. The Golden Serpent secret realm was established at the end of the Second War of the Witches and Demons, which was over 30,000 years ago. Leaving aside other matters, the numerous Millennium Spirit herbs within are worth the risk. Turning to Yuan Bing, Huasu said, Yuan Bing Daoist, please join us as well. If there happens to be any heavenly grade spirit fire, I would hope that you might part with it for my sake. As for all other treasures, their ownership shall depend on individual fortune. What say you? Yuan Bing cast a glance at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, showing no inclination to depart, understanding that due to his nature of seeking profit, the main entity would continue to fight after rescuing the hostages, likely enticed by a treasure within the Golden Serpent's secret vault. He nodded in agreement. In any case, entering ahead of time to conduct a preliminary search would certainly be prudent. The 4 of them made their decision and stealthily returned to the Golden Serpent Valley through the underground passage. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Crimson Subterranean Palace at the bottom of the valley, the fierce aftermath of the battle had already ravaged the palace. At the damaged entrance, a swirling vortex of space, about a foot in size, slowly rotated. Huasu and the others exchanged glances of delight, whispering, "Indeed, there are no formations or restrictions left. We must swiftly enter while they are distracted. Once inside, we will be safe, as the spatial secret realm can shield us from divine sense probing." With that, Huasu took the lead and swiftly leaped into the vortex, followed closely by Huafeng and Yin Lingji without hesitation. Yuan Bing hesitated for a moment before also plunging in, first experiencing a familiar sensation akin to spatial teleportation, followed by a rush of rich spiritual energy and the refreshing scent of flora and fauna. This was the very secret realm housing the Golden Serpent's treasures. Yuan Yang surveyed the area, estimating it to span approximately 200 miles in diameter. Upon glancing up at the sky of the secret realm, Yuan Bing noticed the absence of blue skies, replaced instead by a shroud of white mist, with a blazing white sun at its center. This sun was, in fact, the same as that of the vast primordial world, merely appearing different due to the warping of space. Such a secret realm was the result of forcibly distorting a section of space, representing the most rudimentary form of a spatial secret realm. Reliant on the primordial world for its existence, one could create it with power equivalent to that of a late-stage celestial immortal. Yuan Bing carefully sensed the surroundings, realizing that the Golden Serpent Demon General seemed to have imbued the secret realm with numerous formations and restrictions, ensuring its preservation for over 30,000 years in the absence of maintenance. Simultaneously, these formations limited anyone besides him to enter with no more than earth immortal cultivation. Otherwise, the entire realm would collapse. The 4 arrived precisely at the center of the Golden Serpent secret realm, where a golden palace adorned with serpentine carvings lay nestled. The golden palace shimmered with spiritual light, subtly emanating an oppressive aura. Huasu spoke with a complex tone. We hadn't even searched for this Golden Serpent palace before it was claimed by the Golden Serpent Duke. Later, when the Duke emerged, his cultivation had soared to celestial immortal. And we were defeated when we banded together. Yuan Bing explained, the Golden Serpent Duke is likely dead, probably usurped by his ancestor, the Golden Serpent Demon General. That is only natural to lose to such an ancient fiend. Huasu and Huafeng immediately felt relieved. If they had fallen to the Golden Serpent Duke, whom they had never taken seriously before, it would have been utterly unacceptable for them. However, Yin Lingji seemed to have anticipated this, merely shaking her head in response without uttering a word. The Golden Serpent's secret realm was not particularly vast. With their cultivation levels, they could see its boundaries at a glance. Yuan Bing contemplated before speaking. The Golden Serpent Palace must be the most significant location within this secret realm. However, if we enter now, we may inadvertently trigger the arrangements left by the Golden Serpent Demon General, should we attract his attention. Being cornered would pose great trouble. Even the residual energies from the external battle are beyond our capacity to withstand. The group fell silent, and after a moment of reflection, Huasu proposed, let us do this instead. We will first gather spiritual herbs from the secret realm. Each person can take responsibility for a different direction, and Yuan Bing, you shall oversee the east. We shall reconvene here in an hour to explore the Golden Serpent Palace together. Yuan Bing pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, very well, I shall not hesitate to gather the herbs in the east. Let us regroup in an hour. Time was of the essence. After a brief discussion, they finalized their exploration plan, and in an instant, 4 beams of light shot into the sky. The snowflake imprint on Yuan Bing's brow glowed, and a diminutive, snow-white spiritual figure emerged from his forehead. Scattering an invisible divine sense to search for the locations of the spiritual herbs, perhaps due to over 30,000 years of uninterrupted growth. The once unremarkable spiritual herbs within the Golden Serpent secret realm had skyrocketed in value due to their age. Spiritual herbs do not grow without limit. They naturally wither and thrive. Herbs aged 100 years represent a minor threshold, those aged 1,000 years a moderate one, with their potency significantly increased. Aged 10,000 years marks a major threshold, resulting in a qualitative transformation, beneficial even to celestial immortals. In a brief span of time, Yuan Bing, through his divine sense, located several spiritual herbs of 10,000 years of age. Presenting these herbs at the alchemy hall could yield a considerable exchange with the alchemists for various elixirs. Collecting spiritual herbs also requires a certain level of skill. An hour may not suffice to gather all available herbs. However, to avoid being blocked by the Golden Serpent Demon General, it is best to complete the exploration of the secret realm and leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. This is a jade serpent saliva fruit, boasting an impressive age of 15,000 years that a beam of white light descended from the sky, and the rapid harvest brought Yuan Bing Jie a wide up bya stream. He found a small tree about 3 feet tall, with elongated fruits resembling a small white serpent, shimmering with a jade-like luster. This was the jade serpent saliva fruit, capable of purifying the bloodline of serpent cultivators and enhancing their cultivation, making it highly sought after. For serpent cultivators, a jade serpent saliva fruit of 15,000 years is nearly equivalent to an elixir. Yuan Bing carefully retrieved a jade crystal box, using a jade crystal scissors to delicately cut the fruit from the tree, sealing it within the box. The jade crystal box effectively preserves the herb's efficacy without damaging the potency of the jade serpent saliva fruit. Casting a wistful glance at the jade serpent tree, Yuan Bing soared into the air, hurrying toward another area with abundant spiritual energy. If he possessed a celestial treasure, he would certainly have excavated the jade serpent tree along with the surrounding soil. Alas, such treasures are exceedingly rare. In the time that followed, Yuan Bing transformed into a herbalist, continuing to gather 4 additional spiritual herbs aged over 10,000 years, an ice spirit flame grass, a serpent vine, a serpent desire fruit, and a blood python branch. Subsequently, he collected over a dozen varieties of spiritual herbs aged at least 5,000 years. By this point, more than half an hour had elapsed. Yuan Bing continued his search eastward, gradually approaching the edge of the Golden Serpent secret realm, where he could discern a thin barrier of space. As he glanced at this barrier from a distance, Yuan Bing was about to turn back to continue gathering the 1,000-year herbs he had missed along the way. Suddenly, the heavenly spirit fire, the Qian blue ice flame, which he had refined within his body, flickered vigorously. Yuan Bing paused, and after a moment's contemplation, extended his palm, summoning a flickering blue flame that danced in his hand. The blue flame swayed, emanating an incredibly frigid aura, causing frost to form on the nearby ground. The Qian blue ice flame was the only low-grade heavenly spirit fire he had currently mastered. Typically, spirit entities of the same origin resonate with one another, although different heavenly spirit fires possess distinct attributes. A faint connection can still occur. Yuan Bing closed his eyes, allowing the snow-white spiritual figure to emerge from his brow, merging with the Qian blue ice flame. As he attuned to the pulsating energy of the flame, gradually, 2 distinct fiery essences, unlike the Qian blue ice flame, intruded upon his perception. A flicker of joy crossed Yuan Bing's face. 2 heavenly spirit fires existed here. His figure flashed, and he swiftly flew toward the nearest aura. Roughly 10 miles away. Moments later, Yuan Bing stood outside a cave filled with stalactites that he darted inside, and after traversing about 100 yards, he beheld a natural stone platform. Atop the platform rested a gigantic, translucent stalactite, occasionally dripping a milky spiritual liquid onto the stone surface. Over time, this steady dripping had formed a small basin-sized depression on the platform, accumulating a shallow layer of milky liquid at its base. Remarkably, above the milky liquid, a white flame burned quietly. Yuan Bing's eyes brightened. This white flame was the high-grade Xiantier, heavenly spirit fire, stalactite fire. Though its rank was not particularly high, its fire was gentle in nature. For those who are just beginning their journey in the art of forging, this is undoubtedly one of the finest spiritual flames available. In the past, I sought it but could not attain it. The most peculiar aspect of the stalactite fire is its frequent companionship with another type of celestial flame. Upon careful observation, Yuan Bing directed his gaze toward the base of the stone platform where the stalactite fire burned. He retrieved his tools and began to excavate downward. At a depth of several dozen zhang within the earth's veins, he discovered a softly burning pale yellow flame. This earth-tier spiritual flame, known as the stone fire, elicited a hearty laugh from Yuan Bing. He was intimately familiar with the stone fire, having once possessed a specimen before trading it with Gong Jiahang for a chaos black gourd. Unlike spiritual herbs, celestial flames cannot be stored in jade crystal boxes. Producing 2 golden storage talismans, Yuan Bing carefully secured both the stalactite fire and the stone fire. The 2 spiritual flames he sensed earlier using the Qin blue ice flame had unexpectedly revealed 2 flames at this location. He wondered if the source of the other spiritual flame would yield further surprises. Following the direction of the last spiritual flame's aura, he sped toward it, but soon found himself abruptly halting. The scene just a few dozen zhang ahead appeared to be in a constant state of transformation, akin to viewing the landscape from beneath the water's surface, instilling a sense of surrealism. In reality, this was an optical illusion caused by spatial distortion. What lay just a short distance away was the boundary of the secret realm. This spatial barrier connected to the boundless void, and recklessly breaching it could potentially trigger a spatial storm, which would pose a grave danger even to celestial beings. After observing intently for a while, Yuan Bing was certain that behind the spatial barrier lay a celestial flame. Yet it seemed fate had no design for him to claim it. An hour swiftly passed, and at the entrance of the Golden Serpent Hall, the 4 reunited, each wearing expressions of significant gain. However, they were all aware that the treasures concealed within the Golden Serpent Hall by the Golden Serpent Demon General were the most precious. Huoshu took the lead and pushed open the grand door of the hall. Beyond the door lay a large hall, its walls lined with tiered display cabinets. Inside these cabinets were an array of small bottles. Wooden bottles intricately carved from tree cores, jade bottles sculpted from precious stones, and iron bottles forged from gold and iron, among others. Huofeng, still in the form of a diminutive 3-foot snake, perched on Huoshu's shoulder, exclaimed with surprise, "These are all vessels for elixirs. This is a repository for medicinal pills." Upon opening several bottles, the group wore expressions of disappointment, setting the bottles down. After several millennia, the elixirs contained within had largely turned to dregs, losing all medicinal efficacy long ago. Continuing their exploration within the Golden Serpent Hall, they pushed open an ancient door at the far end of the hall, revealing yet another chamber. This hall was slightly smaller than the first, but the arrangement was the same, with tiered display cabinets lining the walls. Inside these cabinets were various celestial and earthly spiritual items, categorized according to their tiers: heavenly, earthly, and profound. The profound grade spiritual items had nearly lost their spiritual radiance, reduced to mere waste. The earthly grade items had also dimmed considerably in their spiritual glow. Their quality diminished. In contrast, the heavenly grade items retained their spiritual essence due to the presence of a gathering array, their brilliance captivating the attention of all 4. The total of 6 low-grade heavenly spiritual items were present, including the Millennia Pure Heart Jade Essence, Sheep Fat White Jade Iron, Deep Sea Silver Sinking Iron, Tai Golden Essence, Cold Gold Divine Sand, and Volcanic Stone Flame. At first glance, Yuan Bing, Huoshu, and Yan Lingji were drawn to the Volcanic Stone Flame. This celestial flame, a vivid red, typically originates from an enduring volcanic crater and requires millennia to absorb the essence of the Earth's fire before it can be born. Although it is classified as a low-grade heavenly item, its rarity surpasses that of mid-grade heavenly spiritual items. Huoshu spoke first. "The volcanic stone flame holds great significance for me, so I shall take it. Yuan Bing, you may select 2 others as compensation." Yuan Bing nodded, having previously agreed to this arrangement, and waved his hand to claim the Millennia Pure Heart Jade Essence and Sheep Fat White Jade Iron. "These 2 will suffice for me. I have no need for the others." Huoshu and the others nodded, swiftly gathering the remaining heavenly materials. Continuing deeper into the hall, they encountered yet another ancient door, which led to yet another chamber. This hall was even smaller than the second, with its walls adorned with an array of weaponry, including swords, spears, axes, halberds, and talismans, totaling over 60 pieces. Yuan Bing picked up a green gem and squeezed it, causing several cracks to form. Yan Lingji examined an axe for a moment before concluding, "These must all be Dao artifacts, and at the very least, they are of mid-grade quality." Yuan Bing lamented, "It is a pity that these artifacts have gone unattended for over 30,000 years, causing even their protective enchantments to collapse." Huoshu and Huofeng expressed similar sentiments, recognizing that if these 60-plus artifacts had remained intact, they could have been exchanged for substantial celestial merit upon returning to the heavenly realm. Yuan Bing proposed, the materials still hold some value. Why not divide them evenly? The remaining individuals readily consented, and thus they collectively divided the treasures affixed to the walls, each acquiring a dozen or so items. Continuing their exploration, they gradually reached the heart of the Golden Serpent Hall, encountering both rare materials and completed artifacts along the way, including elixirs and spiritual herbs. After searching through 6 grand halls, they were met with 4 golden doors ahead, causing a sudden surge of excitement among the Ford. These 4 golden doors were positioned in the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north, distinctly different in design and placement from the previous ancient doors. The golden doors resembled 4 enormous golden pythons, their gaping maws revealing visible teeth, tongues, and throats. Each of the 4 individuals could select a golden door to enter and explore separately. To ensure fairness, they drew lots to determine who would go through which door. Yuan Bing drew the short straw, leaving him with the eastern door, which had unmistakable signs of having been opened before. The golden serpent demon had likely lingered within, potentially depleting the treasures contained inside. With a glum expression, Yuan Bing shrugged his shoulders and, under the peculiar gazes of the other 3, stepped boldly through the golden door. Behind the golden door lay a lengthy corridor, constructed from an unknown material. As he ventured further, it felt as though he had entered the gaping maw of a colossal python, traversing its esophagus and ultimately penetrating its belly, creating an inexplicable sense of dread. After an indeterminate time walking, he arrived at a vast cavern, which provided a sense of revelation. In the center of the cavern was a blood pool, containing the half-submerged corpse of an unknown creature. Beyond this, the cavern was devoid of anything else. Crouching by the blood pool and observing for a moment, Yuan Bing noted that although the pool was infused with abundant blood energy, it lacked vital essence. The bottom was littered with remnants of spiritual materials from the heavens and earth. Yuan Bing sighed. It seemed that the treasures here were likely consumed by the golden serpent demon for the restoration of its cultivation. Just as he was about to retreat, an inexplicable impulse compelled Yuan Bing to extend his finger and lightly touch the water of the blood pool. Killed at a resonant sound, akin to the clamor of a battlefield etched into the very essence of blood, surged into his mind, causing his entire body to freeze momentarily. It was a horrifying battle. The skies were filled with demon deities seated upon the clouds, flags fluttering in the wind. Countless giants on the ground roared towards the heavens, their halberds resembling a forest. Celestial techniques and divine powers rained down, shattering mountains and rivers. However, accompanying him was Yuan Yang, enveloped in a swirling aura of chaos. The moment their eyes met, they surged towards each other. And where the golden sword met the fist, even the fabric of space emitted a faint, distorted wail. Neither was willing to yield, and within the confined vortex of space, merely a few hundred zhang from the valley floor, their figures flickered and collided in rapid succession. The only divine technique recorded in the chaos suppression scriptures, the chaos suppression fist, contained tendrils of chaotic energy in each strike, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, subduing the vast world. The golden serpent demon general combined 4 swords into one, unleashing an unparalleled sword light that could pierce gold and shatter stones, cleaving through towering peaks and penetrating the universe. Alongside the bizarre and formidable snake shadow secret technique and the resounding array of divine thunders, the clash between fist and sword and the collision of secret arts marked the beginning of a brutally fierce duel. After several hours of combat, the intensity had diminished, but at this moment, as if sensing the impending resolution of their battle, both Yuan Yang and the golden serpent demon general ignited their vitality and fought with all their might. By the time Huoner arrived, the battle between Yuan Yang and the golden serpent demon general had escalated to a fever pitch. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures of the black water Xian snake brothers could be faintly seen approaching from the horizon. Witnessing this scene, Huoner suddenly laughed, his previously waning aura surging dramatically despite the toll it took. The fire cloud immortal cauldron descended from the celebratory clouds above, shrinking to a height of 3 feet. Cradled in his arms as countless streams of magical energy flowed into it, the magma-like 9 heavens divine fire, the earth heart melting flame, transformed into a vermilion golden ribbon, entwining around the fire cloud immortal cauldron. In that moment, this cauldron, forged from earth fire divine gold, resembled a red sun on the verge of exploding, harboring an extraordinarily violent destructive power, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Huo embraced the crimson fire cloud immortal cauldron, and, just as the black water Xian snake brothers were about to step into the Golden Serpent Valley, he hurled it towards the Golden Serpent Demon General. That unwavering resolve to vanquish his foes was the manifestation of the demonic king's might, honed over thousands of years of dominion over the Yuan Snake Mountains. The faces of the black water Xian snake brothers turned ashen. This kind of determination and aura was something they could not possess. The Yuan Snake Mountains were vast, and though there were few great demon kings among the celestial beings, there were still a dozen or so. Yet, in the southern part of the Yuan Snake Mountains, there was only one fire-wind demon king, which spoke volumes. A crimson sun blossomed from the valley floor, creating a hemispherical pit, with a radius of 10 li illuminated by dazzling streams of light. Yuan Yang, having received Huoner's message in advance, had already retreated from the valley, gazing in shock at the flaming sun that erupted within. Yuan Yang's fists were stained with blood. His physical form had ultimately been outmatched by the Golden Serpent Sword. Yet the Golden Serpent Demon General fared worse, having taken a solid blow from Huoner. Yuan Yang cast a glance at the pale-faced Huoner. The power of this strike was enough to draw the attention of even a golden immortal. The spatial vortex at the valley's bottom was obliterated by this strike, and the atmosphere within a radius of several dozen li cracked like glass, with vibrant streams of light flowing forth from the fissures. Yuan Yang secretly gasped in astonishment. The atmospheric cracks were indeed caused by the rupture of space, and those vivid streams of light were fragments of space, indicating that the spatial integrity within dozens of li had been thrown into chaos. At the center of the pit, a crimson immortal cauldron floated, its divine light somewhat dimmed, as if it had suffered considerable depletion, and was casually summoned back by Huoner. Lying at the bottom of the pit was a broken figure. The Golden Serpent Demon General had transformed into a bloodied wretch, his bones shattered, coughing up blood. The 4 golden serpent swords stood at the 4 cardinal points, their divine light dimmed. Had they not been protecting their master, the Golden Serpent Demon General would likely have perished just now. Yuan Yang furrowed his brow. Could it be that those 4 golden serpent swords were forged from some kind of 9 heavens divine gold? Proving remarkably resilient. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Yang summoned a torrent of thunder, amalgamating various lightning techniques into a colossal hand of thunder that descended upon the Golden Serpent Demon General. The 10,000 Thunder Celestial Seal. At this juncture, there would be no holding back. 2 massive pillars of black water rose to intercept the hand of lightning. Heida and He Er stepped forward, positioning themselves before Yuan Yang and Huoner. Even as they were staggered by the lightning, they did not retreat. Hasten carefully navigated the spatial cracks and fragments to carry the Golden Serpent Demon General away. Coughing blood, the Golden Serpent Demon General wore a face of resentment and bitterness. Damn it. If not for the fact that my primordial spirit and physical body have yet to fully merge, a mere 7th-tier celestial and 5th-tier celestial. Cough cough. Such lamentations of a defeated foe were familiar to me. Take them to the realm of reincarnation. Huoner scoffed, the celebratory clouds swirling above his head, preparing to strike again. Seeing this, the Blackwater Xian snake brothers grew anxious, with Heida urgently exclaiming, Huoner, stop! Do you know his identity? Huoner paid him no mind, dismissing the Golden Serpent Demon General as merely a demon general of the previous generation, with the fire cloud immortal cauldron above his head. Huoner took a heavy step forward, his aura locking onto the figures before him, a chilling, killing intent soaring into the heavens. Heida's expression shifted, and he hurriedly spoke. The Golden Serpent Demon General is a disciple of the 3rd generation of the Jie Jiao. The direct disciple of the Grand Master Tong Tian, the Taoist Daobao.do. You understand the consequences of killing him. Huoner paused, his countenance shifting between shadow and light. The Golden Serpent Demon General's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he produced a golden identity token, its texture peculiar, neither gold nor jade, radiating a unique primordial light. This primordial light might be unfamiliar to Huoner, but Yuan Yang, as a veteran of the Heavenly Court, immediately recognized the token's authenticity. It was an identity token only a formal disciple of the Jie Jiao, the most prominent sect of the primordial era, could possess. This Golden Serpent Demon General had secluded himself in the Golden Serpent secret realm over 30,000 years ago. During the latter stages of the Second War of Witch and Demon at that time, the Sanqing had just parted ways, and the Grand Master Shangqing had established his teaching on Golden Ao Island a few years prior. How had this former heavenly general of the previous demon court come to be a disciple of the Grand Master Daobao? Yuan Yang grasped Huoner's arm, letting out a sigh. If this golden serpent demon general truly was a disciple of the Grand Master Dao Bao, then everything made sense, including why the Blackwater Xian Snake brothers were willing to forsake the temptation of 3 celestial artifacts to protect him with their lives. It was nothing more than a promise that he would guide the 3 brothers into the Jiejiao. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense. Continuing the battle, Yuan Yang and Huo Wen'er were confident they could eliminate the already heavily injured Golden Serpent Demon General, thereby eradicating a formidable foe, especially given the deep-seated enmity that had formed. Yet, the Golden Serpent Demon General's unique identity made it difficult for Yuan Yang and Huo Wen'er to strike decisively, resulting in a stalemate in the situation. In the East Sea, amidst the vast expanse of azure waters, there lay a supreme divine island resembling a colossal turtle. The island was replete with spiritual herbs nurtured over millennia, their fragrance intoxicating, with bubbling spiritual springs, ethereal melodies floating in the air, and auspicious beasts roaming freely. A veritable paradise of the immortal realm. This was the teaching ground of the Jiejiao, Golden Ao Island. Within the Bayou Palace, on the lectern, stood a dignified Taoist, a halo of light behind his head, with an ethereal image of the Daobao Tower rising and falling within the radiance. In contrast to his imposing appearance, the Daobao Taoist squinted his eyes, appearing quite relaxed as he delivered teachings on behalf of his master. Yet, the numerous third-generation disciples, even some second-generation disciples, displayed an air of genuine reverence. It was evident that the Daobao Taoist had imparted teachings on multiple occasions. The way has 50, heaven and earth 49, and humanity takes 1. The doctrine of the Jiejiao is to seize that slim chance of survival. Suddenly, the grand voice of the Tao ceased, leaving the disciples in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, the Daobao Taoist let out a helpless sigh and said, "My disciple Huo Wen'er, that useless senior brother of yours, has already transcended his tribulation. You should go assist him." Among the multitude of disciples below, a stunning celestial maiden clad in a crimson haze garment and adorned with a golden haze crown stepped forth. The Duobao Taoist Duobao Pagoda trembled, and the space before them surged, revealing a spatial passage. Without the need for a teleportation array, the Duobao Taoist waved his grand sleeves, conjuring a spatial passage with immense magical power. The celestial maiden, known as Huo Wen'er, transformed into a streak of fire and vanished into the spatial passage. In the Jianxi Valley, the stagnant situation was abruptly disrupted by the sudden appearance of a spatial passage. Yuan Yang's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon the portal. The spatial fissures of the Jianxi Valley still lingered, and to construct a spatial passage in such an unstable area required either mastery of spatial principles or the ability to forcibly suppress chaotic spatial fluctuations with great magical power. Whichever it was, neither would be easily trifled with. Moments later, from the spatial passage emerged a beautiful celestial maiden, her skin as smooth as cream, clothed in a crimson haze garment and crowned with a golden haze. Yuan Yang let out a sigh of relief. The newcomer was indeed formidable. Her aura radiated harmoniously, indicating that her 3 flowers atop her head had blossomed, representing a perfected celestial being. Yet she did not exceed the limits of celestial beings. Huo Wen'er immediately fixed her gaze upon the Jianxi Yaojiang. She spoke in a clear voice. "You must be the elder brother, right? I am the youngest disciple under Master, and you may call me Huo Wen'er. Master mentioned that you have already transcended your tribulation and instructed me to welcome you home." Upon finishing her words, Huo Wen'er produced a celestial pill, which floated to the Jianxi Yaojiang with a wave of her magical power. Without hesitation, the Jianxi Yaojiang grasped the pill and swallowed it. Huo Wen'er frowned as she surveyed the devastation in Jianxi Valley. Then her gaze locked onto Yuan Yang and Huo Wen'er. Yuan Yang felt a scorching magical intent enveloping him, the temperature around him rising sharply, causing him to become immediately on guard. "So, it was you who injured my elder brother?" Huo Wen'er's expression turned somewhat displeased as she pointed a finger. Summoning 9 crimson fire dragons that materialized from thin air, their ferocious eyes fixed on Yuan Yang and Huo Wen'er. These red fire dragons were formed from pure fire essence, and wherever they passed, the void shimmered with intense heat, warping the air. Yet, despite their immense power, the fire dragons danced around the celestial maiden, as if they were honoring a deity of fire. No, this indeed was a deity of fire. Thanks to his affinity with the myriad paths through his chaotic body, Yuan Yang sensed that the fire essence in Jianxi Valley became vibrantly active upon her arrival, multiplying in vitality severalfold. The jubilant fire essence swirled around the celestial maiden, swirling and bowing in reverence. Yuan Yang had encountered innate holy beings before and was somewhat familiar with their aura, coupled with his ice incarnation. Yuan Bing. He resembled a stone fetus holy spirit. The celestial maiden before him was undoubtedly an innate holy being, and a holy being of fire at that. Huoner seemed to realize this as well, his expression growing grave. After her appearance, his control over the nearby fire essence weakened significantly, and he felt a slight stagnation in his magical power. The molten flames of the earth surged, transforming into a long, golden-red ribbon that coiled around Huoner, dispelling the sense of stagnation. Huolinger's expression shifted as she gazed intently at the gold-red ribbon encircling Huoner. Heaven's divine fire, as the situation grew increasingly tense. Yuan Yang sighed, realizing that he could not allow the Jin Shi Yao Jiang to remain. Stepping forward to stand alongside Huoner, he faced the celestial maiden named Huolinger. Shall we conclude today's affair here? Huolinger raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, You think you can simply end this after injuring my elder brother? Yuan Yang ignored Huolinger. He was not a match for her, but he was confident he could escape. After all, when he was not yet a celestial being, he had evaded the relentless pursuit of the heavenly Ping princess for several months. Turning his gaze to the Jin Shi Yao Jiang, he continued, Jin Shi Yao Jiang, I propose we conclude today's events here. What do you say? The Jin Shi Yao Jiang, who had remained silent since Huolinger's arrival, unexpectedly agreed to Yuan Yang's proposal. Much to everyone's astonishment, in the incredulous eyes of the Heishui Xian snake trio, the Jin Shi Yao Jiang spoke, Huolinger, let us end this matter here and return to see our master. Huolinger furrowed her brow. She was one of the last innate holy beings born during the late Wei'o era thousands of years ago. Later, she joined the Jie sect and became a disciple of the Duobao Taoist. She had learned from her master that her elder brother was currently undergoing tribulation, and this was her first encounter with him. She found it difficult to refute her elder brother's decision. With a cold snort directed at Yuan Yang and Huoner, Huolinger retracted her divine power and turned to step into the still dissipating spatial passage, the Jin Shi Yao Jiang's gesture. The Heishui Xian snake trio, brimming with excitement, followed Huolinger into the spatial passage. The Jin Shi Yao Jiang was the last to enter. Before leaving, he turned back to Yuan Yang and said, Do not forget our agreement. Also, my name is Jin Shi Shao. Remember it. Finally, he offered them a parting gift. Jin Shi Shao produced a small stone plate and tossed it to Yuan Yang before striding into the spatial passage. His figure vanishing from sight, Yuan Yang caught the plate, which was inscribed with a map. Just as he was contemplating its significance, the map began to fracture, releasing an inexplicable wave. The surrounding space trembled violently, and the air filled with a sound akin to shattering glass, while a sound like crashing waves echoed from the depths of the void. Yuan Yang and Huoner exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. A spatial storm. In that instant, the two thought of the very words that a spatial storm was one of the most perilous disasters in the void. Even celestial beings would retreat from it. That a late-stage celestial cultivator could directly use their magical power to distort a region of space, creating a spatial secret realm. This realm was akin to inflating a small balloon underwater, fragile and vulnerable. If left unmaintained for too long, the spatial barrier could rupture, causing the realm to be crushed into fragments by the void. The stone plate Jin Shi Shao had thrown to Yuan Yang before departing was, in fact, the core of the Jin Shi secret realm. The shattering of this core signified the collapse of the spatial barrier protecting the Jin Shi secret realm. It was akin to a small balloon bursting underwater, as a torrent of water would swiftly fill the space once occupied by the balloon, resulting in ripples on the surface. This disturbance was the spatial storm, which could annihilate all matter, far more terrifying than mere surface ripples. Though the Jin Shi secret realm was not vast, with a diameter of 200 miles, the sudden disappearance of its spatial barrier would trigger a spatial storm capable of affecting an area of several thousand miles. It was beyond the combined strength of Yuan Yang and Huoner to contain. They exchanged glances, and Huoner grit his teeth, summoning the fire cloud immortal cauldron, and hurled it toward a nearby spatial fissure. The fissure emitted a mournful cry, akin to fabric tearing, as the fire cloud immortal cauldron smashed open a passage several dozen feet wide. Surrounding the passage were fragments of space that sparkled like shooting stars, revealing a glimpse of a fragmented little realm beyond. Yuan Yang took a deep breath, his magical power surging as he clasped his hands together. The chaotic energy within him merged with his magical power, forming a chaotic stone tablet. The tablet exuded a flow of world-suppressing magical intent, as Yuan Yang exerted great effort to hurl it into the passage, akin to casting down a divine mountain. The fragments of space, akin to shooting stars, were suppressed by the chaotic stone tablet, causing the passage to become clear. Seizing the opportunity, the two shot forth, entering the Jin Shi secret realm. At this moment, the Jin Shi secret realm had already been reduced to fragments within a short span. The entire realm transformed into chaos. The spatial turbulence rendered the fragments, large and small, colliding with one another, leaving scarcely a place to stand. In the distance, visible to the naked eye, countless fragments of space gathered into a swirling silver storm, rapidly approaching. Yuan seemed to possess a tracking technique and soon pointed in a direction. This way. Yuan Yang, not daring to delay, swiftly followed behind Yuan, hurtling toward the direction indicated. The obstacles they encountered along the way, such as rocks, were brutally pierced through by the two. A golden palace, reduced to little more than half, lay half buried beneath a collapsed peak, emanating several familiar auras from within. A wave of joy surged in Yuan Yang's heart, prompting him to hasten the escape light. Crashing through the grand hall alongside Yuan. In a corner of the hall, several individuals were gathered, though their condition appeared dire, particularly Yuan Bing, depleted of vital energy, struggled merely to stand, while a tiny black calf, about a foot tall, nestled in Yuan Bing's embrace. Huasu, Huafeng, and Yan Lingji bore traces of lingering terror on their faces, each wielding their respective magical artifacts to collectively uphold a circular light barrier. Seeing that everyone was safe, Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. However, Yuan Yang remained acutely aware of the approaching spatial storm, his heart growing heavier. That terrifying silver spatial tempest was shattering and devouring all matter in its path, including rocks, soil, vegetation, and water, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Confronted with such overwhelming cosmic power, Yuan Yang felt waves of dread wash over him. Yuan contemplated employing the same strategy again, attempting to open a spatial passage to escape. Yet Yuan Yang, with keen eyes, noticed the storm had already arrived and shouted to Yuan, "There is no time. We must seek refuge in the immortal cauldron." Yuan's expression shifted, and the Huiyun immortal cauldron transformed into a Tinjiang-sized vessel, engulfing Huasu, Huafeng, Yan Lingji, and Yuan Bing. Then, Yuan and Yuan Yang leaped inside as well. The spatial storm roared like a colossal silver wave, sweeping all in its path. Within the cauldron, the occupants were tossed like leaves in a tempest. Recognizing Yuan Bing's poor condition, Yuan Yang swiftly drew him into his mind's purple palace for recuperation. Observing this scene, Huasu, Huafeng, and Yan Lingji's eyes sparkled with hope as they chorused, "Can you accommodate us as well?" "Senior," Yuan Yang hastily waved his hands, explaining, "That is not possible. Yuan Bing is my avatar. We are one entity. Thus, you can enter my mind's purple palace, but you cannot." The glimmer in their eyes dimmed, their faces paling. And one by one, they succumbed to the overwhelming sensations of the chaotic storm. The nature of space within the storm was disorderly and chaotic, affecting even the soul, despite their refuge in the Huiyun immortal cauldron. They could not escape the disarray of the spatial disturbance. It wasn't long before all three of them fainted. Yuan Yang cast a worried glance at Yuan, who was exerting all her strength to control the cauldron, uncertain if she could endure. Though the Huiyun immortal cauldron was forged from the divine metal of the nine heavens, its resilience should be unquestionable. Yet, the force of the spatial storm was insidious, capable of penetrating any defense. He feared that even the cauldron's spirit might be extinguished by the tempestuous energy. Should the cauldron's tier diminish, it would be unable to protect those inside, while Yuan Yang and Yuan, as celestials, could survive in the void. The trio, Huasu, Huafeng, and Yan Lingji, had little hope left. Yuan Yang had not anticipated Jin Qixiao's ruthlessness, abandoning everything so abruptly, even his lifelong treasures obliterated. The cauldron continued to tremble as Yuan Yang's mood grew increasingly agitated. It had been a long time since he faced such peril that it seemed that since the awakening of his primal essence, he had become unconsciously more combative, as if he had awakened a headstrong attribute, declaring, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens." In the primordial chaos, many events were, in fact, preordained. Yuan Yang, with his modest strength, dared not defy the grand design of fate. Aligning with the natural order would yield a more effortless existence, while those who opposed it rarely met a favorable end. During this period, Yuan Yang felt an overwhelming desire to make his voice heard in the primordial world, as if suppressed for too long. He sought to vent emotions and validate certain truths, uncertain if this path was right or wrong. Mumu, a small black calf, about a foot tall, nudged Yuan Yang's leg, bleating softly. Yuan Yang snapped back to reality. Crouching down to lift the diminutive creature, observing it closely, it resembled a miniature water buffalo, entirely black, with white teeth and a pink tongue, and large, shiny eyes that radiated a naive innocence. Prior to his slumber, Yuan Bing had already communicated the events that transpired in the Golden Snake secret realm, including the origins of this enigmatic little black calf. Indeed, this calf seemed unaffected by the spatial chaos, which was rather peculiar. Yet, it possessed no magical power, appearing to be an ordinary spirit beast. Moo, the little black calf, sensing a similar aura to Yuan Bing, displayed affection towards Yuan Yang, bleeding and gazing up at him with its clear, naive eyes. Strangely, Yuan Yang felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, reaching out to gently stroke the calf's head. With a smile, he declared, "From now on, your name shall be Moo." Moo seemed to understand Yuan Yang's intent, its bright eyes narrowing with joy as it mooed repeatedly, flapping its large ears in excitement. After approximately 3 hours, the feeling of spatial turbulence suddenly diminished significantly. Yuan Yang, having closed his eyes to rest, opened them in surprise. The spatial storm was far smaller than he had anticipated. Huo sat beside him, her voice weary and hoarse. Cough, cough. We have weathered the storm. Thankfully, the cauldron remains intact. If we return, I will trouble you. Yuan Yang replied solemnly, I have rested enough. You can rely on me from here on. Huo nodded, leaning against the cauldron's inner wall, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Yuan Yang stirred, preparing to fly out of the cauldron to assess their surroundings. Moo's eyes lit up, and with a swift kick of its short legs, it leaped into Yuan Yang's arms, seemingly afraid of being left behind, pressing against his chest. Yuan Yang, exasperated, gently pried Moo off his chest, admonishing, Stay here. Outside is the dark void, devoid of sunlight and air. A little spirit beast like you cannot survive out there. Moo struggled vigorously, displaying a stubborn resolve to accompany him. Yuan Yang sighed. But at that moment, Huo interjected, Let it come along. The spatial storm poses no threat to it. It appears sensitive to spatial fluctuations, possibly possessing the bloodline of a void beast, which may aid us in locating weaknesses in the void. Having spoken, Huo scrutinized the diminutive black calf, suddenly doubting her own judgment. The legendary void beasts were said to dwell in the depths of the endless cosmos in the dark void, inherently possessing spatial abilities. However, each of these beasts was as large as celestial mountains. This little black calf seemed rather diminutive. Yuan Yang regarded Moo, twisting in his grasp, skeptically considering the notion of it possessing the bloodline of a void beast. Surely, that couldn't be accurate. Nonetheless, he acknowledged Huo's observation that Moo was indeed sensitive to spatial energies. Cradling Moo in his arms, Yuan Yang soared out of the Huoyun immortal cauldron. Carefully assessing the calf's condition. To his relief, he found it showed no signs of discomfort in the dark void. The dark void, in contrast to the real world, exhibited many different properties and was often referred to as the inner space. Moving just a small distance in the dark void could equate to traversing 1,000 miles in the real world, a true embodiment of the adage, a slight deviation leads to a great distance. The celestial realm's transmission systems and the spatial passages constructed by powerful beings exploited this very characteristic of the dark void. The dark void lacked sunlight and air, rendering it inhospitable to ordinary beings. Only those with altered life forms, such as celestials, could survive in this realm. Yet, the dark void was not completely barren. It occasionally harbored strange and perilous entities, such as ancient corpses that did not decay, bloodstained stones, shattered ancient swords, and eerie murmurs. Even beings of golden immortality would hesitate to linger in the dark void, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Yuan Yang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in darkness and silence. Save for the dim red glow emanating from the Huoyun immortal cauldron, its surface pitted and uneven, a detail he had overlooked while inside. However, upon venturing beyond the confines of the realm, one would soon discern that the celestial cauldron had sustained considerable damage. Fortunately, its grade had not diminished, allowing for a gradual restoration. That it remains uncertain where this spatial tempest has swept everyone away. Assuredly, it is no longer within the Wan Snake Mountain range. Moo, the creature nestled in Yuan Yang's embrace, suddenly widened its eyes, fixating on a particular direction. After cautiously extending its delicate nose to sniff, it seemed to ascertain something and called out to Yuan Yang twice. Yuan Yang extended his consciousness, scrutinizing the surroundings for a considerable duration. The probing effect of his awareness in the dark void appeared rather ineffective, revealing seemingly nothing ahead. Confirming with the creature, Yuan Yang inquired, Are you suggesting there is something ahead? The creature nodded affirmatively. Placing it on his shoulder, Yuan Yang signaled it to hold on tightly. With his left hand cradling the fire cloud celestial cauldron and his right enveloped in chaotic energy, he prepared himself to confront any imminent danger. Gradually, they soared forward, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, the darkness began to dissipate, the space around them exhibiting signs of turbulence. The sense of familiarity washed over Yuan Yang as he observed carefully. Before him, a flicker of silvery light emerged. His eyes widened in alarm as he abruptly halted his flight, hastily turning around to retreat with the fire cloud celestial cauldron in tow. That glimmer of silvery light unmistakably signified yet another spatial storm. Yuan Yang dashed forward, feeling an overwhelming urge to knock on the creature's little head, pondering what it contained. Should they encounter another spatial storm, it would spell doom for everyone. However, sensing an unusual shift in circumstances, Yuan Yang ceased his escape, realizing that the spatial storm did not seem to pursue them. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously returned, only to observe from a distance that the tempest appeared to be gradually coming to a halt. Intrigued, he intertwined chaotic energy within his gaze, employing the chaotic divine eye to peer into the essence of all things. After a prolonged observation, Yuan Yang finally discerned the peculiarity. The distant spatial storm was not merely ceasing, but was, in fact, being consumed by a small silvery flame. This flame, no larger than a palm, nestled within the silvery tempest, appeared utterly inconspicuous. Yet, the spatial energy surrounding it was remarkably vibrant. The silvery flame danced with agility, traversing the tempest as if it were a small fish navigating through giant silver waves. The all-consuming spatial storm posed no threat to the silvery flame. Rather, it seemed to have set its sights on the flame, darting about within the tempest and devouring the scant spatial essence birthed from it. Typically, spatial essence emerges amidst a spatial storm, but it is inherently unstable, vanishing into the void within moments. It is said that when forging celestial treasures, if one lacks the essence of emptiness, spatial essence becomes a rare and invaluable substitute. Without spatial essence, the tempest would gradually subside, reflecting on the spatial storm he had just encountered. Yuan Yang noted that its intensity was less than anticipated. Could it be attributed to this silvery flame? If spatial essence is likened to sustenance, then this silvery flame is akin to a predator hunting for food within the tempest. This revelation was truly astounding. Yuan Yang, a master of crafting exquisite artifacts, possessed a profound understanding of heavenly fires and had encountered numerous heavenly-grade flames. Yet, he could not fathom any flame daring to feed on spatial essence. Even the legendary Nine Heavens divine fire did not possess such a characteristic, as far as he knew. Could it be that the supreme divine fire sensed by Huo was this very flame? As the chaotic energy within his eyes dissipated, Yuan Yang pressed a hand to his throbbing eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The intense observation had indeed consumed a great deal of chaotic essence. Yet the insights gained were invaluable. At the very least, he had identified the weak points in the dark void spatial fabric and could attempt to penetrate them to return to the material realm. The enigmatic silvery flame, capable of autonomously devouring spatial essence and rendering even a natural disaster like a spatial storm utterly powerless, was both bizarre and formidable. This silvery flame transcended Yuan Yang's comprehension. Although no larger than a palm, it was enveloped by a remarkably concentrated spatial energy. The void in which the silvery flame resided was directly collapsing, and wherever its light shone, the space became stagnant, even calming the surrounding storm. While Yuan Yang held a healthy respect for this silvery flame, he also recognized that it was thanks to this very flame that he had discovered a means to return to the material world. Through the careful scrutiny of his chaotic divine eye, he had noticed that any location where the silvery flame lingered for an extended period became chaotic and fragile, requiring time to restore. Thus, the next course of action was clear. First, identify a spot that had been scorched by the silvery flame for the longest duration and then attack this spatial weak point to forcibly open a passage between the dark void and the real world. Patiently, Yuan Yang awaited as the spatial storm gradually subsided. The silvery flame meandered about for a while, seemingly detecting the absence of spatial essence. After pausing momentarily, it transformed into a streak of silver light, flickering twice before vanishing entirely. A wave of relief washed over Yuan Yang. Although this silvery flame was extraordinary, he harbored no thoughts of subduing it, as it was simply beyond his capabilities. He was even certain that, should a celestial being like Yu arrive, they too would find themselves powerless against this flame that commanded spatial energy. Moo, the creature perched on Yuan Yang's shoulder chirped joyfully in his ear. Well done. This time, your contribution is the greatest. Upon our return, I shall prepare a feast for you. Yuan Yang cradled the creature in his arms, his gaze fixated intently on a void node the size of a bowl. This was the location where the silvery flame had lingered the longest, and the spatial fluctuations were most chaotic and fragile as thunder surged. Yuan Yang bathed in the lightning's radiance, unleashing various lightning techniques at his disposal. Merging them into a colossal hand of thunderous light, with a grave expression, he conjured the ninefold thunder tower, integrating it into the mighty hand of thunder, which coalesced and condensed into a seal of lightning measuring approximately a foot in size. This seal, adorned with the imprint of the ninefold thunder tower, emanated a dazzling brilliance, embodying unparalleled offensive power. Though sustaining the lightning seal proved somewhat taxing, Yuan Yang directed it forcefully towards the bowl-sized void node. Instantly, an endless torrent of lightning surged forth, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. In Yuan Yang's expectant gaze, the void resonated with a sound akin to fabric tearing, and at the node's center, the void split apart. Yuan Yang furrowed his brow. This rupture was insufficient to create a spatial passage. Resolutely, he unleashed the lightning seal once more, igniting an even greater eruption of lightning accompanied by the sound of more spatial fissures. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The ninefold thunder tower, already damaged, detonated, maximizing the power of the lightning seal through self-destruction. Before him, the void gaped open to a width of 10 zhangth. With fragments of space dancing like flowing light. In the distance, verdant hills and flowing waters could be faintly discerned beyond the breach. A surge of joy coursed through Yuan Yang. The spatial passage had been opened. Observing the gradually healing breach, he paid no heed to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With both hands outstretched, he summoned a chaotic stone tablet formed by his mastery of law. The chaotic stone tablet descended, emanating an aura of world-suppressing intent, suppressing the swirling spatial fragments and repelling them beyond the passage. With the spatial passage stabilized, Yuan Yang decisively thrust the fire cloud celestial cauldron toward the other end of the opening. Without hesitation, he swiftly leaped into the spatial passage that he watched intently as the fire cloud immortal cauldron traversed the passage and descended upon a mountainside. Yuan Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, having successfully escaped the dark void, he could already scent the vibrant essence of lush mountains and clear waters, just a step away from freedom. Suddenly, the surrounding space became stagnant, and Yuan Yang found himself immobilized. Before him lay the picturesque landscape of verdant mountains, azure waters, and cerulean skies, while behind him loomed the boundless darkness of the void, leaving Yuan Yang caught in between. His thoughts could still roam. Yet his entire being, both magical power and vitality, was rendered motionless. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar silver flame lingering within the temporary spatial passage, seemingly in search of something. Wherever the silver light shone, both the fragments of space and Yuan Yang were held in stasis, unable to move. Yuan Yang suddenly realized that the silver flame had not strayed far, having sensed the spatial turbulence. It must have assumed a spatial storm was occurring and returned to forage. Yuan Yang felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could strike himself for not anticipating the silver flame's return. Had he known it would come back, he would have waited a while longer before attempting to pierce through the void. Now, with the silver flame drawn back, he was at a loss for how to send this formidable entity away. He kept a watchful eye on the silver flame as it flitted about, finally darting directly toward him. As the silver flame approached, even the void seemed to tremble and collapse. Yuan Yang's complexion paled. The mere light emitted by the silver flame was enough to keep him immobilized. If he were to come into contact with the silver flame itself, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Watching the flame draw ever closer, Yuan Yang could no longer contain himself and communicated with the chaos-black gourd concealed within the primordial space. Though the gourd typically disregarded Yuan Yang, it was uncharacteristically responsive in critical moments. Just as the silver flame was about to alight upon Yuan Yang's shoulder, the chaos-black gourd suddenly emerged, unleashing a torrent of chaotic sword energy from its spout. The chaotic sword energy spread forth, ensnaring the taken-aback silver flame, and the chaos-black gourd swiftly retreated with it back into Yuan Yang's primordial space. Within this primordial realm, devoid of light, wind, temperature, or time, only the swirling chaotic essence remained. Upon the silver flame's arrival in the primordial space, Yuan Yang, as its master, immediately sensed an anomaly. The silver flame, in the area illuminated by its light, had developed distinct orientations. An external manifestation of the spatial Tao, the chaotic primordial spirit swiftly descended into the primordial space, regarding the silver flame with a sense of grave urgency. The silver flame, seemingly vexed by its abrupt relocation, flared from the size of a palm to over a foot in height, exuding an intense spatial power that radiated outward, dispersing the surrounding chaotic essence. The silver flame was indeed terrifying, capable of establishing its own silver spatial domain amidst the assimilating chaotic essence. At the heart of this silver domain, the flickering flames distorted the very fabric of space. Yuan Yang, filled with trepidation, recognized that the primordial space was a vital and independent realm that existed in conjunction with his beings. A sanctuary for a cultivator's lifelong pursuit of the Tao. Some ancient powers even transformed their primordial spaces into inner worlds capable of harboring life. Yuan Yang had no intention of creating an inner world. Its development bore both advantages and disadvantages. While it could harness the inner world's power to suppress foes, cultivating such a realm was immensely taxing, and if it were to be destroyed, it would impact the cultivator directly. After achieving immortality, Yuan Yang had relocated his primordial space to the center of his brow, safeguarded by the chaotic primordial spirit, which continuously drew in chaotic essence for cultivation. Aside from himself, the only entity permitted entry was the chaos black gourd. Observing the silver flame's daunting capacity to collapse the void, Yuan Yang felt a genuine fear that it might ruin his primordial space. If that were to happen, he would lose all hope of advancement in his lifetime. Thus, when he finally acted, he unleashed his most formidable, unparalleled divine abilities. With the aid of the chaotic essence, a colossal hand of chaos, towering thousands of feet high, grasped the silver spatial domain, emanating an aura of unrestrained annihilation. Under the influence of this chaotic hand's boundless domain, the layers of space began to disintegrate. However, in the next moment, the silver flame surged from over a foot to more than 3 feet in height, enlarging the silver spatial domain to the point of shattering the colossal chaotic hand. Yuan Yang, left with no choice, summoned the boundless swirling chaotic essence from his primordial space once more, as the chaotic hand reformed. Seeking to suppress the silver flame's might at this juncture, the chaos black gourd exuded an aura akin to that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, its radiant spiritual light dazzling, as it unleashed a brilliant chaotic sword light forward. The chaotic sword light cleaved through the chaotic essence, giving rise to a small world. This microcosm, governed by the dual forces of clarity and muddiness, featured the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, embodying the cyclical nature of the 5 elements. Yet, this small world was unstable and soon met its demise, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink as a spatial storm obliterated everything. Returning the microcosm to chaos, Yuan Yang cast a sidelong glance. He was witnessing the chaos black gourd's path for the first time, which astonishingly followed the Tao of chaos creating worlds. It was no wonder the gourd was reluctant to acknowledge Yuan Yang as its master. It possessed such lofty aspirations. The silver flame ceased its ascent, becoming tranquil, prompting Yuan Yang to halt as well, his gaze fixed on the chaos black gourd. Soon, the gourd began to cultivate another beam of chaotic creation sword light, cleaving through the chaotic essence once more, forming yet another small world. In the span of mere moments, this microcosm was birthed only to swiftly perish, this time, before the small world could entirely revert to chaos. The silver flame joyfully plunged into the tempest that erupted at the brink of its collapse, consuming the fragments of spatial essence that emerged within. After devouring the spatial essence, the silver flame floated beside the chaos black gourd, remaining still, seemingly awaiting another burst of sword light to manifest a new small world. Yuan Yang mused, so, this matter has been resolved just like that. As he withdrew his consciousness from the primordial space, he found it hard to believe. Despite his numerous inquiries to the chaos black gourd, he was met with nothing more than a promise that it would keep a watchful eye on the little silver flame. After which it disregarded Yuan Yang completely. Indeed, the chaos black gourd had even bestowed the name Shaolin upon the silver flame. Yuan Yang's expression darkened. He yearned to forge a celestial artifact, one capable of embodying his chaotic Tao, which he could place within the primordial space to absorb the chaotic essence day and night. However, the crux of the matter was that he needed to ensure that he alone was in command of the primordial space, lest it be governed by uninvited guests, harboring dangerous entities within. Yuan Yang muttered to himself, Shaolin is nowhere near as melodious as Mu Mu, as the spatial passage had yet to dissipate. Yuan Yang swiftly leapt down, landing beside the fire cloud immortal cauldron. Although he had just experienced a perilous encounter, only a brief moment had elapsed. This mission to the lower realms for retrieval was indeed fraught with twists and turns, thrilling and exhilarating. Initially, he faced off against the 3 brothers of the Black Water Profound Serpent, followed by a confrontation with the Golden Serpent Demon General. After emerging victorious, he intended to strike a fatal blow, only to discover that his opponent was a disciple of a celestial saint, nearly embroiling himself in a conflict with her junior sister. Eventually, after Yuan Yang pledged to the Golden Serpent Demon General, Jin Qishao, that he would never divulge any information regarding the blood food evil technique, the matter was temporarily resolved. Before departing, Jin Qishao unleashed her power to obliterate the Golden Serpent's secret realm, only to be swept away by the spatial storm born from its destruction. After enduring that tumult, he encountered a mysterious silver flame. Moreover, there was Yuan Bing's grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Alongside the destruction of the nine-tiered thunder tower that had accompanied him for years, Yuan Yang was utterly despondent, yet thankfully Yuan Bing had managed to secure some gains within the Golden Serpent's secret realm. Providing a slight consolation, a flash of red light emanated from the fire cloud immortal cauldron, and several figures were ejected from within. The pallid-faced Huo exchanged nods with Yuan Yang before eagerly resuming her thousand-zhang true form. The colossal serpent tilted its head back, inhaling deeply, drawing forth countless strands of spiritual energy from all directions to replenish Huo's depleted essence. In the dark void, where spiritual energy was scarce, Huo had barely managed to sustain herself through the spatial storm and was now nearly exhausted. Upon returning to the primal realm, her first instinct was to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to restore her magical power. The celestial beings were immensely powerful. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the spiritual energy was drawn in, forming a funnel of spiritual mist that Huo voraciously consumed. Yuan Yang was equally fatigued, his magical energy nearly depleted. However, he refrained from competing with Huo for the essence of heaven and earth. As this was not a place rich in spiritual energy, it was better to allow her to recover first. Holding the approaching Mu close, he stood guard beside her. Seated within the purple palace at his brow was his chaos primordial spirit, drawing strands of chaotic energy from the primordial source space to permeate his limbs and slowly mend his bodily deficiencies. The ability to directly refine the boundless chaotic energy from the primordial space could be considered one of his advantages as a chaos entity. Time passed fleetingly, and 300 years later, in the second heaven, Songin Heaven, the Tianqing immortal city, situated above the Sea of Magma, officially established the 13th fire workshop under the Hall of Craftsmanship, signifying the emergence of a master craftsman capable of independently forging immortal artifacts. The 13th fire workshop was named the Crafting Armory, and its master was none other than Master Gong Jiaheng, though he ought to be referred to as Master Gong Jiaheng now. 200 years prior, the unveiling of the black gold immortal puppet, which immediately attained the status of a mid-grade immortal artifact, had caused quite a stir throughout the Tianqing immortal city. The deputy hall master of the Hall of Craftsmanship, Master Gong Jiaheng's mentor, the Lord of Heavenly Fire, personally safeguarded this immortal puppet. Possessing 6 celestial prohibitions, the black gold immortal puppet successfully withstood 2 tribulations of thunder, though unfortunately, one of the prohibitions was shattered by the thunderstorm. Yuan Yang, who participated in the crafting of the final prohibition, understood the reason. That last prohibition was specifically designed to mitigate the effects of the thunder tribulations, and its destruction during the tribulation ultimately fulfilled its purpose. Even if the black gold immortal puppet did not achieve the perfect 6 prohibitions characteristic of mid-grade immortal artifacts, it still possessed combat prowess no less than that of a celestial being of the 7th tier. Astonishing the gathered craftsmen, this also attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the celestial court. Besides commendations, many of them placed numerous orders with Master Gong Jiaheng. However, upon reviewing the material list he submitted, they quietly rescinded the orders. The costs were exorbitant, far exceeding those of crafting a top-grade immortal artifact. Within the crafting armory, Master Gong Jiaheng gazed despondently at the desolate entrance. After wandering for a while, he lamented to Yuan Yang, who was behind the counter making repairs. Yuan Yang, as the deputy master, you must help us attract some business. If this continues, we will have to undertake the arduous task of upgrading the celestial patrol ship, which will take 500 years, a truly grueling endeavor. Yuan Yang, exasperated, raised his head and reproached, who told you to establish the workshop so early? When we were in the Jinwu workshop, we had the Lord of Heavenly Fire backing us. Such burdensome tasks would not fall upon us. Establishing a fire workshop is no simple feat. The master must at least be a craftsman of immortal artifacts, and there must be a minimum of 2 master craftsmen capable of forging top-grade artifacts under their command to establish a new workshop. Yuan Yang had been able to forge top-grade artifacts for centuries now. Presently, his success rate for crafting top-grade artifacts had reached 90%. and he planned to invest another 300 to 500 years to further enhance that success rate before embarking on the creation of his very first immortal artifact. It was then that Master Gong Jiaheng learned that Yuan Yang possessed a seed of the South Mingli fire. Consequently, he procured another seed of the same fire, eager to amalgamate them into a complete heavenly-grade mid-tier spiritual fire. South Mingli fire, Yuan Yang gladly accepted the role of deputy master of the crafting armory. The South Mingli fire, representing the fire of the 8 trigrams Li position, is one of the most suitable heavenly-grade spiritual fires for crafting. This flame burns at its pinnacle, emanating a pure white hue. Capable of incinerating all that it is rumored to be the companion fire of the ancestral beast. The Vermilion Bird it is said that even ordinary members of the Vermilion Bird clan can elevate their innate true fire to the South Mingli fire. Though Yuan Yang had yet to witness this, after obtaining the second seed of South Mingli fire, Yuan Yang fused it with the one he already held and placed the combined seeds in a nurturing fire array, hoping they would soon develop into a complete South Mingli fire. With the support of Yuan Yang, the master craftsman, Master Gong Jiaheng was elated, together with a nephew of his, Gong Jiajiang. They officially established the 13th Fire Workshop, the crafting armory, under the Hall of Craftsmanship. The principal advantage of establishing a fire workshop lies in the ability to freely accept crafting tasks after fulfilling the Celestial Court's designated crafting quotas without being subject to the court's oversight. This includes forging immortal artifacts for forces beyond the Celestial Court, a privilege the court would not interfere with. However, failing to meet the crafting quotas would result in being subject to the Celestial Court's unified arrangements, such as crafting celestial patrol ships and the like. Crafting the celestial patrol ships is the most significant endeavor undertaken by the Hall of Craftsmanship in recent centuries, with both the Ancestor of Craftsmanship and the Lord of Heavenly Fire personally involved in guiding and coordinating the project. The construction of the celestial patrol ships is an immensely complex task, requiring an incalculable amount of heavenly materials and treasures. The court planned to construct only 7 such vessels, according to Yuan Yang's calculations. Aside from the formation patterns and runes adorning the ship's body, the critical components and core parts would need to be at least of low-grade immortal artifact quality. This equates to each celestial patrol ship requiring no less than a dozen low-grade immortal artifacts, along with several dozen to hundreds of top-grade and premium-grade artifacts. Such a monumental undertaking is far beyond the capabilities of a single craftsman. Among the 13 fire workshops under the Hall of Craftsmanship, aside from the crafting armory, all available resources are directed towards the task of crafting components for the Celestial Patrol ships, which promise substantial heavenly merit rewards. The crafting armory, however, had the unique circumstance that its only master craftsman, Gong Jiaheng, specialized solely in crafting immortal puppets, with little involvement in other types of immortal artifacts, preventing participation in the crafting of the Celestial Patrol ship components. The task of constructing Celestial Patrol ships is closely monitored by powerful figures such as the Emperor of Heaven and the War King, making it difficult even for the Lord of Heavenly Fire to intervene. Thus, if the crafting armory fails to swiftly meet its crafting quotas, it is highly likely that Gong Jiaheng would be assigned to assist other master craftsmen, a fate he would absolutely refuse to accept. The crafting armory could easily become the subject of ridicule. Yuan Yang, don't you have a good relationship with the Tianhe Water Army? Why not inquire if they need any immortal artifacts? Yuan Yang rolled his eyes. What a naive dream. Most resources are currently funneled towards the Celestial Patrol ships, even if they had sufficient heavenly merit to pay for the crafting of immortal artifacts. There are hardly any heavenly-grade materials left in the court's treasury for exchange. Master Gong Jiaheng immediately lamented. I separated from my master to take charge, not to serve others, who decreed that a new workshop must fulfill an order of 5 million heavenly merit within a century. How is that even possible? Even if we charge 1 million heavenly merit for each immortal artifact, we would need to craft 5 of them, and a century is hardly enough time. The taciturn craftsman, who had been quietly calculating something, suddenly spoke up. Uncle Heng, aside from the black gold immortal puppet, our workshop has not forged any other immortal artifacts. It is only natural for everyone to take a wait-and-see approach at this time. Perhaps we should first accept orders for the refinement of path tools. With the passage of time, there might be requests for immortal artifacts. Yuan Yang expressed his agreement, stating, what the craftsman says holds truth. Which of the numerous forges in the Heavenly Crafts Hall did not first produce a substantial number of path tools before receiving orders for immortal artifacts? Your uncle simply aims too high. Craftsman hum. feeling anxious, replied, "You are not the workshop masters, so of course you are not worried. The fees for refining path tools are far too low. To produce a low-grade path tool, we can only charge 10,000 heavenly merits. For a medium-grade tool, 20,000. For a high-grade, 40,000. And for a supreme grade, 80,000. It amounts to merely a meager profit. Even if we work tirelessly, what difference does it make?" Yuan Yang, exasperated, retorted. "The fees for crafting path tools for the heavenly soldiers are set in stone. But do you know how much it costs to sell a path tool? Currently, during this preparation for war, the prices of magical treasures are soaring. To purchase a high-grade path tool, one would need at least 300,000 heavenly merits. How much can be earned by refining tools for others? One must sell treasures to make a profit. Only the major forges are qualified to independently sell magical treasures. Do you think I came to the craftsman workshop merely because of a spark from a southern Ming fire? I was drawn here by the prospect of a 30% share." Craftsman Hung muttered under his breath. "If we are to sell magical treasures, we must purchase the raw materials ourselves, and that is no small sum. One cannot catch wolves without spending on children. Without investment, there can be no return. Craftsman, once the procurement orders for raw materials are prepared, have your uncle review them, and then proceed with the purchases." The craftsman nodded in agreement and promptly handed the list to Craftsman Hung. Although his uncle had successfully crafted a medium-grade immortal artifact, his unreliability seemed unchanged after thousands of years. Yuan Yang, serving as the deputy master of the craftsman workshop, was respected not only for his refining skills, but also for his decisive handling of matters in critical moments. Craftsman Hung snatched the list, his eyes widening at the dense array of materials. 850 spirit-infusing talismans were required, 1,200 healing spirit array talismans, along with various rare materials ranging from high-grade to earth-grade, such as thunderstruck peachwood, heavenly thunderstone, thunder spirit flower, infused thunder Xian iron, Gui water essence gold, earth core spirit milk, white jade lotus root, and clear heart salt jade, among others. Purchase as much as possible. Craftsman Heng nearly burst into tears. "I say, Brother Yuan, in our profession as toolmakers, who prepares their own materials? Typically, it is others who provide the materials, and we simply start the forge. You spent all the funds in one go. I am quite anxious. And these materials, are you intending to forge yellow turban warriors?" Yuan Yang disdainfully replied. "The procurement funds also share my contribution. The prices of materials fluctuate daily. We must purchase them first and worry about the yellow turban warriors selling later." The yellow turban warriors were designed by Yuan Yang, drawing inspiration from Craftsman Hung's black gold immortal puppet, with input from both Craftsman Hung and the craftsman in perfecting the design. The yellow turban warriors were a type of puppet, essentially a lower-tier version of the black gold immortal puppet, capable of being created at 2 cultivation levels, Earth Immortal 3rd layer and Earth Immortal 6th layer. Depending on the quality of materials used, they could form a path soldier formation, suitable for guarding caves or exploring the unknown, making them highly competent. Significantly, yellow turban warriors were inexpensive compared to training a single Earth Immortal, and they were far quicker to produce. In light of the ongoing millennium-long military preparations in the Heavenly Court, which had only progressed for over 400 years, most battalions were still not at full capacity. Lacking sufficient recruits, should the yellow turban warriors be incorporated into various battalions, they could undertake the most perilous tasks in place of heavenly soldiers, effectively reducing losses. Truly a welcomed addition in Yuan Yang's view. The yellow turban warriors would be the core product of the craftsman workshop going forward, and there would be no concern about sales, as they merely lacked a stage to showcase them. Yuan Yang rubbed an ancient black token in his hand, his eyes glimmering. The token was engraved with the image of a fox, and the reverse bore the words Qing Qiu. This was the entry token for the renowned Qing Qiu auction in the primordial world. 2 years later, Yuan Yang and Craftsman Hung arrived at the sacred land of Qing Qiu in the boundless human realm. The Qing Qiu sacred land held a prestigious reputation in the primordial world. Rumored to be associated with Nuwa, primarily inhabited by various fox clans, led by the Tianhu Tushan clan. The Qing Qiu auction was also among the top 10 auction events in the primordial world. Featuring an array of celestial treasures, secret techniques, magical artifacts, and elixirs, its splendor attracted countless beings from across the primordial domains, with radiant celestial lights and astonishing phenomena. By the time Yuan Yang arrived, the Qing Qiu auction had already been ongoing for 2 years. However, such a grand auction event, held once every millennium, typically lasted for 3 years. Many cultivators would remain for the entire duration, even if they were empty-pocketed, merely to witness the spectacle or gain insights. At that moment, the Qingqiu sacred land was bustling with powerful individuals from various clans, with at least the leaders possessing Earth Immortal cultivation. It truly validated the saying that Earth Immortals are akin to dogs. Celestial beings abound. Every so often, one would notice areas where the laws differed from the surroundings, indicating the presence of golden immortal level beings, whose very existence naturally emanated the Tao rhythm around them. Yuan Yang and craftsmen hung smoothly entered the auction venue, delivering 100 yellow turban warriors of Earth Immortal third layer cultivation to the auction site 3 days later. The Qingqiu auction had 2 levels, the heavenly level auction, exclusively for celestial beings, held monthly, showcasing treasures of Earth-grade quality or above and magical artifacts of high quality or above. The Earth-level auction catered to mortals, held 3 times a month, primarily featuring medium to low-quality path tools and Earth-grade materials below medium quality. Thanks to the VIP token gifted by Tushan Xiaobai, the 100 yellow turban warriors were assigned to the heavenly level auction venue. 3 days later, at the heavenly level auction, entry was reserved for those of Earth Immortal cultivation or those accompanied by Earth Immortals. Otherwise, one was not qualified to enter. Perhaps due to a lack of highly competitive treasures in this auction, the number of celestial beings present was not overwhelming, totaling around 50, accompanied by over 200 Earth Immortal followers. All at the peak of Earth Immortal, on the verge of ascension. It was likely that among the auctioned items, there were treasures that could facilitate ascension. Craftsman Hang anxiously perused the auction list, which detailed all items except for the 3 grand finale treasures, but none of the listed items seemed particularly enticing. Concerned, Craftsman Hang remarked, "We are scheduled to auction forth. It seems they do not regard our yellow turban warriors highly. Generally, the first item auctioned is meant to warm up the atmosphere and is usually quite valuable. In contrast, items listed later tend to be more ordinary, indicating the auction house's valuation of the items." Yuan Yang remained calm. "Do not worry that we have already arranged with the auction house to allow us to showcase the yellow turban warriors. When the time comes, simply repeat the process we practiced. And remember to announce our craftsman workshop's name." With 3 sharp chimes of a bell, the crowd gradually quieted, and the long-awaited heavenly level auction commenced once more after a month. The host for this auction was a celestial elder from the Tushan family, named Tushanyu, who appeared quite aged, with white eyebrows drooping to his shoulders. However, Tushanyu was of the loquacious sort, introducing himself with a resonant voice. "I am Tushanyu. I shall not waste time on self-introductions. Before we begin the auction, I must lay down some ground rules. First, I ask that everyone adhere to the regulations of the Qingqiu sacred land. Second, no coercive buying or selling is permitted, whether inside or outside the venue. Those who successfully acquire their desired treasures may utilize the transmission array of the Qingqiu sacred land to depart. Now, let us commence the auction. The first item up for bids is the Moth Mother Sword. A supreme-grade path tool, the Mother Sword measures 3 feet 3 inches in length, while the Child Sword measures 2 feet 2 inches, both forged from the unique Moth Xian iron found in the 10,000 Insect Mountain range of the Southern Domain. The starting bid is 200,000 spirit crystals. Lingjing is the crystallization of spiritual energy, possessing an exceptionally pure essence of the heavens and earth spiritual qi. The operation of various grand formations relies heavily on it, as do the maneuvers of numerous treasure ships. Thus, Lingjing is considered the hard currency of the cultivation world. In urgent circumstances, cultivators may even refine Lingjing directly to replenish their depleting magical power. Lingjing is exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio with the celestial achievements of the heavenly court, meaning that the exquisite Tao artifact, the Mingling Mother-Sun Sword, has a starting bid of 200,000 celestial achievements, with the final price expected to multiply by 2 or 3 times at least 210,000 Lingjing. A man in red at the front row called out nonchalantly 250,000 Lingjing. Another authoritative-looking man at the front declared 380,000 Lingjing. He continued, raising the bid by a significant sum, plunging the auction hall into silence. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. "I bid 40,000 Lingjing," called out a young man at the pinnacle of Earth Immortal, adorned with delicate azure dragon horns, evidently hailing from the Azure Dragon clan. The youth appeared to be accompanying an elder, standing beside a robust man clad in green armor. The armored man seemed indifferent to the young man's bid. Shanyu felt a sigh of relief. The Mingling Mother-Sun Sword was a high-quality Tao artifact, strategically placed as the first item to warm up the atmosphere of the auction. His psychological price was 40,000 Lingjing. Anything lower would not satisfy the original owner who commissioned the auction. nor would it please him. Fortunately, the affluent scion of the Azure Dragon clan provided a safety net. As if influenced by the young Azure Dragon's determination, the bidding became fervent. 41,000 Lingjing, 41,500 Lingjing, 43,000 Lingjing. In the end, the Mingling Mother-Son sword was secured by the young Azure Dragon for a staggering 48,300 Lingjing. The second item for auction was the Qianni clan's master craftsman, who had used 1,000 wind attribute spiritual bird's tail feathers, combined with low-grade spiritual wood, to forge the flying treasure Qianyu boat, a superior grade Dao artifact. The benefits of a high-grade flying treasure require no elaboration. It greatly aids in travel, especially for those who prefer not to use spiritual beast mounts, as only a minimal amount of Lingjing is needed to operate the Qianyu boat. The starting bid was set at 150,000 Lingjing. It was evident that the attendees were quite interested in this flying treasure. Even Yuan Yang felt a stir of desire. However, most of his accumulated Lingjing had already been invested in purchasing materials for the Yellow Turban warriors, leaving him financially constrained. He had long wished to forge a high-tier flying treasure, but regrettably, he had been unable to gather the necessary precious materials. Yuan Yang did not favor the idea of traveling atop another's head, even if it were a spiritual beast. In his view, all beings in the primordial world possess spirit, and most spiritual mounts are imbued with cultivation. For him, a spiritual beast capable of thought and communication ought to be considered a companion rather than a mere mount. Nevertheless, with the prevailing trend of riding spiritual beasts, Yuan Yang refrained from voicing his opinions. Soon, the Qianyu boat was sold for 29,500 Lingjing, a price that evidently pleased Tu Shanyu. The third auction item was an upper-grade spiritual material, the water-repelling Moonlight Pearl, which regrettably received a lukewarm response, ultimately selling for 25,000 Lingjing. The fourth item was a new creation from the Heavenly Court's Gongjiao workshop, the Yellow Turban warriors. Tu Shanyu meticulously introduced, and with a flick of his sleeve, 100 Yellow Turban warriors appeared on the display stage. Each warrior stood 7 feet tall, clad in yellow garments, their muscular forms exuding a rugged handsomeness reminiscent of chiseled stone. Designed with inspiration from the giant spirit Heavenly General, upon closer inspection, the expressions of these Yellow Turban warriors appeared somewhat dull, evidently crafted from a certain type of spiritual wood. Yet, the spiritual pressure emanating from them was comparable to that of a threefold earth immortal. The sight of 100 brawny Yellow Turban warriors filled the display stage entirely. The attendees, seemingly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, fell into a momentary silence. Tu Shanyu felt a pang of anxiety. He had auctioned puppets before, which generally garnered little interest, especially with this clearly mass-produced model, lacking in unique characteristics. The starting bid set by the puppeteer's master was excessively high. Had it not been for the exclusive entry token granted by the noble Tu Shan young master, Tu Shanbai, he would never have taken on this transaction. Noticing the silence in the hall, Tu Shanyu hastily explained, "The Yellow Turban warriors are humanoid puppets capable of performing various tasks such as receiving guests, cultivating spiritual herbs, and guarding homes. This batch is comparable to threefold earth immortals and is certainly worth possessing. According to the owner's request, these 100 Yellow Turban warriors are sold as a set, and payments can be made in Lingjing or equivalent heavenly grade spiritual items, with priority given to heavenly grade items. The starting price is 1 million Lingjing." The crowd was initially stunned by the 100 Yellow Turban warriors crowding the display stage, then taken aback by the 1 million Lingjing starting price, rendering the hall eerily quiet. After a brief moment, a white-robed elder scoffed, "Old you, are you trying to mock us? Does such a level of puppet truly warrant 1 million Lingjing? At a price of 10,000 Lingjing per puppet, wouldn't that equate to the value of heavenly grade spiritual items?" Tu Shanyu clarified, esteemed friend from the Silver Moon Wolf clan. "A single heavenly grade spiritual item cannot cultivate a true earth immortal. The price of 10,000 Lingjing per Yellow Turban warrior is already exceedingly fair." The elder, known as Yin Xuechuan, was a senior of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, and the youth beside him was a distinguished descendant. Yin Xiaoye. With a somewhat arrogant demeanor, Yin Xiaoye sneered, "A puppet is still just a puppet. Even if it is an earth immortal puppet, it merely has magical energy storage equivalent to an earth immortal. Can it possibly compare to a true earth immortal? If it were 20,000 Lingjing, I might consider being merciful enough to acquire one for decoration in my courtyard." Tu Shanyu's brow furrowed. The heavenly grade auction was meant for immortal beings, yet a mere youngling who had yet to achieve immortality spoke so brazenly in such a setting. The Silver Moon Wolf clan was indeed as headstrong as the rumors suggested. Although displeased, Tu Shanyu did not express it and instead continued. The Yellow Turban Warriors are distinct from ordinary puppets. The owner who commissioned the auction is present and will demonstrate their capabilities. Below the stage, Gong Jiaheng's expression had long since soured. Angrily, he flashed onto the stage. Regardless of his unease in the audience, he exuded confidence on the platform. Gong Jiaheng proclaimed, "The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. To mitigate the risks along the way, we have specially developed this humanoid puppet that can be activated simply by expending Lingjing. They can assist cultivators in perilous endeavors and can even form an array of Dao soldiers, serving as an exceptional protective treasure on the cultivation path. Though the Yellow Turban Warriors are merely threefold Earth Immortals, they could easily form a Dao soldier array to contend with even the peak of Earth Immortal." Upon finishing, Gong Jiaheng shot a provocative glance at Yin Xiaoye, casually stating, "Would you like to test the strength of the Yellow Turban Warriors, little wolf cub? Rest assured, I won't bully the weak. It won't matter if you end up damaged." Yin Xiaoye's expression darkened. As the most outstanding descendant of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, he had smoothly advanced to the peak of Earth Immortal at just over 600 years of age. Merely a step away from becoming a Celestial Immortal. Provoked by a Celestial Immortal's taunt, the rebellious blood of the wolf surged within him. Glancing at Elder Yin Xuechuan, who showed no intention to intervene, Yin Xiaoye rose and replied, "I would gladly accept your invitation." Tu Shanyu clapped his hands, and the space before the stage distorted, revealing a spacious arena for combat. The heavenly great auction hall had evidently been arranged by powerful beings. The interior was suffused with spatial energy, creating small secret realms. The combat arena was one such secret realm, occasionally activated to test the power of treasures. Following Gong Jiaheng's command, the 100 Yellow Turban Warriors surged into the arena. Not to be outdone, Yin Xiaoye leapt into the arena, confronting the Yellow Turban Warriors. The attendees of the auction had not anticipated such a turn of events, particularly among the younger generation. There was an air of keen interest as discussions ensued. "Shigandang, who do you think will triumph?" inquired a young woman clad in a white feathered dress. Beside her stood a boy with an honest demeanor, yet he did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the positioning of the Yellow Turban Warriors within the arena. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied to the young woman's probing, "I cannot say for certain. Yin Xiaoye possesses considerable strength. The Celestial Wolf's Moonlight Escape technique is among the finest evasion techniques in existence. Under normal circumstances, as long as he does not engage directly, Yin Xiaoye can effortlessly create a one-on-one scenario, leading to an easy victory. However, these puppets evoke a peculiar feeling in me. Not only Shigandang, but also several young prodigies recognize the extraordinary nature of the Yellow Turban Warriors. A solitary Yellow Turban Warrior may not pose much of a challenge, not even to those of equal rank among Earth Immortals, let alone surpassing some peak practitioners of the Void Refinement stage. Yet, when 100 Yellow Turban Warriors of the third level of Earth Immortal are interconnected, it becomes an entirely different matter. The youth of the Qinglong clan, Shigandang of the Stone clan, the Butterfly Fairy of the Insect clan, and the Qingyin Fairy of the Qingluan clan all observed the arena with rapt attention. Within the arena, Yin Xiaoye expelled a round, white pearl, letting out a long howl that transformed the pearl into a 100-foot-tall white wolf manifestation. Its eyes blood-red and silver fangs bared as it lunged toward the multitude of Yellow Turban Warriors. Gong Jiaheng had no intention of entangling himself with Yin Xiaoye. His orders to the Yellow Turban Warriors were to conclude the battle swiftly. 100 Yellow Turban Warriors circulated their magical energy, dazzling bolts of lightning crackling around them. In an instant, countless radiant lightning spears materialized, enveloping the entire arena. With a thunderous crash, the 100-foot white wolf manifestation was shattered into fragments, while Yin Xiaoye's body was sent flying like a rag. Crashing to the ground in an unconscious heap, the Rainwater Young Thunder, a spell inscribed upon the Yellow Turban Warriors by Yuan Yang, could unleash a power equivalent to minor divine abilities when just 20 of them collaborated. When 100 Yellow Turban Warriors joined forces, it equated to 5 minor divine abilities, making it implausible for Yin Xiaoye to withstand such an onslaught. Ultimately, the Celestial Wolf manifestation Yin Xiaoye summoned was merely a minor divine ability itself. In the heavenly realm, such strength might not even warrant a place among the celestial soldiers. Yin Xuechuan, the elder of the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf clan, wore an ominous expression as he abruptly stood, conjuring the spectral image of a blood-red celestial wolf howling at the moon. The spectators were instantly struck by a chilling sense, akin to having sharp fangs poised at their throats. the imposing aura of Yin Xuechuan. At the 6th level of Earth Immortal, bore down upon Gong Jiaheng on the auction stage. Startled, Gong Jiaheng felt a shiver run down his spine, despite his own 6th level prowess. He had never been adept at combat and nearly invoked his treasure due to the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, in the next moment, the frigid aura of the celestial wolf dissipated. When Gong Jiaheng looked up, he saw Yin Xuechuan's face flushed crimson, as if he were carrying an insurmountable mountain upon his back. Yuan Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of anger. Upon sensing Yin Xuechuan's pressure directed at Gong Jiaheng, he too unleashed his formidable presence. The suppression martial intent, derived from the chaotic world-subduing fist, coalesced into a spectral chaotic stone tablet that descended from the heavens, radiating an aura powerful enough to subdue an entire realm, shattering the celestial wolf apparition. With the pressure broken and blood surging, Yin Xuechuan's face turned beet red. However, as he beheld Yuan Yang's increasingly terrifying aura nearby, he struggled internally before ultimately resuming his seat, his gaze betraying a deep-seated wariness. Seeing Yin Xuechuan relent, Yuan Yang's presence likewise receded. A few celestial beings within the auction house bore solemn expressions. Unable to refrain from scrutinizing Yuan Yang, including a rugged young man from the Qinglong clan who cast a meticulous glance in his direction. A 5th-level Earth Immortal wielding such mastery over his formidable aura, even compelling a renowned 6th-level celestial wolf to yield, was a feat unattainable by many late-stage Earth Immortal experts. Who could this individual be, representing which faction? Yet, aside from them, the vast majority sensed merely a fleeting chill, entirely unaware of Yuan Yang's world-subduing martial intent. Nevertheless, the prowess of these yellow turban warriors was duly recognized by the young prodigies. The formidable assault potential of the combined yellow turban warriors could easily rival their own. Their gazes instantly ignited with fervor. Tu Shanyu, acutely attuned to the atmosphere, waved his hand, returning Yin Xiaoye to Yin Xuechuan. With a sullen expression, Yin Xuechuan grasped Yin Xiaoye and turned to depart. It remained unclear what Tu Shanyu had orchestrated, but the arena closed amidst a distortion of space, and once more, the 100 yellow turban warriors filled the platform to capacity. However, this time, perhaps due to the earlier battle's impact, the gazes directed at the 100 yellow turban warriors had shifted entirely. Especially among the peak Earth Immortal youths, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from the yellow turban warriors. I bid 1,000,000 spirit crystals, declared the young man from the Qinglong clan, the first to break the silence. 120,000 spirit crystals. A rugged-faced young man joined the bidding. 130,000 spirit crystals, continued Shigandang from the Stone clan. 140,000 spirit crystals, announced a stern-faced young man. 150,000 spirit crystals. Tu Shanyu was elated. He had initially anticipated a failed auction. Now, it appeared that the final price for these 100 yellow turban warriors would be significant, possibly even setting a record for this auction. Traditionally, items at this price range only surfaced during the year's largest auction event. And now, the commission alone promised substantial profits, leading him to become increasingly invested in the proceedings, having immersed himself in this trade for many years. Tu Shanyu had discerned the yellow turban warriors' true value lay not in their mundane capabilities as mere servants, fetching tea or tending to gardens, but rather as combatants capable of directly engaging in warfare. While they may not participate in the celestial battlefield within the Earth Immortal arena, the formation of the yellow turban warriors could indeed constitute a formidable fighting force. The key was that such strength could be acquired with monetary means. The young bidders might merely perceive the yellow turban warriors' formations as impressive, capable even of toppling peak Earth Immortals. However, the seasoned veterans understood that these yellow turban warriors could replace certain roles of Earth Immortals on the battlefield. The resources and time required to cultivate a single Earth Immortal far exceeded the price of a yellow turban warrior. Soon, amidst Tu Shanyu's anticipation, the voices of celestial beings bidding echoed throughout the hall. 2,000,000 spirit crystals. 220,000 spirit crystals. 250,000 spirit crystals, along with a piece of low-grade, heavenly material, a 10,000-year-old ice-toed jade. A clear, melodious voice rang out, marking the first words spoken by the usually silent young butterfly fairy of the insect clan. Among the younger generation present, she stood alone, having already attained the first level of Earth Immortal status. The insect clan, known for its reclusive nature, had surprised many by sending a member to the Qingqiu auction. This race, composed of various insects, typically resided in the Wanchong mountain range. However, it was rumored that among them existed the gold-eating worms, capable of devouring even golden immortals, deterring most from provoking them. Yuan Yang's mind raced, recalling various records regarding this clan from the heavenly realm. They were a low-profile, yet immensely powerful race. Yuan Yang felt quite satisfied with the bidding results. Although crafting the Yellow Turban Warriors did not require heavenly-grade materials, the overall cost was not insignificant. However, at the current price, a profit of 3 to 4 times was already attainable, prompting even Gong Jiaheng on stage to bear a grin. The Yellow Turban Warriors were created based on the combat standards outlined in the Celestial Soldier rankings. The combined force of 23rd level Earth Immortal Yellow Turban Warriors could unleash minor divine abilities, such as the Ren Water Yang Thunder or the Gue Water Yin Thunder, rivaling the strength of those newly entering the Celestial Soldier rankings. Should 103rd level Earth Immortal Yellow Turban Warriors unite, they could even execute grand divine abilities of aquatic lightning, comparable to the top 10 in the Celestial Soldier rankings. Currently, the Yellow Turban Warriors could be produced in 2 tiers, one at the 3rd level of Earth Immortal and one at the 6th level, according to the discussions and research conducted by Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng. The cost of creating a 6th level Yellow Turban Warrior was significantly higher, requiring heavenly grade materials. Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng had yet to devise a method for mass production. Thus, for this auction, they had brought only 103rd level Yellow Turban Warriors to test the waters and promote their capabilities. Tu Shanyu declared loudly, the Butterfly Fairy bids 250,000 spirit crystals along with a piece of low-grade, heavenly material, a 10,000-year-old ice-toad jade. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? I shall offer 2,500,000 spiritual crystals and 2 7-orifice sacred spirit stone embryos. The robust man clad in azure armor beside the youth of the Qinglong clan spoke. The price surged significantly. Yuan Yang felt a surge of excitement. The 7-orifice sacred spirit stone embryos are heavenly grade low-tier spiritual treasures. However, their availability is exceedingly rare, rendering them almost priceless and seldom encountered in the market. For over 2 centuries, his quest for them had hung in the task hall of the heavenly court, yet no one had succeeded, and the treasury had remained devoid of stock since the battle at Golden Snake Valley. Yuan Yang had sensed a growing awkwardness in his mastery of thunder techniques, primarily due to the chaotic energy pervading his primordial space, rather than the essence of thunder. Though chaotic energy can evolve myriad forms and harmonize with myriad paths, it ultimately presents a barrier. Thus, he had long desired to forge a thunderous avatar akin to the icy incarnation of Yuan Bing, to facilitate his cultivation of thunder techniques in the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Nothing could serve better for the creation of such an external avatar than the innate divine shape of the sacred spirit stone embryos. Yuan Yang transmitted a message to Gong Jiaheng, who, although initially surprised, quickly conferred with Tu Shanyu. Tu Shanyu expressed a slight regret but promptly stated, in light of Qing Zhan Dao friend possessing what the master craftsman requires, this transaction shall be finalized, and the 100 Yellow Turban Warriors shall belong to Qing Zhan Dao friend. Before each individual seated below, there lay a stone platform etched with a miniature teleportation array, connecting to the display area of Tu Shanyu. With a flicker of light in his hand, Tu Shanyu revealed a storage talisman, which he handed over to Gong Jiaheng. After verification, Gong Jiaheng nodded slightly towards Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang let out a breath of relief. The forging of an external avatar was of paramount importance to him, and he must strive for excellence. Just as he once expended all his ice-attributed treasures to cultivate the icy avatar, the cultivation of an avatar pertains to his future path to becoming a golden immortal, unbeknownst to Yuan Yang. The Butterfly Fairy, who had been quietly observing him, discerned the change in his expression and appeared contemplative. The 5th auction item was a dragon blood herb aged 15,000 years, with an opening bid of. The 6th item was 3 7-leaf spirit mushrooms, each aged 13,000 years, with an opening bid of. The 7th item was an 8 Forbidden Dao artifact, the Ice-Fire Dual Ring, with an opening bid of. Perhaps due to the previous exorbitant bidding for the Yellow Turban Warriors, the atmosphere in the auction hall had cooled, becoming tepid. Even though Tu Shanyu spoke eloquently, the bidding remained mild. Only the celestial grade low-tier spiritual item, the Starry Blood Sand, incited a fervent competition. 2 hours later, Tu Shanyu clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all, as a stone table mysteriously appeared on the display, upon which rested a jade crystal box. With anticipation in the eyes of the crowd, Tu Shanyu, with a hint of helplessness, announced, I know everyone is eagerly awaiting this, so the next items for auction will be the 3 grand treasures of this event. The first treasure is the Celestial Restoration Elixir, Crafted from numerous rare 10,000-year spiritual herbs, it is one of the few potions in the world capable of enhancing one's innate talent before achieving immortality. The Celestial Restoration Elixir was created by Xuandu, the first and only disciple of the great sage of Ta Ching. Consuming it before ascension is said to eliminate all negative factors in the human body, mending various hidden injuries on the path of cultivation, and enhancing one's potential. An unparalleled elixir for foundation establishment. Yuan Yang noticed that upon the mention of the Celestial Restoration Elixir, all the peak Earth immortal young talents present began to breathe heavily. It seemed that the reason so many of these young prodigies had gathered for this celestial grade auction was to vie for these foundational elixirs. Tu Shanyu, smiling as he surveyed the auction hall, then proclaimed loudly, "The rarity of the Celestial Restoration Elixir need not be elaborated upon. Today, we have 5 elixirs to auction, each starting at 80,000 spiritual crystals. Ordinary elixirs typically fetch a price of 20 to 30,000 spiritual crystals. Yet the starting bid for the Celestial Restoration Elixir reached 80,000 spiritual crystals, a truly extraordinary price. The Celestial Restoration Elixir garnered immense enthusiasm, and the bidding became fervent, ultimately selling for an average of approximately 230,000 spiritual crystals each. Acquired by Qinglong Clan Youth Qinghua, Stone Clan's Shigan Dang, Qingluan Clan's Qingyin Fairy, Insect Clan's Butterfly Fairy, and Xian Yi Clan's Tu Yin Gang. The total price for the 5 Celestial Restoration Elixirs surpassed 1 million spiritual crystals, undoubtedly qualifying as the grand treasure of the auction, akin to the earlier exorbitant price for the Yellow Turban Warriors. Even at the year's largest auction, such figures would not be deemed unusual. Rather, they belonged to the realm of unexpected occurrences. Before the attendees could regain their composure, Tu Shanyu produced another jade crystal box. Inside lay a fist-sized fruit, quietly resting spherical in shape, one half golden and the other half crimson, emanating the essence of true dragons and true phoenixes. The next item for auction would be the second grand treasure of this event, the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Among the crowd, the azure-armored man of the Qilong clan, Qing Zhan, abruptly stood, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. He was not alone in his reaction. The fairy Luan Chang from the Qingluan clan exhibited a similar response. The Qinglong clan is one of the true dragon families, while the Qingluan clan is part of the true phoenix lineage. Both clans boast illustrious histories. Qing Zhan and fairy Luan Chang, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, were seasoned immortals, possessing the pinnacle of earth immortal cultivation, and were elders within their respective clans, well acquainted with the many secrets recorded in their lineages. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, being a product closely tied to their kin, was something they understood all too well. Their awareness of the traits of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit fueled their absolute insistence that it not fall into the hands of outsiders. Tu Shanyu continued, according to the owner of this Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, it was obtained from a fragmented small world. It is not a true fruit, but rather a unique product formed from the fusion of true dragon and true phoenix essences, based on the speculations of our clan's alchemy masters. Consuming the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit offers a significant chance to completely transform one's bloodline into that of the true dragon or true phoenix. The crowd erupted in a clamor, discussing animatedly, with some earth immortals unabashedly scrutinizing Qing Zhan and fairy Luan Chang, attempting to glean insights from their expressions. The Divine Beast clans, known for their extraordinary qualifications, possess a remarkable trait. Their bloodlines inherently carry the methods of inheritance, allowing one with a pure lineage to awaken part of that inheritance. Among the Divine Beast clans, the true dragon and true phoenix lineages rank as the most elite, with their inheritance methods coveted by countless races. Despite the myriad dragon species and various phoenix-like birds populating the vast primordial world, such as various flood dragons and cloud phoenixes, these are all hybrids. How could true-blooded azure dragons and pure-blooded azure phoenixes allow their lineage to be dispersed? The existence of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, which could forge pure-blooded true dragons and true phoenixes, poses a risk of lineage inheritance flowing outside their clans, something the true dragon and true phoenix clans cannot tolerate. In fact, the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit holds even greater significance for the true dragon and true phoenix clans. Its importance rivals that of the 9 heavens divine artifacts, though such secrets are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Tu Shanyu was acutely aware that this move would undoubtedly displease the two clans. However, a mere Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit should not provoke them to direct their ire towards the Qingxiu Fox clan. Thus, he continued, The starting bid for this Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is 400,000 spiritual crystals. The highest bidder shall prevail. As soon as Tu Shanyu's words fell, Qing Zhan stood, an aura of menace surrounding him, declaring, "I bid 800,000 spiritual crystals for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. I implore all not to contest with my Dragon Clan." An elder from the White Tiger Clan, marked with a royal insignia upon his forehead, remained unfazed by Qing Zhan's fierce demeanor, stating, "The highest bidder prevails. I bid 900,000 spiritual crystals, 0.1 million, 100,000 spiritual crystals, 0.1 million, 200,000 spiritual crystals." Ultimately, under the intense encouragement of the crowd, the celestial being Wan Shang, with a pallid visage, secured the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit for a staggering price of 210,000 spirit crystals. Qing Zhan's expression darkened further, as he had previously expended a considerable amount of spirit crystals to acquire the Yellow Turban Warrior, compelling him to withdraw from the bidding prematurely. Numerous celestial beings from various races present in the arena harbored grievances against the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and under their tacit collaboration, they astonishingly elevated the price of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit to an exorbitant 210,000 spirit crystals. The top-tier heavenly spiritual item typically fetches no more than 300,000 to 400,000 spirit crystals, while an inferior celestial artifact hovers around 3 to 5 million spirit crystals. The price of 210,000 spirit crystals left Gong Jia hung utterly astonished, as it surpassed that of a premium heavenly spiritual item by a considerable margin, nearing the cost of a celestial artifact, which truly amazed him. Even at such a lofty price, Wan Shang still acquired the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, underscoring its extraordinary significance to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The celestial beings from various races exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue, each resolved to investigate the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit's details upon their return. The final item for auction was a method for cultivating an ancient supreme divine art. In the current era, where the path of immortals reigns supreme, such divine arts are generally referred to as immortal techniques. Tu Shanyu presented the last prized possession to the assembly, a palm-sized metallic plate composed of Luo silver essence, intricately inscribed with a plethora of profound characters on both sides. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the metallic plate exhibited some mottled rust. Luo silver essence, known for its incorruptibility, is classified as a low-grade heavenly material. Yet the presence of rust on this plate reveals the trials it has endured throughout the ages. Tu Shanyu elaborated, stating that in ancient times, divine arts were divided into minor and supreme categories. Minor divine arts corresponded to spells below the level of immortal techniques, while supreme divine arts corresponded to the current immortal techniques, beyond the supreme divine arts. Those infused with the power of laws are termed as Dao divine arts or Tian Gang supreme divine arts, corresponding to the present-day golden immortal level techniques. The content inscribed on this Luo silver essence pertains to a Dao divine art known as Heaven and Earth Reversal. The revelation of this ancient divine art sparked excitement among the celestial beings, as many believed it to be lost to time. However, Tu Shanyu awkwardly interjected, clarifying that the Heaven and Earth Reversal recorded on the Luo silver essence was not complete. It only contained the cultivation methods for the mountain shifting and ocean suppressing supreme divine arts, lacking the overarching principles and the cultivation method for the heavenly overturning art. The assembly's enthusiasm waned instantaneously, their initial fervor dissipating. Tu Shanyu hastily reassured, despite the absence of the overarching principles and the heavenly overturning method, the presence of the two complete cultivation methods, mountain shifting and ocean suppressing, still rendered it worthy of pursuit. The starting bid was set at 50,000 spirit crystals, with the stipulation that, aside from spirit crystals, suitable spiritual herbs or elixirs for the Serpent Clan would be preferred. A solemn silence enveloped the crowd. 50,000 spirit crystals were not exorbitant, considering it encompassed two supreme divine arts rivaling immortal techniques. However, the cultivation of ancient divine arts significantly diverged from that of contemporary immortal techniques, with the former emphasizing the comprehension of the art's essence and Tao rhythm. Mastery might be achieved in a year or two, yet it could take a millennium to even grasp the basics. In contrast, the cultivation of immortal techniques primarily hinges on diligent effort or the utilization of external resources to drastically reduce training duration. Except for golden immortal level techniques requiring the comprehension of law powers, ordinary immortal techniques necessitate the amalgamation of sufficient heavenly materials, enabling rapid mastery, their potency not inferior to that of ancient supreme divine arts. I bid 65,000 spirit crystals, along with a jade serpent saliva fruit aged 15,000 years and a blood python branch aged 10,000 years. Yuan Yang's fourth bid surged 10,000 spirit crystals above the previous offer. Since Yuan Yang had liberated himself from the constraints of his chaotic body, his comprehension had surged remarkably, allowing him to wield his chaotic essence to evolve into myriad forms, making him particularly suited to the path of ancient divine arts. Having attentively absorbed Tu Shan Yu's explanation, he discerned the level occupied by the three supreme divine arts he currently mastered. The water-thunder technique was merely an ordinary immortal technique, despite Yuan Yang's lengthy training. It remained at the basic supreme divine arts level. The myriad thunder immortal seal, amalgamating various thunderous secret techniques, possessed greater potential and strength than the water-thunder technique, yet still languished within the supreme divine arts tier. Only the technique of all paths are null, which consumed chaotic essence, or the essence of law power, rendering it comparable to Tao divine arts. Indeed, all paths are null stood as a unique existence in Yuan Yang's repertoire. Regrettably, its execution was alarmingly formidable, prompting Yuan Yang to resolve never to employ it lightly unless his life were in jeopardy. The bids of 65,000 spirit crystals along with the two ancient herbs seemed to represent the crowd's limits. Unsurprisingly, the fragment of the ancient Tao divine art heaven and earth reversal was ultimately secured by Yuan Yang. The Qingqiu sacred land, one of the 36 celestial realms within the boundless expanse of the primordial world, was exceedingly vast. Numerous celestial mountains and grand rivers adorned its landscape, and the Qingqiu celestial city, where the auction was held, spanned no less than 100,000 miles in all directions, within a courtyard suffused with spiritual energy. Where vibrant flowers bloomed, they had rented this space for 3 years, with only 1 year remaining in their lease. Originally, they had no intention of departing Qingqiu within that year, planning to return to the heavenly court only after the auction concluded, especially with the largest and final auction scheduled for the end of the year. Yet, reality proved less than favorable. During the brief span of 1 to 2 months, witnessing the affluent spend money with abandon, Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng found themselves thoroughly enlightened. Caught up in this atmosphere, they, too, procured a considerable amount of heavenly materials, exhausting nearly 2 million spirit crystals. However, reveling in their prosperity, they paid little heed to such monetary concerns. At this juncture, the Yellow Turban warriors had already established a formidable reputation. During an encounter with a passerby named Yuan Yang, a chance revelation was made regarding the existence of a celestial ranking list among the heavenly soldiers of the divine court. Within the celestial realm, there existed tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, yet only the top 20 could ascend to this prestigious list, marking them as the pinnacle of power beneath the immortals. It was said that one who could vanquish 20 Yellow Turban warriors in a coordinated assault would possess the strength to challenge the heavenly ranking, while defeating 40 would grant them entry onto the list. And overcoming 100 would secure a place among the top 10. This knowledge stirred the ambitions of Qing Yuan, a promising youth from the Azure Dragon clan. Qing Yuan, being a standout among his generation, had been brought to the sacred land of Qingqiu by Elder Qingzhan to broaden his horizons, with a desire to challenge the elite of various clans. Qing Yuan was particularly intrigued upon learning that the Yellow Turban warriors purchased by Elder Qingzhan could serve as a benchmark for the strength of the celestial soldiers. Although the nascent celestial court had yet to exert influence over their dragon clan, Qing Yuan recognized the undeniable prowess of the top 20 heavenly soldiers, especially after witnessing the defeat of Yin Xiaoyu from the Silver Moonwolf clan, which ignited his desire for battle against the Yellow Turban warriors. After much persuasion, Elder Qingzhan consented to the challenge, as he too wished to gauge the capabilities of the Yellow Turban warriors formation. Thus commenced the duel between the young elites of the Azure Dragon clan and the Yellow Turban warriors. Qing Yuan had already made significant strides toward the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm. Having mastered the formidable bloodline technique known as Azure Dragon Stirs the Sea, which rivaled celestial arts, with his spiritual power manifesting as a colossal azure dragon, he could summon towering waves that swept across the land. However, when 100 Yellow Turban warriors, each at the 3rd level of Earth Immortal, formed their ranks, their combined spiritual energy surpassed that of Qing Yuan's divine beast form, and their mastery of the divine thunder of water celestial art dazzled with radiant lightning, illuminating the heavens above. Although Qing Yuan's Azure Dragon Stirs the Sea was on par with the divine thunder of water, his spiritual power paled in comparison to the collective might of the 100 Yellow Turban warriors, leading to his narrow defeat. Elder Qing felt both astonished and delighted. He was astonished that the promising youth of his clan had faltered, yet elated that the combat effectiveness of the Yellow Turban Warriors formation exceeded expectations. Capable of unleashing celestial arts, observing the battle closely, he discerned the remarkable craftsmanship of the individual who had forged the Yellow Turban Warriors, particularly their extraordinary command over the divine thunder of water. This adept could adjust the intensity of the thunderous arts based on the number of Yellow Turban Warriors, seamlessly deconstructing and recombining a celestial art to yield formidable combat prowess. This revelation cast doubt on Elder Qing's initial plan to dismantle the Yellow Turban Warriors for further study upon returning to his clan. He contemplated the implications if these warriors possessed even higher cultivation levels, such as the 6th or 9th levels of Earth Immortal. Could they not then contend with celestial beings? If that were the case, the significance of the Yellow Turban Warriors would be monumental. He recalled a rumor about the Celestial Court, which spoke of a master craftsman who had forged a puppet with combat capabilities rivaling those of late-stage celestial beings. Leaving him uncertain of its veracity, for reasons unknown, news of the Yellow Turban Warriors' victory over the Azure Dragon clan's elite youth spread, inciting laughter among their peers. The dejected Qing Yuan indignantly retorted, asserting that his loss was merely due to insufficient spiritual power against the 100 warriors, and that most of his contemporaries could not even match him. In response to the doubts and mockery from his peers, Qing Yuan consistently maintained this defense. Eventually, a young talent from another lineage of the True Dragon clan, Yingfeng Qi of the Yinglong clan, resolved to challenge the Yellow Turban Warriors formation. The elders of the Yinglong clan approached Elder Qing regarding this matter, and out of respect for kinship, Elder Qing felt unable to decline. Thus, the Yellow Turban Warriors formation was once again displayed, attracting numerous spectators, including members of the Tengsha, Xingwei, and East Sea Merfolk clans, who shared close ties with the Dragon clan. Yingfeng Qi, brimming with confidence, unveiled his true form, 1,000 zhang long Yinglong. Aside from possessing the scales and limbs typical of a true dragon, the Yinglong clan's most distinctive feature was the multitude of fleshy wings sprouting from their backs, allowing them to soar vast distances with a single flap. However, Yingfeng Qi underestimated the strength of the formation formed by the Yellow Turban Warriors. The alternating Gui Shui Yin Lanren, Shui Yang Lei thunderous strikes forced him into a defensive position, and the divine thunder of water celestial art left him charred and retreating in defeat. Elated, Qing Yuan boasted that his earlier defeat was solely due to a lack of spiritual power, claiming he had held his ground against the warrior's divine arts. According to the passerby Yuan Yang, he had already qualified for a spot in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking, while Yingfeng Qi likely did not even meet the criteria for inclusion. This confrontation not only propelled the reputation of the heavenly ranking but also rendered the Yellow Turban Warriors renowned throughout Qingqiu. As Yuan Yang and Gong Jiahong basked in their newfound acclaim. A colorful butterfly fluttered silently into Yuan Yang's palm from the flowerbed. As it shattered, a line of luminous characters appeared. "Be cautious. You have drawn attention." Yuan Yang instinctively closed his palm, and with a flicker of light, the message vanished, though a sense of foreboding settled within him. In a tranquil courtyard of Qingqiu City, two figures sat at a stone table, sharing a drink. One was a young man clad in a crimson robe, his figure shrouded in an ethereal red mist that obscured his features, exuding an air of nobility. The other was a middle-aged man, marked by a weary and weathered visage, revealed to be the patriarch of the Ice Fox lineage within the Qingqiu Fox clan. The young man enshrouded in red mist spoke. "Patriarch Xen, have you yet to reach a decision? Should you agree to secretly apprehend those two celestial craftsmen for us, we shall graciously present you with the inferior grade innate spiritual treasure." The scarlet mist flowing lamp. The Ice Fox patriarch poured himself a drink and downed it before responding with a solemn expression. "Your Excellency, you jest. This matter transcends mere willingness. To conspire against guests at the Qingqiu auction would undermine the very foundation of our Fox clan. Your request is rather unreasonable." The red-clad figure continued nonchalantly. "I have heard that Patriarch Xine suffered a significant loss in the extreme North Ice Plains." Silence. The Ice Fox patriarch's gaze turned icy, and an ethereal image of an 8-tailed giant fox flickered behind him. The crimson mist surrounding the young man thickened as he paused before proposing. "The Qingqiu Fox clan is indeed known for its integrity. Let us do this instead. Once those two celestial craftsmen depart from the sacred land of Qingqiu, I would appreciate a notification from Patriarch Xin, and we shall still present the scarlet mist-flowing lamp." The Ice Fox patriarch drained his cup once more without uttering a word. rising as his figure gradually faded from sight. After his departure, a robust man with wings at his back, standing beside the red-clad figure, inquired, "Young master, do you believe the Ice Fox Patriarch will provide us with information?" The young man pondered for a moment before replying, "General Tian Hu, prepare thoroughly. Keep a close watch on those two celestial craftsmen. And once they exit the sacred land of Qingqiu, strike swiftly that I cannot afford to act personally, lest I provoke an early conflict with the celestial court." The winged General Tian Hu readily responded, "Young master, leave this matter to me. I will contact the prominent clans residing in the Great Scarlet Heaven, as they harbor no fondness for the celestial court, and many are presently in Qingqiu City." "Very well, proceed." The celestial city of Qingqiu is situated within a vast lake to the east, its waters shimmering with a captivating brilliance, suffused with the essence of dragons. This locale serves as the residence of the true dragon clan. Elder Qingzhan of the Qinglong tribe and Elder Ingchantian of the Yinglong tribe graciously welcomed Elder Aou of the Jinlong tribe, who had hastily journeyed from the ancestral home of the dragon clan in the East Sea. Three celestial beings, each standing on the cusp of becoming golden immortals, convened to exchange intelligence regarding the Qingqiu auction. Among the dragon kin, the five-clawed golden dragons hold the highest esteem, the Jinlong tribe, being the direct descendants of the ancestral dragon, predominantly guards the ancestral realm of the dragon clan in the East Sea. That I have heard that this year's year-end auction will feature the sale of high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Elder Aou inquired, as he had rushed here in pursuit of this news. Elder Qingzhan promptly refuted. Such high-grade innate spiritual treasures, capable of suppressing the fate of a clan, are unlikely to surface at an auction. However, the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Songhai Bell, is indeed confirmed to appear. Elder Ingchantian added, "I have also heard of the Songhai Bell. Its existence seems certain, though I wonder what price one must pay to acquire it." Elder Aou asserted with determination that Songhai Bell possesses immeasurable power within the ocean. It must be secured. Suddenly, Elder Qingzhan remarked, "It is rumored that in this era, innate deities and innate spiritual treasures will cease to be born. The future undoubtedly belongs to celestial artifacts. Our four seas dragon clans must prepare early and cultivate a cadre of artifact refiners." Elder Ingchantian furrowed his brow. Although the true dragon clan comprises several branches, such as the Jinlong, Qilong, and Yinglong, the majority of dragonkin are water attribute divine beasts, traditionally lacking in artifact refinement skills. Suddenly recalling something, Elder Qingzhan chuckled. "Recently, I happened to encounter two artifact refiners from the Heavenly Court. The items they crafted were indeed quite intriguing." Elder Ingchantian nodded. "Those humanoid puppets that can be utilized as Dao soldiers are quite remarkable, while each individual may be somewhat weak. They form an impressive array when combined. The artifact refiners from the Heavenly Court possess a certain level of skill." Elder Aou interjected. "Recently, two promising artifact masters have emerged from the Heavenly Court. One has mastered the Nine Heavens divine fire, while the other has successfully refined a mid-grade celestial artifact." Intrigued, Elder Qingzhan waved his hand, and the figures of Gong Jiahong and Yuan Yang materialized amidst the misty vapor. "Oh, is that him?" Elder Aou's expression reflected surprise. Both Elder Qingzhan and Elder Ingchantian wore looks of confusion. After a moment, Elder Aou pointed to one figure, saying, "This one is Gong Jiahong, one of the newly appointed artifact masters from the Heavenly Court, who has already refined a mid-grade celestial artifact." He then indicated Yuan Yang, stating, "This one truly astonishes me. He is Yuan Yang, a deputy commander of the Gue Shui camp in the Heavenly Court. Over 400 years ago, although he had only reached the pinnacle of the Earth immortal realm, his strength was commendable. Rivaling that of early celestial immortals, he once caused the already ascended Princess Tianpeng to fall from the East Sea. And to save face for those old geezers, I had the children nickname him Fan Tian Shou. I never anticipated that he would now be a person of the celestial path." Elder Aou spoke with a tinge of nostalgia, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. "This fellow possesses considerable strength. Now that he has attained immortality, his combat prowess will likely increase further. It is said that the princess of the Tianpeng clan has entered the bloodline's secret realm to receive her inheritance and has vowed to personally reclaim her dignity. It seems that will not be so easy." Elder Qingzhan recalled the composed figure he had seen at the auction alongside Gong Jiahong. It turned out his name was Yuan Yang. Suddenly, Elder Ingchantian spoke. "They are in trouble." My intelligence indicates that Qi Zun, the son of the great Qi Heavenly Lord, seems to have set his sights on them. Upon hearing this, Elder Qing Zhan and Elder Ao Yu exchanged looks of surprise. Albeit with an air of inevitability, the Heavenly Court's foundation in the mortal realm is still shallow, and it is hardly surprising that these two hotheads have attracted the attention of adversaries. Particularly given the relationship between the Heavenly Court and the great Qi Heavenly Lord, which is fraught with animosity, the 9 heavens of the celestial realm, especially the supreme 9th heaven of Luo, bordering the chaotic sea beyond the world, has historically been the most desolate and lifeless area of the celestial realm. The 8th heaven of Do Shui, where the supreme Old Lord resides, embodies the will of the sages. And even the Heavenly Court must show it respect. In the Primordial Age, any race with a modicum of heritage understood that aside from Luo and Do Shui, the remaining 7 heavens were imperative for the Heavenly Court to bring under its command. Failure to do so would render the current Heavenly Court devoid of prestige and qualification to lead the myriad races of the primordial world, although the ancestor established the Heavenly Emperor position for Haotian. This does not imply that the myriad races of the primordial world would bow down to this new Heavenly Emperor. The position of Heavenly Emperor must be earned through one's own strength. The dominant races of the primordial world largely adopt a wait-and-see approach towards the current Xianmin Heavenly Court. Presently, the 7 heavens available for the Heavenly Court to conquer, the 1st heaven of Gochun, the 2nd heaven of Tsongyin, the 3rd heaven of Qinghua, and the 5th heaven of Ziwei have all fallen under the Heavenly Court's jurisdiction. Only the 4th heaven of Deqi, the 6th heaven of Yuhuang, and the 7th heaven of Bailuo remain, with numerous celestial races and forces entrenched, unwilling to submit to the Heavenly Court. Among these 3 heavens, especially the 4th heaven of Deqi, is heavily besieged by the Heavenly Court and is destined to be the next target for annihilation. The chasm between Deqi and the Heavenly Court is but a single spark away from igniting an all-out war. In fact, numerous conflicts have already erupted behind the scenes. However, these skirmishes have gone unnoticed due to both sides being engaged in preparations for war. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ao Yu spoke. I may have inadvertently caused trouble for that fellow named Yuan Yang. To this day, the Tianping clan harbors considerable resentment towards him. We should find a way to warn those two. As a gesture of goodwill, Elder Qingzhan held a profound impression of Yuan Yang. Recalling how he had intimidated the elder of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan solely through his presence, despite only being at the 5th stage of the celestial immortal realm, while that elder was at the 6th stage. After nodding in agreement, Elder Ingchat Tian asked, Elder Ao Yu, since we are extending a favor, why not make it more thorough and escort them back to the Heavenly Court? Elder Ao Yu chuckled. According to the sentiments of our clan's ancestors, we dragons need not rush to express our stance that in the past, the Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, like the sun at its zenith, exerted immense pressure upon the primordial world. What grandiosity it was! Yet we dragons did not fully align ourselves with the demon clan. Elder Qingzhan and Elder Ingchantian exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness yet showing no signs of dissent. Elder Ao Yu's viewpoint indeed reflected that of the majority of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan once stood as the foremost among the 3 great dominions of the Longhan era, with the ancestral dragon being the most esteemed figure of the primordial world. Even in the face of change over the ages, the Dragon Clan retains its pride. Of course, as the sovereign of the 4 seas. The Dragon Clan possesses formidable strength and heritage, justifying their sense of superiority. However, among the younger generation, there are those who have witnessed the cataclysmic destruction of the Wu and Yao wars and have experienced the unparalleled might of the sages. They do not share the older generation's tendency to dwell in past glories. Instead, they aspire to transform their clan and actively engage in primordial affairs rather than remain secluded in the 4 seas, locked away in their own arrogance. Elder Qingzhan and Elder Ingchantian are among those yearning for reform within the Dragon Clan, especially since the Ascended Sage, also known as Tongtian Jiao Master, established his teachings on Jin Ao Island in the East Sea. Countless talented water beings of the East Sea now regard joining Jin Ao Island as an honor, which has rendered the status of the East Sea Dragon Clan somewhat awkward. Yet, the individuals who currently wield authority within the clan are not yet those who have broken through to the realm of golden immortals, leaving them to silently harbor their aspirations, since Yuan Yang received the discreet hint from the butterfly fairy. Although he remained puzzled regarding her motivations for assisting him, he began to cautiously observe his surroundings. Over the course of several days, he indeed discovered two celestial beings tailing him. Both were at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm but were adept in tracking techniques. Yuan Yang had inadvertently taken Gong Jiahong on a leisurely tour of the celestial city of Qingqiu, yet no matter where Yuan Yang went or which method he employed to conceal his presence, those two celestial beings would soon reappear in close proximity. This predicament left Yuan Yang somewhat troubled, yet he was reluctant to take direct action, for this was the sacred ground of Qingqiu, where private combat was strictly prohibited, especially during the auction. This is indeed the rule established by the ancestor of the heavenly fox. Throughout the long passage of time, more than one golden immortal has suffered dire consequences for violating the regulations of the Qingqiu auction. Having been devoured entirely by the ancestor of the heavenly fox, Yuan Yang dared not challenge the authority of the ancestor. He was even certain that the two immortals tasked with surveillance, along with the entities backing them, would certainly not dare to confront such a formidable being from the primordial era. A few days later, a small serpent slithered to his feet under Yuan Yang's watchful gaze, spat out a small scroll, and vanished without a trace. After picking up the scroll and perusing its contents, Yuan Yang understood the reason for being targeted and, feeling troubled, resolved to leave this place of strife before the year-end auction. Although Gong Jiahong was also aware that he was being watched, he understood that he was still safe within the confines of Qingqiu Immortal City. When it was time to depart, they could utilize the teleportation array of Qingqiu Immortal City. Even if the teleportation array could not reach the celestial realm, it could transport them millions of miles away in an instant. Not even a golden immortal could pursue them, so he could not comprehend why Yuan Yang was in such a hurry to leave. Gong Jiahong complained, "Are we not attending the year-end auction? I heard that there will be genuine innate spiritual treasures on display. I have a foreboding feeling. Let's leave early," Yuan Yang replied. Gong Jiahong felt somewhat dejected, but did not argue, knowing they were both in a precarious situation due to being targeted by the forces of De Qitia. In the central area of Qingqiu Immortal City, within a vast palace hall, there stood a five-colored array platform adorned with intricate spatial patterns, within which countless mountains, rivers, plains, and valleys could be faintly discerned. The teleportation system of the human realm is a synthesis of the primordial Earth's ley lines, resonating with special runes to open spatial passages between different ley line nodes. In contrast, the teleportation system of the celestial realm harnesses the power of the stars, allowing travel to any location illuminated by the starlight of 365 main stars, covering most of the primordial expanse. The two stepped onto the teleportation array. Yuan Yang ascended the platform and input the coordinates of an abandoned celestial soldier base, which still had a teleportation array leading directly to the celestial realm of Gochin Tian. As a substantial amount of spiritual crystals were consumed, the space above the five-colored array platform began to warp, creating an aperture through which a pitch-black spatial passage emerged. The two of them swiftly vanished into the opening with a flicker of their escape light. What they did not notice was that among the guarding fox clan, an ice fox cultivator's eyes erupted with an eerie blue light before returning to normal. The teleportation system of the human realm is entirely different from that of the celestial realm. It lacks the disorienting sensation of weightlessness and instead imparts a sense of heaviness. Moments later, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the dark passage, prompting the two to accelerate their escape light and swiftly emerge from the murky void. Behind them, the spatial passage closed, revealing a foul-smelling, dark swamp. "Did you input the wrong coordinates? I don't see any celestial soldier base around here," Gong Jiahong remarked, surveying the area, which seemed to be dominated by swampy terrain for thousands of miles, rife with swarming insects and flowing filth. Yuan Yang pointed towards a solitary peak in the distance and said, "In that direction, after flying 1,000 miles, there lies an abandoned celestial soldier base, which contains a teleportation array that can be repaired for direct access to the celestial realm." Gong Jiahong rolled his eyes. "Then why not teleport directly there?" Yuan Yang refrained from answering directly, instead adopting a peculiar tone as he said, "I am concerned that someone might follow us via the coordinates we input. I bear a deep-seated grudge against the ice fox lineage of Qingqiu. Although Tushan Xiaobai claimed that our enmity has dissipated, I remain unconvinced if someone truly investigates our coordinates and pursues us. Even a golden immortal would find this place quite perilous." Gong Jiahong was startled by Yuan Yang's tone and anxiously scanned the surroundings again, yet he detected nothing amiss. Yuan Yang shook his head and pointed towards the distant celestial soldier base, asking Gong Jiahong, "Do you know why that celestial soldier base was abandoned?" Feeling the tension instilled by Yuan Yang's demeanor, Gong Jiahong snapped, "Why? Yuan Yang gestured at the ground beneath them, his voice laced with trepidation. Beneath this swamp lies a ferocious beast comparable to a golden immortal, which I witnessed consuming a celestial-level Qing Jiao while I was stationed at that base as an ordinary celestial soldier. Subsequently, the base was abandoned due to the threat posed by that beast. Then where is that beast now? Gong Jiaheng inquired, intrigued. Yuan Yang replied with a hint of amusement, right beneath our feet. Gong Jiaheng's expression changed, torn between the urge to flee and the fear of provoking the beast, resembling Yuan Yang's earlier apprehension. Yuan Yang laughed heartily, reassuring him, no need to worry, that beast has remained in a dormant state. It would not awaken unless disturbed by the Qing Jiao's tribulation. You go ahead and repair the teleportation array. I will stand guard here if anyone approaches. I shall awaken the beast beneath the swamp. Gong Jiaheng shot Yuan Yang an indignant glare, then transformed into a flash of fire, swiftly heading towards the distant base. Yuan Yang seated himself in midair, extending his consciousness to probe the surroundings, which unfurled before him for hundreds of miles. Fearing to disturb the slumbering beast, Yuan Yang refrained from expanding his consciousness too broadly or probing beneath the swamp. The area remained eerily quiet, devoid of any movement. Am I being overly cautious? Yuan Yang mused, contemplating that Gong Jiaheng should have nearly repaired the array by now and intending to retract his consciousness. Just then, a subtle spatial fluctuation emerged not far from Yuan Yang. Within 100 miles, his eyes sharpened, brimming with clarity as he discerned a spatial aperture forming above a swamp in the distance. A spatial passage. Indeed, someone is pursuing us. Yuan Yang's demeanor turned grave. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in chaotic energy, striking down towards the swamp beneath him. Chaotic town-shattering fist. The explosive radiance of his punch erupted, creating a massive hole in the swamp within a radius of dozens of miles, sending foul-smelling mud soaring to heights of 1,000 feet. After delivering the punch, Yuan Yang transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing, faintly hearing a pained groan, as if a fearsome entity had awoken in a fit of rage. When Yuan Yang arrived at the teleportation array, Gong Jiaheng was still diligently repairing the platform. Moments later, wiping the sweat from his brow, Gong Jiaheng grumbled, "This array is more damaged than just a little." Noticing Yuan Yang's serious expression, Gong Jiaheng squinted. "Is someone chasing us?" "Yes, we must leave immediately." Gong Jiaheng wasted no time, retrieving spiritual crystals and tossing them towards the embedded sections of the teleportation array. Inputting the coordinates for the celestial realm, a substantial amount of spiritual crystals ignited. The intricate patterns of the teleportation formation began to illuminate one by one. The force of the teleportation formation warped the space above the platform, revealing a passage that connected to the specified coordinates. The two of them swiftly entered the spatial passage, and just before stepping in, Gong Jiaheng glanced back, his eyes widening at the sight. From 1,000 miles away, he could clearly see a colossal, menacing crocodile, measuring dozens of feet in length, covered in grotesque growths, roaring skyward, causing the very clouds to scatter with its tremendous roar. The unique spiritual tide and blood clouds, indicative of a fallen celestial, emerged, alongside several distinct streaks of escape light darting away. Gong Jiaheng cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Yang, thinking to himself, this guy must have a heart as dark as night. In the first layer of the celestial realm, Gochin Tian, at the Grand Teleportation Hub Hall, the array platform pulsated with light, each flash revealing pairs of figures. Moments later, Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng reappeared on the platform. Returning to Gochin City, Yuan Yang observed that the atmosphere in the celestial realm had grown much more oppressive. Not only were identity checks considerably stricter than before, but there were also many unfamiliar faces present. Even the blacksmiths in the celestial crafting city appeared to be moving about in haste. Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, it was only upon returning to the Gongjiao workshop that I learned the intricate details of the situation from the remaining craftsmen. A fierce conflict erupted between the Great Qitian and the Northern Dipper Army of the Celestial Court. The 6 major forces of the Celestial Court's War Department, namely the Northern Dipper Army and the Southern Dipper Army, both aligned with the lineage of the 9 Heavens Sovereign, were tasked with monitoring the Great Qitian, resulting in continuous friction with its defending troops. Half a month ago, the Great Qitian ambushed a forward camp of the Northern Dipper Army, leading to the near annihilation of the entire battalion of several hundred celestial soldiers. Naturally, the Northern Dipper Army was unwilling to be outdone and sent a celestial-level commander to personally lead a counterattack. successfully routing a patrol unit of the Great Chitian. The Great Chitian, refusing to back down, dispatched its own celestial-level commander to engage in battle, resulting in escalating confrontations between celestial and earthly immortals. Eventually, the Golden Immortal Commander Chan of the Northern Dipper Army himself entered the fray, battling the 5th Celestial General of the Great Chitian for a grueling 3 days and nights. Yet neither side could claim victory. With the high-ranking leaders calling for a ceasefire, the ensuing conflict subsided, providing a moment of relief for Commander Chan. Neither the Great Chitian nor the Celestial Court was fully prepared for an all-out war. The former needed time to consolidate allies and strengthen its own forces to keep the Celestial Court at bay, while the latter required time to expand its military, ensuring sufficient troops for an offensive against the Great Chitian, while also retaining adequate strength to guard against the 6th and 7th heavens. Following the outbreak of this conflict, the Emperor Haoyan, sensing an imminent war, ordered all departments of the Celestial Court to intensify their preparations for battle. Consequently, the Tiangong Hall, responsible for the crafting of magical artifacts, became the most closely monitored department. The 6 armies of the Celestial Court, along with the 7th Army, the Heavenly River Navy directly under Emperor Haoyan, amounted to over 100 battalions comprising tens of thousands of celestial soldiers. To equip these celestial warriors with suitable magical artifacts and enhance their combat capabilities, orders for artifacts poured into every master craftsman and artifact smith at the Tiangong Hall like snowflakes. In the Celestial Court, the remuneration for crafting a single Dao artifact is predetermined and merely serves as a modest compensation for the craftsman. This was a rule established to meet the demands of the celestial soldiers as much as possible. In the outside world, acquiring a top-grade Dao artifact typically cost around 200,000 to 300,000 spirit crystals, equivalent to 200,000 to 300,000 celestial merits. However, the price for the Celestial Court's craftsman to produce a top-grade Dao artifact is only 40,000 celestial merits. Compared to the profits from selling artifacts externally, the compensation received by craftsmen for their work for the Celestial Court is significantly lower. This disparity has led many craftsmen to craft artifacts for external loose immortals during their spare time, a practice that the higher-ups have turned a blind eye to. The Celestial Court's policy allowing various fire workshops to independently sell artifacts was also a form of compensation for the craftsmen. However, during this period of military preparedness, all 13 fire workshops were officially ordered to prioritize orders from the Celestial Court, ensuring that the needs of the War Department's battalions for magical artifacts were met first. The Vice Master of the Tiangong Hall, the Fire Lord, even stepped away from his task of crafting the Celestial Patrol ship to coordinate the craftsmen from various fire workshops and oversee the arrangement of various crafting tasks. Shortly after Yuan Yang and Gongjia returned, the Fire Lord personally arrived at the Gongjia workshop. Upon entering, he straightforwardly declared, "Henceforth, the crafting of the Yellow Turban Warrior puppets will be the responsibility of your Gongjia workshop, with materials provided by the Celestial Court, and you are to produce 100,000 within 500 years. Gongjia doubted his own hearing, murmuring, 500 years? 100,000? Master, are you still asleep? The Fire Lord, infuriated, slapped Gongjia on the forehead, causing it to thrum with a dull ache. Wretched disciple, do you think I jest? The various forces of the Celestial Court are severely understaffed. Although the Yellow Turban Warriors lack the agility of real beings, they can still substitute for a portion of the celestial soldiers. If I had not intervened, the commanders of the battalions would have already stormed the doors of your Gongjia workshop. Yuan Yang, listening nearby, felt his heart racing and forced himself to speak calmly. I did not expect the Vice Master to be aware of our newly developed Yellow Turban Warriors. However, crafting these puppets is indeed a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, and our Gongjia workshop is willing to share the crafting methods with other fire workshops free of charge. Upon hearing this, Gongjia immediately objected. Yuan Yang, have you lost your mind? At the recent auction in Qingqiu, we sold just 100 Yellow Turban Warriors for a price close to that of a low-grade immortal artifact. Why should we give it away for free? Yuan Yang forced a smile, inwardly cursing, wishing for Gongjia to cease his chatter immediately. Although the Yellow Turban Warriors were derived from the dark gold immortal puppets, the reason these warriors possessed such formidable combat capabilities was largely due to Yuan Yang's use of chaotic energy to inscribe thunderous spells upon them. Yuan Yang's profound understanding of thunder techniques, combined with the resonance of chaotic energy with myriad paths, allowed him to easily inscribe these spells. Thus, the Yellow Turban Warriors maintained their formidable strength. Any other craftsman, even if aware of the crafting methods, would be unable to create yellow turban warriors of extraordinary power without the requisite mastery of spells and chaotic energy. Yuan Yang feared that this arduous task would fall upon him, leading to a grim 500 years of toil. The celestial court's cultivation of craftsmen already consumed vast resources, and it was only natural for them to work for the court upon completion of their training. However, the requirement to produce 100,000 yellow turban warriors within 500 years was an overwhelming workload. The crucial step of inscribing spells using chaotic energy could only be accomplished by Yuan Yang. Even if all the crafted warriors were of the lowest tier, Earth Immortal Level 3, achieving the target of 100,000 within 500 years was far from guaranteed. The Fire Lord seemed to have already studied the yellow turban warriors and recognized that the key figure in maintaining their power was not Gong Jiaheng, but rather Yuan Yang. Ignoring Gong Jiaheng's mutterings, he earnestly addressed Yuan Yang. The emergence of the yellow turban warriors is of great significance in supplementing the Celestial Court's military resources. You should have been aware during your time in the War Department of the reduction in celestial soldier casualties that the introduction of these warriors could bring. We have already reported to the Heavenly Emperor that the yellow turban warriors can substitute for celestial soldiers, and the task of producing 100,000 within 500 years was decreed by him. Among the craftsmen in the Tiangong Hall, apart from Huo Wen'er and yourself, there are hardly any with combat capabilities, and you are the only one proficient in thunder techniques. Although this task is arduous, the rewards will be substantial. The Heavenly Emperor has promised that you may propose 3 conditions, including items such as celestial materials, elixirs, or even low-grade immortal artifacts. Gong Jiaheng, wide-eyed, interjected, "What about me? I also contributed to the development of the yellow turban warriors." The Fire Lord shot a disapproving glare at this ungrateful disciple, impatiently saying, "Firstly, the crafting quota for the Gongjia workshop is considered fulfilled. Secondly, the Gongjia workshop will be rewarded with a semi-immortal artifact crafting furnace. Thirdly, the Gongjia workshop will receive a mid-grade celestial fire, the Southern Brightly Fire." The Fire Lord was somewhat annoyed at Gong Jiaheng's lack of focus on spellcraft. If he had been more devoted to the study of spells and techniques, he could have played a more significant role in the crafting of the yellow turban warriors, thereby earning the Heavenly Emperor's recognition. However, had Gong Jiaheng not been so absorbed in artifact crafting, he would not have been able to produce a mid-grade immortal artifact at the Earth Immortal level. It was a matter of gains and losses. The Fire Lord sighed, recognizing that a cultivator's energy is limited, and those like Yuan Yang, with astounding mastery of spells and the potential of a master craftsman, were truly exceptional. 400 years later, in the Tiangong Immortal City, within the largest crafting chamber of the Gongjia workshop, a purple crafting furnace, the Ziyang furnace, enveloped in a faint celestial aura, rested within a flame-gathering array capable of harnessing the boundless heat from the molten rock beneath the city, slowly rotating. The Ziyang furnace boasted 12 treasure prohibitions, which were gradually merging, a clear indication of its attainment of semi-immortal artifact status. Crafting such a large magical artifact is exceedingly complex, and due to the rarity of treasure prohibitions associated with crafting furnaces, semi-immortal level furnaces are even more expensive than ordinary immortal artifacts. Within the entire Celestial Court, only 2 immortal-grade crafting furnaces exist, held by the Grand Ancestor of Tiangong and the Fire Lord. This semi-immortal grade Ziyang furnace of the Gongjia workshop stands as one of the most advanced crafting furnaces in the Celestial Court, were it not for the Gongjia workshop undertaking the task of producing yellow turban warriors. With Yuan Yang as the primary force behind their crafting, the Ziyang furnace would not have been entrusted to Yuan Yang. The Ziyang furnace, with its purple body, appeared to be no more than 10 feet tall from the outside. Due to the intricately engraved spatial array, the interior of this space towers to an impressive height of 1,000 zhang. Within it resides a flame of purest white, devoid of any impurities. Resembling a diminutive sun, this flame simultaneously absorbs an immense quantity of fire elements gathered from the furnace's base, while emanating an extreme heat that renders everything within the furnace a fiery crimson. This pure white flame is the South Mingli fire of the celestial tier, a fire of the innate 8 trigrams, embodying the essence of the Li position. As it burns to its utmost limit, it manifests in a pristine white hue, consuming all in its path. This South Mingli fire has been refined by Yuan Yang, serving as his alchemical flame, providing him considerable assistance over the years. Since undertaking the task of forging the yellow turban warriors 4 centuries ago, Yuan Yang has not accepted any other alchemical assignments. Over these 400 years, he has been incessantly engaged in the creation of the Yellow Turban Warriors. Although this labor is arduous, it has also served as an exceptional crucible for his skills. During this time, Yuan Yang's proficiency in alchemy has significantly improved. He has not only crafted Yellow Turban Warriors at the 9th level of the Earth Immortal tier, but has also achieved mass production of those at the 6th level. The Yellow Turban Warriors have now become a renowned military unit in the Celestial Court, with every battalion equipped with varying numbers of these warriors, some capable of forming formidable battle formations, while others serve as fearless shock troops, making them exceedingly popular. While deploying the Yellow Turban Warriors does require a substantial expenditure of spirit crystals, it has, to a certain extent, greatly reduced the casualties among celestial soldiers, resulting in a notable increase in the martial prowess of the Celestial Court over the past 400 years. Presently, the Celestial Court is steadily tightening its grip on the Great Crimson Heaven, with only a spark needed to ignite the flames of war. "Almost there," remarked a young man beside Yuan Yang in a calm tone. The youth, appearing to be in his 20s and bearing a striking resemblance to Yuan Yang, bore a lightning mark on his brow, with multicolored thunderclouds swirling around him, reminiscent of the son of a thunder deity. Upon the young man's suggestion, Yuan Yang acquiesced, altering the hand seal in his grasp, causing the South Ming Li fire within the Xiang furnace to suddenly soar, vanishing into his palm. With the absence of the purifying flames, the scene inside the Xiang furnace became clear. 10 humanoid puppets resembling robust men, their forms glowing a fiery red. Yuan Yang gestured, and each of these specially crafted Yellow Turban Warriors, towering 3 times the height of an ordinary one, flew forth from the furnace. Moments later, these unique Yellow Turban Warriors descended into the adjacent cooling pool, the sound of sizzling boiling water resonating incessantly. Beside the cooling pool stood a strikingly youthful boy of about 13 or 14, adorned with a snowflake mark on his brow. This was Yuan Bing, the ice incarnation of Yuan Yang. After being drained of a significant amount of vitality by an enigmatic presence within the Golden Serpent Palace, Yuan Bing had spent over 200 years recuperating, and now stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth Immortal tier. As the true self and the incarnation are one, Yuan Bing naturally inherited all the memories of his original form, Yuan Yang, and thus was well versed in the art of alchemy. After a brief interlude, Yuan Bing completed the quenching process. With a wave of his hand, the 10 specially crafted Yellow Turban Warriors soared from the cooling pool, landing before the 3. However, before any of them could act, a small shadow, roughly the size of a foot, darted toward the 10 Yellow Turban Warriors. Swiftly, the shadow selected 5 of the warriors, whose spiritual light appeared notably dimmer. Then, with a series of excited sounds, it nibbled at the hard exteriors of these 5 formidable Yellow Turban Warriors, as if declaring ownership. Moo, moo. The jubilant sounds emanated from the little shadow. This little creature was indeed Moo, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. It neither consumed spirit fruits nor meat, but rather feasted exclusively on various metals, particularly those of a profound grade. It was a wonder how its delicate white teeth could gnaw through such extraordinarily tough materials. If Yuan Yang's 400 years of alchemical endeavors were marked by hardship and gain, then Moo, the little black calf, was purely a creature of joy. Every failed Yellow Turban Warrior had become Moo's feast, with the metallic components devoured, leaving Moo perpetually elated, its eyes always gleaming with delight. Over the course of 4 centuries, the number of failed Yellow Turban Warriors mustered at least 20,000, enough to fill a vast courtyard. Yuan Yang was compelled to create a spacious storage bag to reserve the remnants that Mo could not consume, which Mo now wore around its neck as a source of sustenance. This creature had an insatiable appetite and a selective palate. Had he not taken on the task of forging the Yellow Turban Warriors, Yuan Yang would have been troubled by how to sustain this voracious beast. Yuan Yang scooped up the rushing Mo, affectionately patting its smooth skin, pinching its chubby cheeks, and tugging at its flapping ears. After placing the 5 failed Yellow Turban Warriors into Mo's storage bag, he weighed the creature in his hands. No growth in height, no increase in weight, and still only consumes without any output. Pray tell, where does all that food go? Mo, dissatisfied, wriggled free from Yuan Yang's embrace, scampering over to nuzzle Yuan Bing before frolicking outside. As for the young man resembling Yuan Yang, adorned with a lightning mark and enveloped in vibrant thunder, Mo paid him no heed. Watching this scene unfold, Yuan Bing chuckled softly. Yuan Lei, on the other hand, rubbed his nose and remarked with exasperation, "I nearly lost a finger to that little rascal." I accidentally zapped him once, and he has been sulking ever since. What a miser. Yuan Lei, possessing the cultivation of the third level of the celestial immortal tier, was Yuan Yang's second incarnation, the Thunder incarnation. After acquiring 2 seven-orifice Holy Spirit Stone embryos from a hulking member of the Qinglong clan at the Qingqiu auction, Yuan Yang devised a plan to forge his own Thunder incarnation. Upon returning to the celestial court, he received 3 conditions from the Emperor Haoyan as a reward for crafting 100,000 yellow turban warriors. The first condition saw Yuan Yang unhesitatingly choose a scripture of thunder cultivation that directly led to the golden immortal tier, the Grand 5 Elements Thunder Scripture, a superior version of the Water Thunder True formula. The second condition granted him the essence of thunder, a source of the great Tao only attainable by golden immortals practicing thunder techniques, precious in value akin to a top-tier spiritual object of the celestial realm. Utilizing the essence of thunder, Yuan Yang upgraded one of the 7-orifice Holy Spirit Stone embryos to an 8-orifice Holy Spirit Stone embryo. The 8-orifice Holy Spirit Stone embryo would nurture a complete corporeal form, which Yuan Yang refined into his second external incarnation, Yuan Lei. Just as Yuan Bing's consciousness fused with the ice spirit light, Yuan Lei's consciousness merged with the thunder tribulation light, drawing closer to the path of thunder. Furthermore, Yuan Lei inherited Yuan Yang's profound insights into thunder techniques, emerging with the cultivation of the third level of the celestial immortal tier. That it was also thanks to the assistance of Yuan Lei and Yuan Bing that the task of crafting the Yellow Turban Warriors was completed a century ahead of schedule. As for the third condition, Yuan Yang selected a fragment of a weathered stone tablet, shrouded in a faint aura of chaos. The broken tablet stood a little over 2 feet high, with 2/3 remaining. The other third had been shattered, its whereabouts unknown. This tablet, forged from an unidentified material entwined with chaotic energy, was remarkably sturdy and resilient, having endured an unknown cataclysmic battle that left it marred. The reason Yuan Yang opted for this fragment was due to its inscription of the chaotic world suppression scripture, a cultivation method spanning from the mortal realm to the completion of the celestial immortal tier, including the supreme technique, the chaotic world suppression fist. However, the methods for cultivating in the golden immortal tier were not inscribed, likely lost with the missing third of the tablet. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yang carefully placed the fragment into his storage bag. Over the years, he had been so engrossed in his tasks that he had yet to find the time to thoroughly examine this stone tablet. Before reaching the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, the Chaos Town World Scripture was still sufficient. At this moment, Yuan Bing and Yuan Lei, who had been diligently following Yuan Yang in forging, were utterly exhausted. Upon seeing that the task of creating the Yellow Turban Warriors had been completed, they exchanged brief farewells and entered the purple mansion in the center of Yuan Yang's brows to rest. Yuan Yang stretched languidly, suppressing his weariness, and pushed open the grand door of the forging chamber. The forge workshop was situated on an island at the heart of a magma lake, where a stone peak rose majestically at its center, crowned by a grand hall that overlooked most of the island. The forge workshop was no longer the humble establishment it had once been, which had merely housed a few large and small cats. Due to the specific production of the Yellow Turban Warriors, in addition to forging, the workshop was also responsible for their maintenance and care. To this end, Yuan Gang had specifically recruited numerous artisans, including 2 master forgers. Having completed the task of forging the Yellow Turban Warriors a century ahead of schedule, Yuan Yang felt a deep sense of relief and intended to take a well-deserved break after the task concluded. The success rate for forging the Yellow Turban Warriors of the 9 heavens was only 50%. A logistics officer from the Celestial Court remarked upon inspection, visibly pained at the figure. Currently, the utmost achievable success rate was indeed 50%, and mass production was not advisable. Yuan Yang replied wearily as he rubbed his brow. The cost of forging the Yellow Turban Warriors at the 9 heavens level was not negligible, requiring numerous heavenly materials, with the difficulty of production rivaling that of supreme Tao artifacts. Furthermore, with the Thunder Tao spells inscribed within, once a formation of Tao soldiers was established, their combat power could rival that of the Celestials. 100 basic Yellow Turban Warriors of the 3 heavens level could form a Tao soldier formation, placing them among the top 10 on the Celestial soldier list, capable of withstanding a few strikes from Celestials. 30 intermediate Yellow Turban Warriors of the 6 heavens level could also enter the top 10, posing a threat to Celestials. Meanwhile, 10 advanced Yellow Turban Warriors of the 9 heavens level could hold their ground against Celestials for a short duration, without faltering. However, All of this applied to early Celestials. Once they reached the mid-stage, their powers would surge dramatically, rendering the Yellow Turban warriors less threatening. The logistics officer's expression fell, as he had hoped to see if a battalion composed entirely of advanced Yellow Turban warriors of the Nine Heavens could be assembled. Regrettably, the cost of production and the yield caused him to abandon that notion. After taking away 5 advanced Yellow Turban warriors, the logistics officer stood and bid farewell to Yuan Yang. Master Yuan. Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful for your hard work over the past 4 centuries that I hope for future collaborations. Yuan Yang saw off the hurried logistics officer, who had borne greater pressure than the forgers of the Celestial Forge over the years. Since Yuan Yang withdrew from the military, the Celestial Court had been in a state of super preparedness for 8 centuries, nearly exhausting the treasures within the Celestial Treasury to meet the various needs of the Celestial War Department and ensure a proper stockpile of artifacts and elixirs. These logistics officers were nearly driven to madness. Moo, this little creature, had now become the beloved mascot of the forge workshop, often mingling among the various artisans whenever a craftsman failed in their forging. They would generously offer the scraps to Moo in exchange for a chance to pet it. Spotting Moo wandering about in the forge workshop, Yuan Yang scooped it up and transformed it into a beam of light. Soaring skyward, in the 5th heaven of the Celestial Realm, the headquarters of the Celestial Court, the chaotic heavenly palace awaited. Upon returning to this long-missed place, Yuan Yang sternly admonished Moo not to wander off. Only after Moo reluctantly agreed did Yuan Yang set it down. There was no choice. Besides its fondness for gold and iron, Moo could penetrate most formations, making it impossible to confine even within the protective array of the chaotic heavenly palace. The rules at the Celestial headquarters were numerous, and he could not allow it to cause trouble. Unbothered by Moo's exploration of the palace courtyard, sniffing around and marking its territory, Yuan Yang retrieved a reclining chair, laid back upon it, and basked in the warm sunlight, promptly drifting into a deep slumber. As the sun rose and set, seemingly to compensate for previous restlessness, Yuan Yang slept soundly for over 10 days before awakening. As he opened his bleary eyes, Yuan Yang felt a heaviness upon his chest. Glancing down, he discovered 2 glistening black eyes, damp yet bright, exuding a sense of clarity and foolishness. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a thick branch from the courtyard, deftly whittling it down to create a small reclining chair. Moo's eyes lit up, and it leaped onto the miniature chair, mimicking Yuan Yang by lying on its back and swaying back and forth. After letting out a tremendous yawn, Yuan Yang reclined once more, temporarily setting aside all matters, the forging tasks, the celestial wars, the broken stone tablets. All were forgotten in that moment, under the warm sun and gentle breeze. Yuan Yang felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Even the chaotic energies of his source space grew calm, and he drifted back into dreams. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yang, as he succumbed to slumber, the fragmented stone tablet suddenly flew from his storage bag. As if sensing something, threads of chaotic energy flowed from within its surface. The broken stone tablet trembled gently before vanishing into an unfathomable realm, a space filled with swirling chaos, the center of this space. A small black gourd sat, continuously inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy, beneath which a silver flame quietly lingered. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the broken stone tablet, the black gourd watched warily for a moment. Orienting its mouth towards the tablet, chaotic sword energy swirling unpredictably at its opening. The stone tablet remained motionless, quietly absorbing the chaotic energy in a corner. Seeing that it posed no threat, the black gourd turned its mouth away, and the chaotic space fell silent. Yuan Yang was awakened by the call of Tao San Yang. Rising from the reclining chair, he rubbed his eyes and opened them anew, clarity flooding back, long unseen. Tao San Yang still resembled a blooming peach blossom, but the golden battle armor she wore added a touch of gallant elegance to her demeanor. Moo was nestled in her embrace, enjoying a delightful massage as she playfully attended to it. Yuan Yang shot a glare at the little creature and muttered under his breath, "Could you at least wake me up before bringing someone in next time?" Moo, with its eyes squinted in bliss, merely grunted in response, content in its pampering. Tao Sin Yang, cradling Moo, settled down and teased, "Moo, how about coming back to play with your sister next time? Several sisters have been missing you." Moo remained silent, recalling how, during its last visit to a peach orchard with Tao Sin Yang, it had been thwarted by several fairy sisters from indulging in the delicious peaches. Leaving it somewhat disgruntled, Yuan Yang shrugged helplessly at Tao San Yang. This little creature may be small, but it held on to grudges fiercely. Even a minor shock from Yuan Lei lingered in its memory. However, Tao Xingyang had come to Yuan Yang for a serious matter. With a wave of his hand, 10 advanced yellow turban warriors appeared in the courtyard. Here are the 10 advanced yellow turban warriors you requested. I've recently practiced the Great 5 Elements Thunder Sutra and inscribed the 5 Elements Divine Thunder spells within these warriors. If these 10 yellow turban warriors work together to unleash the 5 Elements Divine Thunder, their power could reach the level of a great supernatural being, making it possible to contend with an early celestial. Tao Xingyang expressed her gratitude. Thank you. With these 10 yellow turban warriors, we gain a significant advantage, providing greater assurance during future conflicts. Recently, Tao Xingyang had also ascended to the celestial realm. Following a path similar to Yuan Yang's through the source. It was curious how she had accumulated such depth. Upon ascending, she had immediately entered the 3 heavens level and was the first to complete the cultivation of the flower of magic power. For cultivators who ascended through other means, each level in the 9 heavens required continuous accumulation of magical power. However, for those who ascended through the source, the 9 heavens not only require the cultivation of magical power but also the training of the primordial spirit and physical body. The hallmark of perfection for a source immortal at this stage was the blooming of the 3 flowers atop the head, one for the physical body, one for the primordial spirit, and one for magical power, with no sequence of precedence among them. Magical power was the most crucial component in enhancing a celestial's combat strength, and despite being merely a 3-heaven celestial, Tao Xingyang had much to offer. However, her combat prowess is by no means inferior to those mid to late-stage celestial beings. She has now firmly established her position as the leader of the 1st Battalion. During her century-long seclusion aimed at achieving immortality, Yuan Yang was the first to complete the cultivation of the divine flower of the primordial spirit, solidifying her indestructible and eternal chaotic primordial spirit. For several hundred years thereafter, the chaotic primordial spirit, seated at her brow's purple mansion, incessantly absorbed the chaotic energy from the source space, refining her physical form day and night. Finally, a century ago, she completed the cultivation of the flesh flower. With her limbs and meridians pulsating with blood, surrounded by a faint aura of chaos, enabling her to withstand celestial artifacts with her flesh, her physical strength rivaling that of the core witch clans. In recent decades, Yuan Yang has embarked on the cultivation of the flower of magical power. She now possesses the cultivation of a 7th-tier celestial being, and by continually accumulating magical power to fully blossom the flower of magical power, she can attain the perfect state of the celestial realm known as the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. How has everyone fared in these years? Summarizing Yuan Yang's life over these few hundred years, it has largely revolved around the relentless forging and refining of artifacts, leaving her somewhat out of touch with the happenings of the outside world. Tao Xingyang's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration for Yuan Yang's progress and cultivation. She herself had expended countless resources to amass a rich foundation before achieving immortality, subsequently reaching a point where she could traverse 3 realms in one leap. Yet, Yuan Yang has reached this stage purely through her own efforts, achieving the cultivation of a 3rd-tier celestial being at less than 4,000 years of age, surpassing many seasoned celestial beings who have cultivated for over 10,000 years. If Tao Xingyang were to learn that Yuan Yang's primordial fluctuations have already been suppressed by the chaotic black gourd, revealing only her 3rd-tier celestial cultivation to the outside world, while her actual cultivation has reached the 7th tier, she would likely be even more astonished, perhaps even incredulous. In these years, there have been no major wars. Though there have been some minor skirmishes, everyone's progress in cultivation has been satisfactory. Qingye, Jinyu, and a few others have all reached the pinnacle of the earthly realm, on the verge of breaking through. As for others, Qian, a descendant of Chitianjin who was defeated by Yu at the Tiange arena, achieved immortality 300 years ago and should now possess the cultivation of a 2nd-tier celestial being. Barryu shares the same cultivation level as us, a 3rd-tier celestial being, and it is said that he has fully mastered the inherited celestial artifact, the Red Sun Celestial Plate, of the colorful celestial chicken clan, significantly enhancing his strength. Li Changsho, that rotund fellow, has decided to pursue the path of becoming a deity through incense offerings. He should now possess mid-tier celestial cultivation. Currently, he has obtained the authority of the god of commerce in a Middle Thousand world and is utilizing the support of the heavenly court to see if he can bring that Middle Thousand world under its banner. Among the rising stars in the heavenly court, 2 individuals stand out. One is the lunar princess, possessing the body of the lunar celestial, and the other is the celestial son of the starry sky. A descendant of Chan and Jie with the body of the stars. These two have rapidly ascended to the 6th tier of celestial cultivation, leaving many seasoned celestial beings of the older generation feeling quite embarrassed. With so many individuals breaking through to celestial status, it seems many are eager to showcase their abilities in the forthcoming war. Yuan Yang mused in surprise. Tao Sanyang concurred, stating that in preparation for the impending conflict, many young heirs from the Jutianjan lineage have achieved celestial status and are ready for battle, to vie for the fate of the heavenly court. Yuan Yang pondered inwardly. She inquired about the mission of the Tianhe Water Army. Having heard that it primarily involves garrison duties, the general arrangement has emerged. The forces attacking the Great Red Heaven will mainly consist of the Northern Dipper Army and the Southern Dipper Army, while the remaining troops remain vigilant against Yuan Heaven and Great Luo Heaven. Tao Sanyang's expression reflected some resignation. The primary mission of the Tianhe Water Army is to guard the Tianhe, protecting the entrance to the Ziwei Heaven, serving as the last line of defense for the heavenly court. I estimate there won't be many opportunities to engage in battle. The Tianhe, a super river originating from the highest Tao, stretches beyond measure. With its narrowest width spanning tens of thousands of miles, the it meanders downwards, traversing through the 9 heavens, including Doshui Heaven, Great Luo Heaven, Yuan Heaven, and Ziwei Heaven, eventually cascading from the first realm of Gaoqinshan into the boundless wilderness of the human realm. And after flowing for billions of miles, it descends into the realm of the underworld. The Tianhe is a singular river in the wilderness, connecting the 3 realms of the wilderness, heaven, and humanity. They are the contemporary headquarters of the heavenly court. The only large-scale approach to Ziwei Heaven is through the Tianhe invasion, and guarding the entrance to Ziwei Heaven is the greatest significance of the Tianhe Water Army's existence, that in stark contrast to Tao Sanyang's confidence. Yuan Yang does not believe that the heavenly court will easily unify the heavenly realms. The Great Red Heaven may be manageable, but Yuan Heaven and Great Luo Heaven are home to numerous terrifying races that have persisted since ancient times. The former demon clan of the heavenly court gathered countless mighty beings from the wilderness, not to mention Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, but also the likes of Kuanping, Fuxi, Changxi, Beis, and Jiuing, each of whom was a guest in the Purple Cloud Palace and commanded great renown in the wilderness. It was precisely due to these formidable existences that the ancient races were subdued. Yuan Yang does not believe that the current heavenly court possesses such prestige. Suddenly, a resonant, vast, and iron-blooded voice emanated from the direction of Lingxiao Palace, reverberating across the 4 corners and reaching beyond the clouds. 1 call, 2 calls, ringing out a total of 9 times. This was the sound of the war horn. Yuan Yang and Tao Sanyang stood up in unison, their expressions laden with gravity. Only the War King, granted permission by the Emperor Haoyan, could sound the 9 calls of the war horn. The Emperor Haoyan intends to commence a full-scale war. Yuan Yang and Tao Sanyang exchanged a glance. Without uttering a word, Tao Sanyang hurriedly took her leave. Once the war horn sounded, all military personnel must return to their posts and await orders. Yuan Yang was equally astonished and perplexed. A millennium of preparation had only progressed for 800 years. Now, not only has the war been expedited, but it is to be waged simultaneously against the Great Red Heaven, Yuan Heaven, and Great Luo Heaven. Where does Emperor Haoyan's confidence stem from? In the 5th tier of the heavenly realm, Ziwei Heaven. With the initiation of wartime orders, the headquarters of the heavenly court has been aglow with celestial radiance for the past half-month. Celestial beings have become a common sight, and even the rarely seen golden immortals have appeared in succession, numbering over a dozen. Many celestial palaces, which had long been neglected, have suddenly radiated brilliance, as senior celestial beings and golden immortals in seclusion respond to the heavenly court's call to emerge, due to the manipulation of one's own vital energy and magical power. Extraordinary phenomena have emerged that affect the external world. Many celestial beings, who have remained hidden for thousands of years, have begun to unleash their unique and formidable presence, resulting in a myriad of atmospheric changes. Yuan Yang has come to the realization that the power possessed by the heavenly court may far exceed the imagination of most factions, aside from the river army stationed at the Purple Tenuity's main base. The other 6 legions of the heavenly court have all set forth in full force. The forces of the Northern Dipper and Southern Dipper march directly towards the Great Crimson Heaven, while the White Tiger Western Army and the Vermilion Bird Southern Army direct their might towards the Jade Emperor Heaven. the Xuanwu Northern Army and the Azure Dragon Eastern Army advance towards the Azure Sky. Yuan Yang has also received his own appointment. Alongside Gong Jiahong, he will lead a team of artifact craftsmen from the Heavenly Craft Hall to the front lines of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Tasked with repairing damaged magical artifacts, the colossal fleet sails through the vast river of heaven, with the largest flagship measuring several dozen miles, resembling a moving island laden with countless supplies. At the forefront of the fleet are two majestic celestial vessels. Suspended in midair, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors as they glide through the waves. These are the heavily funded Sky Patrol celestial ships crafted by the Heavenly Court. The two ships cleave through the water, their vibrant light dispersing the tumultuous waves for hundreds of miles around, paving the way for the vessels that follow. This grand fleet comprises over 200 treasure ships, among which the repair vessel that Yuan Yang occupies is but a modest 100 feet in size, rendering it the smallest and least conspicuous among the assembly. However, the significance of the repair vessel is not lost on the commanding general, who is certainly not oblivious to its value. Throughout the journey, the repair vessel remains closely aligned with the gargantuan flagship, securely nestled within the heart of the fleet. This fleet is composed of the White Tiger Western Army and the Vermilion Bird Southern Army. Boasting over 40,000 heavenly soldiers, they journey grandly from the main base of the War Department in the first layer of the heavenly realm, traversing against the currents of the River of Heaven to reach the junction between the fifth layer of the Jade Emperor Heaven and the sixth layer of the Purple Tenuity Heaven. The River of Heaven traverses the 9 realms, with the most perilous and tumultuous regions located at the junction of the 2 realms. The boundless waters of the River of Heaven cascade down from the Jade Emperor Heaven to the Purple Tenuity Heaven, forming a magnificent waterfall that connects the 2 realms. Ascending against this celestial waterfall will lead one to the Jade Emperor Heaven, should one persist in navigating against the current. It is even possible to reach the highest realm of the Great Luo Heaven. Before the armies mobilize, provisions must precede them. The sheer quantity of resources required for cross-realm warfare is beyond imagination. Utilizing the River of Heaven for the transportation of troops and supplies has emerged as the most feasible method. Not every treasure ship is capable of reaching the same altitude as the Sky Patrol vessels, which can forcibly navigate through the 9 heavens' fierce winds to reach the Jade Emperor Heaven. Employing teleportation systems is even less feasible. While teleportation arrays are the first choice for small troop movements, the vast resources needed during wartime would deplete spiritual crystal resources far more valuable than the supplies themselves. Considering all factors, transporting troops and supplies via the River of Heaven fleet has become the most viable option. The only inconvenience lies in the fact that, aside from the Sky Patrol vessels, ordinary treasure ships cannot ascend the waterfall connecting the 2 realms and must be lifted by celestial beings of heavenly rank. Commanders of heavenly rank from the White Tiger Western Army step forward. A voice imbued with authority and resolve emanates from a palace aboard the flagship. At the command of the Grand Marshal of the White Tiger, over 100 celestial beings emerge from the treasure ships. Under the radiant light of their celestial energy, numerous strands of magical chains are unleashed from their hands, ensnaring all vessels in the fleet before they begin to lift the entire fleet skyward. Commanders of heavenly rank from the Vermilion Bird Southern Army also take their positions. The steady female voice sounds as the Grand Marshal of the Vermilion Bird issues her orders. Once again, over 100 celestial beings take flight, surrounding the slowly ascending vessels, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Yuan Yang and Gong Jiahong remain still, typically as artifact craftsmen. They are not required to engage in combat and merely need to focus on their duties. On the deck of the repair vessel, Mo rests atop Yuan Yang's head, as the two observe with keen interest the 3 distinguished golden-armored celestial generals, unlike the other celestial beings who employ magical chains to tow the ships. These 3 golden-armored generals unleash a mighty roar before leaping into the River of Heaven, effortlessly lifting the island-sized flagship into the air. They are 3 immensely powerful giants, their muscles bulging with strength beyond measure. Each of these giants stands 30,000 feet tall, and notably, this stature is not a result of some grand mystical transformation. They are inherently this colossal. One of them is recognized by Yuan Yang as the giant spirit general who once guarded the celestial combat arena. Gong Jiahong expresses his astonishment, remarking that he never anticipated that the giants from the ancient Dragon Bow Kingdom still had surviving bloodlines, and moreover, that they exist within the heavenly court. Yuan Yang, too, is taken aback to learn that the giant spirit general hails from the Dragon Bow Kingdom. It seems that the 100-foot stature he maintains in daily life is merely a result of employing secret techniques to diminish his size. The ancient kingdom of giants, Dragon Bow, was long ago annihilated in a divine war, leaving behind only fragmented records in subsequent generations. It is said that the ruler of Dragon Bow once towered at 100,800 feet, making him one of the tallest beings in the primordial world. Aside from the brutish beasts, the beastly clan, born from resentment and malice, was utterly distinct from ordinary primordial beings and was eradicated by the combined forces of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans during the Longhan era. The beastly clan, possessed of chaotic intellect, was notorious for its ferocity. However, as long as these beasts remain alive, they can continue to grow, reaching sizes of dozens or even hundreds of miles. Aside from the extraordinarily large beastly clan, the giants of the Dragon Bow Kingdom are known to be the tallest race among the myriad beings of the primordial world. In fact, ancient sages have studied the musculature and skeletal structure of the giants from the Dragon Bow Kingdom, leading to the creation of a grand mystical technique known as the heaven manifesting and earth shaping. After mastering this technique, practitioners can expand their physical forms to a colossal size of 10,000 feet, gaining extraordinary strength and offensive capabilities. Yuan Yang's body, tempered by chaotic energy, is immensely powerful, and he has long coveted the heaven manifesting and earth shaping technique. Regrettably, he has been unable to find the method of cultivation for this technique in the Heavenly Court's treasury. The journey across the waterfall proceeds smoothly, with no ambushes encountered. It appears that the Heavenly Court's stronghold in the Jade Emperor Heaven remains intact, and the flames of war have yet to reach this place. Yuan Yang breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that being attacked while scaling the waterfall would be anything but a pleasant experience. Perhaps it is the presence of the Grand Marshals of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, both of whom have attained complete mastery at the Golden Immortal level, that has deterred any lurking malefactors. After ascending the celestial waterfall, the fleet continues its journey for several more days before reaching the riverbank. There stands a fortress constructed entirely of massive white stone, which from a distance resembles a colossal white beast drinking from the river of heaven. This is one of the 3 fortresses established by the Heavenly Court in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Known as the Whitestone Fortress, that a deep and resounding war drum reverberates, and the heavenly soldiers within the fleet feel their spirits rise at the sound. Yuan Yang, however, remains unperturbed. After squinting at the distant Whitestone Fortress for a moment, he quietly remarks to Gong Jiaheng, "The counterattack from the Jade Emperor Heaven is swifter than we anticipated. The Whitestone Fortress is on the verge of falling. I hope we are not too late." Upon finishing his words, Yuan Yang abruptly embraced the exuberant Momo, who had become exceedingly excited upon hearing the sound of war drums, to prevent it from darting away. In the next moment, 2 guiding celestial navigation ships seemingly received some command, propelling towards the Whitestone Fortress like cannonballs, leaving behind 2 immense sonic boom clouds in the AI. The helm of one of these ships was Luan Yang, the left commander of the Southern Army of the Vermilion Bird, whom Yuan Yang had encountered previously. He appeared to have also broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, enveloped by an aura that seemed to incinerate everything in its path. Yuan Yang's eyes swirled with chaotic energy as he meticulously observed the performance of the Celestial Navigation Ship. As an upgraded version of the Celestial Ship, the Celestial Navigation Ship was composed of over a dozen low-grade immortal artifacts, complemented by hundreds of treasures of the 7th Forbidden Realm and above. Even celestial immortals could not fully command it. It required the direct manipulation of a golden immortal. This was Yuan Yang's first encounter witnessing the Celestial Navigation Ship's prowess on the battlefield. A display of dominion that was truly spectacular. The space within a radius of several hundred miles was affected and distorted by the flowing immortal light emanating from the Celestial Navigation Ship, creating a unique spatial domain. This special domain resembled the great Tao realms typically wielded by golden immortals, yet the scale and power of the Celestial Navigation Ship's domain were far greater. Ordinary groups of 4 or 5 golden immortals would likely flee in the face of a single golden immortal commanding a celestial navigation ship. Such a formidable instrument of war was undoubtedly a rare creation, with the Heavenly Court expending countless resources to forge merely one for each army. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the myriad beast armies besieging the Whitestone Fortress were decimated by the combined might of the 2 celestial navigation ships, with the remaining beasts scattering in panic upon sensing the dire situation. When Yuan Yang and his companions arrived at the battlefield, Many celestial soldiers had yet to grasp the awe inspired by the celestial navigation ship's extraordinary might. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Whitestone Fortress, they fell into a somber silence. The once renowned and formidable Whitestone Fortress had collapsed significantly, with only a third of the 3,000 heavenly soldiers remaining. And nearly all were wounded. Countless beast corpses littered both the interior and exterior of the fortress, with the stench of putrid blood flowing freely. A Ninjong white tiger leaped onto the remaining wall of the Whitestone Fortress. Surveying the surviving heavenly soldiers with its pure white tiger eyes, which contained an extreme essence of murderous intent, this was a white tiger divine beast of the complete golden immortal level. A practitioner of the path of slaughter and the Grand Marshal of the White Tiger Western Army, Bai Lu. Observing the tragic state of the Whitestone Fortress, Bai Lu felt this was a palpable warning from the Jade Emperor, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Where is the Lord of Whitestone? Come forth and face me," Bai Lu growled softly. A golden-armored heavenly general of the 6th level knelt before him, dragging a severed limb, and hoarsely reported. Reporting to Grand Marshal Bai Lu, "The Lord of Whitestone has perished in battle. The other 2 fortresses were also breached 5 days ago, with no survivors." Bai Lu paused, his anger momentarily halted, but after a moment of contemplation, his eyes reopened, now filled with a chilling intent to kill. His enormous gaze swept across the battlefield, littered with the corpses of the beast army that had surrounded the Whitestone Fortress, which consisted entirely of 3-headed monstrous birds, with bird heads and scorpion bodies, possessing 4 wings. This 3-headed monster bird was also known as the 3-headed scorpion bird, each head possessing unique powers. One could exhale toxic smoke, another could unleash flames, and the third could spew corrosive acid. The 3-headed scorpion bird was notorious for its ferocity, lacking significant intelligence. However, within this lineage emerged an anomaly during the early era of the Lich. A 3-headed scorpion bird that accidentally ingested the spirit-awakening immortal herb. Not only did its intelligence become clear, but it also spent countless years elevating its cultivation to the complete golden immortal realm, becoming the king of the 3-headed scorpion bird clan. It later named itself Sen Sun Dao Run, often leading numerous 3-headed scorpion birds in a deafening roar across the world, establishing itself as a major overlord in the Jade Emperor's domain. San Sun Dao Run, indeed. Even amidst his anger, Grand Marshal Bai Lu refrained from impulsively seeking revenge. Instead, he ordered the reconstruction of the Whitestone Fortress, opting for a methodical and steady approach. As for the Grand Marshal of the Vermilion Bird, Yuan Yang, she had led a team to the ruins of the other 2 fortresses to ascertain the situation. Initially, while climbing the waterfall, they had not faced any attacks, and both Bai Lu and Yuan Yang had assumed that the resistance from the Jade Emperor's domain would not be severe. To their surprise, upon landing in the Jade Emperor's domain, they were immediately met with a fierce warning. The 3 fortresses, Whitestone, Blackstone, and Redstone, were arranged in a triangular formation and had been meticulously developed by the Heavenly Court over several millennia. To hold the title of Fortress Lord, one must possess at least half a step into the golden immortal realm, and with the protective formations within the fortresses, even ordinary golden immortals could not easily slay the lords. However, all 3 fortress lords had perished, slain just as the heavenly army arrived, a blatant affront to the Heavenly Court. By evening, Yuan Yang had returned with her team, and in response to Bai Lu's inquiring gaze, she merely shook her head. The Blackstone and Redstone fortresses had been nearly completely obliterated, leaving no traces of the once towering walls and structures, based on the residual energies at the fortress ruins. Yuan Yang deduced that the attacks had been carried out by 2 other clans, and they had almost simultaneously launched their assaults. The Blackstone Fortress had been taken by the Golden Lion clan, a primordial species with astonishing bloodline talents, known for their formidable physical strength, capable of battling true dragons. Although the Golden Lion clan was not numerous, even their weakest members possessed the cultivation of the Earth immortal realm, and their clan leader was a renowned golden immortal in the Jade Emperor's domain. The Redstone Fortress had fallen to the 3-eyed Green Toad clan, another primordial species akin to the Golden Lion, possessing extraordinarily peculiar bloodline abilities. The 3-headed scorpion birds, golden lions, and 3-eyed green toads all resided relatively close to the 3 fortresses established by the Heavenly Court in the Jade Emperor's domain. Typically, these 3 clans engaged in conflicts amongst themselves, yet this time they had cooperatively annihilated the 3 fortresses. Only the Whitestone Fortress had received assistance, preventing its complete downfall. the aided Whitestone Fortress became the stronghold of the Heavenly Court. After 2 months of reconstruction, it emerged revitalized, with towering, sturdy walls adorned with countless shimmering array patterns. Bai Lu and Luaning did not rush into retaliatory actions. Instead, they adopted a methodical approach, advancing step by step. They first promptly opened the previously sealed spatial pathways, calming the spatial storms in the deeper voids, then constructed a cross-border teleportation array leading to the Heavenly Court's headquarters. With this in place, even in the event of an assault by a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Heavenly Court could respond swiftly. Subsequently, in the direction extending inland from the Whitestone Fortress, they dispatched troops to establish 5 small fortresses. 2 situated closer to the Whitestone Fortress and 3 farther away. Using the Whitestone Fortress as a starting point, they expanded outward in a fan-like formation, continually deepening their strategic space. Due to the recent attacks on the fortresses, the formation masters, alchemists, and artifact masters had been exceedingly busy during these past 2 months. The formation masters labored tirelessly to construct the city and set up formations, often working day and night. The alchemists focused on healing the injured heavenly soldiers, while the artifact masters busied themselves repairing damaged treasures. The 2 responsible artifact masters dispatched by the Hall of Heavenly Crafts. Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng's first task upon arriving at the Whitestone Fortress was to collaborate with the formation masters to channel a fire vein from beneath the ground, thus establishing a crafting workshop. The workshop allowed for a streamlined production process, and with the aid of the fire vein's power, it significantly enhanced work efficiency. Following this, Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng encountered a messenger, who handed over a command from the marshal. Upon carefully reading the contents of the order, Yuan Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. Not comprehending the significance, he inquired, "A meeting on the Huzhou campaign. What relevance does this hold for us artifact masters?" Gong Jiaheng, having participated in the initial great battle during the establishment of the Heavenly Court, understood the situation better and explained, "After all, we represent the Hall of Heavenly Crafts in the Jade Emperor's domain. Generally, for large-scale operational meetings, all departments of the Heavenly Court require representation. We are merely attending on behalf of the Hall of Heavenly Crafts. The specific operational strategies do not concern us in a grand hall of the Baisher Fortress." At its center stood a colossal stone table upon which a map was intricately drawn. Flanking this table were 2 vacant crimson chairs, elevated and commanding attention. Approximately 20 celestial beings were positioned on either side of the stone table, some deep in contemplation as they gazed at the map, while others engaged in hushed discussions with their neighbors. Among these 20 celestial beings, there appeared to be 3 distinct groups. When Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng entered, they instinctively gravitated towards the group consisting of only 5 members. The other 2 groups were composed entirely of late-stage celestials, with the weakest among them being at the 7th tier of celestial cultivation. Several, such as Luan Yang, exuded an aura characteristic of golden immortals. In contrast, the group to which Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng belonged numbered 7, their cultivation levels clearly inferior to those of the other 2 factions. On the surface, the highest-ranked member was Gong Jiaheng at the 6th tier of celestial cultivation, followed by Yuan Yang, who exhibited the 5th tier but was, in truth, at the 7th tier, while the remaining 5 were merely at the 1st or 2nd tier. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng took their seats, either drifting into reverie or closing their eyes to gather their thoughts. The 5 individuals, akin to Yuan Yang and Gong Jiaheng, were auxiliary talents for this impending war. 3 were formation masters, and 2 were alchemists. In comparison to the White Tiger Western Army and the Vermilion Bird Southern Army, who possessed the authority to make decisions in this conflict, their opinions held little weight. Thus, they consciously positioned themselves in a corner of the stone table, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the head of the table. Yuan Yang opened his eyes to see a diminutive white tiger, having somehow taken its place on one of the crimson chairs, its gaze embodying both majesty and an unfathomable thirst for bloodshed. Inadvertently locking eyes with its pale, fierce gaze, Yuan Yang felt a shiver course through him, compelled to avert his eyes as a thin sheen of sweat formed on his brow. Fortunately, General Bai Lu displayed no interest in this momentary exchange. Instead, he turned to the previously unnoticed Luan Yang and stated, "For this operational meeting, I would like to ask General Luan Yang to provide an explanation." Understanding General Bai Lu's habitual impatience for such matters, Luan Yang readily accepted and began, "Before we commence this meeting, Allow me to share some intelligence regarding the Jade Emperor's Heaven. Since the dawn of creation, Jade Emperor's Heaven has been recognized as one of the regions with the most abundant innate spiritual energy. Home to countless primordial beings. It can be said that Jade Emperor's Heaven is the most suitable habitat for these beings, boasting the highest population of them in the myriad realms, the Golden Lion clan and the Three-Eyed Emerald Toad clan, which previously attacked our fortress, are among these primordial species. Despite lacking ancestral legacies, the bloodline powers of primordial beings are comparable to those of divine beasts. Additionally, Jade Emperor's Heaven is teeming with myriad demonic beasts, often found in swarms. Due to their mixed lineage with ancient ferocious beasts, these demonic creatures typically possess low intelligence and inherently violent natures. The 3 scorpion birds that assaulted the Baishur fortress were such beasts. However, their leader, San Sundaoran, is somewhat unique. Having transcended the ignorance typical of demonic beasts, Jade Emperor's Heaven is divided into 7 provinces, with our current location being Huzhou, named for its proximity to the Celestial River. Here, we face 8 formidable dominant forces, including the scorpion birds, golden lions, and three-eyed emerald toads, all of whom harbor deep-seated animosity towards the heavenly court. Our ultimate mission is to journey to the heart of Jade Emperor's Heaven, specifically Fengzhou, and locate the heart of the world within the Jade Emperor Mountain, inscribing the mark of the heavenly court upon it. The intelligence shared by Yuan Yang regarding Jade Emperor's Heaven was somewhat familiar to those present, some of whom were even natives of the realm. Beyond its vast expanse, every secret realm, minor world, medium world, and even major world harbors a heart of the world. The heart of the world serves as the embodiment of that realm's celestial principles. Whoever refines it becomes the sovereign of that world, capable of harnessing its power to conquer a world. Becoming its sovereign is the swiftest and most reliable method. The Lord of the Great Red Heaven became a target of elimination for the heavenly court precisely because he refined the heart of the Great Red Heaven. Unlike the Great Red Heaven, however, Jade Emperor's Heaven lacks a sovereign. The heart of this celestial realm is prominently situated within the core of Fengzhou's Jade Emperor Mountain, vigilantly guarded day and night by representatives from the 7 most powerful royal families of Jade Emperor's Heaven. Historically, ambitious individuals have sought to become the sovereign of Jade Emperor's Heaven. Yet, with its multitude of formidable beings vying for the position of sovereign, numerous wars have erupted, resulting in the demise of countless clans. The remaining clans, unwilling to see anyone ascend to a position of supremacy, have engaged in mutual sabotage for thousands of years. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. No one would claim the title of sovereign, and the heart of the world would be jointly safeguarded by the 7 royal families. This arrangement persisted for countless millennia until the emergence of one of the demon emperors, Dong Huang Tai. Tai, accompanied by powerful beings from the demon clan, descended upon Jade Emperor's Heaven, engaging in fierce battles with the ancestral figures of various clans, ultimately subduing them with overwhelming might. Out of respect for the clans, Tai chose not to refine the heart of the world but instead left the imprint of the Chaos Bell upon it. Thus, the demon clan could leverage the heart of the world through the Chaos Bell. While the clans of Jade Emperor's Heaven were spared the constant oppression of a sovereign, the Emperor of the Vast Sky seemed to have reached an agreement with many clan ancestors, stipulating that, as before, they would merely inscribe the mark of the heavenly court upon the heart of the world without fully refining it. Consequently, many clans in Jade Emperor's Heaven currently adopt a wait-and-see attitude towards the heavenly court's forces. However, several clans, having previously served in the demon court, do not recognize the new generation of the heavenly court and advocate for expelling them. Some clans observe indifferently, others remain non-committal, while some harbor grand ambitions to topple the 7 royal families. Thus, the task of leaving a mark upon the heart of the world in Jade Emperor's Heaven presents significant challenges. The civil and military officials of the heavenly court have deliberated extensively on the circumstances of each clan within Jade Emperor's Heaven, contemplating which clans to ally with, which to suppress, and which to obliterate with swift and decisive measures. Now, I shall announce the operational plan for Huzhou. Any questions may be raised. The outcome of the meeting did not surprise Yuan Yang. The scorpion birds, golden lions, and three-eyed emerald toads would become the primary targets for the heavenly court's eradication efforts. General Bailu and Wanning appeared eager to test the remaining clans of Huzhou's attitudes towards the heavenly court by first striking at these 3 clans. However, developments often unfold unpredictably. The 3 clans unexpectedly fled, and without a target to pursue, the prospect of extermination became moot. Nevertheless, this situation seemed anticipated by General Bai Lu and Yuan Yang, as the army did not embark on a large-scale search. Instead, they contracted their patrols, implementing a strategy of external leniency while tightening internal measures, continuing to establish small fortifications and expanding their strategic depth. Given the palpable malice exhibited by the scorpion birds, golden lions, and three-eyed emerald toads towards the heavenly court, it was improbable that they would retreat at the mere hint of danger, only to vanish without a trace. That it is likely that they received assistance from other factions, secretly biding their time, preparing to deliver a severe blow to the heavenly court. Half a year later, at a newly constructed small fortress known as the Xiantai Fortress, located approximately 120,000 miles from the Baishur Fortress. The decision to establish a fortress here was influenced by the presence of a large Xiantai or vein. Xiantai, a highly versatile and superior-grade spiritual material of the Xian tier, is applicable in the crafting of most magical artifacts and formations, making it a strategic resource of significant demand. That a modest refinement of Xiantai yields Xiantai essence, categorized as a low-grade spiritual material of the earth tier, which has drawn the attention of Yuan Yang. The Nanjingli fire he controls is fiercely explosive, effectively incinerating impurities within metallic spiritual materials, making it particularly effective for refining Xiantai essence. Although this process incurs some waste, it pales in comparison to the value of the resulting Xiantai essence. Therefore, considering the logistical pressures that would inevitably arise in the later stages of the war, Yuan Yang personally ventured to the large Xiantai vein for inspection, recommending the establishment of a small fortress dedicated to mining Xiantai. Named after the essence itself, the fortress was overseen by Yuan Yang, who set up a grand fire-gathering formation. The semi-immortal Great Zhang furnace, resembling a beast that devours the heavens, ingested the heaps of Xiantai or extracted by the heavenly soldiers within the Zhang furnace. A blazing white flame, akin to a small sun, burned fiercely, emitting a terrifying temperature that melted the ores into a pool of crimson molten iron. This molten iron bubbled and rolled within the furnace, with impurities being reduced to nothingness by the Nanjingli fire. After 5 days, the molten iron transformed into a crystalline red liquid, entirely devoid of impurities. With a flick of his hand, Yuan Yang inverted the Zhang furnace, pouring out the purified molten iron. A small black cow, having waited patiently, brightened upon witnessing this spectacle. With a gesture of its hoof, the molten iron morphed into a crimson column of liquid, precisely cascading into a nearby cold spring, where it created a hissing sound as steam erupted. Square molds had already been prepared in the cold spring. A quarter of an hour later, 10 cubes of silver-black metal ingots, each measuring 1 cubic meter, appeared before him. These were the low-grade spiritual material Xiantai essence, with Yuan Yang capable of extracting only 10 pieces at a time, despite the initial large quantity of or fed into the Zhang furnace. The refined yield was minimal. However, the overall quality remained substantial, with 10 pieces of Xiantai essence weighing up to 1,000,000 pounds. Curiously, not long ago, Mo began to show an interest in crafting, later awakening the ability to manipulate metals. Even in its molten state, it could control the material with ease. Consequently, Yuan Yang scrutinized Ma several times without discovering anything amiss, allowing it to continue. Although he harbored some suspicions about its origins, Yuan Yang felt an inexplicable fondness for Mu, permitting it to learn crafting alongside him. In the present, Yuan Yang's crafting skills had advanced significantly compared to the past, and he now held a degree of confidence even in the creation of immortal artifacts. However, he hoped that his first crafted immortal artifact would be for himself. Regrettably, he had yet to find a spiritual material capable of supporting his chaotic path. Mu expressed its excitement, one reason for its interest in crafting being that Yuan Yang would always reward it with something upon the completion of tasks. Since Yuan Yang took charge of the Xiantai fortress and began refining Xiantai essence, Mu had utilized its talent for metal manipulation to aid in cooling and tempering the essence. It even shamelessly claimed 1 piece of Xiantai essence as its reward, storing it in its spatial pouch. Each time it finished tempering, Mu would joyfully bite a notch into the piece of Xiantai essence as a mark. A habit of unknown origin. To Mu, the Xiantai essence earned through hard work was far more delectable than remnants of yellow turban warriors. Yuan Yang shook his head, waving his hand to store the remaining 9 pieces of Xiantai essence in a specialized pouch. As these were reserve resources to be submitted to the treasury. As for the piece Mu took, let it be, as a reward for its labor. Did the golden-armored celestial general stationed at the Xiantai fortress not turn a blind eye? Yuan Yang's spiritual pet certainly had a remarkable appetite. Yun Pa, a general of the fourth tier of celestial beings, was appointed by the Zhuge Southern Army to guard the Xiantai fortress. It was said that he hailed from the Jade Emperor's lineage, yet there were no records of any beast possessing such formidable teeth. Yun Pa was continually astonished by Mu's penchant for devouring metals, capable of biting into an ingot with ease. Due to his keen interest in crafting, Yun Pa frequently visited Yuan Yang to observe his techniques that on occasion, he would witness Mu's antics of hoarding Xiantai essence, only to smile approvingly from the sidelines. Yuan Yang never withheld his knowledge from Yun Pa, and since refining Xiantai essence was relatively easy, Yun Pa would often pose crafting questions, to which Yuan Yang responded, thereby fostering a closer relationship. Having resided at the Xiantai fortress for half a year, Yuan Yang had already sent 2 batches of Xiantai essence back to the Baishe fortress headquarters and felt that the time was ripe. After all, he was stationed at this farthest outpost from Baishe fortress for more than just refining Xiantai essence. He also undertook a covert mission to lure out the enemy. This secret task was assigned by Marshal Bai Lu. And initially, Yuan Yang felt perplexed and dissatisfied. Generally, logistics personnel such as craftsmen were not called to the front lines unless absolutely necessary. Yuan Yang had thought he had somehow displeased Marshal Bai Lu. But after receiving a message from the Marshal, he acquiesced. The 3 factions of scorpion birds, golden lions, and 3-eyed green toads posed a significant threat to the Heavenly Court's forces until these factions were thoroughly dealt with. The Heavenly Court's influence would remain constrained to the vicinity of Baishe fortress. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Yang spoke. The carrying capacity of spatial pouches is limited. General Yun, please escort this batch of supplies back to Baishe fortress. After a brief pause, he added, the Xiantai fortress is near the Iron-Jawed Saw Crocodile clan, one of the 8 dominant clans in Hezhou, known for their exceptional strength. General Yun, you should take 2 sky patrol boats back with you this time. The 2 armies dispatched by the Heavenly Court to conquer the Jade Emperor's realm not only brought along 2 sky patrol immortal boats, but also 20 boats previously commanded by Yuan Yang. Although the sky patrol boats were not classified as immortal artifacts, their capabilities surpassed those of ordinary immortal artifacts. One of these boats was stationed at the Xiantai fortress, initially designated for the fortress's defense and not to be moved without permission. However, before Yun Pa took command, he had been instructed by Commander Yuan Yang to adhere to Yuan Yang's directives regarding all fortress matters. With a sense of doubt, General Yun led 2 small teams away from the Xiantai fortress. The defense of the fortress was immediately weakened by the absence of 1 sky patrol boat. Would they take the bait? Yuan Yang silently pondered as he watched the departing boats. Xiantai ore, as a spiritual material, is typically buried deep underground. Coexisting with ordinary iron or a large Xiantai vein could produce approximately 1,000 units of Xiantai essence after refinement. However, the proportion of Xiantai ore within the ore is quite low. Only about 1% to obtain that 1% of the ore. The miners had already worked through the shallow deposits nearby and had begun to delve deeper, resulting in numerous pits of varying sizes around the Xiantai fortress. The Xiantai ore is hard and heavy, requiring considerable effort to extract. Even with over 100 heavenly soldiers taking turns, the yield was barely sufficient for Yuan Yang to refine alone. About half a day after Yun Pa's departure, a celestial soldier captain responsible for mining hurriedly arrived to report, Master Yuan Yang, there has been unusual activity at the mine. 2 of the mining teams encountered an accident and are trapped in the underground pits. The 2 teams comprised nearly 50 soldiers, about half of the total mining force. The incident coincided with Yun Pa's departure, raising suspicions of it being mere coincidence. Yuan Yang's lips curled slightly as he inquired, trapped in the mines? Have you confirmed the survival status of those 2 teams? The captain of the Celestial Army replied, my subordinate has already investigated the Soul Lantern and confirmed that the trapped celestial soldiers are still alive. But they cannot ascend at this moment. According to regulations, each mining team should be accompanied by a celestial soldier proficient in earth escape techniques, correct? Has no one emerged yet? He reported to Master Yuan Yang. We had arranged for a celestial soldier skilled in earth escape to descend into the potential vein, but due to the presence of a natural formation, we have yet to see anyone come back. Half a day ago, atop a mountain peak more than 600 miles from the Xiantai fortress, 2 imposing figures clad in black iron armor stood side by side. Both possessed the cultivation of the 4th level of celestial immortality and were elders of the iron-armored crocodile clan, as well as rising talents. Tai Qiong-hai expressed his concerns to his brother, Tai Qiong-tsang. Elder brother, should we not worry about the heavenly generals discovering that we have trapped those celestial soldiers in the mine? The formation may confine earth immortals, but it cannot conceal from the eyes of celestial generals. Tai Qiong-tsang smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. I have received news that the heavenly general stationed at Xiantai Fortress has just set off back to the heavenly headquarters. Currently, there is only one master craftsman left in the fortress, he continued. The combat prowess of a master craftsman is akin to that of an ordinary immortal. Surely, the two of us can handle him. Once the master craftsman departs from the fortress's defensive formation, we can capture him en route. Tai Qiong-hai, feeling uneasy, advised, Elder brother, I can't shake the feeling that we have become pawns for certain individuals testing the heavenly court. Perhaps we should abandon this matter. The clan leader instructed us not to confront the heavenly court lightly. Tai Qiong-tsang fell silent, pondering for a moment before responding. All we need to do is capture that master craftsman. The individuals behind this have not requested that we hand him over to the heavenly court as long as we obtain this large vein of Xiantai. It suffices. The growth of our iron-armored crocodile clan is heavily reliant on Xiantai, and our clan's reserves are dwindling. Who could have anticipated that a large vein of Xiantai would manifest so close to us? As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed Tai Qiong-tsang's face. Tai Qiong-hai remained silent. Among the 8 overlords of Hezhou, the iron-armored crocodile clan was the weakest, with only their clan leader being a golden immortal. Even 3 lost Taoists, who led only beastly subordinates, wielded far greater influence in Hezhou than the iron-armored crocodile clan. Here they come, Tai Qiong-tsang said, his eyes gleaming with intensity. A streak of escape light ascended from the direction of Xiantai Fortress. Heading straight for the mine where the celestial soldiers were trapped, the 2 brothers positioned themselves in the path of the escape light, and the figure within soon noticed the unmasked presence of Tai Qiong-tsang and Tai Qiong-hai. Pausing briefly before alighting before them, as Yuan Yang scrutinized the 2 brothers, he inquired, Might I ask what brings the esteemed members of the iron-armored crocodile clan to obstruct me? Tai Qiong-tsang replied, You are the heavenly craftsman master Yuan Yang, are you not? We are Tai Qiong-tsang and Tai Qiong-hai, elders of the iron-armored crocodile clan, and we wish to discuss the ownership of the nearby large vein of Xiantai with you. Yuan Yang maintained a composed demeanor, responding, This vein of Xiantai was discovered by our heavenly court. I see little reason for discussion regarding ownership. Without further ado, Tai Qiong-tsang stated, This large vein of Xiantai lies close to our clan's territory and rightfully belongs to us. We kindly request that Master Yuan Yang lead the heavenly soldiers away. I can assure you that the iron-armored crocodile clan will not interfere with the heavenly court henceforth. Yuan Yang narrowed his eyes, then suddenly chuckled, And what if I refuse? Tai Qiong-tsang and Tai Qiong-hai exchanged glances before coldly asserting, Then we must insist that you accompany us. Having said that, Tai Qiong-tsang ceased further dialogue. Deciding to capture Yuan Yang without delay, the earth beneath him erupted as his robust figure lunged toward Yuan Yang. Delivering a powerful punch that created a sonic explosion atop the nameless mountain point, 2 fist-sized white spirit orbs emerged behind Yuan Yang's head. Crafted from low-grade, heavenly sheep-fat white jade iron, each inscribed with 12 precious runes, subtly forming the characters for mountain and sea. These were the mountain-moving pearl and the sea-calming pearl, exquisite artifacts forged by Yuan Yang from the great techniques of moving mountains and calming the sea. The sea-calming pearl radiated brilliant light, casting waves of spiritual brilliance to envelop Yuan Yang. Tai Qiong-tsang's iron fist, imbued with terrifying might, struck the protective spiritual light emanating from the sea-calming pearl, causing it to tremble yet remain unbroken. Astonished, Tai Qiong-tsang thought to himself, This craftsman possesses an impressive depth of magical power. Though Yuan Yang presented a cultivation level of the 5th stage of celestial immortality, surpassing Tai Qiong-tsang, the latter felt no fear. For beings of their ancient lineage, with their formidable physiques and profound magical abilities, they faced almost no rivals among ordinary cultivators. Even when confronting opponents slightly more powerful than themselves, Tai Qiong-tsang had emerged victorious, let alone against the generally weaker craftsman class. However, to have his charged punch fail to shatter even the light shield of a top-tier artifact was indeed unexpected. Another glimmer of cold light surged toward Yuan Yang. Swift as lightning, aimed directly at his back, Yuan Yang remained steadfast, pointing a finger as the mountain-moving pearl blazed with light, manifesting countless mountain peak illusions that bore down with immense weight upon the cold light. With a clang, the cold light revealed itself as a dark long spear, forged from the essence of Xiantai, resembling a ferocious crocodile poised to tear asunder everything in its path. Yet, the Xiantai crocodile spear, despite its fierce thrusts, could not breach the mountain-like spiritual illusion and was sent flying away. From the moment Tai Qianghai laid eyes on Master Yuan Yang, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled within him. He sensed that Yuan Yang, in his every gesture, did not regard the two brothers as threats as his elder brother Tai Qiangsong charged forward to attack. It became glaringly apparent that the iron-armored crocodile clan's famed Iron Claw Crocodile Fist could not penetrate the protective light of a top-tier artifact. This realization made him feel that the situation was spiraling out of control. Without hesitation, he summoned his life-bound treasure, the Xiantai crocodile spear, to strike at Yuan Yang's back, only to see it repelled by another artifact radiating the illusion of mountains. Tai Qianghai's countenance darkened. His Xiantai crocodile spear was a life-bound treasure forged from crocodile skin he had tempered for over 10,000 years, now reaching the level of a semi-immortal artifact. Yet, it could not penetrate the protective light of a top-tier artifact. This scenario could mean either the artifact's essence was extraordinary, inscribed with remarkable techniques, or the wielder's magical power far surpassed his own. Regardless of which, it was not a favorable situation. Tai Qianghai felt a bitter pang within. While Tai Qianghai had sensed a hint of Yuan Yang's extraordinary strength in advance, preparing himself mentally, Tai Qiangsong was utterly astounded. The Iron Claw Crocodile Fist, a bloodline technique passed down through generations, required the absorption of vast amounts of Xiantai essence to temper one's fist beyond the hardness of Xiantai artifacts. Only beings of ancient lineages with exceptionally robust physiques could successfully cultivate such a technique. Yet, to Tai Qiangsong's profound shock, his darkly glowing fist was seized directly by Yuan Yang's outstretched hand, piercing through the protective spiritual light to firmly grasp his retreating wrist. Feeling the terrifying force emanating from Yuan Yang, he inwardly marveled at the extraordinary bloodline of ancient beings that in this era, where mystical powers abound. It is indeed remarkable to forge such a formidable physique. However, when compared to the body I have tempered with chaotic energy, there remains a slight disparity. That a sinister smile crept across Yuan Yang's lips as he exerted force with his right hand, yanking Tai Qiangsong toward him. His left hand formed a fist, gathering energy for a dazzling punch aimed squarely at Tai Qiangsong's chest. Feeling himself pulled over like a mere monkey, Tai Qiangsong, who had never endured such humiliation, glared fiercely. His free hand shimmered with a dark, metallic luster as he, leveraging his height advantage, aimed a powerful strike downwards at Yuan Yang's head. The sound of a dull collision resonated atop the nameless mountain as the boulders shattered under the force of their fists, scattering countless fragments of stone and earth. As the dust settled, only Yuan Yang remained, with his head tilted slightly. In contrast, Tai Qiangsong had been sent flying several miles away by Yuan Yang's punch. Yuan Yang cracked his neck and rubbed his swollen face. The vigorous flow of his vitality restored his visage to its original state in a matter of moments. He had initially intended to subdue Tai Qiangsong with a series of punches until he was unconscious. However, he had not anticipated that Tai Qiangsong would seize the opportunity presented by the impact to roll and break free from Yuan Yang's vice-like grip on his wrist. It appeared he had underestimated these ancient races. There were always peculiar yet effective secret techniques passed down through generations, and a momentary lapse had cost him dearly. Yuan Yang mused inwardly. Compared to Yuan Yang's minor injuries, Tai Qiangsong, who had been flung several miles away, looked utterly wretched. Struggling to rise from the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in horror as he touched the iron armor on his chest, which had been punctured by a fist-sized hole. The Iron Jaw Crocodile clan could naturally extract and absorb the essence of dark iron from the iron ore. This essence was then intricately infused into their skin, resulting in a natural dark iron hide. Hence the name of the Iron Jaw Crocodile clan. When this clan broke through the barriers between realms to become celestial beings, they could choose to shed their own hide. At that moment, the hide, nourished by millennia of blood vitality, magical power, and dark iron essence, had evolved into a semi-divine artifact. This kind of artifact, which could form without the involvement of a craftsman, was nearly akin to an innate sacred companion treasure, a natural embodiment of one's own Tao, a unique gift of the Iron Jaw Crocodile clan. Tai Qiangsong's brother, Tai Qianghai, had opted to transform his dark iron hide into a dark iron crocodile spear. In contrast, due to his expertise in body refining, Tai Cheongsong had chosen to convert his dark iron hide into a set of dark iron crocodile armor, which had protected him countless times over the years. Yet this time, the armor had been penetrated by a single punch. As Tai Cheongsong contemplated the countless treasures required to repair the dark iron crocodile armor, he felt even more dejected that his prideful physique had been utterly defeated before Yuan Yang. Cough. Cheong Hai, do not engage closely. Be wary of his physical prowess, Tai Cheong Hai urged, his eyes twitching as he observed his elder brother's plight, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Yuan Yang stepped forward, traversing dozens of yards in a single stride, with the Mountain Relocation Pearl and the Sea Suppression Pearl, two exquisite Dao artifacts, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Those heavenly soldiers trapped in the pit are the result of your handiwork. Are they not? I should have anticipated this. Who among you can rival the Iron Jaw Crocodile clan in knowledge of dark iron mines? Now, reveal the mastermind behind your actions, meeting Tai Cheongsong's and Tai Cheong Hai's silent gaze. Their aura surged with intensity. Yuan Yang narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, if you are unwilling to speak, I shall capture you first in due time. My two marshals from the heavenly court will visit your Iron Jaw Crocodile clan to discern the true intentions of your clan leader. Tai Tsong. Yuan Yang's power surged dramatically. Although he displayed merely the cultivation of a fifth-tier celestial being, the radiant aura emanating from the Mountain Relocation Pearl and the Sea Suppression Pearl indicated that he was serious. Tai Cheongsong retrieved a spirit fruit exuding celestial energy, swallowing it in one gulp, which immediately improved his complexion. In the next moment, a fierce glow radiated from his body, revealing his true form, a colossal crocodile measuring 1,000 feet in length. Its body gleaming black, with thick armor reflecting a metallic sheen, embodying the brutal essence of a primordial beast. With a roar that shook the heavens, Tai Cheongsong charged at Yuan Yang, his massive jaws and sharp claws glinting with a metallic hue. Each strike either flattened a mountain peak or carved out chunks from gigantic boulders as if they were mere tofu. Not to be outdone, Tai Cheong Hai thrust his dark iron crocodile spear, unleashing myriad points of cold radiance, each point manifesting as a spear shadow, collectively forming a massive crocodile that writhed and twisted. Standing atop this spear-wielding crocodile, Tai Cheong Hai surged toward Yuan Yang. The two brothers, Tai Cheongsong and Tai Cheong Hai, unleashed their most formidable abilities. As beings of primordial lineage, they possessed an innate pride. Surrender was never an option. Instead, they would fight to the death, hoping to seize an opportunity to escape. Yuan Yang, however, vanished in a flash of light. Reappearing high in the sky above, he gazed down at the two colossal crocodiles pursuing him. One, Tai Cheongsong transformed into his true form, and the other, a giant crocodile formed from a myriad of spear shadows, both exuding an intense, desperate fighting spirit. Yuan Yang silently admired their tenacity. Truly, they were a race that had emerged from the Jade Emperor's realm, never lacking the courage to wield their blades even in the face of stronger foes. Despite his inner commendation, Yuan Yang had no intention of holding back. Grasping the Mountain Relocation Pearl, he channeled a torrent of magical energy into it. The surface of the pearl, inscribed with 12 precious runes depicting the character for Mountain, gradually illuminated, enveloped in celestial energy, harnessing one of the ancient supreme techniques obtained from the Qingqiu auction house. The Mountain Relocation Technique. Yuan Yang unleashed a wave of celestial light, manifesting a myriad of mountain illusions that gradually solidified, as if an entire mountain range had genuinely appeared, repeating his previous actions. Yuan Yang swiftly employed the Sea Suppression Pearl to invoke another ancient supreme technique, the Sea Suppression Technique, also acquired from the Qingqiu auction house. An illusion of boundless waves surged forth, tumultuous and fierce, churning up mounds of snow. Yet, upon the emergence of a divine light from the Sea Suppression Technique, the endless waves were quelled, leaving a tranquil sea in their wake. The Mountain Relocation Pearl, carrying the weight of the mountain's illusion, and the Sea Suppression Pearl, bearing the divine light capable of subduing the ocean, descended upon the two colossal crocodiles, driving them deep into the earth, several thousand feet below the surface. No matter how fervently Tai Cheongsong and Tai Cheong Hai struggled, their efforts proved futile, leaving them trapped in the depths of the pit, unable to move, their faces etched with unwillingness. Yuan Yang cast a cursory glance downward before retracting his gaze, focusing instead on the void beside him. When did the proud Golden Lion clan begin to conceal themselves? As he suppressed Tai Cheongsong and Tai Cheong Hai, Yuan Yang sensed a domineering aura belonging to the Golden Lion clan. Immediately locking onto a specific location, as his words hung in the air, a spatial disturbance emerged 30 yards away. Subsequently, a portal opened, through which two figures emerged. One, a defiant man with flowing golden hair, and the other, a green-robed gentleman adorned in noble attire. The green-robed man, possessing 3 eyes, bore a silver vertical eye at his brow, glimmering with an eerie light. The 3-eyed green-robed man smiled at the golden-haired figure and remarked, "Young Master Shihong, they jest about your penchant for hiding." The golden-haired figure, known as Shihong, boasted the cultivation of a 6th-tier celestial being and was the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan. Having made quite a name for himself in the Jade Emperor's realm, Shihong scoffed, replying, "It is merely due to your inadequacies with the space eye. It failed to obscure my presence, allowing others to discern our location. Such is the nature of things. Though my space eye can manipulate spatial power to conceal us within the void, expecting it to eliminate all spatial fluctuations is truly asking too much of me." The two individuals conversed as though oblivious to their surroundings, treating Yuan Yang as if he were merely an insignificant pawn to be easily subdued. What Yuan Yang failed to notice was the subtle twitch at the corners of their eyes when their gazes inadvertently swept over the vast pit below. Catching sight of Tai Cheong and Tai Cheong Hai, both immobilized by the mountain-moving pearl and the sea-suppressing pearl, Yuan Yang spoke coldly, "Shihong Shaozuan, the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, and Gongzi Bihuang, the young patriarch of the 3-eyed Green-Toad clan, you both find yourselves on the Heaven's Wanted list. You dare to appear before me, unafraid that I might execute justice on the spot." Observing the two, Yuan Yang felt a twinge of frustration. Had it merely been Shihong Shaozuan of the Golden Lion clan, he would have felt more assured in his ability to handle the situation. However, with the addition of Gongzi Bihuang from the 3-eyed Green-Toad clan, the odds became decidedly less favorable. The 8 overlords of Huzhou represented 8 powerful, ancient races fortified by golden, immortal guardians. Among these clans, the Golden Lion clan stood as the mightiest, boasting robust physiques, resilient primordial spirits, and formidable magical powers, leaving them with scarcely any weaknesses. Yet, the most enigmatic race was undoubtedly the 3-eyed Green-Toad clan. This clan was exceedingly rare, with only a handful of members throughout history. Nevertheless, their innate abilities were extraordinarily bizarre and fearsome, earning them significant renown even within the Jade Emperor's domain. Members of the 3-eyed Green-Toad clan possess 3 eyes. The left eye emits primordial magnetic light, capable of eroding souls and thoughts, while the right eye unleashes 16 dark energy, devastating physical forms. Most peculiarly, the vertical eye in the center of their foreheads harbors unique innate abilities. With each clan member possessing a distinct power, it is said that Gongzi Bihuang's vertical eye bestows him with spatial abilities. Among the myriad paths, the path of space is one of the most esoteric and powerful. Many cultivators dabble in spatial arts. For instance, those at the peak of the celestial immortal stage can forcibly distort a section of space to create a secret realm. However, such realms are inherently unstable and require formations for stabilization. Akin to the Golden Snake secret realm of Yore, only those at the Golden Immortal level can truly comprehend the path of space, enabling them to traverse the void or forge miniature worlds. Yet, certain practitioners of spatial arts, or those endowed with spatial-related innate abilities, can achieve void traversal even within the celestial immortal realm, making them exceedingly elusive. Gongzi Bihuang of the 3-eyed Green-Toad clan, with his spatial innate ability, managed to approach Shihong Shaozuan undetected until he was a mere 30 yards away, truly exemplifying an enigma. Shihong Shaozuan fixed his gaze on Yuan Yang and remarked, "Are you Master Yuan Yang, the artifact smith of the heaven? The ability to defeat the iron-armored saw crocodile brothers, Tai Cheong and Tai Cheong Hai, speaks volumes of your prowess. It appears you are not like the average smith. If you think we are akin to those two useless fools, you are gravely mistaken. The Jade Emperor's realm does not require your heaven to meddle." Just as Shihong Shaozuan continued his tirade, Yuan Yang's celestial patrol order vibrated at his waist, and a message from Commander Luan Yang of the Vermilion Bird South Army reached him. After perusing the message, Yuan Yang's heart subtly steadied. Stowing away the celestial patrol order, he sighed and said, "I understand that your intent in luring me out is to seize the moment while the Xiantai fortress is left vulnerable. I suspect that besides the Xiantai fortress, other strongholds are likely facing similar predicaments. However, have you considered that we may have intentionally walked into your trap?" As Shihong Shaozuan's expression darkened in alarm, Yuan Yang continued, Currently, the garrisoned celestial soldiers within the Xiantai fortress are primarily composed of yellow turban warrior puppets, while the true main forces have already engaged your three clans head-on at the ruins of the Redstone Fortress. I am merely one of those executing the task of drawing the snake from its hole, and I was initially concerned that a frontal battle might commence here. After all, the leaders of the three-headed scorpion bird, San Sun Dao Run, the patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, Shikong Ming, and the patriarch of the three-eyed green toad clan, Bai Jin Jing, are all fully realized golden immortals capable of shattering the void with their every gesture. If a fight were to break out here, the devastation across a radius of several thousand miles would be unimaginable. At that moment, a transmission sword flew swiftly from the horizon, akin to a shooting star, landing in Gongzi Bihuang's hand. Upon reading the message, his expression darkened, and all three of his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently on Yuan Yang, the surrounding primordial energy subtly vibrating in agitation. Regaining his composure, Gongzi Bihuang coldly remarked, "Even if our armies were to clash head-on, what of it? Do you truly believe we are the only three clans to take action? Even if the White Lu Marshal and Marshal Yuan Yang of your heaven were to combine their strengths, they amount to merely two fully realized golden immortals. What gives them the audacity to contend with us?" Yuan Yang cast a sympathetic glance at Gongzi Bihuang. Upon being exposed by Marshal Bai Lu for concealing his celestial immortal seventh-layer cultivation with a chaotic black gourd, Yuan Yang realized that Marshal Bai Lu had already attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. A golden immortal cannot see through Yuan Yang's disguise. It is thus evident that the equally ranked Marshal Yuan Yang must also be a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The authority of a Great Luo Golden Immortal is not something a mere few fully realized golden immortals can provoke, especially not two. By this reasoning, it is likely that the commanders of the other armies have also ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. It is no wonder that on the battlefield of the Jade Emperor's realm, Emperor Haoyan felt confident enough to dispatch only Marshal Bai Lu and Marshal Yuan Yang to oversee matters, without even mobilizing the 9 Heavenly Lords and the War Heavenly King. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. This large-scale Xiantai mine is actually a ruse. Although Xiantai ores have been brought in by us for the sake of disguise, intending to lure your three clans out for elimination, little did I expect, instead of catching the big fish, I ended up with 2 small ones. Nonetheless, as young patriarchs, should I capture you, the credit shall not be insignificant. Yuan Yang had no intention of allowing the 2 before him to escape. A surge of battle intent emanated from him. Should he truly manage to apprehend them, the merit he would gain should suffice to acquire the treasure that Marshal Bai Lu had mentioned. Although Shihong Shaozuan and Gongzi Bihuang had not personally engaged in the frontline battle, they harbored absolute confidence in their side. The three-headed scorpion bird clan, the Golden Lion clan, the three-eyed green toad clan, alongside the Swan and Eye clan and the Liacon Cloud Eagle clan that would soon join, combined their strengths, boasting 5 fully realized golden immortals and over 20 golden immortal elders. Shihong Shaozuan and Gongzi Bihuang did not believe they could lose. In response to Yuan Yang's burgeoning battle intent, Shihong Shaozuan stepped forward, coldly stating, "I shall confront him first. He is merely a celestial immortal of the 5th layer, unworthy of our combined efforts." Gongzi Bihuang, with all 3 eyes wide open, cautioned, "Be careful. This man's aura is profound. His cultivation may exceed the 5th layer of the celestial immortal realm." Shihong Shaozuan laughed heartily, his body radiating golden light, and after a brief moment, a swift golden beam shot directly toward Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the arrogance of the clan. Even after witnessing his physical prowess against the iron-armored saw crocodiles, they still chose to engage in a direct confrontation, without hesitation. Yuan Yang reciprocated, condensing celestial light into his fist and launching it toward the advancing Shihong Shaozuan. Fearless lion seal, Shihong Shaozuan raised his palm to strike, and a golden lion manifested in his palm. Crashing toward Yuan Yang's chest, Yuan Yang's fist, infused with the sea-suppressing divine light, roared like 1,000 waves. The clash of fist and palm resonated, causing the very void to tremble. The 2 exchanged blows like blacksmiths hammering iron, employing close combat techniques that even incorporated certain innate abilities. As fists and feet collided, the winds of their blows turned surrounding mountains and clouds into mere ruins. The force of their collision sent countless stones and dust swirling into the sky. Yuan Yang silently marveled. The Golden Lions truly are one of the most elite of the ancient races. their vitality and physical resilience unparalleled in his experience thus far. Shihong Xiaozuan's golden palm descended. Streams of crimson gold flowing between his fingers, the impact resonating painfully against Yuan Yang's fist. Yet, this very battle began to kindle even greater fervor within Yuan Yang. Cracking his knuckles, he chuckled, "Not bad. Truly not bad. It has been a long time since anyone has fought me in close quarters to this extent." Upon hearing this, Shihong Xiaozuan narrowed his eyes, anger flaring upon his face. As he struck, his celestial light intensified, and he menacingly declared, "You shall soon find that smile wiped from your face." Yuan Yang exhibited no fear whatsoever, fiercely retaliating with strength. In the briefest of moments, the two engaged in a battle that unleashed hundreds of exchanges. After yet another clash of fists, creating distance between them, Hong Xiaozuan finally seized an opportunity. He abruptly opened his mouth wide, and a powerful shockwave erupted forth, engulfing the unsuspecting Yuan Yang. The roar of a golden lion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sound waves traveled, mountains and clouds within a radius of dozens of miles were reduced to dust. The golden lion's roar. This was a sound wave technique passed down through generations of the Golden Lion clan, its might rivaling that of celestial arts. Yuan Yang shook his head and rose from a pile of rubble. He then soared into the sky, narrowly evading the descent of a towering golden pagoda, suffused with celestial energy that sought to crush him. With one failed strike, the 100-foot-tall golden pagoda shrank to 3 feet and returned to rest above Hong Xiaozuan, emanating strands of celestial radiance that enveloped him in protection. Yuan Yang wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his eye and ear, suppressing the turmoil within his organs, as a flicker of unusual light crossed his gaze. Truly, such a rare sound wave technique directly assaulted the inner organs, making it difficult to defend against. However, this level of injury was insufficient to threaten Yuan Yang's essence. After taking a deep breath, he invigorated his heart, and the chaotic celestial blood began to boil and roar, healing the wounds inflicted by the golden lion's roar in mere moments. Observing the golden pagoda hovering above Hong Xiaozuan, he noticed the exquisite 3-tiered structure was adorned with the emblem of a majestic golden lion. Yuan Yang inquired, "A low-grade celestial artifact with 3 celestial prohibitions." "Indeed, this is the Golden Lion Tower, a legacy celestial artifact that our Golden Lion clan has preserved for over 100,000 years. To perish at its hands would be your honor." Hong Xiaozuan replied with a cold snort, though his expression darkened. Being compelled to utilize a celestial artifact was disconcerting for him. Meanwhile, the observing Prince Bai Huang furrowed his brow. Having noticed the bloodstains appearing on Hong Xiaozuan's palm, concealed within his sleeves, in a clash of physical prowess, the esteemed Golden Lion, a top tier being among the primordial races, was actually bested by a human. But how could this be? Was this Master Yuan Yang truly just an ordinary weapon refiner from the celestial court? Prince Bai Huang's expression turned grave as he flashed beside Hong Xiaozuan. Standing shoulder to shoulder, divine light brewing within his 3 eyes, Yuan Yang no longer suppressed his aura. The chaotic celestial blood coursed around him, swiftly healing all his injuries. The vast power of a 7th-tier celestial surged forth, sweeping the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to emit mournful cries, hinting at a distortion in reality. The surging blood of chaos, like a signal fire reaching the heavens, not only painted the nearby surroundings crimson, but also stained half the sky. Hong, let us join forces. This individual possesses the cultivation of a 7th-tier celestial, surpassing us by 1 tier, and he is still quite young. Likely born in this era like us.to achieve late-stage celestial cultivation at such a young age is a feat that only a few among the 7 royal families of the Jade Emperor can match. It seems he hails from extraordinary origins, undoubtedly a leading figure among the new generation of prodigies from the celestial court, perhaps a descendant of a powerful being. Hong Xiaozuan's countenance darkened. Yet he did not oppose. Although the difference between a 7th-tier and a 6th-tier celestial was minimal, it marked a significant distinction between mid-stage and late-stage celestials. The era of the Wu and Yao had ended over 4,000 years ago, ushering in a new generation birthed in the Jade Emperor's domain. Among the most elite prodigies, it was said that a few had already reached late-stage celestial. Hong Xiaozuan and Prince Bai Huang had already attained the 6th-tier celestial level. In the eyes of their elders, they were deemed capable of looking down upon the younger generation of the Jade Emperor. For the proud Hong Xiaozuan, even the offspring of saints were merely reaping the benefits of longer cultivation time, destined to be trampled beneath his feet sooner or later. Yet, He never anticipated that an unknown weapon refiner emerging from the celestial court would reach late-stage celestial cultivation. This filled Lion Hong Xiaozuan with a mix of resentment and deep trepidation. He tacitly consented to Prince Bai Huang's proposal to join forces against Yuan Yang. On the other side, Yuan Yang twisted his neck, chaotic energy beginning to manifest from his fists, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the battlefield. A grin spread across his face as he declared, "Let us see if you can withstand my punches." Lion Hong Xiaozuan's expression remained impassive as he summoned a violent surge of celestial power. Golden blood energy swirling around him. This was his direct response to Yuan Yang's provocation. The golden lion tower glimmered, the golden lion emblem carved upon it seemingly coming to life, continuously roaring at Yuan Yang. A cold glint flashed in Lion Hong Xiaozuan's eyes. Since being recognized as the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, this legacy celestial artifact had been in his possession, now wielded with utmost familiarity. Fearless Lion Seal, Lion Hong Xiaozuan raised his palm once more, bringing down a radiant handprint of golden light, merging the divine light from his fingers with the golden lion tower, pressing down upon Yuan Yang's crown. Yuan Yang chuckled as he unleashed his fists, now enveloped in chaotic energy, directly striking against the descending golden handprint. The thunderous clang echoed through the heavens, the sound waves rippling for miles, with another resounding thud. Yuan Yang's fists blocked the golden lion tower, followed by a palm infused with chaotic energy, sending the tower soaring away. Witnessing Yuan Yang effortlessly send the golden lion tower flying with just a punch and a palm, Lion Hong Xiaozuan's face twitched in disbelief. How audacious to confront a celestial artifact with mere flesh. Even among the Wu tribe, who once commanded respect through their physical prowess, how many could achieve such a feat? Yuan Yang glanced down at the faint traces of blood appearing on his fists. Despite the protection of chaotic energy, he still sustained minor injuries. However, this was within his expectations, after spending centuries in the Hall of Heavenly Crafts. He had extensively studied both celestial artifacts and innate spiritual treasures. His understanding of celestial artifacts was now unparalleled as long as the artifact was not forged from the nine heavens' divine gold. He could withstand the strength of a low-grade celestial artifact with his full physical might. Thus, it was no surprise that he could fend off the Golden Lion Tower. Rather, the injuries to his fists indicated Lion Hong Xiaozuan's remarkable prowess. The Golden Lion Tower, wielded by him in conjunction with the fearless Lion Seal, was indeed far more potent than when he had initially attacked empty-handed. Lion Hong Xiaozuan possessed the strength to potentially overcome an average late-stage celestial. Yet, Yuan Yang was no ordinary late-stage celestial. He was a flawless chaotic body to in his past. At the 5th tier of celestial cultivation, he had momentarily clashed head-on with the 8th tier, celestial Jin Qishao. Albeit under less than optimal conditions for Jin Qishao, Yuan Yang struck again, summoning the ethereal images of mountains that loomed as if they were real, casting a shadow across the sky and crashing down upon Lion Hong Xiaozuan and Prince Bai Huang. The mountain relocation technique allowed him to channel the profound intent of mountains to suppress his foes. Like the sea suppression technique, it was one of the 3 derived divine techniques of the ancient art of upheaval. As the multitude of mountain phantoms descended, an overwhelming weight of divine intent enveloped Lion Hong Xiaozuan and Prince Bai Huang. Feeling the crushing force approaching, Lion Hong Xiaozuan's complexion shifted. He waved his hand, summoning the Golden Lion Tower back above his head. On one hand, it countered the descending mountain phantoms, while on the other, it radiated golden light to shield him. Lion Hong Xiaozuan's face flushed as he expelled a mouthful of golden red blood essence into the tower, causing a surge of golden radiance to erupt. The lion sculpted upon the tower leapt forth, roaring towards the heavens, shattering the mountain phantoms with sheer force. Prince Bai Huang found the situation considerably easier. His silver vertical eye glimmered with brilliance, distorting the space within a 3-zhang radius around him into a haze, evading Yuan Yang's mountain relocation technique entirely. In a flash of silver light, he reappeared thousands of feet away. Yuan Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the cunning nature of spatial techniques. If he could not close the distance, he would need to employ suppressive techniques to counteract them. It seemed Prince Bai Huang understood the strengths and weaknesses of spatial techniques as well, providing no opportunity for Yuan Yang to approach. While he pondered this, Lion Hong Xiaozuan charged forward, brimming with killing intent, empowered by the Golden Lion Tower. Each strike unleashed a torrent of celestial light. compelling Yuan Yang to treat the confrontation with utmost seriousness. Yuan Yang's chaotic power surged, the mountain phantoms manifesting between his fingers. Bolstered by the chaotic energy, these mountain images became even more tangible. It seemed as though one could behold the flora and fauna amidst the mountains, along with serpents and fierce beasts. Since Yuan Yang unraveled the constraints of the chaotic body, leveraging the unique resonance of myriad paths within it. His comprehension of the Tao has surged dramatically. His magical prowess, intertwined with the essence of chaos, has the potential to evolve into all manner of things. Amidst the clash of these two forces, the mountains trembled and fell, while the golden lion roared, creating a spectacle. At that moment, a beam of purple and white divine light shot forth from beyond their battlefield, illuminating Yuan Yang in an instant. As the purple-white radiance enveloped him, darkness clouded Yuan Yang's vision, and a heaviness settled upon his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Lion Hong, the young master, suspended the golden lion tower above Yuan Yang, from which strands of golden celestial light flowed and transformed into dozens of golden chains that ensnared him. A golden lion sprang forth from the golden lion tower, its vicious fangs and claws poised to strike at Yuan Yang. Instantly, Yuan Yang regained his clarity. His chaotic, primordial spirit erupted from his brow, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the purple-white divine light that had shrouded him. Concurrently, the chaotic aura around him surged, snapping the golden chains, yet he could not evade the onslaught of the golden lion, which struck him with such force that he was sent flying, crashing through an unnamed mountain peak mid-flight. Rising from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Yuan Yang felt waves of pain radiating from his body, which was as hard as a celestial artifact. With a fierce turn of his head, he locked his gaze upon the distant figure of Bai Huang, the young master, who, with his left eye swirling with the same purple-white divine light, fixed his stare upon Yuan Yang. The left eye divine ability of the three-eyed by toad lineage, the primordial magnetic divine light, could shatter souls and erode thoughts, which explained the previous haze that had clouded Yuan Yang's mind. The golden lion charged at him once more, merging mid-leap with the golden lion tower, bearing down upon Yuan Yang. With a cold snort, he met the golden lion tower with his fist, as the sound of crashing waves echoed around his chaotic fist, stirring up a tumultuous sea. However, when a divine light of oceanic suppression erupted from his chaotic fist, the tumult was quelled, rendering the sea calm and tranquil. Yuan Yang employed the ocean suppression divine art with his fist to block Lion Hong's fierce strike. Just as he intended to strike the golden lion tower away, another emerald divine light illuminated him. This emerald light was the 16 mysterious evil divine art from Bai Huang's right eye. Infused with a potent corrosive toxin capable of destroying the flesh, Yuan Yang let out a muffled groan as the chaotic blood energy surged forth, breaking through the emerald divine light. The 16 mysterious evil divine art inflicted minimal damage upon his body. However, seizing the moment Yuan Yang disrupted the 16 mysterious evil, Lion Hong once again commanded the golden lion tower, sending Yuan Yang flying. The rocks exploded around him as he ascended from the chaos, his hair disheveled, fixing a gaze filled with murderous intent upon Bai Huang, who stood miles away. Lion Hong called back the golden lion tower and stepped forward, blocking Yuan Yang's cold, piercing gaze directed at Bai Huang. The combined might of the golden lion clan's formidable offensive abilities, alongside the strange auxiliary powers of the three-eyed by toad lineage, forced Yuan Yang into a rare state of disarray, with his hair in disarray and his eyes icy. He was enveloped in chaotic energy, resembling a chaotic demon. Both Lion Hong and Bai Huang appeared to be on high alert, the golden lion tower hovering above Lion Hong's head radiating brilliant golden light, while Bai Huang produced a palm-sized golden-silver gourd seemingly marred by battle, adorned with numerous visible cracks, its mouth shimmering with emerald divine light. Yuan Yang squinted at the gourd for a moment, sensing both the aura of a primal spiritual treasure and that of a postnatal repair, suggesting it was a damaged primal spiritual artifact. Observing its fluctuations, it seemed inferior to even low-grade celestial artifacts, and he could only wonder what its rank had been before its damage. Yet, as long as it did not surpass the rank of middle-grade celestial artifacts or middle-grade primal spiritual treasures, Yuan Yang felt no fear. As his magical energy surged, a swirling cloud of chaotic celebration appeared behind him. In that instant, although many tendrils were entwined around Yuan Yang, a layer of chaotic energy continuously circulated on his surface, preventing the 6-in Xian Sha from ever settling upon his body. The expression of young Master Bi Huang shifted dramatically, He had just witnessed Yuan Yang's formidable prowess, which rendered both his physical form and spiritual essence nearly flawless. Leaving him too intimidated to confront him head-on, the silver vertical eye in the center of his brow flickered slightly, warping the surrounding space into a twisted helix, yet it ultimately failed to tear through the fabric of reality and plunge into the dark void. Young Master Bihuang's face paled with horror as he realized that Yuan Yang's oppressive will was affecting the surrounding space, rendering even the spatial powers contained within his vertical eye ineffective, leaving him unable to escape into the void in haste. Such an ability to influence the environment was akin to the domain of a being at the golden immortal level. The chaotic fist radiated a tremendous force, shattering the void and leaving an enduring rift in the air. Yuan Yang. The most detestable was the underhanded young Master Bihuang, as he launched his punch without the slightest intention of holding back. With a shriek, young Master Bihuang raised the golden and silver gourd before him. Emerald divine light erupted from the gourd's mouth, forming a wall that expelled all the 6 Yin Sha. Yuan Yang let out a muffled groan as the chaotic energy enveloping him grew even denser. The fist light he unleashed contained the essence of chaos, subtly infused with the profound principle of annihilating all paths. Yuan Yang had no intention of truly employing his ultimate technique. All paths are null, but merely invoked a trace of the principle of destruction. Even so, the wall formed by the 6 Yin Sha weakened layer by layer beneath the barrage of fist light until it vanished completely. The only thing remaining between Yuan Yang and young Master Bihuang was a gourd the size of a palm. Yuan Yang's right hand descended like a mountain, firmly grasping the golden and silver gourd. Chaos swirling between his fingers that he allowed the gourd to struggle violently within his grip, the divine light erupting forth causing his right hand to bleed profusely. Nevertheless, Yuan Yang's hand now resembled a chaotic prison, ensnaring the gourd within. Utterly incapable of escape, one could even faintly hear the cracking sounds, the mournful cries of the gourd as Yuan Yang's fingers tightened their grip, exacerbating the fissures on its surface. Young Master Bihuang's face flushed crimson as he closed his eyes tightly, leaving only the silver vertical eye in his brow open, spinning wildly and emitting eerie silver light, wherever the silver light passed. The surrounding space rippled as if disturbed water. Futile, Yuan Yang declared with a clear voice, pressing down on the gourd with his right hand while raising his left hand to pull downward. Instantly, chaotic stone tablet apparitions descended from above, with the will of suppression circulating within them, causing the surrounding space to thicken and stagnate once more. However, young Master Bihuang disregarded everything, continuing to activate the silver vertical eye, even causing it to become bloodshot from the exertion. Sensing the increasingly vibrant space around him, Yuan Yang's expression shifted subtly. Having finally approached this user of spatial powers, he could not afford to let him escape. As he gathered his energy for a punch aimed at young Master Bihuang, the latter suddenly snarled with a twisted expression. Now, a flash of golden light appeared as the golden lion tower soared towards Yuan Yang from behind young Master Bihuang. Crashing into his chest, taken off guard, Yuan Yang converted his punch into a palm, bracing for the impact. Yet he was still sent flying for hundreds of feet, landing within a spatial corridor where shards of space danced around him. No, this is a spatial passage, Yuan Yang gasped, quickly scanning his surroundings, only to be met with an expanse of boundless darkness. Young Master Bihuang had actually utilized his vertical eye spatial powers to open a passage behind Yuan Yang, allowing the recovering Lion Shaozuan to take advantage of the moment to hurl him into the void with the Golden Lion Tower. This sudden assault jarred Yuan Yang's insides, evidently injuring him. Stifling the blood welling at the corner of his mouth, he attempted to return swiftly, only to find the spatial passage sealing shut before him. Yuan Yang's face fluctuated between shades of darkness and light. This marked the second time he had found himself plunged into the dark void since the incident in the Golden Serpent secret realm. A small step in the dark void equated to 1,000 miles in the real world. It was a true case of a hair's breadth leading to 1,000-mile deviation. Given his current cultivation level, he could easily shatter the void and return to the real world, yet he had no idea how far he might stray from the original battlefield. By the time he returned, Lion Shaozuan and young Master Bihuang would likely have fled. Outside, young Master Bihuang trembled, his complexion pale as he closed his vertical eye, blood seeping from the slit between its tightly shut lids. Beside him stood the equally pale Lion Shaozuan, whose palm still bore the wound of a deep gash, showing no signs of healing, with strands of chaotic energy entwined around it. Young Master Bihuang gritted his teeth. "We must leave quickly, or else we will be in trouble when he returns," His suppression technique can even influence space. My void exile technique almost failed to activate. Lion Shaozuan's expression darkened with reluctance, but my golden lion tower remains in the dark void. Young Master Bi Huang snapped. Forget about it. My 6 Xian Sha gourd is still in his grasp. I cannot exile him to a deeper void. With his strength, he could soon break through and return. We must depart at once. Lion Shaozuan's expression was grim as he lifted the wavering young Master Bi Huang. Together, they transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly vanishing from sight. I in the dark void. Yuan Yang gazed at the rapidly closing spatial passage with a fluctuating expression. Moments later, the golden and silver gourd in his hand ceased its struggle. Yuan Yang sighed softly. The situation was clear. Young Master Bi Huang had abandoned the gourd and fled. It appeared that capturing Lion Shaozuan and young Master Bi Huang was no longer an option. Otherwise, with the merit of seizing both young clan leaders, he could have gained considerable rewards. Next time, he resolved. He must delve into spatial techniques to avoid encountering adversaries like young Master Bi Huang. For even if he could defeat them, he could not hold them back. In the brief moment of contemplation, Yuan Yang had already restored his energy and was about to channel his power to break through the void before him when he noticed a flickering golden light in the distance. In the dark void, spiritual senses were not particularly effective, so Yuan Yang chose to fly forward, squinting upon spotting the source of the golden light. The flickering golden light was none other than the Golden Lion Tower, which had just battled him. Once resplendent, the golden tower now bore a hint of dullness, its surface marred by several distinct fist imprints, remnants of Yuan Yang's chaotic fist light. However, the tower's grade remained unaffected. The 3 radiant celestial seals remained intact. Under normal circumstances, it would not require a smith's repairs. It merely needed a few decades of nurturing with celestial essence to restore its former glory. Yuan Yang regarded the golden and silver gourd in his hand with a hint of amusement before glancing at the nearby Golden Lion Tower, chuckling to himself that it seemed that the abandoned treasures were not limited to just the gourd. The reason for discarding these 2 artifacts was likely that both had become ensnared in the dark void alongside him. Summoning them back would necessitate opening a spatial passage, perhaps fearing that he might exploit the opportunity to escape as well. As Yuan Yang drew nearer, the Golden Lion Tower seemed to sense the familiar, annoying aura, instantly glowing with golden light, adopting an imposing demeanor. Yet, it appeared somewhat blusterous and empty within, without its master's infusion of power. The artifact was akin to water without roots. Even divine artifacts cannot exhibit their inherent power to the fullest. Only certain exceptional treasures, which have awakened spiritual intelligence, are capable of cultivating themselves, autonomously absorbing spiritual energy to nourish their being, and thereby unleashing formidable might. It is said that the foremost disciple of the Sage of Heaven, known as the Taoist Duobao, is fundamentally an exquisite innate treasure named the Duobao Pagoda. Eventually, he shed his treasure form and took on human guise. Becoming a disciple of the Sage of Heaven, Duobao had long distinguished himself in the primordial chaos, being the first second-generation disciple among the many followers of the 6 Saints of Heaven to attain the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, reputedly the most powerful among them. Although treasures possess spiritual essence, the rarity of those capable of self-cultivation is akin to the fabled tales of yore. However, Yuan Yang fortuitously encountered such a phenomenon. For instance, the Chaos Black Gourd residing in his primordial chaos space has embarked on the path of self-cultivation, marking it as a unique, innate treasure. With this thought, Yuan Yang focused his mind and began to communicate with the Chaos Black Gourd, seeking its assistance to subdue the divine artifact before him. Divine artifacts are not easily tamed, especially a legacy artifact like the Golden Lion Pagoda, due to the overwhelming essence of the Golden Lion clan embedded within it. Outsiders must invest considerable time to cleanse the marks left by its original master, which could even lead to the artifact diminishing in rank. Currently, amidst the battlefield, Yuan Yang has neither the time nor the strength to slowly subdue and refine a divine artifact. The good news, however, is that as a master artificer, Yuan Yang is well versed in the precise methods of cleansing the marks of a treasure's former owner, coupled with his extraordinary chaos magic and its unique assimilative power. While others may require millennia to achieve this, he could potentially accomplish it in mere centuries. Yuan Yang's emotions were somewhat conflicted, with the prospect of his own destined divine artifact remaining uncertain. He never anticipated that the first divine artifact of his life would be the Golden Lion Pagoda before him. With a flicker of thought, his chaos primordial spirit descended into the primordial chaos space, where the familiar and comforting chaos energy allowed Yuan Yang weary from battle, to relax profoundly. The small black gourd floated at the center of the primordial space, continuously inhaling and exhaling chaos energy, while a silver flame quietly lingered beneath it. Yet, Yuan Yang was not there to indulge in leisure. After discussing the matter of assisting in suppressing the divine artifact with the chaos black gourd, it spun around a few times before flatly refusing. The reason given by the chaos black gourd was one Yuan Yang could not contest. It was preparing to advance to a mid-grade innate treasure. The offensive power of a mid-grade innate treasure already encompasses the force of laws, far surpassing that of a low-grade divine artifact. This revelation brought Yuan Yang great joy, even if the chaos black gourd was reluctant to acknowledge him as its master. It would still lend its aid in times of peril, thus becoming another trump card in his arsenal. The relationship between him and the gourd had transcended that of an ordinary practitioner and their artifact, resembling instead the camaraderie of kindred spirits supporting one another. However, the news of the chaos black gourd's impending advancement, while delightful, also stirred a sense of concern within Yuan Yang. Without the assistance of the chaos black gourd, he could manage to suppress the Golden Lion Pagoda alone, but having an unconquered divine artifact at his side felt akin to carrying an unignited bomb, one that could explode at any moment upon encountering its original master. Instinctively, Yuan Yang was reluctant to bring the Golden Lion Pagoda into the primordial chaos space. Were he to utilize the seemingly boundless chaos energy there, subduing a low-grade divine artifact would be a trivial matter. The primordial chaos space was Yuan Yang's greatest secret, and he was loath to expose it. The vast world of primordial chaos had never seen a being of chaos, nor had anyone heard of a primordial space possessing such ceaselessly churning chaos energy. The chaos primordial spirit waved its hand, summoning a fragment of a broken steel, 2 feet in size, from a corner of the primordial space. When Yuan Yang first discovered this broken steel within the primordial space, he was taken aback. However, after extensive investigation, he found no anomalies. Moreover, the resonance of the steel with his own magical essence prevented him from removing it from the primordial space. The steel was 2/3 intact, forged from an unknown, chaos-enshrouded material of extraordinary resilience, and it bore signs of having endured a cataclysmic battle, leaving the remaining portion of the steel shattered and lost to time as a reward for crafting 100,000 yellow turban warriors. Yuan Yang had received 3 promises from the Emperor Haoyan. The first condition was the selection of a scripture leading directly to the golden immortal realm, the grand 5 elements thunder scripture. The second condition involved acquiring the essence of thunder, which he used to cultivate an 8-aperture Saint Spirit Stone fetus, ultimately refining it into his second external incarnation, Yuan Lei. The third condition was the acquisition of the broken steel, which contained the cultivation methods for the chaos world subduing scripture from the mortal realm to the perfected celestial immortal realm. Yuan Yang sought this steel in the hope of discovering the missing third of its form to complete his own cultivation path. It was expected that the missing piece would contain the methods for cultivating to the golden immortal realm. After scrutinizing the fragment of the steel for a moment, Yuan Yang noted its subtle absorption of chaos energy, observing signs of growth at the fractured edges, prompting a contemplative expression to eye in the outside world. Amidst the ruins of an unnamed mountain range, destruction reigned supreme. Collapsed peaks and various deep pits, debris, and ravines littered the landscape, presenting a scene of utter devastation. This was the battleground where Yuan Yang had clashed with the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, Lion Hong Shaozuan, and the young patriarch of the Three-Eyed Green Toad clan, by Huang Gongzi. Additionally, it was the site of the conflict involving the 2 elders of the Iron-Armored Saw Crocodile clan, Tai Cheong Tsong and Tai Cheong Hai. However, Lion Hong Shaozuan and Bai Huang Gongzi had long since departed, leaving the 2 brothers, Tai Cheong Tsong and Tai Cheong Hai, suppressed in a deep pit. The mountain-moving pearl and the sea-calming pearl shimmered with ethereal light, hovering above the pit, their surfaces encircled by the ethereal imagery of towering mountains and endless waves. It had been nearly an hour since Lion Hong Shaozuan and Bai Huang Gongzi had left, during which the 2 colossal crocodiles, trapped in the pit, struggled relentlessly, causing the ground to tremble and shaking the 2 pearls. At that moment, the ethereal imagery surrounding the 2 pearls began to dissipate as the brothers, Tai Cheong Tsong and Tai Cheong Hai, wrestled to regain their freedom. The 2 exquisite Tao artifacts, the mountain-moving pearl and the sea-calming pearl, swayed continuously, their spiritual radiance dimming as Yuan Yang's previously infused magical essence appeared to be nearly exhausted, threatening to send the pearls flying away. Yet, in the next instant, The pit stilled, and the two spiritual pearls shot away from the pit with a whoosh, heading towards an approaching figure from afar. The figure, of course, was Yuan Yang, who had just returned from suppressing the Golden Lion Pagoda in the dark void, breaking through the fabric of space to return to the material realm. However, upon his return, he found himself over 30,000 miles away from the previous battlefield and had to spend additional time flying back. He had not forgotten that the two elders of the iron-armored Saw Crocodile clan remained suppressed in that deep pit,